Let me tell you, the universe is like a colossal mystery box filled with countless galaxies and stars, much like a blind box brimming with all sorts of toys waiting to be discovered. On this vast stage of the cosmos, the drama of celestial destruction and rebirth unfolds every day. Some celestial bodies fade away, while new ones are born. In this endless cycle, life emerges as if unwrapping a mystery box, gradually evolving into astonishing civilizations. Yet sometimes, when a civilization shines too brightly, it may not be a good thing for the universe, much like dazzling lights that make it hard to open your eyes. Within the cosmic coordinates, the Lania Chaos Supercluster, the Virgo Cluster, the Local Group, the Panlong Galaxy, and the Titan Star system, there lies a planet named Tello. This world is a vibrant treasure chest of life, glowing blue and teeming with vitality. In low orbit, the spaceport bustles like a cosmic megamall, with ships shuttling in and out like eager shoppers, creating a scene of constant activity. On the surface of Tello, skyscrapers tower like giants, while all sorts of vehicles and aircraft weave about like a swarm of industrious ants. The streets are alive with intelligent beings of all kinds, moving back and forth like merry bands of travelers. My gaze shifts to an immense structure, unmistakably a landmark here, sprawling across 30 square kilometers. Its lofty towers rise like swords piercing the heavens, the tallest soaring more than 3,500 meters high, a true conqueror of the sky. This structure is called the Sanctum, the sacred place of the Tellans, and also my personal palace. For I am Thanos. Within the Sanctum lies a room known as the Gravity Chamber. At this moment, the instruments show it has been set to 1,000 times normal gravity, as if 1,000 people were pressing down on you. Yet I, this tall, purple figure, remain unaffected, calmly focused on my training in the room. 1003, 1004, I count aloud, doing push-ups while feeling the strength coursing through my body. This training method was something I picked up from watching anime in my previous life, and the results are nothing short of miraculous. That's right, I am actually a transmigrator. That day, I was at home, watching Avengers Endgame, sipping beer and munching peanuts, when I saw Thor decapitate Thanos. I felt a tinge of regret. But right after sighing, I blinked and found myself transformed into Thanos, right at the moment Titan was being destroyed. Thus, I resolved to follow my own convictions and embarked on the path to save the world, which, to put it plainly, is the road to conquering the universe. After all, the universe's resources are finite, while life can multiply endlessly. If left unchecked, the cosmos would ultimately collapse. So someone must maintain balance, and I am that balancer. So far, I have lived in the Marvel Universe for more than 5 centuries and achieved considerable success. I rule over 237 life-bearing planets and command 43 stars. Within the Panlong Galaxy, my power is second to none. At that moment, the door to the gravity training chamber slid open. A woman entered, her figure accentuated by a black and white bodysuit. Her skin was a striking shade of blue, a clear sign she wasn't human. She was one of my subordinates, a member of the Black Order, the formidable Proxima Midnight. The instant Proxima Midnight stepped into the chamber, it was as if an invisible force pinned her down. She collapsed to the floor, unable to move an inch beneath the crushing gravity. Shock filled her heart, for as one of the Black Order, her strength was prodigious, easily enough to destroy a starship with little effort. Yet here, she couldn't even stand, a testament to the terrifying gravity at play. She glanced up at me, awe and respect written plainly in her eyes. Just as she gathered her resolve to summon the dark energy within her, I noticed her arrival. I paused my training and spoke into the air. Deep Blue, disengage the gravity system. A synthesized voice responded at once. Understood, Master. Deep Blue was the artificial intelligence I had created, its name a tribute to the blue planet I once called home. With the gravity system deactivated, Proxima Midnight rose to her feet, albeit slowly. After a moment, she approached, stopping 2 meters in front of me, then knelt respectfully on one knee. Proxima Midnight, reporting to my lord, she announced with deference. I regarded her calmly and asked, why have you returned so soon? Has the conquest of the Ice Crystal Star already been completed? As the ruler of the cosmos, I made it my business to take part in such campaigns personally. The Black Order were my most trusted lieutenants. Not long ago, I had dispatched Proxima Midnight to subdue the Ice Crystal Star, 174 light-years distant. It seemed unlikely she could have finished so quickly. At my question, Proxima Midnight bowed her head, her voice filled with remorse. My deepest apologies, my lord. I encountered a foe of overwhelming strength, one I could not match. We also lost 17 warships. I cut her off before she could finish. Failure is failure. There is no need for excuses. Proxima Midnight fell silent, well aware that, in my eyes, defeat needed no justification. After a moment, I spoke with unshaken composure. Now is not the time for blame. Prepare the warships. I will see for myself who dares to stand against me. My reputation had echoed through the universe for ages, but it seemed to have been too long since I last took the field. Some had clearly forgotten who I was. Upon hearing this, Proxima Midnight nodded immediately, answering with utmost respect, "Yes, my lord." With that, she quietly withdrew from the gravity training chamber. Seeing this, I opened the system panel. Constitution, 31,243.9. Strength, 24,714.3. Agility, 18,203.5. Mental power, 15,241.2. An ordinary sentient being's attributes are usually around a single point, but my stats far exceeded the norm, almost as if I were a creature of pure attributes. My constitution was the highest, followed by strength, with agility and mental power lagging behind. This was closely tied to my lineage. I had tried to boost agility and mental power, but the results were never as remarkable as with constitution and strength, so I chose to focus on physical training. Deep Blue, activate 1,000 times gravity again. Yes, master. For the next 3 days, the entire planet Tyro was plunged into a tense, bustling activity. After all, this time I would be leading the campaign myself, and my flagship, the Titan-class starship, Sanctuary 2, needed to be readied. Sanctuary 2 stretched 1,352 kilometers long, 534 kilometers wide, and 298 kilometers tall. Its size rivaled that of a small moon. The warship's design resembled a colossal eye, with its twin wings forming the eyelids and a crimson energy core at its center, like a pupil. This behemoth was docked in orbit, over 100,000 kilometers from Tyro, yet visible from the planet's surface as a distinct shape in the sky. Beyond Sanctuary 2, a fleet of over 100 escort ships, assault cruisers, and supply vessels circled nearby. From such a formation, it was clear that my current power had long surpassed anything depicted in the movies.
Soon, the fourth day arrived.
All preparations for the eve of war were complete. Once again, Proxima Midnight came to the inner sanctum of Sanctuary, seeking an audience with Thanos. Inside the gravity chamber, the pressure was now set at 1,200 times normal gravity. At that moment, Thanos was lifting a barbell marked at 200 tons. Under 1,200 times gravity, its true weight soared to 24,000 tons, yet he handled it with ease, as if it were a standard gym weight. 432, 433. Just then, the doors slid open again. This time, Proxima Midnight moved with even greater caution. She did not step inside right away, but instead knelt on one knee just outside the chamber, calling out respectfully, "My lord." Hearing her, Thanos set down the barbell and said in a low voice, "Deep Blue, disengage the gravity system." "Understood, master." Rising to her feet, Proxima Midnight entered the chamber, only to kneel again before Thanos, lowering her head in a rare gesture of humility. Thanos wiped the sweat from his body and asked, "Are Sanctuary 2 and the Black Order ready?" Proxima Midnight lifted her gaze to the imposing, muscular figure before her, awe shining in her eyes. "Everything is prepared, my lord. We await your command." Thanos nodded, his tone icy as he said, "In that case, let's set out." The ice crystal star was a planet shrouded in white. Because it lay so far from its sun, the temperature here remained below freezing all year round, and the ground was always blanketed in snow and ice. The inhabitants of this world were known as the Ice Clan. Their bodies were pure white, with 2 arms and 2 legs. Although the Ice Clan were powerfully built and skilled in combat, their society was still in a primitive state. At this moment, the chief of the Ice Clan was leading his people in preparing a lavish luncheon, ready to honor the hero who had saved them. That hero was a blonde, blue-eyed woman from Earth, Carol Danvers. While her name was not known to all, her other identity was legendary across the stars. She was Captain Marvel. Ever since defeating the Kree fleet on Earth, Captain Marvel had taken up the cause of justice throughout the cosmos. She had mainly operated within the Milky Way, but upon hearing rumors of Thanos' atrocities, she traveled to the Panlong system. No sooner had she arrived than she found Thanos' minions attacking another planet. Bearing the mantle of justice, she didn't hesitate for a second. She leapt into action and drove the invaders away. "Thank you so much for saving us." The Ice Clan chief stood nearly 2 meters tall. Now, with all 4 hands, he lifted a cup to toast Captain Marvel, who barely came up to his chest. Raising all 4 cups at once was the highest honor the Ice Clan could bestow. Captain Marvel smiled gently, accepted a cup, and downed it in one go. No need to thank me. It's what I'm here for. Impressed by her straightforwardness, the chief raised his cups again, finishing them in one gulp as well, then called out in a booming voice, a toast to our hero. All around, the Ice Clan raised their cups and echoed in unison, a toast to our hero. Soon, the celebration feast began in earnest. The Ice Clan sang and danced, and more than a few young men, thinking themselves handsome, invited Captain Marvel to join them on the dance floor. She politely declined each invitation. Though she saw herself as a champion of justice, in truth, the Ice Clan, still far from even medieval civilization, held little interest for her, and she felt no desire to dance among them. And so, the entire day was spent in lively celebration. At dawn the next morning, Captain Marvel was still lost in sleep when an Ice Clan member burst into her room in a panic. To call it a room was generous. It was really just a hut made of blocks of ice, without even a door. Hero, something's wrong. Those villains are back. And this time, their ship is enormous. Captain Marvel's eyes snapped open as she shot upright. Without a word, a brilliant rainbow of light flared from her body as she soared outside. But in the next instant, her eyes widened in shock, her face frozen in disbelief. Oh my God, what is that? Out in the vastness of space, a colossal spaceship loomed, so enormous it defied belief. Even she, who had roamed the cosmos for years, had never seen a warship of such magnitude. It was almost the size of the moon itself. Where are my weapons? And my armor? Hurry, bring me my armor. The enemy is coming. Everyone, gather up. Chaos erupted among the Ice Tribe. Some frantically searched for their weapons, while others hurried to don their armor. Many were still groggy from last night's celebrations, caught completely unprepared for battle. Before long, the chieftain of the Ice Tribe flew over in a panic. Hero, what should we do? Captain Marvel drew a deep breath and replied coolly, gather all your warriors at once. I'll go scout out the situation. With that, her body flared with radiant, multicolored light, and she shot into the sky at incredible speed. Meanwhile, in the control room of Sanctuary 2 out in space, Proxima Midnight watched Captain Marvel's rapid approach on a three-dimensional screen. This time, she was far more composed than before. My lord, that's her. She destroyed my fleet and killed my soldiers. Thanos sat reclining on his throne, eyes closed in silent meditation. At these words, his eyes opened. He stared at the screen, studying that figure, at once familiar and yet strangely distant, trying to recall who she was. He had been in this world for more than 5 centuries. The old movies he'd once watched had faded almost entirely from memory. Yet there was something strikingly familiar about the way she made her entrance, as if he'd seen it somewhere before. As the figure drew nearer and nearer, a memory stirred deep within him. Captain Marvel? Indeed, this dazzling, bold arrival was none other than the trademark style of the proud and confident Captain Marvel. Hearing the name, Proxima Midnight nodded swiftly. Yes, that's her. Last time we fought, she called herself Captain Marvel. Thanos fell silent, lost in brief thought. The sight of Captain Marvel brought back flashes of memory from before he'd crossed into this world. Now that Captain Marvel had appeared, it meant the story of the Marvel Universe was truly beginning. Blue Star, that once familiar home, what would become of it in this version of reality? Seconds ticked by. In no time at all, Captain Marvel had left the crystal planet behind, racing towards Sanctuary 2 at 10 times the speed of sound. Now, only a little over 1,000 kilometers separated her from the ship. In the vast emptiness of space, 1,000 kilometers was almost nothing at all. Proxima Midnight, seeing Thanos still lost in thought, spoke up softly. My lord, what should we do now? If it weren't for the imminent approach of the enemy, she would never have interrupted Thanos' thoughts. After all, compared to Captain Marvel, it was Thanos who truly inspired fear across the universe. Thanos emerged from his memories, his gaze sweeping across the screen as he spoke in a calm tone. Send the Black Order to scout the situation first. The Black Order were his most steadfast and loyal warriors. With 6 arms, razor-sharp fangs, jet-black skin, and immense strength, they feared neither death nor pain and would never betray him. Their only flaw was a lack of intelligence. The reason for calling them they was that the members of the Black Order were not natural life forms, but bioengineered soldiers produced in incubation chambers. Sending them ahead served a clear purpose, to wear down the enemy and test their true strength. Though Thanos was confident, he was never reckless. To launch a hasty assault without knowing the enemy's capabilities might lead to disastrous consequences should they encounter an overwhelming foe. After all, the Marvel Universe was always full of unpredictable variables. At Thanos' command, 10 cosmic assault ships detached from the Sanctuary 2 fleet and surged forward. Each of these assault ships measured 8 kilometers long, 1 kilometer wide, and 1 kilometer high, massive constructs resembling colossal coffins. At the prow, each mounted a main cannon with a diameter of roughly 100 meters, capable of firing immensely powerful laser blasts. Besides the main gun, each ship was armed with 10 secondary cannons and 28 laser turrets. Powered by third-generation warp drives, these assault ships could leap 100 light-years in an instant. They were also equipped with energy shields, providing defense against both laser strikes and physical impacts. It could be said that if these 10 ships appeared on Earth, they could effortlessly annihilate every conventional army on the planet. Of course, that assessment applied only to an ordinary Earth, not to the Marvel world, where superheroes abound. Before long, the main cannons of all 10 assault ships lit up with a blue glow as they began to charge. 5 seconds later, the cannons unleashed blazing blue beams, their ghostly light slicing through the darkness of space. Warfare in the cosmos was a world apart from battles on planets. In the endless reaches of space, the distance between opponents was often measured in millions or even tens of millions of kilometers. Even in a vacuum, the speed of light was only 300,000 kilometers per second. If the target was 3 million kilometers away, the laser would still need 10 seconds to reach it. As for kinetic weapons, by the time a shell reached its mark, the battle would likely be long over. That's why kinetic weapons were ill-suited for combat in space. In space warfare, laser cannons were the most common weapons. Beyond that, there were also spatial collapse cannons, particle beam weapons, and warp-speed railguns, cutting-edge technology, but far too large and complex to be mounted on small assault ships. A few milliseconds later, 10 beams of laser fire struck Captain Marvel with pinpoint accuracy as she soared through space. Yet, Captain Marvel's entire body erupted in a dazzling array of multicolored light. Undaunted, she pressed forward, bearing the brunt of the laser cannon's assault without hesitation. Within mere seconds, she had flown right up to the fleet, positioning herself before the 10 attacking warships. Ignoring the shields as though they were nothing, she hurtled straight toward one of the cosmic assault vessels. Instantly, a violent burst of flames erupted from the ship's hull. Moments later, she emerged from the other side of the crippled warship, her momentum unbroken, and shot off toward the next cosmic battleship. At this sight, Proxima Midnight, witnessing Captain Marvel's unstoppable advance as she destroyed ship after ship, couldn't help but say with a touch of distress, "My lord, what should we do now?" Though their forces were formidable, every cosmic warship represented an enormous expenditure of resources. Replacements could not be made so easily. Hearing this, Thanos turned to her with a cold glance and replied, "Once this war is over, you and the other 4 must train hard. If you can't handle an opponent of this level, there's much work to be done." In the early days of the Marvel Universe, Captain Marvel stood among the top-tier fighters. But as time went on, beings like Worldbreaker Hulk, the Scarlet Witch empowered by the Darkhold, a corrupted Doctor Strange, and Iron Man donning the Celestial Killer armor, all of them could easily defeat her. Of course, as the story progresses, Captain Marvel would also grow, ultimately attaining her binary form, with her power increasing dramatically. But at this moment, she had only just absorbed the energy of the Space Stone and could release it in the most direct, forceful ways. As for the Black Order, they could hold their own against these superheroes in the beginning, but by the later stages, they could only fade into the background. Hearing Thanos' rebuke, Proxima Midnight immediately lowered her head in shame and silently vowed to train harder, determined never to let Thanos down again. A dozen minutes later, Captain Marvel had destroyed all 10 of the cosmic assault ships. By now, Thanos was convinced of her true strength. She had no other tricks up her sleeve. Rising to his feet, he made his decision. He had to admit, even if she relied solely on brute force, the nearly limitless energy at her disposal made her a truly terrifying force. If he didn't intervene personally, soon enough, every warship except for the Sanctuary too would be reduced to wreckage. "None of you are to act rashly," he commanded. With that, Thanos soared from the Sanctuary 2, accelerating to nearly the speed of light as he streaked toward Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel, about to obliterate another warship, paused as the massive purple titan suddenly appeared before her. Curiosity gleamed in her eyes as she regarded her new opponent. The two of them hovered in silence, suspended in the vacuum of space, the endless darkness their only backdrop. After a long, silent moment, Captain Marvel finally broke the silence and asked, puzzled, "Are you Thanos?" Although she had never met the person before her, the overwhelming aura of destruction he radiated, along with his purple skin, left her certain that this was the infamous Thanos from the legends. Sound could not travel in the vacuum of space, but employing her unique abilities, She transmitted her voice directly to him. Thanos heard her question and merely nodded slightly, his voice deep and rumbling. Tell me, what is your name? In truth, he already knew she was Captain Marvel, but since this was their first encounter, he had no intention of acting too familiar. Captain Marvel lifted her chin, answering with confidence, I am Captain Marvel, the protector of the universe. If you and your followers withdraw now, I'll let you walk away alive. Thanos responded with a dismissive shake of his head, a sneer playing on his lips. Just as expected, this person was every bit as arrogant as his cinematic counterpart. But this time, Thanos was no weakened villain from a movie. Even he was unsure where the limits of his own power lay. For 5 centuries, not a single day had passed without rigorous training. Every day, he grew stronger. Though his status panel only listed his strength at a little over 20,000, that measured only his physical might. When he factored in the power of destruction and the system's bestowed ruler skills, he believed he could even shatter a planet. Hearing Thanos' mocking laugh, Captain Marvel's brows knitted in displeasure. What's so funny? She could sense the immense destructive energy coursing within him, but after absorbing the power of the Space Stone, she had never tasted defeat. She still firmly believed she could crush her opponent with ease. With nearly boundless energy surging inside her, fear was a foreign concept. The next moment, Thanos' laughter faded. Slowly, he raised a single finger. Captain Marvel frowned at the gesture, her voice tinged with confusion. What's that supposed to mean? Thanos replied, his tone calm and even. Just one punch. If you can take a single punch from me and survive, then we'll talk about anything else you want. Such scornful words drew a bitter, incredulous laugh from Captain Marvel. Oh, really? There isn't a soul in this universe who dares claim they can defeat me with just one punch. With that, Captain Marvel lunged toward Thanos without hesitation. She would show him whose fists truly carried might. Yet, as Captain Marvel charged, blazing with power, Thanos simply raised his fist in a slow, deliberate motion. At the same time, a wave of destructive force surged within her, swift and unstoppable. She seized her moment, unleashing her punch. Though sound should have been lost in the void, in that instant, Proxima Midnight and every member of the Black Order aboard the Sanctuary too felt as if a deafening explosion shook the air. A dazzling burst of light erupted, so brilliant it momentarily eclipsed distant stars. In the heart of that radiant explosion, Captain Marvel was struck by a force she could not hope to resist. This energy was overwhelmingly powerful. Even when she summoned every ounce of strength within her, she couldn't move it in the slightest. She felt as though she stood before a colossal star, insignificant and utterly powerless. Since gaining the power of the Space Stone, she had never experienced such utter helplessness. There was no time to think. In the next instant, a tremendous force hurled her away like a shooting star flung into the distant void. Blood gushed from her mouth. Yet after sending her flying with a single blow, Thanos did not pursue her further. A sudden sense of danger welled up inside him, as if some mysterious presence was watching his every move. Moments later, that ominous feeling faded. In the distance, he noticed that Captain Marvel still clung to a sliver of life. She's not dead? Could it be that some unknown force intervened just now? With that thought, Thanos decided not to hunt Captain Marvel any longer. As he had often said, the Marvel Universe was brimming with the unknown and unpredictable. The Celestials, the 5 cosmic entities, the Living Tribunal, the Watchers OAA, the First Firmament, the Beyonders, the Fulcrum, their power far exceeded imagination. He couldn't be sure which one had appeared, but now was certainly not the time to risk a direct confrontation with such beings. Though he was among the universe's most formidable warriors, in the face of the multiverse or the omniverse, he was still insignificant. Once he was sure that Captain Marvel no longer posed a threat, Thanos turned his gaze toward the nearby white planet and gestured with a wave of his hand. Behind him, Sanctuary 2 and hundreds of warships thundered onward in a grand procession toward their target. At that moment, though Captain Marvel still clung to life after being hurled away, she felt as though she were already dead. Her bones were shattered. The agony was so intense, she drifted on the edge of unconsciousness. Her energy was spiraling out of control, leaving her entire body paralyzed. If sound could travel through the vacuum, her screams would have echoed across the universe. Yet beyond the torment racking her body, a deeper despair gnawed at her soul. The vast fleet was bearing down on Ice Crystal Star. With its protector fallen, the planet's fate was sealed. Thinking of the Ice People's future, she was consumed by hopelessness. The Ice People could fight, but they were helpless against Thanos' army. It was then she finally understood Thanos' words. If you could survive a single punch from him, he would let you go. The reason was painfully simple. The gap between their powers was insurmountable. Not long after, Thanos arrived on the planet, preceding even his own fleet. Hovering high above, he gazed down to see over 100,000 fully armed Iceborne warriors, standing in tight formation, braced for battle. Though the Iceborne's technology was primitive, their fighting strength was not to be underestimated. The planet's environment was so unforgiving that, of the just over 1 million Iceborne inhabitants, nearly 1/10 possessed the power of flight. Among the Iceborne, the mightiest warriors weren't always those who could fly, but any warrior capable of flight was never weak. This alone spoke volumes about the hidden potential of the Iceborne's combat abilities. At the head of the assembled warriors stood the Iceborne chieftain. When his eyes fell upon Thanos, his expression grew grave. Without hesitation, he rose into the air to face the invader directly. "Wretched intruder, prepare to feel the wrath of the frozen god," he shouted, his voice booming across the battlefield. For the chieftain, the situation could not have been clearer. The towering purple giant before him was the enemy, and with no doubt in his mind, he launched into the attack. As the Iceborne surged forward in a furious assault, Thanos simply crossed his arms and observed them with a calm, detached gaze. In the blink of an eye, the chieftain, accompanied by a piercing whistle through the air, closed a kilometer's distance, brandishing his icy spear and thrusting it fiercely at Thanos. He noticed his foe still hadn't moved, and a flicker of hope ignited in his heart. At this speed, triple the speed of sound, and wielding a weapon powerful enough to shatter mountains, he could not believe any flesh could be tougher than stone. "Die," he roared, driving the spear toward Thanos. But just as the spear was about to strike, Thanos' form blurred. The chieftain found himself passing right through a lingering afterimage. "What's happening?" he muttered in disbelief. Could it be magic? In truth, it was not magic. Thanos knew nothing of sorcery. He had simply moved so quickly that he left an afterimage behind. A moment later, Thanos drew the tyrant blade from behind his back and swung it down in a single, decisive motion. With a deep, muffled sound, the Iceborne's greatest warrior, the chieftain, was reduced to a pile of sparkling ice shards in an instant. Having slain the chieftain, Thanos turned his gaze to the Iceborne soldiers below. The death of their leader sent the Iceborne into a frenzy. They charged at Thanos with wild desperation, determined to avenge their chieftain. Thanos simply tightened his grip on the tyrant blade and swung it casually. A slash of violet energy tore through the sky, instantly cutting down swathes of charging Iceborne warriors. Within minutes, over half of the 100,000 Iceborne had fallen to Thanos. The survivors no longer dared to approach. Even if they were not clever, watching their comrades die by the thousands had already sapped their resolve and courage. "He's a demon. A demon. Run. I don't want to die." No one knew who was the first to flee, but once a single Iceborne soldier turned and ran from the battlefield, the rest broke ranks and scattered in terrified retreat. Thanos saw what was happening, but made no move to pursue. He was already weary of this slaughter with its predetermined outcome. He lowered his gaze to his hands, and a sudden thought arose in his mind. He wanted to see just how much destruction he could unleash with a full-powered strike. The howling wind echoed through this world, intertwined with omnipresent frost. Here, an ordinary person wouldn't last 5 seconds before being frozen into a statue of ice. Thanos looked down at the planet beneath his feet, and a wild idea took root in his mind. On his own world, he always restrained his strength, wary of damaging his palace and dwelling. Even during training, he merely tempered his body, never truly unleashing his power of destruction. So, what kind of devastation would his full force really bring? With that thought, he sprang into action. Very soon, the energy of destruction within him surged wildly. Thick purple smoke began to seep from his skin, as if a dark god of ruin had descended upon the world. Just then, he heard the voice of Proxima Midnight in his ear. "My lord, Sanctuary 2 and the Black Order are ready. We await your command at any time." At that moment, he had resolved to test his strength, and of course, he wouldn't let his followers approach, lest they be caught in the aftermath. "Hold your positions. Await my orders." Though Proxima Midnight was puzzled by his command, she responded without hesitation. "Understood, my lord." At that moment, the planet of ice crystal seemed to sense the impending catastrophe. The climate across the world shifted abruptly. Fierce winds, swirling with shards of frost, swept through the air, and heavy clouds gathered swiftly above, as though warning this outsider not to act rashly. But Thanos paid no heed to the sudden storm. He continued gathering his power until the energy of destruction reached its peak within his fist. At last he struck. With a roar of fury, he brought his full strength down in a single punch to the ground. As the destructive energy left his fist, it transformed into a massive sphere of purple energy, hurtling straight toward the earth below. Now out of his control, the energy began to expand rapidly, swelling larger and larger. In moments, the sphere of destructive force had grown to 100 meters in diameter and was still increasing in size. Meanwhile, not all of the iceborne on the ground had managed to escape. Some, unable to fly or unwilling to admit defeat, remained hidden in the forests and hills, quietly watching the demon in the sky. But now, they all felt a power so overwhelming it could erase everything. That purple sphere shone brighter than the brightest star in the sky, radiating an aura both mysterious and unimaginably dangerous. Now, the sphere was plummeting swiftly toward the surface. The more powerful warriors of the Ice Tribe could sense, within that black radiance, a force so immense it seemed capable of annihilating the world itself. One after another, they let out cries of fury and despair. Bursting from the ground, they soared toward the purple sphere, hurling their spears and swords in a desperate attempt to halt its descent. Yet all these efforts were doomed to fail. The instant their weapons touched that devastating energy, they were utterly disintegrated, vanishing without a trace into the void. This energy was the most powerful and perilous force of destruction in the universe, a force that could erase everything. Even so, the Ice Tribe refused to yield. When they realized their weapons were useless, they did not hesitate. They rushed toward the purple sphere with nothing but their own bodies. They knew, beyond doubt, that death awaited them, but for the sake of their people and their planet, they chose to make their final stand with their lives. With agonized screams echoing through the air, the Ice Tribe warriors reached the sphere. In that moment, they could do nothing but watch as their own bodies, their skin, muscle, and bone began to fade away. There was no escape, only a fleeting instant in which to endure pain beyond words. The overwhelming energy of destruction, heavy with irresistible despair, surged swiftly toward the planet's surface. A tremendous roar thundered through the air. Amid this deafening explosion, the sphere of destruction, now swollen to a full kilometer in diameter, began to seep into the very heart of the planet. High above, Thanos watched the unfolding chaos, nodding in satisfaction. He ordered the massive warships hovering overhead to pull back, having realized that the force he had unleashed was even greater than he had anticipated, powerful enough to obliterate the planet itself. If the ships remained too close, they would be caught in the cataclysm. He decided to bring them farther away, out of harm's reach. Almost immediately, the planet was racked by violent tremors. Cracks snaked across the ground, the earthquakes growing in intensity. In the distance, mountain peaks sparked with fire, and rivers of magma erupted from the earth. In a single moment, the ice crystal planet was plunged into an apocalyptic chaos. At that very instant, Thanos noticed something peculiar. The distant Ice Tribe had stopped their assault. Instead, they were all racing toward a towering mountain.
This puzzled him.
The end of the world was upon them. Why would they gather there, instead of remaining with their families? Could there be something there that offered salvation? With this question burning in his mind, Thanos flew toward the mountain. He soon arrived at its base. As he drew nearer, he finally perceived what set this mountain apart. While across the land, beasts were fleeing in panic from every other peak, this place was eerily calm. It was as if the creatures here were oblivious to the catastrophe unfolding around them. At that moment, the Ice Tribe members were rushing into a cave in the mountainside. He saw many enter, but none emerged. Could it be that the cave concealed a spatial rift, or perhaps some kind of teleportation device? The surrounding Ice Tribe people, upon seeing Thanos, showed expressions of fear on their faces. Yet instead of fleeing, they only quickened their pace as they filed into the cave. Noticing this, Thanos gave a casual wave of his hand. A deafening roar erupted as a wave of overwhelming destructive energy swept through, erasing the Ice Tribe people nearby and carving a 5-meter-deep trench into the ground. Without hesitation, Thanos soared into the cave. Once inside, Thanos discovered a hidden world within. The entire heart of the mountain had been almost completely hollowed out, and every member of the Ice Tribe was kneeling before a pyramid-like structure. Despite Thanos' arrival, the Ice Tribe people showed no reaction whatsoever. They remained utterly motionless, still prostrate in worship. At the summit of the pyramid, a gemstone radiated with an eerie yellow glow. Upon seeing the gem, Thanos smiled. The Mind Stone. So the story has reached this point. The yellow gem before him, mesmerizing every Ice Tribe person present, was none other than the Mind Stone, one of the 6 Infinity Stones of the Marvel Universe, and a relic of immense psychic power. In truth, it resembled a magical crystal more than a gemstone. Only those with sufficient strength to resist its influence could remain unaffected. The weak could only become fuel for its energy. At this very moment, The Mind Stone was incessantly siphoning the spiritual energy of the surrounding ice tribe. No wonder the ice tribe had multiplied for tens of thousands of years, yet never evolved into humans. It was all due to the Mind Stone's influence. After observing for a moment, Thanos floated to the top of the pyramid, reached out his right hand, and grasped for the Mind Stone. Instantly, he felt a surge of psychic force attempting to invade his mind, but it seemed to have no effect on him. With the Mind Stone in his possession, Thanos left the Crystal Ice Star. Over the following years, wielding his immense power, he destroyed one planet after another and conquered multiple star systems. At last, he found Blue Star, where he led his forces to annihilate the Avengers, the Illuminati, Wakanda, Kamartaj, and many other factions. In the end, he gathered all 6 Infinity Stones, becoming the supreme being of the Marvel Universe. However, as time passed, Thanos gradually grew old. His strength slowly waned, and even the 6 stones could do nothing to halt this decline. Just as he was waiting in despair for death to come, a strange and increasingly intense tremor seized him. In the next instant, he broke free from the Mind Stone's power and returned to the real world. He found himself still inside the very cave he had entered moments ago. From the trembling earth, stones kept falling from the cave's ceiling. A moment ago, one of those falling rocks had struck him, jolting him awake. Looking down, he saw that his hand was only about 3 centimeters away from the Mind Stone. It dawned on him at once. Everything he had just experienced was nothing more than an illusion conjured by the Mind Stone.
Ding.
Mental strength has been refined, increased by 50 points. Hearing the system notification, Thanos' lips curled into a faint smile. He reached out and firmly grasped the Mind Stone. The Mind Stone, unwilling to be controlled, unleashed a surge of intense psychic energy in defiance. But Thanos, well prepared, shielded his consciousness with an energy barrier, preventing himself from being dragged into the illusion once more. Meanwhile, down in the cavern, the ice people still trapped in the illusion clutched their heads and let out anguished wails. My head, it hurts so much. What's happening to my body? As soon as Thanos stowed the Mind Stone away, the ice people began to awaken from the illusion, one after another. Yet some had been trapped inside for too long. Upon returning to reality, they immediately sensed something terribly wrong with their bodies. Those who had not eaten in ages, their frames gaunt and wasted, found themselves utterly drained, too weak even to stand. Some, upon leaving the illusion, died on the spot. Those who had only recently entered the illusion quickly noticed Thanos above the cavern. When they saw the Mind Stone taken from them, they erupted in furious shouts. The sacred relic has been stolen. Give us back our holy artifact. Damn intruder, you must die. To the ice people, the Mind Stone was a revered relic, worshipped for generations, a spiritual anchor, their only solace. One could even call it their opiate of the soul. For many, the purpose of life was to enter the sanctuary and touch the sacred relic with their own hands. Within the illusions woven by the relic, they could experience happiness and joy denied to them in the real world, even reunite with loved ones long lost. So, when the apocalypse arrived, their first instinct was to use the relic to flee from reality. Yet the Mind Stone was not truly a sacred artifact, but a dangerous, malevolent entity. While the ice people lost themselves in its illusions, the Mind Stone relentlessly drained their psychic energy, fostering ever deeper dependence. In the end, they could not break free, and many paid with their lives. Now, seeing their sacred relic stolen by an outsider, their craving erupted uncontrollably. They forgot their fear and, without hesitation, hurled themselves at Thanos in a desperate charge. Even at the brink of death, they would not give up the relic. But stones, shaken loose from the cavern ceiling, rained down on the ice people, claiming life after life. Thanos watched the desperate ice people charging at him and merely shook his head with disdain. Then he soared out of the cave. To him, these creatures were insignificant, not worth dirtying his own hands. Outside the cave, he noticed the earthquakes rocking the ice crystal star had grown ever more violent. More and more rocks tumbled from the mountainside, soon sealing the cave entrance completely, cutting off any chance of escape for those trapped within. A deep, thunderous rumble echoed through the land. It was as if the ice crystal star itself sensed its impending doom. Heavy, dense clouds quickly gathered in the sky, and bolts of lightning struck down one after another. Yet, when these bolts landed on Thanos, they had no effect whatsoever. With the power he now wielded, the forces of nature could no longer threaten him. Ignoring the lightning, he lowered his gaze to the Mind Stone resting in his palm, no larger than a fingertip. If the appearance of Captain Marvel marked the true beginning of the Marvel Universe's story, then the presence of the Mind Stone allowed him to pinpoint the precise moment in time. He realized he would soon encounter that unfortunate fellow, Loki. Thanos shook his head and soared out of the ice crystal star's atmosphere, heading into the void of outer space. From this vantage point, he could clearly see the planets march toward
Destruction.
the once pristine surface now fractured with spreading black fissures, like wounds torn open, and soon, tiny spots of red light appeared, signs of volcanic eruptions. It should be known that this planet was covered in ice over 90% of its surface, and volcanic activity was exceedingly rare. Now, the sight of these eruptions revealed that the planet's crust had undergone catastrophic structural changes. Closing his eyes, he could sense the destructive force he had unleashed continuing to expand, now covering a diameter of 8 kilometers and only a little over 1,000 kilometers from the planet's core. In just 10 more minutes, this energy would reach the very heart of the ice crystal star. Once the core was destroyed, the planet would become a dead world. Without its electromagnetic shield to protect it from solar storms, the atmosphere would gradually dissipate, and all organic life would perish under the onslaught of cosmic radiation. Even if the destructive force only weakened the planet's core, it would trigger earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and a cascade of calamities. Despite having envisioned countless endings, he had still underestimated the true might of the power of destruction. The moment this energy touched the core, it erupted. In a flash, annihilating the core's matter and throwing the planet's center into chaos. The ice crystal star began to swell, then finally shattered into pieces. Witnessing this, Thanos ordered his fleet to retreat steadily until they were millions of kilometers away. Several hours later, the ice crystal star burst forth with a dazzling light. A deafening roar would have echoed, but in the vacuum of space, there was only silence. Yet, even though the planet had exploded, it was as if everyone could hear that cataclysmic thunder within their minds. The spectacle before their eyes was simply too overwhelming. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in once more.
Ding.
Host has destroyed a planet and earned the Starbreaker achievement. Reward, unique skill, devouring star technique. Thanos hesitated for a moment as he heard this. He was well aware of the system's existence. Back when he conquered his first planet, he had already received the title of Conqueror along with its associated skill. But the name Star-Absorbing Technique left him puzzled. Could a martial arts skill from a wuxia world have slipped in here? He stared at the system panel for a while, finally understanding the true meaning behind the skill. This Star-Absorbing Technique was nothing like the one in martial arts novels. Instead, it was a unique ability that allowed him to absorb the core energy of a planet, using it to enhance his own strength. Of course, any planet whose energy was drained would ultimately be doomed to destruction. With this, he wouldn't need to resort to extreme measures to destroy a planet next time. Directly absorbing its energy was even more effective. In the endless cosmos, at that moment, Captain Marvel was still flying further and further away. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupted before her, so dazzling it almost seared her eyes. As the brilliance gradually faded, she realized that where the ice crystal star had once been, there was now only empty void. Had the ice crystal star truly been destroyed? The thought left her feelings in utter turmoil. She was filled with regret over her own powerlessness, guilt for failing to prevent this tragedy, rage at Thanos' cruelty, and mixed in, a faint sense of relief at having survived. Beneath all these emotions, a thread of fear stirred in her heart. She had thought Thanos only intended to conquer the ice crystal star, never imagining that he would annihilate it outright. This brought to mind the chilling rumors she'd heard about Thanos. Stories of him feasting on children at every meal, bathing in fresh blood daily, even killing for amusement every hour. She'd always thought these tales were wild exaggerations, but now she realized they hadn't even scratched the surface of Thanos' true evil. Perhaps, in all the universe, there was no one more wicked than him. If she ever got the chance, she wished she could unleash every ounce of her fury on Thanos, pouring her wrath onto that purple face of his. And in that moment, her burning hatred miraculously awakened new energy within her, slowly mending her wounded body. She didn't know why this was happening, but she had no doubt it was a blessing. Wasting no time, she focused on recovering her strength. Since the destruction of the ice crystal star, Thanos had already been back on Tyro Star for more than a month. Now he was training in the gravity chamber of his sanctuary. The gravity had been increased to 2,000 times normal. Having acquired both the star-absorbing technique and the Mind Stone, his power had soared yet again, and he was now completely accustomed to the intense environment. Just then, a sharp knock sounded at the door. Moments later, the door swung open, and Proxima Midnight, clad in a sleek black bodysuit, appeared at the threshold. "My lord, Corvus Glaive has returned, and he brings important news." As Corvus Glaive was her partner, it was only natural that Proxima Midnight would be the one to deliver the message. Upon hearing this, Thanos immediately halted the swing of his tyrant blade. Deep Blue, deactivate the gravity system. Yes, Master. As the gravity system powered down, Proxima Midnight finally entered the room, kneeling on one knee before Thanos. Thanos set aside his tyrant blade and asked calmly, "What news do you bring?" With her head bowed in respect, Proxima Midnight replied, "General Corvus Glaive reports that he has discovered an uncontrolled wormhole. On the other end of that wormhole lies the Milky Way, the very galaxy you have sought for the past 4 centuries." At these words, Thanos' eyes narrowed ever so slightly. He understood his moment to seize control had finally arrived. After 4 centuries of fruitless searching, at last there was a lead to the Milky Way. He never enjoyed waiting passively. If he could destroy Blue Star ahead of time, he would never allow his adversary a chance to grow strong. More than 400 years ago, after conquering several star systems, Thanos ordered his subordinates to gather intelligence on the Milky Way and Asgard. Though they uncovered many legends about Asgard, they never found a precise location, not even the coordinates of the Milky Way itself. The universe was simply too vast, so boundless that even the term light year seemed insignificant. Because of this immensity, travel between galaxies typically relied on wormholes. After all, the distance between 2 galaxies often spanned tens of thousands of light years. With current starships, traversing such cosmic gulfs was nearly impossible. So, whether natural or artificial, wormholes had become the most crucial passageways between galaxies. After a moment of contemplation, Thanos commanded into the void, "Deep Blue, summon General Corvus Glaive to see me." "As you wish, Master." With his orders given, he looked down at Proxima Midnight and continued, "You must step up your training as well." Though his 5 generals were formidable by universal standards, they were clearly unprepared for the abnormally powerful foes that awaited on Blue Star. Proxima Midnight trembled slightly at these words. She preferred to hone her skills in battle rather than endure tedious training. But she quickly recalled her recent defeat, a brush with death, so she nodded in agreement. Afterward, Thanos instructed Deep Blue to activate 2,000 times normal gravity and resumed his own training. Seeing this, Proxima Midnight could only channel the dark energy within her to resist the crushing pressure of the intense gravity. She did not wield Thanos' destructive energy, but rather, a power of darkness all her own. Yet, as time wore on, her energy gradually waned, and signs of exhaustion began to show. The pressure of 2,000 times gravity was simply overwhelming for her. She could barely move, and just not being flattened outright was already the limit of her endurance. Noting her condition, Thanos ordered Proxima Midnight to leave the gravity chamber for now and reminded her to intensify her training. At that moment, the doors of the gravity chamber swung open once more. A man strode inside. His entire being was shrouded in a thick aura of death. Clad in black battle armor, he gripped a razor-sharp war blade in his hand. He was none other than the infamous General Corvus Glaive, the foremost of the Obsidian Five. The weapon he wielded was the soul-bound death blade, forever linked to his very essence. Upon entering the gravity chamber, General Glaive stumbled, his body momentarily unaccustomed to the crushing force. But he quickly summoned the deathly energy within him, managing to steady himself, albeit with effort. Without delay, he advanced to stand before Thanos and dropped to one knee in deference. "General Glaive reporting to you, my lord." Thanos ceased his training, looking down from above at this pallid, gaunt subordinate who resembled a walking corpse. He remembered that, in the comics, this man's loyalty was questionable. General Glaive had once chosen betrayal when Thanos was at his weakest. Still, Thanos did not harbor dislike for him on that account. At most, he simply regarded him with a touch more caution. After all, in the cinematic universe, General Glaive was fiercely loyal, resisting the Avengers' assault with unyielding determination until his last breath. Thus, Thanos would not judge a person's loyalty based solely on the stories told in films or comics. He would simply remain suitably vigilant. "I heard from Proxima Midnight that you discovered an unclaimed wormhole and that its other end leads straight to the Milky Way. Is that true?" General Glaive nodded respectfully. "Yes, my lord. What's more, I also rescued someone." "Oh, you rescued someone as well? Tell me what happened." General Glaive bowed his head and recounted the events in detail. After completing the mission Thanos had assigned him, he had not immediately returned to report. Instead, he took it upon himself to seek out New World alone. By chance, he encountered a mysterious figure drifting through the void of space. The stranger claimed to be of Asgardian descent, and his name was Loki. Hearing that name, Thanos gained a clearer sense of where he was in the timeline. This must be just after the end of the events in Thor 1. At that time, Loki had sought to seize the throne of Asgard, timing his move for the moment when his father Odin would fall into deep sleep. He deliberately goaded his simple-minded brother Thor into enraging Odin. Just as Loki had planned, Thor was stripped of his godly powers by an irate Odin and banished to Midgard, the realm known as Earth. Thus, Loki finally achieved his wish, becoming the acting king of the gods while Odin slumbered. Yet the word acting left Loki dissatisfied. Ambitious to the core, he even dispatched the Destroyer, a fearsome war machine, to Earth, hoping to eliminate his own brother Thor. But what Loki failed to realize was that all of this had been part of his father Odin's grand design. Loki himself was completely unaware that he actually possessed the bloodline of the Frost Giants, which meant that no matter what he did, he could never truly inherit the throne of Asgard. Just as Loki was about to succeed in his schemes, Odin secretly restored Thor's divine powers. Thor defeated the Destroyer and promptly returned to Asgard, while Loki was swept away into an unknown wormhole. Now, the story stands at the brink of the first Avengers movie. The protagonist has just discovered Loki and instructed him to bring the Mind Stone to Earth in preparation for the invasion. However, since the protagonist knows what is about to unfold, he certainly has no intention of following the script. He can't be sure which Marvel universe he's actually in. If it's the one where Ultron is created, the consequences could be disastrous. If the Mind Stone is delivered to Earth and used to create Ultron, there's no guarantee Ultron won't easily wipe them all out. He had no intention of placing himself in such danger so readily. Still, Loki might prove useful. As Thanos lowered his head in contemplation, Proxima Midnight, who had been training with him, suddenly collapsed to her knees. "My lord, I can't hold on any longer." Thanos shook his head and ordered the system to deactivate the gravity field. He strode out saying, "I'm going to pay Loki a visit. If you can't even handle 1,000 times normal gravity, you'd better not step outside so casually." Proxima Midnight and Corvus Glaive exchanged bitter looks upon hearing this. Though they were formidable throughout the universe, defying Thanos was simply not an option. A dozen minutes later, Thanos arrived at the place where Loki was imprisoned. The first thing that caught his eye was the iconic horned helmet. At that moment, Loki lay on his bed, holding a book of unknown origin. Yet Thanos' gaze quickly drifted to another corner of the cell. At first glance, it seemed completely empty, nothing there at all. But in his perception, a cluster of energy was gathering in that very spot. As soon as he looked directly at it, the energy instantly calmed, as if nothing had happened at all. Of course, Thanos knew better. This was no illusion. A trace of a mocking smile curled at his lips. Loki, known as the god of mischief, would never simply surrender without a fight. The Loki lying on the bed was clearly just an illusion. The real Loki was hiding in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Concealed in the darkness, Loki saw the towering, purple alien outside the cell smiling at him and instantly realized that his little trick had been exposed. He gave up hiding altogether, dispelling both the illusion and his invisibility, revealing his fully armed form as he looked up at the colossal figure before him. In truth, Loki's height was average among Asgardians, about 1.80 meters. But compared to the giant nearly 2.5 meters tall standing before him, he seemed quite small indeed. "Who are you?" Loki asked. Thanos closed the laser gate, stepped into the cell, and looked down at Loki from above. His tone was cold as he replied, "You may call me Thanos." Being looked down upon in this manner filled Loki with anger, but outwardly, he bowed his head with deference and said, "So, it is Lord Thanos. Your reputation precedes you." Although Asgard had long followed a policy of isolation, news of major events in the universe still managed to find its way in. Lately, the most sensational rumor was, without a doubt, the rise of Thanos. He had been enforcing population and resource policies across the universe, even stripping many races of their right to freely reproduce. According to his scientific and reasonable plan, anyone who violated these rules faced exorbitant fines, or even criminal prosecution. Reportedly, Thanos had devised these measures to maintain balance in the universe. Compared to his previous, more brutal method of simply wiping out half of all life, this approach appeared much more gentle. Yet in the Marvel Universe, a world that cherishes freedom above all, such actions were seen as extreme and evil. If Thanos weren't so powerful, he would have long since been branded a heretic and eliminated. Thanos paid no attention to Loki's flattery. Instead, with a hint of mockery, he spoke. "Loki, known as the god of mischief, Odin's third son. But in your veins flows the blood of a frost giant." At the word, half-breed, Loki's gaze turned icy cold. In a swift motion, he swept his hands outward. A dozen daggers materialized from thin air and shot straight at Thanos. Loki's earlier display of respect had been nothing more than a ruse to lull his captor into complacency. All along, he'd been searching for a chance to escape. What surprised him, though, was that Thanos didn't even flinch at the sight of the daggers. He merely crossed his arms and stood there unmoved. Seeing this, Loki's hopes began to rise, for among those daggers was his legendary artifact, the Godslayer blade. This blade was renowned even among the Asgardians, having helped Loki vanquish many formidable foes in the past. He was certain it would serve him well once again. At that moment, the crisp sound of metal striking rang out. Clang, clang, clang. Then, a single, clear metallic note echoed through the cell. Loki's face instantly betrayed his disbelief. The artifact he had placed all his hopes in had been knocked aside, just like any other dagger. Thanos seemed to notice the difference in this particular blade. He caught the fallen Godslayer, examined it briefly, and then said with a mocking tone, "To think you can so casually wield a dagger forged from URU metal. Asgard truly is wealthy." Though not as rare as adamantium or vibranium, URU metal was still among the most precious in the Marvel Universe. Just a piece of URU metal. The size of this dagger could fetch enough to trade for a small starship in the Cosmic Alliance. Such was the immense value and rarity of URU. Loki did not respond to Thanos' taunt. His face darkened as he said, "First of all, I am not a bastard. And I am Odin's second son, not the third." Poor soul. Hearing this, Thanos ceased his mockery. He shook his head, his expression tinged with pity and regret. He understood all too well that Loki had always craved Odin's approval, but in truth, Odin had only ever regarded him as a pawn to control the frost giants. Odin once gave Loki hope, the illusion that he could stand as an equal among others, but in the end, he ruthlessly stripped that hope away and cast him into the cosmic wormhole. As Odin grew older, he appeared more tolerant, no longer quick to start wars. Yet this was merely because the Eye of Wisdom had shown him the existence of the Celestials, forcing him to restrain his ambitions and turn to cunning and stratagem instead. In fact, in his younger days, Odin had even sealed away his own daughter Hela in the underworld, simply because he feared her growing power, sacrificing every last Valkyrie, if necessary. To Odin, when weighed against power, both kinship and life could be forfeited. Could such a man ever change for the better? It was all but impossible. There's a saying, it's not that the old have turned wicked, but that the wicked have grown old. To claim that Odin became merciful in his old age is the greatest joke in the universe. When Loki saw Thanos looking at him with pity, he bristled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his emotions flaring. "What's that look for? Are you pitying me? What is there to pity? I am the future king of Asgard, the future ruler of the universe. When that day comes, you will all kneel at my feet." Faced with Loki's near-hysterical outburst, Thanos frowned in annoyance and said, "Enough. Save your little tricks, god of mischief." How could someone called the god of mischief lose his composure over a few words? He was simply exposing his own vulnerabilities on purpose, letting others believe they could control him. In the past 500 years, Loki had seen far too many people who fancied themselves clever in just this way. When Loki heard Thanos call him the god of mischief, he realized at once that his little ploy had been exposed. Composing himself, he quickly regained his calm and asked coolly, "Fine. What do you want in exchange for sparing me?" Seeing that Loki had apparently accepted his fate, Thanos did not respond immediately. He knew perfectly well that this man would never be an obedient pawn. While he intended to use Loki, he was equally aware that Loki was scheming against him. Such a person could only be used temporarily, never fully trusted. After a moment's thought, Thanos finally spoke. "I don't need you to do anything. Just stay quiet and serve as my bargaining chip. That will suffice." This is section 22 out of 25. Here is the English translation, following your instructions. Thanos had come this time only to confirm whether the person before him was truly Loki. Once he was certain, he turned and left the room without the slightest hesitation. Seeing this, Loki finally began to panic. "Wait. I'm still useful. I can help you find the Infinity Stones. I know where the Space Stone is." No matter how desperately he shouted, Thanos remained unmoved. He didn't even glance back as he strode away. After confirming he had found the real Loki, Thanos summoned back his other 3 lieutenants, Ebony Maw, Black Dwarf, and Supergiant. Together with Proxima Midnight and Corvus Glaive, they were known as the Black Order, Thanos' most trusted aides and the backbone of his ever-expanding power. With all members of the Black Order assembled, Thanos immediately ordered a state of highest alert. This meant that every activity and resource in their society would be mobilized for the coming war. First, he commanded the construction of 10 interstellar war fortresses, each anchored to asteroids roughly 10,000 kilometers in diameter orbiting the event horizon of a black hole. These fortresses represented the pinnacle of Thanos' current technology. If their shields were fully activated, he estimated that it would take at least 10 full power assaults from himself to bring one down. He had never actually tested this, so he could only hazard a rough guess. Next, he instructed his subordinate planets to increase their birth rates, preparing for the war against the Asgardian gods.
In a
conflict between two such vast powers, battle would never be as simple as a few leaders crossing swords, with victory decided in moments, despite what movies might suggest for the sake of runtime and market appeal. In reality, a cosmic war between forces like Asgard and Thanos could result in casualties numbering in the billions, perhaps even hundreds of billions or trillions. By boosting population growth ahead of time, he hoped to mitigate the enormous losses that war would inevitably bring. Once all preliminary preparations were complete, the next step was clear: to throw the full weight of production into building a variety of interstellar warships. His goal was to assemble a fleet of 10,000 starships within a year. More than a year passed in the blink of an eye. Seated atop his throne, Thanos gazed calmly at his 5 subordinates below. After more than a year of rigorous training, their abilities were not yet at his ideal. But the improvement over their former selves was obvious. Now, they surely wouldn't be dismissed as insignificant, disposable villains as they had been in the movies. After a moment, he signaled for few attendants to bring him his weapons, the Tyrant Slayer blade and the Tyrant War armor. The Tyrant's cleaver is a double-edged weapon stretching 2 meters in length, forged by combining 2 1-meter-long broadswords. Its main material is adamantium alloy. This explains why, in the movie, it could so easily damage Captain America's shield. After all, adamantium is an even harder metal than vibranium. The Tyrant's armor gleams gold, with black patterns winding across its surface. It boasts not only formidable physical defense, but also impressive resistance against magical attacks. Beyond its adamantium construction, the armor is interwoven with URU alloy, and it is this very URU that grants the armor its potent magical resilience. In the film, even when the Scarlet Witch, at the height of her rage, managed to overwhelm Thanos for a moment, she could not defeat him outright, thanks to the protection of the Tyrant's armor. It was this reprieve that gave Thanos the chance to order the Sanctuary to unleash an indiscriminate bombardment. Once he was armed and armored, Thanos raised his head, swung the Tyrant's cleaver a few times, and then pointed skyward. A new war is about to begin. Are you all ready? The Black Order immediately dropped to one knee, answering in unison, their voices ringing out. My lord, you are our guiding star. Wherever your gaze falls, there lies the path to our conquest. We shall follow you unto death, until the universe is united beneath your will. We are your most loyal servants. With the Black Order's fervent oath still echoing, the soldiers all around followed suit, dropping to one knee and beginning their own vows. Among them were the bio-warriors of the Black Order, Chitauri soldiers, and members of the Titan race. At this time, the region around the wormhole leading to the Milky Way was no longer shrouded in darkness. 10 colossal interstellar fortresses stood guard, securing the safety of the wormhole. Any enemy attempting to cross would be obliterated by their concentrated fire. In addition, over 100 warships patrolled these reaches year-round, ensuring that no living being could slip through the wormhole undetected. Today, more and more warships were arriving in an unending stream. Thanos, now ruler of 237 planets, had each sent 40 to 50 warships to this gathering point. The fleet included attack ships, escorts, supply craft, carriers, and every variety of vessel. In the end, the assembled armada numbered over 10,000 warships. Even among the most powerful forces in the universe, such a fleet would not be considered weak. Several hours later, Thanos' flagship, the Sanctuary II, arrived. Surveying the vast fleet before him, a look of satisfaction finally appeared on his face. The crews piloting these warships were all Dark Order bio-soldiers, their brain chips centrally controlled by the Deep Blue system. With such oversight, loyalty was never a concern. Coupled with the trillions of inhabitants scattered across more than 200 planets, even if the entire Dark Order were to fall in battle, new recruits could be drafted from the general populace at any time. This level of war potential marked the most formidable moment he had ever experienced. After careful deliberation, Thanos decided to divide the 10,000 starships into 6 squadrons. The Black Order's 5 lieutenants would each command 1,500 ships, while he himself would lead the remaining 2,500 or so. He ordered General Corvus Glaive to take the lead, guiding his squadron through the wormhole first. Over an hour later, a message came from the far side, confirming safe passage. Satisfied, Thanos instructed the rest of his forces to cross in an orderly fashion. This wormhole was of a lower grade, with a diameter of roughly 1,000 kilometers, just wide enough to allow 10 ships through at a time. It took the entire fleet more than 30 hours to complete the crossing. At last, Thanos personally piloted the Sanctuary 2 through the wormhole. By the time he arrived on the other side, the Black Order had already deployed the fleet to form a tight perimeter around the exit. Only after the Sanctuary 2 appeared did they begin to disperse the formation. Despite their imposing numbers, the 10,000 starships still seemed insignificant against the vastness of space. Gathered together, their collective mass didn't even rival that of an average planet. As their formation slowly unfolded, they occupied only a small sector within this star system. Soon after, the faces of the Black Order's 5 lieutenants appeared as holographic projections on the screen before Thanos. The 5 of them knelt, one knee to the ground. Corvus Glaive spoke. First, reporting respectfully, "My lord, we have surveyed this star. It is a red dwarf, and we found no signs of life on any of its planets. It appears to be an abandoned, uninhabited system." Uninhabited star systems were exceedingly common in the universe. In fact, roughly 99% of all systems were inhospitable to life, a consequence of stars being too old, too young, or emitting excessive radiation, among other reasons. Only under the harshest conditions might life emerge on a planet. After Corvus Glaive finished his report, Supergiant, standing at his side, continued, "My lord, although there is no life here, we discovered evidence of mining on some of the asteroids. Judging by the marks, the mining occurred over a century ago. This suggests that the wormhole likely formed only recently." Supergiant was one of only 2 women among the Black Order's lieutenants. She stood about 1.70 meters tall, her skin a striking blue. Yet, cloaked for years in shimmering silver, few had ever glimpsed her face. Like Ebony Maw, she possessed formidable psychic abilities, though her expertise lay in mind control, telepathy, consciousness transmission, and memory theft. Compared to Ebony Maw, each had their own distinctive strengths, excelling in different domains. After the Supergiant finished her report, the Black Dwarf also delivered his own. Soon after, Thanos listened to all his subordinates' briefings. He nodded calmly and issued his command. "The 5 of you will proceed to scout the surrounding stars. If you find a planet with life or encounter an enemy, do not act rashly. Report back to me first." On the screen, the 3-dimensional projections of the Black Order all nodded in response. "Yes, my lord." As soon as the call ended, the Black Order immediately led their cosmic warships toward the nearest star. Thanos, meanwhile, continued to command his forces, directing the transport of various resources through wormholes. He planned to establish 10 interstellar fortresses here as well, so that he would be virtually invincible. There was no need to rush the conquest of the galaxy. As long as he advanced steadily, he would eventually claim the entire Milky Way. After all, time was on his side. Odin was already advanced in years. Even without Thanos' invasion, the All-Father would fall naturally within a few years. The universe could be boundless, stretching into infinity, or it could shrink to insignificance thanks to a chance encounter. On the 3rd day of the Black Order's reconnaissance mission, Thanos received a message from Ebony Maw. They had discovered a planet teeming with life. This world was about 2/3 the size of Tyro, its surface a brilliant sky blue, breathtakingly beautiful. The planet was lush with greenery. Almost 70% of its land was covered in verdant forests. According to Ebony Maw's observations, several hundred Asgardian warriors were present on the planet, gathering resources from the local inhabitants. They were referred to as natives because there was no sign of a technological civilization. There were no spaceports in orbit, no skyscrapers on the ground, no cars or aircraft anywhere in sight. Only 5 Asgardian cosmic transport ships hovered in the planet's outer atmosphere, their engines silent and dormant. Clearly, they were completely unguarded. But that was hardly surprising. For over a millennium, they had known nothing of war, never imagining that invasion could come. The law of survival in the universe. Never reveal your own coordinates. If you do, what awaits you will not be friendly visitors, but endless slaughter and rivers of blood. Lingxi Star is an inconspicuous planet in the Milky Way, ruled by Odin. Upon this planet lives a race known as the Lingxi people. They are a people with the bodies of humans and the heads of rhinoceroses, standing about 2 meters tall. Though they possess formidable physical strength, their intelligence leaves much to be desired. After thousands of years of development, they still remain in a slave society, stuck in the Bronze Age. So, in the eyes of the Lingxi people, those Asgardian gods who can soar through the skies are naturally seen as divine beings. And today happens to be the annual day of tribute to the gods. Every year at this time, each Lingxi city must offer up whatever the gods have demanded. These tributes might be minerals or certain foods, or perhaps some special items. As long as the gods' demands are met, the year will pass in peace. But if they fail, a group of people will be taken away. Those who are taken have never been seen returning. Even the dim-witted Lingxi people understand that this spells certain doom. They have considered resisting, but every rebellion has only brought about even bloodier massacres. Over time, every Lingxi with a backbone has been wiped out, leaving behind only those who would submit. At this moment, in a city called Tooth Tower, a vast crowd of Lingxi people are kneeling on the ground. Before them stand 6 Asgardian gods, clad in gleaming golden armor, armed with spears and shields. At the head of the kneeling crowd is an elderly Lingxi, the Lord of Tooth Tower. His eyes are wide with terror as he pleads desperately, "Honored gods, I beg you, grant us just a few more days. The sudden increase in your demands has left us completely unprepared. And the weather has been terrible lately, causing the yield of the titamai fruit to drop sharply. If you could just give us a few more days, just a few. Once the fruit in the other field ripens, we'll pick them at once and bring them to you." The titamai fruit is a sweet and fragrant fruit, and it is what the city has been ordered to offer. To meet the tribute quota, they flattened countless fields and replanted them with titamai fruit trees. No one knows how many of their people have starved as a result, nor how many have collapsed beneath the branches of those very trees. In Tooth Tower, it's even whispered that beneath every titamai tree, 10 Lingxi bodies lie buried. They had already prepared enough fruit for the tribute, but this year, the gods suddenly doubled their demand, and they simply could not produce enough. Yet the Asgardian gods showed nothing but impatience in the face of the Lingxi people's desperate pleas. The leader of the Asgardians, his eyes flashing coldly, snarled, "Today is the day of tribute. If you haven't prepared the offerings, you'd best be ready to face the consequences." The old city lord knelt on the ground, continuing to beg, "Oh, mighty gods, we had gathered enough offerings, but you suddenly demanded double the amount. We truly can't produce that much at once. Please, grant us just a few more days." A look of irritation flickered in the eyes of the Asgardian. In a quick, fluid motion, the spear in his hand gleamed. With a sickening thud, the spear pierced the old city lord's body. Lifting the corpse single-handedly, the Asgardian barked, "I don't want to hear any more excuses. Have the titamai fruit ready at once, or you will all die." With that, he tossed the lifeless body to the ground. To the Asgardian gods, wiping out these lesser beings meant nothing. They were like vermin burrowing in the earth. No matter how many you killed, more would crawl out. What the gods sought were simply mice that could meet their demands. Such was the reality of the universe. The strong devoured the weak, the law of the dark forest. At that moment, the people of Lingxi below, witnessing the old city lord's murder, were seized with a surge of fury. In their hearts, the old city lord had always been a figure of profound respect and admiration. He had given everything for the advancement of Chita City. It was thanks to his efforts that, where once they had starved trying to grow titamai fruit trees, now everyone could fill their bellies. In truth, everyone in Chita City had, at some point, received his kindness or his aid. But no one is unafraid of death. Though their hearts burned with anger, none dared defy the wrathful gods. The Asgardian warrior, seeing this, felt only greater contempt and scorn, along with a rising urge to kill. It seemed these lowly races had gone too long without witnessing the fury of the Asgardians. Now, they couldn't even present the simplest offering. How could he possibly explain this when he returned? Besides, the All-Father Odin was preparing for a grand banquet and had specifically requested this very fruit. That was why he demanded twice the usual tribute. If he failed to gather it now and delayed Odin's banquet, he would surely be punished. And if he suffered, those natives would not escape unscathed either. The thought even planted the notion of slaughtering the entire city in his mind. Just then, a young Lingxi man raised his iron broadsword high and cried out in grief and rage, "Avenge the city lord! Overthrow the gods' cruel oppression!" The Asgardian warrior, seeing this, curled his lips into a cold smile. He lifted his spear, and a blast of blue energy shot out with a thunderous roar. It was clear that the spear in his hand only appeared to be a traditional weapon. In reality, it was an advanced energy weapon. In the very next instant, there was a faint sound. A gaping hole suddenly appeared in the chest of the charging Lingxi man. His face was frozen in disbelief, his eyes gradually losing their light. With a heavy thud, the body collapsed to the ground. "Lord Heir!" The surrounding Lingxi people cried out in grief and rage at the sight. Their reaction revealed the true identity of the fallen one. He was the son of the old city lord. Almost immediately, other voices joined the outcry. "The gods want us dead, then let's fight. Avenge the old city lord. Better to die standing than live on our knees." As the Lingxi people erupted into chaos, the six Asgardian warriors looked on with excitement gleaming in their eyes, licking their lips in anticipation. In the blink of an eye, a shimmering energy shield rose, encasing the group. And so, a battle between high technology and the primitive unfolded. Calling it a battle hardly did it justice. Slaughter would be a better word. The Lingxi people, armed only with cold weapons, were utterly unable to harm the Asgardian soldiers protected by their energy shields. In contrast, every blast from the Asgardians' energy cannons mowed down swathes of Lingxi people. However, the Asgardians had no idea that this massacre was being broadcast from a starship orbiting above, directly to Thanos himself. Seated aboard Sanctuary 2, Thanos watched the massacre on this planet with a cold, indifferent gaze. Scenes like the one just witnessed were playing out in several places across the planet. After watching for a while, Thanos came to some realizations. No wonder in the Thor movies you always see Thor putting down rebellions. It's as if, 24 hours a day, he's either suppressing an uprising or on his way to suppress one. With Asgard behaving like this, it would be a miracle if there weren't rebellions. But then again, reality is never as beautiful as the movies would have us believe. Even people of the same race commit massacres, how much more so between different races? Having watched enough, Thanos promptly gave the order for his subordinates to attack. Meanwhile, back in the city of Chita, the Asgardian warriors were still in the throes of their bloodlust. Though the Lingxi people were quite formidable, faced with such advanced weaponry, it was nothing short of a massacre. By now, hundreds of Lingxi had fallen, their bodies forever still upon the ground, while the survivors began to flee in desperation. Even the slowest among the Lingxi understood the value of life. But the Asgardians had no intention of letting such an opportunity for slaughter slip away. Thus, the hunt began. At that moment, however, a sudden brilliance flared in the sky. When they looked up, they suddenly realized that, at some unknown point, a massive fleet of unidentified warships had appeared in outer space, and it seemed they were projecting something down toward them. Moments later, streaks of fiery red tore across the sky, each one like a shooting star blazing overhead. Dozens of these fiery trails were heading straight for them. What's going on? The leading Asgardian god paused in his pursuit, lifted his wrist, and activated his communicator, intending to call the ship stationed in orbit and ask what was happening. But after trying for a while, all he got from the communicator was a persistent crackling static, no response whatsoever. Meanwhile, the unexpected turn of events overhead caused the other Asgardians to halt their chase and regroup around their captain. Captain, none of our communicators are getting any signal. What's happening? Captain, could it be that our starships have been destroyed? Captain, what should we do? Whoever's coming doesn't seem friendly. Captain. Annoyed by his subordinate's barrage of questions, the captain waved his hand impatiently and barked, "Quiet. Everyone, go to full alert." At his command, the crowd fell silent and began quietly powering up their weapons. Don't be fooled by their godly status. Their gear wasn't powered by limitless energy. The spears and shields they'd wielded just moments before all drew from limited reserves. Once everyone was ready, they lifted their eyes once more to the sky. By now, the meteors were close enough that they could make out their true shape. It was a rectangular, black landing pod, the kind commonly used throughout the cosmos for deploying troops onto planetary surfaces. Of course, in emergencies, these pods could also serve as escape vessels. Each pod could carry about 1,000 people. Watching the dense swarm of landing pods streaking through the heavens, beads of sweat formed on the foreheads of the Asgardian gods. Were these newcomers friend or foe? Minutes ticked by. Finally, the landing pods touched down on the ground. They barely slowed before slamming into the earth, relying on their reinforced hulls to absorb the impact. A thunderous rumble echoed across the land, one crash after another. Fortunately, the walls of Fongtooth City were sturdy. Though they trembled from the shock, the distance kept them from being destroyed outright. At that moment, the captain spoke. "Ollie, send out the reconnaissance drones to check the situation." Ollie, one of the Asgardians, nodded. He unclipped 3 fist-sized, spherical metal devices from his belt. He tossed the spheres onto the ground, then raised his arm to activate them. A moment later, each sphere blinked open with a bright red eye. Their anti-gravity systems engaged, and they took to the air, ready to scout. Under Ali's control, 3 reconnaissance drones soared outward. A display in front of him flickered to life, showing the live feed from the drones. As the drones approached the unfamiliar landing pods, at last, their features became clear. These landing pods were entirely black, each with a sharply pointed top, now embedded deeply in the ground. But soon, their stabilization systems activated, leveling the pods until the pointed tips, like the blades of swords, were thrusting defiantly toward the sky. What happened next sent a wave of terror through every Asgardian present. The landing pod's hatches swung open, and a flood of inky blackness surged out. When the screen was magnified, it became evident this wasn't a tide of liquid, but a horde of shadowy creatures. These monsters stood over 2 meters tall, possessed 6 powerful limbs, and wore ferocious faces bristling with razor-sharp teeth. Anyone familiar with the powers that roamed the universe would recognize them at once. These were Thanos' elite, the fearsome Black Order. Now, this Black Order was charging straight for Fong Tower City, moving at more than 150 kilometers per hour. The Asgardian captain, watching the unfolding horror on the screen, immediately shouted, "We have to run. We must not let ourselves be surrounded." His words snapped the others out of their shock. "Yes, let's go, quickly. But our starships are gone. How can we escape? It doesn't matter where, if you want to live, just run." He's right. We've been missing from Asgard for too long. Someone up there will notice. We just have to hold out until help arrives. In short order, the 6 reached a consensus and dashed off in the direction where the enemy presence seemed thinnest. It must be said, the Asgardians truly lived up to their reputation as rulers of the galaxy. Even these ordinary warriors moved like small-scale superheroes, sprinting at breakneck speed. In no time, they'd left the city behind. Unfortunately, the Black Order was no slower. Not long after breaking free of the city's boundaries, black specks appeared on the distant horizon. Damn it, more monsters ahead. Captain, what do we do now? I don't want to die, please. Despair gripped the Asgardians before the battle had even begun. After all, the enemy forces arrayed against them were overwhelming. Their chances of survival were almost nil. But at the front of the group, the captain gritted his teeth and declared with steely resolve, "Asgardian warriors, by Odin's name, charge." At his words, the other 5 seemed to find their anchor. Determination flashed across their faces as well. In that moment, they became heroes, knowing full well the road ahead meant certain death, yet still charging forward for that single, slender hope. Moments later, the 6 Asgardians became a golden spear, plunging fearlessly into the heart of the black tide. But no matter how powerful they were, faced with the seemingly endless tide of the Black Order, they managed to hold their ground for only a short while before being utterly overwhelmed. Out in the vastness of space, through a 3-dimensional projection, Thanos watched as the Black Order engulfed the Asgardians on that distant planet. Yet there was no sign of joy on his face. Instead, a grave expression settled in. These were merely ordinary Asgardians, and yet each one was 4 or 5 times stronger than a Black Order warrior. Even in their final moments, every Asgardian managed to take down a dozen Black Order fighters. It seemed this war might be harder to win than he'd anticipated. Now that he understood the general strength of the Asgardians, Thanos switched off the projection and resumed his training, clutching the Mind Stone in his hand. After more than a year of intense cultivation, he had fully mastered the backlash of the Mind Stone and could now wield its power without suffering any side effects. He had to admit, as a mutated Eternal Titan, the potential of his body was truly immense. Aside from a certain weakness in his mental strength, he had virtually no other shortcomings. This much was clear even from the Avengers movies. In Infinity War, Thanos had actually been subdued by Mantis. If it hadn't been for Star-Lord's punch snapping him out of it, there might never have been an endgame. But now, with the Mind Stone in his possession, his mental power was growing rapidly. That weakness was quickly fading away. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Ebony Maw, having witnessed the formidable strength of the Asgardians, decided to step in personally and join the slaughter. His powers now far surpassed what was shown in the films. With a mere gesture, he caused the ground to split open, instantly swallowing several resisting Asgardian warriors. With his direct involvement, the last vestiges of resistance on the planet were swiftly eradicated. Whether Asgardian or native, any who dared defy them were mercilessly executed. Once the massacre was complete, Ebony Maw began orchestrating the arrival of cosmic resource ships to collect materials. Iron, ore, copper, silver, everything of value. For long-term development in the galaxy, it was simply impossible to haul every resource from their own homeworlds. Harvesting local resources greatly reduced travel time and energy expenditure. At the heart of the galaxy, there was a land of wonder. That's right, a continent, not a planet. Owing to the Asgardians' extravagant desires and their need to showcase their might, they had obliterated an entire planet, then used magic and advanced technology to forge a vast, level landmass in its place. It was called the continent of Asgard. Spanning around 200 million square kilometers, the continent of Asgard was home not only to the grandest city, the Celestial Palace, but also to 8 satellite cities. Each of these 8 cities represented one of the other great races, besides the Asgardians themselves, and stood as a testament to Odin's rule over the 9 realms. At this moment, Odin was enjoying the daily pleasures of life within his temple. A group of stunningly beautiful women gathered around him, some peeling fruit for him to eat, others handing him wine to drink. In front of him, another group of dancers, dressed in alluring costumes, swayed gracefully to the music. Whenever the mood struck him, Odin would simply reach for someone beside him, or pull a dancer into his arms, and put on a show of his own, right then and there. Those around him saw nothing strange in this. In fact, many of the women wished to take part themselves. After all, to be favored by Odin was a mark of honor, something to boast about when they left. And if fortune smiled and one became pregnant, it could well mean a meteoric rise in status. But alas, bearing Odin's child was not a fate granted to just anyone. Even if a woman did conceive, she would still have to survive the ordeal to ascend to glory. After all, Odin's queen, Frigga, was no ordinary woman, but a formidable sorceress in her own right. At this moment, Odin could truly be said to be at the pinnacle of life. It hardly got better than this. Yet his achievements gave him every reason to be proud. Though the Aesir had long been the overlords of the galaxy, they had never truly ruled it in its entirety. When Odin inherited power from his father, Asgard's influence was already in decline. Humanity, the dwarves, the night elves, and the frost giants all stood as formidable rivals. It was Odin's cunning that lured the dwarves into forging for them for generations. Then he sealed away the ancestors of mankind, banished the night elves, and conquered the frost giants. Thus, he unified the 9 realms and became the undisputed master of the Milky Way. Though there are more than 200 billion stars in the galaxy, only a little over 100 million support life, and far fewer give rise to intelligent beings. Odin himself had never bothered to count the exact number. Those planets without intelligent life, or with only weak civilizations, were of little concern. Every few years, they would be harvested for resources, with no fear of resistance. If a planet showed any sign of progress, it was crushed without hesitation. This was why uprisings occasionally broke out. Before Odin's reign, there were only 9 powers in the galaxy that had truly flourished and ventured into the cosmos. Hence the saying, to rule the 9 realms is to rule the galaxy itself. To unite the 9 powers was to unite the entire Milky Way. But even at the height of his power, Odin was not without worries. Loki, whom he had once regarded as a hostage, somehow uncovered the truth of his own origins and seemed poised to rebel. So Odin used Thor as a pawn, exiling Loki into a cosmic wormhole to eliminate the threat. Yet this move stirred the frost giants, who had long been quiet, and now began to show signs of rebellion. Laufey, in particular, seemed to be making bold moves lately. As Odin pondered whether to use the Bifrost to destroy the frost giants once and for all, an Asgardian warrior burst in, urgency written all over his face. God King, we've received intelligence from the resource gathering squad. Upon hearing this, Odin immediately snapped out of his reverie. Yet his demeanor remained as lazy as ever, his gaze nonchalant as he looked at his subordinate. He casually took a piece of fruit from the beautiful woman at his side and asked, "What is it?" He had ruled the galaxy for over 1,000 years. So many years of peace had dulled his vigilance. Thus, upon hearing of an incident, his first thought was that some local natives were causing trouble again. But with Thor at his side, he wasn't the least bit concerned. Thinking of his son, a flicker of exasperation crossed his mind. Thor's strength was impressive, but unfortunately, he lacked wit and clearly hadn't inherited Odin's sharp intellect. The warrior who had come to report the matter had no idea that the God King before him was mentally wandering elsewhere. Anxiously, he said, "Just now, Squad 37 went to the Lynxy planet to collect resources, but suddenly lost all contact." Odin heard the report and dismissed it with a wave of his hand. Probably another superpowered native has appeared. Send Thor to deal with it. As far as he was concerned, unless the intelligence came from Heimdall, it was nothing serious, certainly not enough to interrupt his pleasure. The warrior, seeing Odin's reaction, could only nod helplessly and prepare to withdraw. But at that moment, a tall man, over 2 meters, his eyes feline and piercing, and skin dark as midnight, strode quickly into the hall. It was Heimdall, guardian of the Bifrost, and Odin's most vital set of eyes, watching over the galaxy. Upon seeing Heimdall, Odin immediately waved away the women at his side and straightened in his seat. He knew that Heimdall would never intrude upon his merrymaking unless something of great importance had occurred. Heimdall approached Odin, dropped to one knee, and declared with utmost respect, "God King, I have made a major discovery." As he spoke, his gaze swept over those in the room who had not yet left. The matter was urgent, and until he knew Odin's wishes, He didn't want a third party to overhear the news. At this moment, the dancers and beauties were still slowly retreating, some even casting flirtatious glances at Heimdall, which he ignored completely. In Heimdall's heart, there was only loyalty to the god King Odin, nothing else. It was precisely this unwavering loyalty that had once made Loki wary of him, even to the point of wanting to get rid of him. Odin, hearing Heimdall's words, merely nodded calmly and signaled for the remaining women to leave quickly. When the hall was finally clear, his expression grew serious. "What is it?" Heimdall's golden eyes flickered as he ensured no one was eavesdropping. Then, with grave solemnity, he said, "At the edge of the galaxy, I've spotted unfamiliar warships, at least 10,000 of them." At the mention of these strange warships, Odin's brow immediately furrowed. 10,000 unfamiliar starships have appeared? Didn't we seal off every wormhole? How did they get in? Heimdall shook his head and replied, "I don't know. There must be a new wormhole, or perhaps they have technology or magic that allows for interstellar travel. My king, you must decide quickly. I have a feeling these newcomers mean trouble." Although his divine power was formidable and his golden eyes were said to watch over all 9 realms, it was only the 9 realms he could see, hardly the entire Milky Way. After all, the galaxy spans nearly 100,000 light-years across. If his power truly reached that far, Odin would never have become king in his place. So Heimdall had no idea when those alien warships appeared, nor by what means they had entered. Upon hearing this, Odin bowed his head in thought. What changes might these new starships bring? Ever since he took control of the galaxy, he had enforced a strict isolationist policy to cement his rule, even ordering the destruction of every wormhole. Indeed, wormholes could be artificially closed, though at tremendous cost in energy. And after more than 1,000 years of rule, the galaxy was no longer the chaotic realm it once was. Now, the Asgardian gods stood unchallenged. No other faction could hope to rival them. If they could discover how the enemy arrived, be it by wormhole or technology, could Asgard not use the same means to expand its dominion? But the thought of his son's blundering, thick-headed nature made Odin sigh in resignation and abandon the idea altogether. He was growing old, and if his heir lacked wisdom, no matter how vast his empire, it would not last. He had once arranged for the Valkyrie to support Thor, but that foolish son was not only dim-witted, he also insisted on his own way, never following his father's plans. Now, the most pressing matter was to ensure Thor assumed power smoothly and without turmoil. After a while, Odin lifted his gaze to see Heimdall still kneeling there, reverent and patient. This sight brought him a measure of comfort. If enemies have appeared, what are we waiting for? Summon every warrior, drive out the invaders, and defend the 9 realms. With those words, he rose solemnly to his feet. The eternal spear appeared instantly in his hand, and his battle robes materialized around him. In that moment, Odin looked every bit the awe-inspiring figure of his youth, full of majesty and command. Of course, it would have been even more impressive had he remembered to put on his trousers. Beside a wormhole at the edge of the galaxy, more than 2,000 warships hovered in perfect silence. A distant star shed its light relentlessly, striving to illuminate this isolated stretch of space. Thanos sat on the throne of Sanctuary 2, his fingers gently caressing the Mind Stone. Beneath the throne, a towering alien with crimson skin and 2 horns sprouting from his head was kneeling with utmost respect. In his eyes, as he gazed up at Thanos, burned an unrestrained zeal and worship. In fact, if Thanos were to command him to end his own life at this very moment, he would obey without the slightest hesitation. For Thanos had used the Mind Stone to transform him into his most devoted follower, even more faithful than the members of the Black Order. This was far more effective than Loki's attempt in the first Avengers film when he used the stone to control Hawkeye. As one of the 6 Infinity Stones, the Mind Stone's power should never have been broken by a couple of simple blows. That was simply absurd. Just then, a projection suddenly appeared in midair. The figure was tall and imposing, even towering over Thanos himself, his entire body brimming with explosive muscle, radiating a presence even more intimidating than Thanos. His skin was ashen gray, and he wore jet-black armor that gave him a formidable and awe-inspiring appearance. Yet at this moment, he was kneeling respectfully on one knee before Thanos. He was Black Dwarf, one of the Black Order's 5 generals. "My lord, our scout ships have detected a large number of unidentified warships entering the sector." At this news, Thanos' eyes lit up. Oh, so Odin, that old fox, finally couldn't hold back any longer. A hint of a smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he spoke. In the Milky Way, only Asgard could field such a vast fleet of warships. Though the films never showed the war between Thanos and Odin, the outcome wasn't hard to guess. Thanos must have been driven off in defeat, which prompted him to use Loki to invade Earth and seek out the other Infinity Stones. Even when that mission failed and the Mind Stone was lost, Thanos dared not show his anger. It was only after Odin's death that Thanos launched his invasion of the galaxy, crushed Thor, and set his sights on Earth. But he was not the same Thanos as in the movies. He was a Thanos who had traversed from another world and possessed a powerful system. So now, he did not fear Odin's appearance. In fact, what he dreaded most was Odin hiding from him. After all, the galaxy was vast. If he had to search every star for Asgard, who knew how many lifetimes it would take? But now that Odin had chosen to step into the open, things could not have worked out better. At the thought, excitement flickered across his face, though he remained cautious as he asked, "How many enemy warships have arrived?" At his words, Black Dwarf turned to one of his subordinates, paused for a moment and replied, "My lord, there are roughly 25,000 ships. But they're all small to medium-sized warships, no Titan-class vessels detected." His mind was never the sharpest, and he had relied purely on brute strength to claim his place among the Black Order's generals, though even among them, his power ranked at the bottom. So when he was asked a question, he needed a subordinate nearby to prompt him before he could recall the exact figures. Upon hearing this, Thanos stroked the purple-striped chin of his left hand and began to ponder. 25,000 ships. Odin, that old fox, truly does command the entire galaxy's resources. It's no exaggeration. But the absence of Titan-class starships, could it be that he's been cut off from galactic society for so long that his technology has fallen behind? After a moment, Thanos looked up and said gravely, "Everyone, prepare yourselves. A great battle is about to begin." At Thanos' pronouncement, Black Dwarf felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Among the Black Order's 5 generals, he was undoubtedly the most eager for battle. Now, with an unprecedented war about to unfold, his heart raced with anticipation. "My lord, Black Dwarf requests to take the vanguard in the coming fight." Thanos, however, paid him no heed. Instead, he ordered his subordinates to connect all 5 members of the Black Order. Seeing his master's solemn expression, Black Dwarf opened his mouth to speak, but in the end, he swallowed his request. After all, now was not the time for personal impulses. A short while later, as the faces of his 5 trusted lieutenants appeared one after another on the screen, Thanos set down the Mind Stone in his hand and rose to his feet. "The great battle is nearly upon us. I will now issue new orders for our campaign." Though he possessed Titan-class warships, which gave him an edge in firepower during direct confrontation, the enemy still had 2.5 times their numbers. Space warfare was nothing like ground combat on a planet. On the ground, the confines of space meant that once armies reached a certain size, more numbers could become a hindrance rather than an advantage. It wasn't always true that bigger numbers meant greater strength. But warfare in space was a truly 3-dimensional battle. Enemies could come from above, below, all directions, front, back, left, right. And with the limitless expanse of space, tens of thousands of ships could maneuver freely. So while the Titan-class ships were formidable, they were far from a decisive factor. At his level, tearing apart a Titan-class warship with his bare hands was not beyond reach. He believed Odin was just as capable. Following his command, the 5 generals of the Black Order began moving toward their designated positions. He himself, leading 2,500 starships, remained where he was. On the other side of the galaxy, Odin, clad head to toe in armor and grasping the eternal spear, stood in the control room of a massive flagship, his gaze cold as he stared at the screen before him. On the screen was Thanos' Titan-class warship, the Sanctuary 2. For anyone seeing the Sanctuary 2 for the first time, its sight was utterly breathtaking. Odin was no exception. He had not expected that after sealing off the galaxy for merely 1,000 years, the universe outside would have advanced so far in technology. They could now build such colossal starships. The real question is how its power system works, and how it manages its own gravity and interstellar jumps. How does it accomplish all that? At that moment, Thor, standing behind Odin, flashed a look of eager battlelust. Excitement coursed through him as he exclaimed, "Father, is this our enemy? They look impressive." Despite his experiences on Blue Star and the growth he'd undergone, Thor's warrior instincts remained unchanged. He couldn't help but calculate, with a warship this massive, even with Mjolnir, it would take ages to bring it down. Odin heard him but remained silent. He was deep in thought. Destroying such a colossal starship would be a waste. He needed to find a way to seize it instead. Standing beside Thor, Sif noticed Odin's silence and spoke up, "Prince Thor, I think it would be rather fun if we took it for ourselves." With that, she gazed at him with soft affection. Though she knew Thor felt nothing romantic toward her, she wasn't ready to give up. After all, he was destined to be the future king of the galaxy. Even if she couldn't become his queen, being at his side in any capacity would be worth it. Thor's eyes lit up with excitement at her words.
Yes.
We mustn't destroy it. I want to capture it for myself. The three warriors of Asgard behind them immediately echoed his enthusiasm. That's right. Only a warship like this could ever be worthy of Prince Thor. When the time comes, I'll lead the charge. Don't any of you try to beat me to it. Oh please, everyone knows that whoever gets to the control room first gets the credit. For a moment, it was as if the Asgardian warriors already had the sanctuary too in their grasp, squabbling over who would claim the glory. Odin observed all this with a faint smile, still choosing not to speak. He knew this war would likely be far from simple. Letting those three lead the charge might not be such a bad idea after all. A short while later, the spaceship suddenly shuddered, causing everyone to stagger for a moment before regaining their footing. At that moment, a striking Asgardian woman strode over and addressed Odin respectfully. All-Father, we've exited the space rail. We're still 10 light-years from our target. One more spatial jump and we'll arrive. Space rails. These were installations that every faction in the universe maintained within their own territory. A spatial jump consumed tremendous energy to tear open space and enter subspace. But if you anchored the space-tearing devices at both ends, energy consumption dropped dramatically, sparing the ship's own reserves. So they'd used the space rail to reach a region near their enemy, and now just needed a final spatial jump to close the distance. Odin nodded at her report and said, Captain Lucy, initiate the spatial jump. Captain Lucy, upon hearing this, immediately began to back away, preparing to initiate the spatial jump. As the saying goes, each has their own expertise. Although Odin is revered as the king of gods, commanding and strategizing within a cosmic fleet is not exactly his forte, so he leaves such tasks to his subordinates. Lucy, on the other hand, is one of the rare few among the Asgardian gods to have earned her rank as captain through sheer prowess and battlefield merit. That is why Odin trusts her completely. Yet, after a while, Lucy returned, her face clouded with concern. My king, it seems that the space around us has been sealed. We're unable to execute a spatial jump. On hearing this, Odin's brow furrowed in confusion. Aren't we still 10 light-years from our destination? How could the space here possibly be sealed? Lucy shook her head, her tone uncertain. Perhaps they possess some method of long-distance spatial blockade that we're not aware of. Odin narrowed his remaining eye, deep in thought. It appeared that the Milky Way had been isolated for far too long, so much so that it had become disconnected from the wider universe. Once this war was over, reconnecting with the universe would have to become a priority. At that moment, Thor, growing impatient, spoke up. If the space is blocked, then let's just ramp up the energy and break through. After all, the essence of a spatial jump is to tear open the fabric of space, while sealing space is simply a matter of reinforcing its barriers. Thor wasn't wrong. With enough energy, they could indeed shatter the blockade. However, Lucy shot Thor a glance, her eyes briefly flickering with disdain. Of course, she concealed it well, so no one noticed. Prince Thor, if we expend too much energy now, once we arrive at our destination, it might take too long to recover. We could be caught off guard by the enemy. In truth, this was already putting it rather mildly. If they were ambushed and lacked the energy to raise their shields, it would be nothing short of walking into a trap. Aboard the sanctuary, too, Thanos watched the distant cosmic fleet, 10 light-years away on the screen, a cold smile spreading across his face. Within the Marvel Universe, individual power may know no bounds. Destroying worlds is hardly out of reach, but technological might is not to be underestimated. Take, for example, Kong the Conqueror. The man was nothing more than a scientist without superpowers, yet through his command of technology and time, he managed to rule the multiverse. Of course, his lack of superpowers was also his greatest weakness, and in the end, he was killed with a single stab. Still, this only underscored the importance of technology in the Marvel Universe. Thus, even as he honed his own strength, Thanos never ceased his pursuit of technological advancement. Under his rule, scientists enjoyed unique privileges. They alone were exempt from birth control policies and compulsory military service. And the rewards were rich indeed. For instance, the creation of the Super AI Deep Blue, artificial gravity chambers, the Sanctuary 2, interstellar fortresses, quantum entanglement projectors, and so much more. There was also the long-range spatial blockade device currently in use. Now, faced with his spatial blockade, Odin would have some tough choices to make. If Odin tried to force his way through the blockade by tearing open space, he would find it absolutely hilarious. After all, even on the other end, spatial jumps would leave behind rifts in space. As long as the enemy dared to attempt a spatial jump, he could calculate their landing coordinates and launch a precise ambush, perhaps even wipe out the entire Asgardian fleet. If the enemy chose to slowly fly out of the blockade zone before making a spatial jump, that was nearly impossible. After all, this was a remote spatial lockdown. If they could maneuver, surely he could too. Unless the enemy jumped to some completely different location, only then would his long-range blockade fail to keep up. But even if they managed to fly out of the blockade, it would be of no use. He had laid down more than a few contingencies. Meanwhile, 10 light-years away, aboard the Asgardian fleet. After listening closely to Lucy's analysis, the entire fleet fell into silence. None of them had ever imagined that a war, which used to require little more than brute force, could turn into such a complicated affair. They hadn't even seen the enemy, yet they already found themselves at a disadvantage. Thor paced back and forth in frustration. Seeing that no one was speaking, he finally snapped, "Let's just storm in with the Bifrost. Even without our starships, the valor of Asgardian warriors alone is enough to crush these skulking foes." The Bifrost could let them ignore spatial blockades and reach their destination directly, but their spaceships, unfortunately, weren't so lucky. Odin ignored his son's outburst and instead turned to Lucy. "How long would it take for us to fly out of the blockade zone?" In interstellar warfare, abandoning your starships for hand-to-hand combat was the worst possible strategy. Even piloting depleted ships was better than relying solely on the Bifrost. Lucy lowered her head, considering for a moment before answering. No matter what kind of technology the enemy has, the blockade zone can't be too vast. At most, an hour at light speed should get us clear. Odin nodded. "Very well. We'll fly for an hour, then try another spatial jump." Lucy nodded in acknowledgement and began issuing orders to the fleet. In truth, even light-speed travel was sluggish on a cosmic scale. Without spatial jump technology, a starship's top speed could only approach, but never surpass, the speed of light. An hour later, Lucy returned to the command center, her expression grim. "All-Father Odin, we are still within the confines of the spatial blockade." Odin frowned again at these words, his voice tinged with irritation as he said, "Didn't you say we'd be clear after just an hour's journey? What's going on?" Lucy shook her head and replied, "I don't know either. In theory, there's no way the other side would have enough energy to lock down such a vast area, unless..." "Unless what?" Odin pressed. Lucy hesitated for a moment. Seeing the impatience in Odin's eyes, she had no choice but to continue. "Unless they can move the blockade as we travel, and keep us under constant surveillance." At this, Thor exclaimed in disbelief, "That's impossible. We're 10 light-years from our target. Unless they have someone like Heimdall with godly sight, it would take 10 years for just the light from us to reach them." His words fell, and silence once again settled over the control room. After a moment, Lucy spoke up. "It's possible their technology has already surpassed ours by a generation. They might have mastered things we can't even imagine." At this, everyone's expressions changed, heads lowered, and no one dared to respond. For Lucy's words were, in essence, a tacit criticism of Odin's isolationist policies. Odin himself understood the underlying meaning, and his expression darkened considerably. But now was no time to take issue with Lucy, so he forced himself to hold back. After a while, Sif, noticing the tense atmosphere, stepped in. "Captain Lucy, what if we perform a spatial jump to another location, recharge, and then jump again?" Someone favored by Odin, even considered as a potential daughter-in-law, couldn't possibly be a fool. Her quick thinking was proof of that. And indeed, she quickly came up with a workaround, albeit an imperfect one. Lucy nodded at the suggestion. "Yes, it's worth a try." Odin considered this for a moment, then agreed. "Very well. Let's do as Sif suggests." With the decision made, Lucy quickly ordered the fleet to initiate a spatial jump to a point 1 light-year away. This time, the jump took 5 times longer than usual before a rift in space finally opened. After more than 10 minutes, Asgard's fleet of 25,000 warships emerged 9 light-years from Thanos' position. But from the dim glow of their shields, it was clear the ships had used up most of their energy reserves. For hours later, Odin's flagship was the first to fully recharge. It wasn't until another 3 hours had passed that the medium and smaller warships slowly regained their energy. Just as Lucy was preparing for another spatial jump, a new problem emerged. "Lord Odin, the target area is under spatial lockdown." Hearing this, Odin's expression darkened once more. "Damn cowardly invaders," he cursed. He truly couldn't fathom why the enemy would go to such lengths with all these spatial blockades. Wouldn't it be better to just fight openly and honorably? Why bother with all these flashy tricks? Thor, who was standing nearby, immediately chimed in. "Exactly. These invaders are so timid, they can't be all that strong. If you ask me, we should." Just jump straight through space and confront them. After we finish the enemy, we can always have the fleet regroup when we need to return. The three warriors of Asgard quickly echoed his sentiment. Prince Thor is right. If those enemies are so timid, they can't be much stronger than goblins. Yeah, let's just take them out directly. We are Asgardian warriors. We are invincible in battle. Odin ignored his son and the three followers, instead turning to Sif and Lucy. Do you two have any better ideas? He asked. Compared to those four blockheads, he much preferred talking to people who actually used their brains. If Thor weren't his own son, he'd have half a mind to slap him right then and there. But to his disappointment, even Sif and Lucy shook their heads, both admitting they had no idea. After much discussion that led nowhere, everyone finally agreed that, despite its flaws, Thor's unreliable plan seemed the most practical. But it was also the most brutal. If they truly abandoned their worships, Odin, Thor, and the three warriors of Asgard could rely on their own strength to ensure their survival, but no one could say how many soldiers would be sacrificed in the process. This was precisely why Odin and Lucy had always opposed the idea of forcefully breaking through the space blockade and jumping straight into enemy territory. After all, losing too many soldiers would undermine their rule in the future. An hour passed. Thor, growing impatient, shouted, "This won't work, and neither will that. How are we supposed to fight this war?" Odin looked up, his voice deep and stern. Enough. This war is nothing like quelling a tribe of primitives. He understood all too well. His son had never known defeat in all these centuries, always riding the tide of victory. It had made him arrogant, unable to see others as equals. Thor had always been sent to suppress those primitive worlds lacking technology or champions, and over time, he'd come to believe that brute force could solve everything. Yet this war would teach Thor a harsh lesson about the true brutality of interstellar conflict. Hearing the displeasure in his father's voice, Thor immediately fell silent. Within all of Asgard, the only one he truly feared, besides his mother, was Odin. The room quickly returned to silence. After a while, Odin began to contact Heimdall, who was still back in Asgard. Have the enemy warships moved at all? Although they had a quantum entanglement communication system, letting them talk across any distance, they didn't have a quantum entanglement projection system. So if they wanted to observe the enemy, they had to rely on Heimdall's abilities. Heimdall, who was standing guard over the Bifrost, heard the sound and immediately opened his eyes. He stood up and lifted his head, gazing into a distant corner of the universe. After a moment, it seemed as though the pupils in his eyes had vanished entirely. It was a long time before he finally responded. "Honored King of the Gods, I only saw a little over 2,000 warships in the cosmos. As for the others, I have no idea where they've gone. But I think I saw something strange." He paused for a moment at this point. Just now, he had glimpsed something truly enormous, something that looked like a meteor, but also like a cosmic warship. For the moment, he couldn't find the words to describe it. Odin noticed his hesitation and asked curiously, "What strange thing did you see?" Heimdall hesitated for a while before replying. "Those objects are odd. They appear to be meteors, but they're fitted with military installations. I've never seen anything like them before." Hearing this, Odin immediately furrowed his brow. Military facilities on meteors? What on earth are these enemies up to? Aren't they worried the meteors will be pulled away by a star's gravity? He'd once considered establishing military bases on meteors himself, turning them into interstellar platforms. But meteors are extremely unstable, a single powerful strike could shatter them, and supplying energy would be a huge problem. In the end, he'd abandoned the idea. Yet this time, the enemy's technology seemed incredibly advanced. Perhaps they'd already overcome those technical obstacles. With that thought, Odin's expression darkened. He suddenly realized why the enemy had imposed a space blockade and was so reluctant to engage in a direct battle. It was likely to buy time to build these interstellar war platforms. After ending the communication, Odin turned to Lucy and declared resolutely, "As King of the Gods, I order you to perform a forced spatial jump right now." He was not a man of indecision. Once he made up his mind, he would act without hesitation. Lucy instinctively wanted to object, but when she saw the grave look on Odin's face, she ultimately sank to one knee in obedience. Thor, hearing his father's command, immediately raised his hammer in excitement. But seeing the somber look on his father's face, he refrained from shouting any of those dramatic catchphrases. Near the black hole, Thanos sat upon his throne, holding the Mind Stone as he meditated. At that moment, a deep blue projection shimmered in midair. "Master, there's been a spatial fluctuation near a nearby star. It appears a spatial rift is about to open." Upon hearing this, Thanos opened his eyes, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. "Odin, so you finally couldn't hold back." With that, he rose to his feet, gazing at the three-dimensional projection suspended in the air. Within the projection, it was clear to see. A violent spatial rift had appeared near the star where he resided. It was as if a black tear had split open in the fabric of the universe, swallowing all light in its path. Inside, there was nothing but utter darkness. Nothing could be seen at all. Yet due to the spatial blockade, this rift remained extremely small, making it utterly impossible for any warship to pass through. Seeing this, he suddenly furrowed his brow. Something's not right. Even if Odin wants a direct confrontation, there's no way he'd just jump into my face through a spatial leap. That's not bravery. That's suicide. As he weighed the possibility of a trap, a few more ripples of spatial fractures flickered in the projection overhead. He was puzzled at first, but quickly grasped his opponent's strategy. Interesting. Opening multiple spatial rifts at the same time, trying to leave me guessing about your true intentions. This game of truth and illusion is well played. But you're underestimating the power of technology. Intensify the spatial blockade and deploy spatial mines into every rift. Lay cosmic floating mines outside each breach. Spatial mines were special explosives that could be sent directly into spatial rifts, detonating upon any contact. However, rather than a traditional explosion, these mines caused the space itself to collapse inward. It was reminiscent of the spatial grenades wielded by the Dark Elves in Thor, the Dark World, though these spatial mines packed an even greater punch. As for the cosmic floating mines, they were essentially landmines adapted for the vastness of space. Triggered by contact, they detonated instantly. Only, their destructive power far surpassed that of any chemical blast. Yes, Master. Without delay, Deep Blue set about executing the orders. As the command streamed out from Sanctuary 2, several nearby warships began to reposition themselves. At the same time, the Obsidian 5 stationed in other star systems also sprang into action. After all, Odin's spatial breaches weren't limited to just one star. They appeared in neighboring systems as well. However, most of the vessels moving were support ships. The attack and defense ships remained stationary. Even as support ships, each had a diameter of 200 meters, shaped like enormous spheres with several antenna-like appendages protruding from their surface. In the vacuum of space, there was no need to worry about gravity, wind, or resistance. So, design choices were wide open. Practically anything was possible. Still, spherical designs were popular for their manufacturing simplicity and superior protection of core systems. For support ships not meant for frontline battle, the sphere was the natural choice. After navigating to the edge of the spatial rifts, these spherical ships released a series of black orbs, each 2.5 meters in diameter, directly into the breaches. Then, they deployed 1-meter-wide black rings around the perimeter. Because the spatial blockade had been reinforced, it took Odin's fleet over an hour to finally force open the rifts. In the next instant, hundreds of drones vanished into the void of space. Clearly, they had all initiated space jump simultaneously, heading out to scout the way. A little over 10 minutes later, aboard the flagship, Odin watched the projections hovering before him, seeing the lights of those drones wink out one by one as they jumped through space. Even the few that were fortunate enough to reach their destination didn't have time to transmit any images back before they, too, disappeared. Odin's expression grew even darker. It was obvious now, the enemy had the capability to destroy warships in the midst of a space jump, and their defenses were so thorough that not a single drone survived. Space jump technology marks the most crucial step for intelligent life to venture into the universe. It is the threshold to the stars. But this technology isn't as simple as opening a spatial rift and having everyone rush through at once. Each warship opens its own independent channel. Once it's activated, the ship is pulled into the spatial rift. In other words, once the rift is open, the jump is inevitable. There's no way to abort. Moreover, these spatial rifts are one way. There's no turning back, and nothing can enter from the other side. Now, the fact that the enemy could destroy unmanned warships mid-jump meant they possessed technology unknown to them. Lucy, what do we do now? Splitting up and initiating jumps separately to distract the enemy, that had been Lucy's best plan. But evidently, the enemy had their own countermeasures. Lucy could only shake her head, her voice heavy with disappointment. It seems we have no choice. We'll have to fight them head-on. Thor, however, broke into an eager grin. About time. All this waiting and dithering, it's just a waste of time. Odin, too, shook his head helplessly, but his gaze was resolute. Then let's begin. Near the wormhole, a massive asteroid was being hauled in by several transport warships. This was to be used in the construction of an interstellar fortress. From the very beginning, Thanos had prepared for a prolonged campaign. If Odin chose a slow advance, 10 interstellar fortresses would be waiting for him, a challenge he'd be hard-pressed to overcome. Moments later, several large transport ships emerged from the wormhole. Mechanical constructs, resembling giant serpents, slithered out from the sides of the ships and glided toward the other warships, resupply drones, carrying energy and resources to replenish the fleet. Everything was proceeding in perfect order. Inside Sanctuary 2, Thanos still sat upon his throne, fingers loosely curled around the Mind Stone. At that moment, a virtual projection of Little Blue appeared, hovering in the air. Master, we have detected a large number of spatial rifts opening 30 billion kilometers from our position. Thanos' eyes snapped open at the news. Oh, so they finally couldn't hold back. And right at the edge of the star, no less. The star he was currently in spanned a diameter of only about 10 billion kilometers. 30 billion kilometers lay just outside the star, neither too close nor too far. If he traveled there at sublight speed, it would take just over 2 days to reach his destination. That would give the enemy's warships just enough time to recover their energy. It seemed Odin had his ways of pinpointing his whereabouts. Soon, a name surfaced in his mind. Heimdall, a man who could watch over the 9 realms. It must be him, he thought. Otherwise, even with their advanced technology, it would be impossible to monitor events happening tens of thousands of light-years away, let alone track a few insignificant warships. All fleets, proceed to the target location. The Black Obsidian 5 stand by for support at any moment. Meanwhile, all interstellar fortress construction is to be suspended. The reason for building those fortresses had been the assumption that Odin wouldn't locate him so quickly. But he'd only been in the Milky Way a few days before being discovered. And now, with the final battle looming, those fortresses had lost their purpose. If they were victorious, they could march straight to the enemy's home. If they lost, half-built fortresses would be of little use. As for why the Black Obsidian 5 couldn't come, it was of course because the space was under lockdown, so for now they couldn't cross over. Had he known Asgardian technology was so lacking that they couldn't even break a spatial lock, he wouldn't have bothered with such elaborate maneuvers, or split up his forces to lay in wait. Activate Black Photon Ray Tractor Beam. Engage faster-than-light engines. Open the spatial slide corridor. Prepare to enter FTL. With each crisp command, 2,500 starships, led by the Sanctuary 2, began accelerating toward their destination at 100 times the speed of light. If wormholes were the passageways between galaxies and spatial jumps the routes between stars, then spatial slides were the highways between planets. A star's diameter could be as little as a few billion kilometers, or as much as several trillion. At such enormous distances, traveling at light speed alone would take years. Besides, a star's interior was unsuitable for spatial jumps. Those demanded too much energy, so the more efficient spatial slide was the preferred choice. Spatial slides compress space ever so slightly with immense energy, creating a shortened corridor, like folding the ground to cover miles in a single step. The ships would still travel at sublight speed, yet achieve a faster-than-light effect. This was a highly sophisticated technology. Odin likely didn't possess it yet. After more than half an hour, Thanos' fleet arrived at their destination. Here, he found a void of utter darkness, a space devoid of even a single glimmer of starlight. A spatial rift was opening, so wide that it swallowed up all the star's light. The highly intelligent AI, Blue, began issuing a flurry of commands on its own, without waiting for Thanos' orders. We have arrived at our destination. Disengage spatial slipstream. Exit faster-than-light travel. Activate all shields on the cosmic warships to full power. Engines to maximum thrust. Begin charging the main and secondary laser cannons. Deploy space mines and spatial bombs. Prepare to release the interstellar behemoths. The Dark Order, ready for deployment. Fighter squadrons, prepare for launch. As each command was issued, the colossal fleet stirred to life. Escort ships lit up their shields one after another. Assault ships started channeling energy into their main and secondary cannons. Support vessels began deploying. Space mines and spatial bombs. The motherships set loose the interstellar behemoths and dispatched the Dark Order, while fighter engines roared to life in succession. The interstellar behemoths were just like those seen in the movies, massive flying creatures that looked much like whales. But unlike their role as mere transports within planetary atmospheres, in the expanse of space, these behemoths were formidable artillery units, agile and swift, completely unlike the lumbering giants portrayed on screen. With battle preparations in full swing, Thanos ceased his meditation and waited in silence for the enemy's arrival. This time, he hoped for a battle that would truly satisfy him. An hour seemed to crawl by, each minute stretched by anticipation. At last, after what felt like an eternity, a spatial rift tore open. Odin's cosmic fleet vanished in an instant, swallowed by the void of space. During their jump, however, many ships brushed against spatial bombs and were torn apart, shredded into debris. Still, the spatial bombs had limited power, deadly to smaller ships, but only capable of scratching the surface of medium or large vessels, unless they were struck by several at once. After more than 10 minutes had passed, Odin's fleet finally reached its destination. A deep, ominous rumble echoed. Many ships, unable to raise their shields in time, collided with space mines and exploded into fragments. Of course, there is no sound in the vacuum of space, but watching those ships erupt into fireballs, everyone could almost hear the thunder of explosions in their minds. It was a breathtaking spectacle. Hundreds of cosmic warships burst simultaneously into radiant fireworks, their brilliance outshining even the distant stars. On the flagship, Odin's face remained impassive, but inwardly, his heart was bleeding. Each of those small warships held at least 100 souls. Yet there was no time to mourn. Suddenly, even more lights flared in the distance. Thanos' attack ships had unleashed their barrage. More vessels were consumed in fire and destruction. Even several medium-sized warships were blasted apart.
Attack.
Attack. Odin could bear it no longer. He roared out the order to strike. Huh? At last, a battle worth fighting. This was exactly what Thor had been waiting for. With a hearty laugh, he swung Mjolnir, launching himself out of the cosmic warship and charging headlong toward the enemy. The three valiant warriors of Asgard exchanged glances, then immediately followed close behind. One of the hallmarks of the Asgardian gods was that, once their strength reached a certain level, they could even fight in the vacuum of space for a short time. The exact duration depended on the individual's power. For the three warriors of Asgard, they could manage about an hour in space before needing to return. Watching Thor's reckless enthusiasm from behind, Sif could only shake her head in resignation and hurry after him. As for the ordinary Asgardian soldiers, they donned their space combat suits, piloted their single-seat fighters, and soared out of the cosmic warships. The Asgardian fighters had a strikingly retro design, resembling chariots from a bygone era. Of course, there were no horses leading them. Instead of wheels, each had a pair of engines shaped like wings. At this moment, Odin's cosmic fleet still had more than 24,000 ships remaining. These warships weren't divided into categories like attack ships, escorts, or support craft. Instead, they followed a uniform design, differentiated only by size, large, medium, or small. There were 150 large warships, 3,000 medium-sized ones, and over 21,000 small warships, making up the rest. However, because the smaller warships had forced a spatial jump, they had exhausted their energy reserves. No shields, no weaponry, nothing left. They were sitting ducks, destined for destruction. But with Odin's command, nearly all the Asgardian soldiers aboard the smaller ships piloted their single-seat fighters and launched into the fray. Among the Asgardians, there are only warriors who die in battle, never cowards who kneel. As for why only nearly all took to the fighters rather than every single one, it was simply a matter of supply. There weren't enough fighters for everyone, so some could only remain behind on the ships. Meanwhile, the medium and large warships used their remaining energy to activate their shields. As for firing back, only the largest ships still had enough power to return fire. Inside the sanctuary, too, Thanos watched as the enemy forces poured out, endless as a swarm of wasps, and a cold, sardonic smile crept onto his lips. These fools truly have no fear of death. With that, he stood, picked up the fearsome tyrant blade at his side, and called out in a booming voice, "Warriors of the Black Order, all units, attack." More than 700 motherships swung open their bay doors, unleashing a torrent of Black Order warriors bristling with weapons. There were 600 small motherships, each equipped with 3 deployment bays, carrying over 3,000 Black Order warriors in total. 150 medium motherships, each with 10 deployment bays, holding more than 10,000 Black Order warriors. And 50 large motherships, each boasting 30 deployment bays, unleashing over 30,000 Black Order warriors onto the battlefield. Moreover, the Dark Order was originally designed as bioengineered warriors for space combat, making their deployment within a planet a sheer waste of their capabilities. Now, in the vacuum of space, they didn't even require any special equipment. They soared and charged across the cosmos with ease. Right after, Thanos issued another command, instructing Ebony Maw to lift the spatial blockade and allow the Black Order's generals to return for reinforcements. Having given his orders, Thanos flew out from Sanctuary 2, his gaze icy as he watched the Asgardian gods charging toward him in the distance. At the front line, 10,000 interstellar behemoths were the first to clash with the enemy. Beams of laser fire crossed the void in a dazzling storm, and soon after, the battle devolved into brutal hand-to-hand combat. That's right, hand-to-hand combat. Fighting the most primitive kind of war with the most advanced weapons, this was the essence of the current battlefield. This situation arose because kinetic weapons were difficult to use in space, while laser weapons consumed massive amounts of energy and could only be fired a few times before needing to recharge. So typically, space warfare would begin with an exchange of laser fire, then inevitably descend into close-quarters brawling. One after another, the interstellar behemoths swept their bone spurs, sharp as blades, ripping through enemy fighters, which exploded in bursts of light and debris. The enemy, after replying with their own laser fire, would then pilot their ships directly into the fray. The pointed noses of their ships acted like knights' lances, driving mercilessly into the bodies of the interstellar beasts, inflicting grievous wounds. Though their spears could not pierce the beasts' armored hides, their laser blasts could still deal some damage. Amidst the Asgardian warriors, one stood out as exceptionally valiant. Lightning poured endlessly from the warhammer in his hands, striking down one interstellar beast after another. In the heat of battle, he even charged directly at the beasts, swinging his hammer with thunderous force. The other four, though not as formidable as he, were nonetheless powerful enough to take down an interstellar giant each on their own. Seeing this, Thanos immediately understood. These five must be Thor, the warriors 3, and Sif. Still, he made no move to intervene, choosing instead to conserve his strength for when Odin would finally take the field. Within minutes, over 10,000 interstellar behemoths had suffered heavy losses, leaving barely more than 6,000 standing. At this moment, reinforcements from the Dark Order arrived, charging in to join the fray. Yet, although the Dark Order was born for the Void, they were still no match for Asgardian warriors. On average, each Asgardian could cut down 17 or 18 of the Dark Order's fighters before falling. It was no wonder the Asgardians had managed to rule the galaxy. Such prowess spoke for itself. Meanwhile, the capital ships at the rear never ceased their barrage. With every coordinated volley, they wiped out swathes of enemy fighters and anything else caught in the crossfire. Then, just a few minutes later, spatial rifts began to tear open around the battlefield, each one expanding at a frightening pace. Reinforcements from the Black Obsidian 5 were arriving. Just a few minutes later, 7,500 interstellar warships suddenly emerged around the battlefield. Immediately, a barrage of lasers rained down on the warships of the Asgardian gods. At the same time, some hatches swung open, releasing new colossal cosmic beasts into the fray, closely followed by members of the Dark Order. The arrival of the Black Obsidian 5 instantly eased the pressure on the front lines of Thanos' fleet. Thanos himself, who had considered taking matters into his own hands, abandoned the idea. Despite the Asgardian warriors' formidable strength and their superior numbers, without their cosmic warships, they were doomed to be annihilated sooner or later given the current situation. Aboard the flagship, Odin surveyed the entire battlefield through a projection, and he quickly noticed how rapidly his warriors were falling. Even someone as hard-hearted as Odin couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. After all, the Asgardian population grew at a painfully slow rate. An ordinary Asgardian could bear only one child per year at most. Each child required 30 years to reach maturity, and at least another 10 years to become a competent warrior. In other words, it took 40 years to raise a single qualified soldier. More elite warriors, like the 3 warriors of Asgard, needed a century or more to be fully trained. As for those of royal blood, the situation was even more extreme. Just look at his son. Thor had already lived 3 centuries and still behaved like a child. So, even with his cold and ruthless nature, for the sake of Asgard's rule, Odin had to avoid needless loss among his ranks. With this in mind, he gripped the Spear of Eternity and soared out of the flagship. A searing beam of light erupted from the divine weapon. The energy blast was nearly as fast as light itself, and within seconds, it crossed over 1,000,000 kilometers to strike the enemy fleet. At that moment, the escort ships at the front of Thanos' fleet activated their shields. But no matter how powerful their energy barriers were, they were no match for Odin, the Allfather. In an instant, Odin's blast pierced the escort ship's shields, transforming the first target into a blooming fireball. The thunderous explosion couldn't be heard in the vacuum of space, but the sight alone was enough for everyone to imagine the deafening roar. Without pause, Odin shifted his aim, launching his attack at the next escort ship. In the span of just 30 seconds, he destroyed more than a dozen escort ships, until finally, a massive escort vessel managed to withstand his assault. But Odin gritted his teeth and poured more power into his attack. Suddenly, the beam from the Spear of Eternity widened from half a meter to a full meter in diameter. Faced with such overwhelming force, the massive escort ship couldn't hold out any longer and was consumed in a burst of flames. Clearly, even the largest of escort vessels stood no chance against the full might of an Allfather. Just as Odin was about to press his attack, a purple figure appeared, weapon spinning rapidly in hand. stepping in front of his energy blast. The waves of energy struck the weapon and, like a raging river crashing against an immovable rock, scattered in all directions before fading away into the void of space. Seeing this, Odin's pupils contracted sharply. He knew he had finally met a worthy opponent. Who are you? Of course, sound cannot travel through the vacuum of space, but at their level, such rules had long since ceased to matter. As he spoke, Odin also ceased his barrage of energy. Thanos brought his spinning tyrant blade to a halt and replied in a cool, detached voice, "I am Thanos." At those words, Odin's expression changed instantly. Though the Milky Way had long closed itself off from the wider universe, as one of the gods, Odin still retained his seat at the Council of the Gods, allowing him to glean bits of cosmic news from other pantheons. In recent centuries, Thanos had undoubtedly been the biggest name of all. His ruthlessness was matched only by his strength. Under his tyrannical rule, the people suffered in endless torment, stripped of even the most basic freedoms. Odin had once scoffed at the gods of the Panlong star system, wondering how they could fail to handle a single eternal, never imagining that Thanos would one day come knocking at his own doorstep. "Thanos, if you turn back now, I will let bygones be bygones and allow you to leave in peace." Thanos heard him and responded with a faint, mocking smile. "Let me leave? Do you truly believe you have the authority to say that?" Odin's face darkened at this. The insolent wretch. He would show him what it meant to incur the wrath of a god. But before Odin could respond, Thor, who was reveling in battle nearby, interjected with impatience. He swung his hammer, voice brimming with indignation. "Mortal, how dare you speak to the king of the gods like that? You clearly have a death wish." As the prince of Asgard, Thor was used to being revered wherever he went, every race treating him like royalty, terrified of offending him. Years of such deference had made him believe, deep down, that he was inherently superior, and he viewed all other races as mere ants. Now, to see one such ant dare speak to his father in this way, how could he not be enraged? As Thor prepared to charge forward, the three warriors of the palace beat him to it. "Big purple brute, apologize to our god king at once, or we'll cut you down where you stand." "That's right, kneel and beg forgiveness. If we're in a good mood, we might just let you go." "Purple potato monster, don't overestimate yourself. We are the famed three warriors of Asgard's golden palace." Thanos paid the three warriors no heed. His attention remained fixed on Odin. In his eyes, his only true opponent was this old man with one foot in the grave. The rest weren't even worth noticing. When the three warriors of Asgard saw themselves being ignored, their anger flared even hotter, and they decided to step in personally to teach their opponent a lesson. Without delay, they soared toward Thanos, each gripping their weapon tightly as they charged in to attack. Seeing this unfold, Odin could only narrow his eyes, choosing not to stop them. It was clear he intended to use the three warriors to test Thanos' strength. The names of the three Asgardian warriors were Fandral, Hogun, and Volstagg. Among them, Fandral was the strongest, a white man with blonde hair and blue eyes, wielding a long sword. Volstagg, a bit less powerful, was an enormous man, over 2 meters tall and stout, who fought with a massive double-headed axe. Hogun, though the weakest of the three and not even an Asgardian by blood, knew a bit of mysterious magic and carried a spiked mace as his weapon. All three of them possessed power at the planetary level, considered the second tier even among the gods of Asgard. No wonder they were so confident. Floating in the void of space, Thanos merely watched the three warriors charging at him, his gaze icy and indifferent. The warriors of the Black Order and the cosmic beasts had tried to block their advance, but were all slain by the trio. From this alone, their strength was evident, impressive indeed, though to Thanos, they were little more than particularly large ants. He didn't understand why Odin bothered sending these three to their deaths, but since they were so eager to meet their end, he would grant their wish. With this thought, he even slung the tyrant blade across his back, folding his arms across his chest. Moments later, the three warriors formed a triangular battle formation and carved a bloody path to Thanos' very front. At the tip of the formation was the burly Volstagg, with Fandral and Hogun flanking him on either side. As Volstagg caught sight of the imposing purple figure in the distance, his excitement grew. If he could take down the enemy's leader, this invasion would essentially be over. At that point, he would be hailed as a hero of Asgard, perhaps even elevated to the ranks of the council itself. The thought sent a surge of energy through him, making him fly even faster. "Purple monster, prepare to die," he roared, raising his battle-axe high and swinging it down with all his might. Thanos, standing in place, didn't even bother to spare him a proper glance. He simply shook his head in disdain. "You talk too much," he muttered. With that, He raised his palm and brought it down in a single, dismissive slap. Volstagg was secretly delighted to see Thanos not even draw a weapon, so openly underestimating him. After all, the double-bladed axe in his hands was a famed Asgardian artifact, one that had once shattered a satellite 1,000 kilometers in diameter. If his opponent was going to be so careless, perhaps Volstagg could end this with a single blow. With this hope burning in his chest, he could almost see glory and honor waving him forward. Repent slowly in hell. With a furious roar, the divine weapon in which he had pinned all his hopes finally struck the enemy's hand. But in the very next instant, he felt an immense resistance surging up from his grip. What happened next made his eyes widen in shock, disbelief plain on his face. The double-bladed battle axe, a legendary weapon, was shattered as easily as if it were made of tofu, the head of the axe crushed to pieces in the enemy's palm. This battle axe was said to be able to cleave a planet in two. Could Thanos' body be even harder than a planet itself? There was no time for further thought. In a flash, that purple hand was already before his eyes. A moment later, his head, just like the axe, was smashed into fragments. For a split second, red and white sprayed out, filling the space around them. Yet Thanos did not stop. His hand came crashing down again and again. In the next heartbeat, Volstagg's body was reduced to a pile of pulp, his remains scattering into the endless reaches of space. Seeing this, Fandral and Hogun let out anguished roars. Volstagg had always been the eldest among the three, and their bond was not just one of brotherhood, but held shades of mentorship as well. In the beginning, Volstagg had been the strongest of them all, but he had set aside his own advancement to teach and guide his companions, and so his power gradually waned. Of course, age and a tendency to indulge hadn't helped either, and his body had grown heavier with time. But none of that could erase the gratitude and affection they felt for Volstagg's guidance and friendship. With that thought burning in their hearts, the two of them threw caution aside, ignoring the vast gulf in strength between them and their foe. Channeling every last ounce of their energy, they hurled themselves at Thanos, weapons swinging with all their might. From afar, Thor witnessed this and let out an anguished, furious cry. A cry mourning Volstagg, but also a desperate plea for Fandral and Hogun to fall back. If Thanos could kill Volstagg with a single blow, what hope did they have? But swept up in their fury and grief, Fandral and Hogun charged ahead without hesitation. And, just as Thor feared, their fate was the same. Thanos dispatched them with a single swipe, as effortlessly as swatting two mosquitoes. In the vacuum of space, the sight was grisly. Flesh and blood, red and white, burst outward in all directions, painting a macabre tableau. The scene was utterly brutal. As for Odin, the death of the warriors three seemed to leave him unmoved. If there was any regret, it was simply that their sacrifice had failed to reveal the true extent of Thanos' strength. Their deaths had been in vain. Still, it made him even more cautious. For now, he could not be sure he could defeat Thanos, and if he too were to fall, Asgard would be lost. At that moment, Thor noticed that his father still had not acted. Disappointment flickered in his heart. Yet almost immediately, he tightened his grip on Mjolnir and soared toward Thanos. Thanos.
Prepare to die.
His bond with the three warriors of Asgard was anything but ordinary. It ran deep and true. Whenever he went out to quell rebellions, he always took them along, fighting shoulder to shoulder. Through countless battles, they forged an unbreakable camaraderie. Back when Loki first plotted against him, it was also the three warriors who stood up for him without hesitation, and even traveled to Blue Star in search of him. As these memories surged, lightning began to crackle all over his body, and the mighty Mjolnir in his hand blazed with arcs of electricity. As he soared forward, every Dark Order soldier and interstellar beast that was struck by the lightning was instantly reduced to scorched remains. No one could stand in his way. Nothing could stop him from seeking vengeance. Don't go. Come back to me at once. Odin, seeing his son's reckless charge, could no longer remain seated. Even as an Allfather, Odin wasn't certain he could defeat Thanos, let alone Thor, whose power was only at the sub-Allfather level. There was no way Thor could be Thanos' match. Charging in now was nothing short of throwing his life away. Watching his son show no intention of stopping, Odin clenched the eternal spear with regret and shot forward at breakneck speed. He could not let his son die. If that happened, who would inherit his empire, his legacy? From afar, Thanos saw Thor and Odin flying toward him one after the other, and finally stopped underestimating them. He gripped the tyrant blade from his back, readying himself for battle. He might look down on the so-called three warriors of Asgard, but he dared not underestimate Thor and certainly not Odin. Odin, as ruler of the galaxy, was among the most powerful of the Allfathers. Moreover, The eternal spear in Odin's hand was famed for its unerring aim, and together with Zeus's thunderbolt, the two weapons were heralded as the mightiest artifacts among the gods. As for Thor, though his current strength still fell short, in the future he would become powerful enough to challenge Thanos armed with all 6 Infinity Stones one-on-one. His Stormbreaker had even come within a hair's breadth of ending the Avengers' third great battle. Of course, Thor heard Odin's shout, but with rage clouding his mind, he paid no heed to his father. All he could think about was avenging the 3 warriors of Asgard. Even when faced with Thor's berserk charge, Thanos did not hesitate. He ordered his Dark Order warriors and interstellar beasts to stand in the way. Yet before the absolute difference in power, such resistance was nothing more than meaningless sacrifice. So, with a wave of his hand, Thanos commanded his minions to retreat. At this level of combat, these foot soldiers played little part. They could only hope to drain the enemy's energy, nothing more. If his own forces held the advantage, sacrificing a few soldiers to wear down the enemy would be acceptable. But with the battle's outcome still uncertain, there was no need to waste his subordinates now. Obeying his command, the Dark Order warriors and interstellar beasts immediately cleared a path. This allowed Thor and Odin to speed forward even faster. At the same time, the 5 Black Order generals in the distance finally emerged from their cosmic warship. When they saw Thor and Odin charging toward their master, they immediately gripped their weapons tightly, ready to rush in and offer support. Although they had great confidence in their master, the stance of loyal protectors was still something they had to maintain. Yet, seeing this, Thanos still ordered them not to interfere. After all, the strength of the Black Order generals was only at the planetary level. Just like the 3 bumbling fools before, they were simply no match to intervene in his battle with Odin. Moments later, Thor, wielding Mjolnir, arrived near Thanos. With a roar of fury, the aura around Thor surged ever higher, swiftly reaching the peak of the sub-Allfather level. It seemed as if he was on the verge of a breakthrough at any moment. But even at this level, it was still far from enough to pose a threat to Thanos. Just then, however, a wave of danger suddenly washed over him. Glancing around, he saw Odin not far behind Thor, raising the eternal spear, his one remaining eye fixed intently on Thanos. The dangerous aura was emanating from Odin himself. Clearly, this was meant to provide cover for Thor. Sensing this, Thanos let his energy surge throughout his body, unleashing his full power. He brandished the tyrant's blade and swung it forward. A tremendous metallic crash echoed out. In the stillness of the cosmic vacuum, the clash of these 2 legendary weapons reverberated through the minds of everyone present. Thor could feel the overwhelming force coursing through Mjolnir, leaving him stunned. Still, he gritted his teeth and summoned every ounce of power within him. With another furious cry, lightning burst from Thor's body, shooting outward in all directions. But no matter how hard he tried, no matter how desperately he channeled his power, Mjolnir refused to advance even a fraction. The gap in strength between them was simply too vast. Thanos spoke with a hint of disdain. "Is that all you've got?" With those words, he tightened his grip. A brilliant purple light erupted from the tyrant's blade as he pushed forward with brutal strength. Thor was instantly overwhelmed by the unstoppable force and sent hurtling backward. Fortunately, Odin flew to his side in time and caught him. "In the face of danger, don't lose your head. Have you forgotten?" Odin's voice was laced with both disappointed anger and deep fatherly affection. He truly didn't know what to do with this son of his. Steadying himself, Thor was about to retort, but when he met his father's worried gaze, he lowered his head in shame. "I understand." Though Odin breathed a sigh of relief, he looked at Mjolnir and spoke with a tinge of heartache. "Go back now, don't get in my way." A massive crack had appeared along the surface of Mjolnir, nearly splitting it in 2. This filled him with deep concern. After all, the hammer of Thor was forged from the heart of a dying star, a divine weapon ranking just below the eternal spear. He had never imagined it could be nearly split in 2 with a single blow. Upon hearing this, Thor immediately turned his head, his voice resolute. "No, I must avenge them." With those words, he raised the hammer, preparing to fight on. But as his eyes fell upon the battered state of his hammer, he froze in place. This artifact that had accompanied him for centuries, how could it have ended up like this? "Come on, pull yourself together." Odin didn't even have time to comfort his son before he saw Thanos charging at them. At that moment, Thanos was grumbling to himself. This father and son truly seemed to think of war as a scene from a movie. With a formidable enemy right in front of them, they were still having their little heartfelt moment, as if he didn't even exist. He was no movie villain, graciously waiting for the heroes to finish their conversation before making a move. With a resounding, metallic crash, the clash echoed across the battlefield. The Tyrant Blade and the Eternal Spear, these two supreme artifacts, collided in this universe for the very first time. Through their weapons, Thanos and Odin each sensed the true strength of their opponent. They were evenly matched, neither one weaker than the other. This realization stirred a thrill within Thanos. Since arriving in this world, it was the first time he had met someone who could truly rival him. But while Thanos was exhilarated, Odin's heart grew heavier. He knew there would be no quick end to this battle. In the next instant, their weapons moved in a blur, striking and parrying without pause. A rapid succession of metallic rings filled the air. In just 3 seconds, they had exchanged over 100 blows. Their speed was so extraordinary that, to any onlooker, it was as if nothing had happened at all. After a moment, Odin seized an opening and forced Thanos back. Divine energy surged within him, and the Eternal Spear unleashed a torrent of power. Seeing this, Thanos summoned the energy of destruction from within, cleaving down upon Odin's attack. In a flash, white and violet energies collided with tremendous force. The power was so overwhelming that even the surrounding space began to show faint cracks. Thor, who had been about to leave, saw his father locked in a stalemate with Thanos and immediately turned back. With his hammer nearly destroyed, Thor didn't wield it this time. Instead, he clenched his fists and summoned a storm of lightning around himself. Odin instantly caught sight of his son's actions and shouted desperately,
Thor,
"Don't!" He knew all too well that their opponent, like himself, had not yet revealed his full strength. There was no way his reckless son could succeed in a sneak attack. But his warning came too late. Thor was already just a meter behind Thanos, his hands crackling with lightning, ready to bring them down. But Thanos' lips curled into a faint smile, and in the very next instant, his body vanished from the spot. With Thanos gone, Odin's energy beam shot forward without obstruction. And standing right in its path was Thor. With a furious roar, Odin immediately tried to cut off the flow of his power. But Thanos reappeared in a flash, unleashing destructive energy that propelled the attack forward. In the next moment, Thor was struck by his own father's power. Agonizing pain tore through him. It felt as if every inch of his skin was being seared, his organs ripped apart from within. With a blood-curdling scream, he was blasted away by the tremendous force, hurtling into the distant reaches of space. Seeing this, Odin's divine power surged, and he prepared to fly after his son. But in the very next heartbeat, Thanos appeared before him. Now, no one will interrupt our battle. Odin's single eye widened, burning with fury and hatred. This was the villain who had nearly killed his son. By now, Thor's life force was dangerously faint. If Odin couldn't save him in time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thanos.
D.
A beam of energy, thicker and brighter than before, burst from the Spear of Eternity. At the same time, a gentle white glow emanated from Odin's body. He was unleashing his divine power at full strength. Seeing this, Thanos immediately spun the Tyrant's Blade, blocking Odin's assault. The two were once again locked in a fierce power struggle, and Odin grew anxious. But relief soon replaced his worry. He caught sight of Sif, flying rapidly toward Thor. Every enemy in her way was dispatched with a single strike of her spear. Yet, Odin also saw the tide of battle turning against them. The Asgardians, once superior in number, were losing their ships as their energy reserves dwindled, one after another falling to enemy fire. Though the warriors of Asgard fought valiantly, they were gradually overwhelmed by the enemy's warships and the bloody rampage of the Black Order. No, he had to deal with Thanos quickly and come to his people's aid. With this thought, he broke off the energy clash, gripped the Spear of Eternity, and charged forward once more. A deafening metallic crash rang out. Odin's attack, loaded with his immense power, drove Thanos back even though he managed to block it, forcing him to give ground. Thanos felt the overwhelming force pushing against him, and his own destructive energy surged to meet it. But Odin, seasoned king of gods, wielded a might that Thanos could not resist, not yet. Step by step, Thanos was driven back. After a while, the two of them broke away from the main battlefield, reaching the edge of the star system. Here, the cosmos was scattered with asteroids of all shapes and sizes, the very rim of the stellar expanse, shielding a star system from the invasion of exceptionally massive meteors. Very soon, Thanos was driven by Odin onto a meteor over 100 kilometers in diameter. The irregularly shaped meteor was instantly shattered by the two of them, breaking into more than a dozen pieces that hurtled outward in all directions. Taking advantage of the meteor's momentum, Thanos steadied himself in midair. So this is the strength of the ruler of the Milky Way? Not so impressive after all. With a disdainful smile, his entire body flared with a brilliant purple light as he activated the ruler's skill. In a flash, his power surged again, immediately surpassing Odin's. Feeling the escalating force in his hands, Odin's face changed dramatically in shock. He hadn't expected his opponent to have been holding back just a moment ago. Judging by Thanos' current strength, he was even mightier than Odin himself by several degrees. With a furious roar, Odin unleashed another surge of divine power, but this time, threads of gold glimmered within his white radiance. At the same moment, a phantom image of a golden chalice appeared above his head. The Draupnir chalice. Thanos quickly recalled the name of this artifact from memory. It was a relic whose power rivaled that of the Eternal Spear, though it was primarily a support-type artifact. It could accelerate healing, replenish energy, and temporarily increase strength. But that wasn't all. With the chalice's appearance, Odin's battle armor transformed, shining with golden light, and his helmet morphed into the shape of an eagle. In fact, both the eagle helm and the golden armor were artifacts as well, though compared to the Eternal Spear and the Draupnir chalice, their abilities and renown were far less significant. Now, with all four of his artifacts revealed, Odin's power finally matched Thanos's. With a mighty effort, he shoved Thanos away, using the recoil to retreat himself. Clutching the Eternal Spear, he began firing bursts of energy without pause. Compared to his previous attacks, these were more like beams from a laser gun, rapid and continuous streams of energy. Thanos, undaunted, casually swung the tyrant's blade. Each burst of energy was deflected, sent careening into the surrounding meteors. In an instant, those meteors were caught in the crossfire, bombarded by Odin's energy and reduced to dust. Though the Asgardians called it godly power, their energy possessed devastating destructive force. After a while, Odin's assault showed no sign of stopping, but now, there wasn't a single meteor left in the vicinity with a diameter greater than 10 kilometers. A thunderous boom erupted. Another massive meteor was obliterated by the residual force of their clash. This scene had played out many times already. These meteors were simply too small, the largest only 1,000 kilometers across, and couldn't withstand even the aftershocks of their battle. Yet the two seemed far from satisfied, and as they fought, they drifted closer and closer to the nearest planet. This planet is approximately 100,000 kilometers in diameter. Because it lies so far from its star, sunlight rarely reaches this distant place. The environment is shrouded in darkness, and the surface is buried beneath layers of frost. But on this tranquil and peaceful world, today disaster has arrived. Thanos blocked Odin's attack, but the immense force knocked him down into the planet's atmosphere. The atmospheric pressure here is at least 20 times that of an ordinary planet, and gravity is 30 times stronger. While these conditions barely affect him, it's still different from fighting in the vacuum of space. Yet before he could soar back out into space, Odin's eternal spear flared with dazzling light, unleashing a surge of energy toward him. Odin saw that Thanos was hampered by the planet's environment and clearly intended to keep him trapped here. Still, the thick atmosphere and crushing gravity, though restrictive, also offered new ways to maneuver. He thrust his empty hand forward. A mighty blast of force erupted from his palm, propelling him backward and allowing him to narrowly evade Odin's assault. Odin's attack gouged a crater dozens of kilometers wide into the planet's surface. Intent on pressing his advantage, Odin prepared another assault. But Thanos seized the moment to break free of the atmosphere and slashed down with his blade. In a sudden, cunning move, Odin spun right, deftly dodging the blow. Thanos' destructive energy swept past Odin and crashed into the planet below. In the next instant, the planet was carved by a scar, 20 kilometers long, its depth unknown. But with a swift backhand, Thanos brought down the tyrant blade once more, swinging it toward his foe. This time, Odin had no way to dodge. He could only raise his spear to block. A thunderous crash echoed out. Odin was struck by the tremendous force and plunged into the planet's dense atmosphere. Thanos saw this and smiled faintly before diving in pursuit. In the ensuing moments, the two clashed fiercely within the atmosphere. But Thanos had long trained in high-gravity chambers, so the planet's 30-fold gravity posed little challenge to him. Odin, on the other hand, found himself restricted and could only barely parry Thanos' onslaught. As their battle raged, the sky above the planet was ripped with streaks and scars, allowing the gases to begin escaping into space. In just half an hour, the atmospheric pressure dropped from 20 times standard to just 1. The planet's surface was shattered and fragmented, on the verge of collapse. One gash, in particular, nearly split the planet in two. Yet the planet's core had already cooled, so no magma flowed out. Suddenly, a clear metallic clang rang out. Odin's spear blocked Thanos' attack. Heavy breaths filled the air. After taking a few deep breaths, seeing Thanos charging in again, Odin quickly summoned his divine power, sending another surge of energy blasting outward. Noticing this, Thanos allowed a faint smile to curl at the corner of his mouth. He had finally discovered his opponent's weakness. Perhaps Odin hadn't fought in a long time, his reactions were just a bit slow, and under the heavy gravity, every motion lagged by a beat. To compensate for this gap, Odin had no choice but to burn through even more of his power. Once his opponent's energy was spent, that would be the moment of his demise. With a swift dodge, Thanos evaded Odin's attack and raised the tyrant's blade, swinging it down in a powerful arc. But this strike, too, was blocked by Odin's eternal spear. Just as he was preparing to continue his assault, Thanos suddenly sensed something amiss behind him. He shot backward, making sure Odin wasn't attacking, and then glanced over his shoulder from the corner of his eye. He saw that Odin's earlier energy blast had, with cunning precision, struck the fissure opened by his own sword, hitting the very core of the planet. Now, the heart of this world was undergoing a violent explosion. A deafening rumble echoed again and again, but soon the sounds grew faint and then vanished completely. It wasn't that the explosion had ended, rather, the atmosphere was gone. With no air left to carry sound, silence fell, vast and absolute. Moments later, the planet split apart completely, shattering into fragments that scattered in every direction. At that, Thanos understood immediately. Odin had recognized his weakness and chosen to destroy the planet itself. Yet, even without the planet's pull, did Odin truly think he could stand against him? Without hesitation, Thanos leapt onto a massive chunk of rock, using its momentum to launch himself straight toward Odin. This would surely become a battle of endurance. Every ounce of strength saved now would tip the scales toward victory in the end. Meanwhile, on the battlefield beyond the star, with the deaths of the warriors Three and Thor incapacitated, and Odin locked in combat, the war here had become utterly one-sided. The might of the Black Order was far beyond what ordinary Asgardian soldiers could withstand. Every attack from them left waves of enemies falling lifeless to the ground. Sanctuary 2 was no less relentless. A colossal burst of energy shot out from Sanctuary 2, and within seconds, it struck a massive enemy warship. In the blink of an eye, the ship erupted in a fiery explosion. Having unleashed its attack, Sanctuary 2 began storing energy, preparing for the next strike. As for Asgard's forces, only the medium and large ships still had power left. The smaller crafts were little more than flying coffins now. Yet, even the firepower from the medium and large ships could not pierce the protective barrier of the enemy's escort vessels. As the battle raged on, casualties mounted ever higher on the Asgardian side, while Thanos' forces tightened their encirclement. Inside Asgard's flagship, Sif gently laid Thor onto a hospital bed, setting him down with care, while beside him rested the almost shattered remains of Mjolnir, the hammer of the thunder god. At that moment, Thor's face was completely drained of color, pale and lifeless. He was unconscious, lost to the world. The sight made Sif's heart ache with sorrow. After a while, beams of light swept over Thor's body, and soon sets of data appeared on the screens surrounding them. As Sif read the numbers, panic washed over her. She was at a complete loss. The data revealed that Thor's condition was dire. 25 of the bones in his body were broken, more than half his muscles were bruised, and 30% of his skin was torn and damaged. Worse still, a destructive energy lingered within him, relentlessly corroding his body from the inside. If this energy was not purged at once, Thor could slip away at any moment. But when faced with this ruinous force, Sif was powerless. Her divine powers were too weak, and far from pure enough to help. Only Odin, the Allfather, or perhaps Heimdall and the Queen, could save Thor now. Conflicted, Sif's mind whirled with indecision. If she turned back now, perhaps she could at least save Thor's life. But the sudden disappearance of their flagship from the battlefield would be catastrophic. Not only would they lose its support, but the chaos and panic it would cause could make victory even more impossible. The loss of the flagship alone would shake the troops to their core. On one side was the life of her beloved. On the other, the fate of the war. She was utterly torn, unable to make a choice. Just then, the flagship suddenly shuddered. Moments later, a series of thunderous explosions rocked the ship, and the lights turned an ominous red. All units, attention. The warship is under attack. Prepare defensive measures. Hearing this, Sif's mind cleared, her indecision replaced by grim resolve. Given the situation, it seemed this war was already lost. Rather than waiting for doom to come, she might as well try to save Thor. With that thought, she dashed toward the command center. After a heated discussion, Lucy, seeing the flagship's energy reserves dwindling fast, could only close her eyes and agree to the retreat. But before the flagship could withdraw, Lucy made her choice. She left the safety of the ship, determined to stand with the warriors and share their fate. Just as Sif had feared, the flagship's departure dealt a devastating blow to the morale on the battlefield. Some Asgardian warriors, believing Odin had already perished, abandoned their enemies mid-fight and fled. Yet, in the cold vacuum of space, the nearest planet was millions of kilometers away. Where could they possibly run? In the end, they had no choice but to retreat back to their own warships. This chaos spread throughout the fleet, crippling their ability to mount an effective attack. A chain reaction began, leading to even greater losses for the Asgardian side. Judging by the current state of the battle, unless a miracle occurred, Asgard's defeat was all but certain. Within the star system, Odin and Thanos fought as they flew through space, soon arriving near another planet. In truth, Odin had no intention of coming here, but with Thanos constantly pressing the attack, he was left with no choice but to retreat in this direction. The moment he laid eyes on the planet, he immediately understood Thanos' intentions. It was nothing more than dragging him into another planetary battle, hoping to exhaust what little energy he had left. With this realization, anxiety began to rise within him. Thor's condition remained unknown, the tide of battle was uncertain, and worry gnawed at Odin's heart. Whether it was the loss of his son or the defeat of his army, neither outcome was something he could accept. After a while, during a fierce exchange that pushed him to the edge of the planet's atmosphere, a look of unwavering determination appeared in his eyes. "Thanos, you've forced my hand."
Ah.
With a powerful shout, Odin's entire body erupted in a golden aura. At the same time, his muscles swelled, brimming with newfound strength, and his hair transformed into a gleaming gold. In the blink of an eye, the once-aged Odin was now a vigorous man in his 30s, his body radiating power. A mighty burst of energy surged out from him, tearing a massive hole straight through the atmosphere beneath his feet. Ferocious winds howled around him, buffeting his body relentlessly. Sensing an imminent catastrophe, the planet itself seemed to tremble. Clouds slowly darkened, and dazzling bolts of lightning shot outward. Yes, shot outward. With the atmosphere breached, and air escaping into space, the pressure plummeted. This triggered a chain reaction. Water's boiling point dropped, causing vast quantities of water to vaporize, which in turn darkened the clouds. As steam rose in torrents, positive and negative charges separated in great numbers, birthing fierce lightning. Lightning normally follows falling rain, but with water rising, the bolts now streaked outward into space. Yet to someone at Odin's level, lightning was little more than a tickle. He paid it no mind at all. Meanwhile, as Thanos sensed the overwhelming power radiating from his opponent, his face grew grim and serious. He hadn't expected this old man to still be holding back a trump card even now. Odin truly was a master of patience. In response, the purple energy around Thanos' body surged violently. This signaled that the destructive force within him had reached its peak. At that moment, Odin's aura ceased its expansion. Feeling the vast godly power coursing through his veins, Odin's lips twisted into a ferocious grin. "You're only the second person who's ever forced me to use this move. Even if you die here, you can count yourself honored." With a roar, Odin's eternal spear underwent a transformation, growing from just over 2 meters to a staggering 3 meters in length, its appearance becoming even more intimidating and terrifying. It now looked truly monstrous, radiating an aura of dread.
Deep.
In the blink of an eye, Odin crossed a kilometer, appearing before Thanos in an instant. This transformation technique of his was called divine descent. If not absolutely necessary, Odin would never resort to it, because divine descent came with dire consequences. It consumed his lifespan, hastening his descent into slumber, and left him weakened for a time. A deafening clang rang out. The collision of two legendary weapons unleashed such force that even the lightning streaking from the planet was scattered and dissolved. For the first time, Thanos felt immense pressure weighing upon him. In the next heartbeat, the golden radiance around Odin transformed into spearheads and surged toward Thanos. The spearheads pierced through the purple glow enveloping Thanos, striking him directly. A flurry of sharp metallic impacts rang out. Most of the spearheads were blocked by the tyrant armor, but a few found their mark on his exposed arms and face. Yet Thanos, with his formidable physique, shrugged off these wounds as if they were nothing. Upon seeing this, Odin's expression turned to utter disbelief. These spearheads, forged from his very essence, might not rival the indestructibility of the Gungnir, but each was at least half as tough as vibranium. Yet even so, they could not pierce the bare skin of his adversary. How thick-skinned could one possibly be? To Odin's shock, Thanos simply answered with a faint, untroubled smile. He was the epitome of overwhelming offense, defense, and vitality, the so-called three highs of a true warrior. If such attacks could make him bleed, what would he have left on the battlefield? Without delay, Thanos gripped the tyrant cleaver in one hand and formed a fist with the other, launching a strike. A thunderous crash echoed out. His fist landed on Odin's armor, but failed to inflict any significant harm. In fact, Odin's armor seemed even sturdier than the tyrant armor Thanos himself wore. This discovery left him feeling a bit awkward. Odin, undeterred, clenched his own fist and struck back. Another resounding crash filled the air. He, too, found himself at an impasse. Neither could break through the other's defenses. As their stalemate dragged on, Odin grew increasingly anxious. He had never imagined that this purple giant's defense would be so impenetrable. And yet, he was now in his divine descent state. Every second exacted a heavy toll. This was no time for a war of attrition. With that realization, Odin gritted his teeth, shoved Thanos aside, and began to marshal his divine power. Brilliant golden light flared around him, his formidable aura flooding the space, making even the ground beneath, a nameless planet, tremble. Seeing this, Thanos tightened his grip on the tyrant cleaver, his gaze turning steely and grave. Within him, the energy of destruction surged to a peak. He activated his ultimate skill, Power of Destruction. In the blink of an eye, purple light blazed from every inch of his body, and the tyrant cleaver sprouted writhing tendrils of violet energy. At this moment, Odin raised the eternal spear and shouted loudly, "Gods, eternal!" In an instant, a mighty aura locked onto Thanos, and countless spear shadows shot forth, hurling themselves at the enemy. Seeing this, Thanos gripped the tyrant's blade with both hands and spun it rapidly. A relentless clashing sound rang out, echoing through the air. Yet the onslaught of spear shadows seemed endless, showing no sign of stopping. After a while, some of the spear shadows pierced through his defenses, striking his body and leaving mark after mark behind. Although the attacks had not yet broken through his protection, they were already much stronger than before, at least as hard as vibranium now. If this kept up, the accumulating attacks would inevitably harm him. With this in mind, Thanos stretched out his left hand, beginning to gather a tremendous amount of destructive energy. After fending off the assault for a while longer, and seeing that Odin showed no intention of stopping, Thanos unleashed the energy. With a furious roar, a surge of purple light erupted, briefly outshining Odin's golden radiance. Every incoming spear shadow was shattered and obliterated by the destructive energy Thanos unleashed. However, no matter how powerful the destructive energy was, without more to sustain it, it was soon overwhelmed by the relentless spear shadows. Once again, golden light flooded the sky. But Thanos made use of this fleeting moment. He left behind a clone to draw Odin's attacks, while his true self slipped out of the line of fire and charged toward his foe. Prepare to die. Seeing Thanos charging at him, Odin immediately ceased his ultimate attack and thrust the eternal spear forward. A thunderous metallic crash rang out. Though Odin had boosted his strength with divine descent, he was still forced back, step, by Thanos in his dual-powered state. Before long, the two of them reached the edge of the planet's atmosphere. A continuous rumble filled the air. Bolts of lightning shot out from the ruptured atmosphere, but both combatants' auras deflected them, rendering them completely harmless. At their level, not even planetary disasters could do them any harm. A minute later, with an earth-shattering crash, Thanos drove Odin down like a meteor, crashing them both into the ground. The planet's crust, already trembling from their battle, quaked violently, and volcanoes erupted. This planet was not large, less than half the size of the one previously destroyed, with gravity at about 1.4 times normal. As for atmospheric pressure, the atmosphere had been punctured and was rapidly thinning. Now, it stood at only about 0.8 atmospheres. But Thanos didn't stop. He kept pushing Odin, forcing him deeper and deeper toward the planet's core. Clearly, the planet had an active core, and if Thanos could shove Odin into the magma, it would sap a great deal of his enemy's strength. Odin was well aware of this. With a furious roar, he unleashed his divine power, bringing his charging figure to an abrupt halt. But Thanos would never let such an opportunity slip by. The energy of destruction surged within him once more, and he raised the tyrant blade, slashing down with all his might. The clash of weapons rang out again, sharp, metallic blows echoing through the air. An hour later, the planet could no longer withstand the aftershocks of their battle. Its core began to rupture, and fragments of the planet scattered into space. This was the second planet the two had destroyed. The war between the Black Order and Asgard was drawing to a close. All of Asgard's medium and large warships that still had energy reserves engaged their space jump drives and fled. The remaining smaller ships, drained of power, were all annihilated. In truth, Corvus Glaive wanted to activate a spatial lockdown, determined not to let a single enemy escape. But both Supergiant and Ebony Maw believed that if they sealed off all routes and forced the enemy into a desperate last stand, even if victory was theirs, the cost would be unacceptably high. So, it was better to let a few escape and destroy the majority. When Thanos was absent, the Black Order's 5 generals could command the war effort, but only by unanimous vote. With Proxima Midnight and Cull Obsidian abstaining from the vote, the spatial lockdown was ultimately never initiated. Now, they turned their attention to a second matter. Should they send reinforcements to Lord Thanos? Yet this discussion ceased the moment the second planet exploded. Although they themselves had reached the pinnacle of planetary-level strength and could ascend to subcelestial at any moment, in the face of such apocalyptic destruction, they were powerless to intervene. Any stray shockwave from the battle could kill them instantly. Corvus Glaive gazed at the screen, watching the shattered remains of the planet drift apart, and asked with lingering dread, "How strong do you think our Lord truly is? Even a planet is nothing but a toy in his hands." Proxima Midnight shook her head, awe shining in her eyes. "I don't know, but I believe this must be the pinnacle of power in the universe." "Indeed. Our Lord's strength surely surpasses what we can imagine," Supergiant agreed. Her face was unreadable, but the reverence in her voice was unmistakable. Ebony Maw's eyes gleamed, his tone almost fanatical. "Yes, we can only follow in our Lord's shadow. To conquer all that his gaze falls upon is the truest expression of our loyalty." Among the 5, only Cull Obsidian, slow-witted as ever, nodded vigorously, unable to find words to convey his admiration. At last he simply managed a single line. Each member of the Black Order joined Thanos' ranks at different times. Corvus Glaive was the first to become Thanos' subordinate, followed by Ebony Maw, then Proxima Midnight, Cull Obsidian, and finally Supergiant. To become the leader of the 5 generals, General Deadblade had started consorting with the Dark Neighbor Star. Dark Neighbor Star, being the weakest among the 5 generals, agreed to this alliance in order to secure his own position. In truth, the Black Obsidian 5 generals were far from the harmonious front they presented to the world. Still, things had not escalated to the point of open hostility between them. After a round of intense discussion, they turned their attention back to besieging the gods of Asgard. Although the outcome of the battle was already certain, with more than 1 million Asgardian gods surrounded, it would still take some time to fully reap the rewards of their victory. After all, even slaughtering 1 million pigs would take a considerable amount of time, let alone the Asgardians, whose individual strength was said to be twice that of the Dark Order's members. On a planet that had just been reduced to ruins, Odin and Thanos stood there, both panting heavily, their eyes locked on each other. Normally, they could fight for days, even weeks, without breaking a sweat. But today, having unleashed their full strength, both had expended enormous amounts of energy and stamina. By now, exhaustion had set in. Both had deactivated their overload states, leaving neither of them in any condition to resume the fight immediately. After a while, Odin finally spoke, his voice ragged. "Thanos, if you withdraw now, I can let bygones be bygones." He was no longer confident in his ability to defeat his opponent, and so chose to try and broker peace. Had this been in his younger days, such a thing would have been unthinkable. Even if victory seemed impossible, his youthful passion would have driven him to fight to the bitter end. But now, age and the burdens of responsibility had dulled that recklessness. He was no longer at the stage of life where throwing everything away made sense. Thanos responded to Odin's offer with a cold, dismissive smile. "You're still dreaming, old man. If you have time to plead, you'd do better to look at what's happening behind you." He knew his forces now held an overwhelming advantage. Once the Asgardians were wiped out and his troops came to reinforce him, over 10,000 warships would be enough to wear down even the mightiest foe. Odin, wary, slowly turned his head to look behind him at Thanos' words. In the next instant, he witnessed a scene that left him in utter disbelief. The Asgardian gods had been surrounded by the enemy, helpless as lambs awaiting slaughter, unable to mount any resistance. And Odin himself was now too drained to go back and help them. After a long moment, Odin turned back with great difficulty, gritting his teeth, and spat out, "Name your terms. What will it take for you to withdraw?" Thanos shook his head, saying nothing. Odin still hadn't realized the true nature of his predicament. There was no common ground for negotiation. After all, Thanos sought nothing less than the entire galaxy, along with the other 5 Infinity Stones. Their conflict rested on irreconcilable interests. Unless, of course, Odin was willing to become his subordinate. But that was simply impossible. To make the king of all gods, the supreme ruler of the galaxy, serve as someone else's subordinate, Odin would never agree to that, even if it meant his own death. When Odin saw the look in Thanos' eyes, he realized there was almost no chance for reconciliation between them. Ignoring the risk of backlash, he forcefully triggered his godly descent state once more. Every second wasted meant more of his own warriors would fall. He had to finish this quickly. Sensing Odin's determination, Thanos immediately activated both his Dominion and Destruction forces. In the fierce battle that followed, the two were again locked in a perfectly balanced clash of power. But after a few moments, a sudden glint flashed in Odin's eyes. His golden, radiant armor exploded in a burst, and the fragments shot toward Thanos, instantly binding him and restricting his movements. This armor was a high-level divine artifact. Not only did it offer formidable defense, but it could also sacrifice itself to restrain an enemy. Seizing the moment while Thanos was immobilized, Odin drove his spear straight through Thanos' chest. Seeing the disbelief in Thanos' eyes, Odin allowed himself a victor's smile, then slowly pulled out the eternal spear. Haha, in the end, I am the one who triumphs. With a triumphant laugh, Odin deactivated his godly descent state and rushed to support his beleaguered warriors. Wielding the eternal spear, he swiftly slaughtered every last enemy on the battlefield. Just as he was basking in his triumph, the eagle-shaped crest on his helmet flickered with a strange light. Suddenly, he sensed that something was wrong. Everything had gone far too smoothly, so smoothly, in fact, that it felt almost unreal. As that realization dawned, a wave of nausea hit him out of nowhere. After a few moments of retching, his vision blurred, and he found himself back at the scene where he'd first struck down Thanos. There stood Thanos, utterly unharmed. The planet around them was still splitting apart, and his own warriors were still caught in the desperate struggle behind him. In that instant, Odin understood. Everything he'd just experienced had been an illusion. When did you learn that trick? Odin demanded. Thanos ran his fingers over the Mind Stone, disappointment flickering in his eyes. He had activated the Mind Stone's power the moment Odin glanced over his shoulder. Yet, even after draining so much of Odin's energy, he hadn't been able to keep him trapped in the illusion. It seemed his mastery over the Mind Stone was still lacking. Odin, seeing Thanos remain silent, gripped the eternal spear tighter and entered his godly descent state once again, charging forward. But now that Thanos knew Odin's trump cards, he fought with extreme caution, doing everything he could to avoid being ensnared by that enchanted armor again. As the battle wore on, Odin realized with a chill that Thanos was once more driving him down toward another planet, exactly as he'd done before. A moment ago, though he had used divine descent within the illusion, the energy and potential it had consumed were all too real. Now, he could no longer sustain divine descent for much longer. He had to escape. The enemy before him could only be confronted by joining forces with others. But as for the subordinates he had brought along, forget it. As long as the Green Hills remain, there will be firewood to burn. His life was more important. Once the thought of retreat took hold, he immediately began searching for an escape route. After fending off Thanos once more, he darted away in a flash, abandoning his frontline fighters and flying at full speed to the rear. Seeing this, Thanos gave chase at once, fearing his opponent would slip away. But just then, a rainbow-hued beam of light streaked toward them from afar. At the sight of this light, a sense of dread welled up in his heart. Yet before he could react, the rainbow brilliance enveloped Odin, and in the very next instant, both vanished without a trace. Odin had, in fact, instructed Heimdall to activate the Bifrost and whisk him away. This was the unique interstellar cannon and portal of the Asgardian gods. Witnessing this, Thanos' face twisted with displeasure. But there was nothing he could do. After all, faced with such advanced technology as the Bifrost, he had no way to stop it. 3 hours later, Thanos surveyed the mountains of corpses and rivers of blood before him, his gaze icy cold as he slowly sheathed the blade of the tyrant. All around him floated bodies, severed limbs, and remains. They were so densely packed, it was impossible to count them all. In those 3 hours, he and his followers had hunted down over 1 million Asgardian gods. He had considered taking some prisoners. But these Asgardians were all warriors to the end. None surrendered. Every last one fell in battle. At that moment, the Black Order soared toward him, then dropped to one knee in midair. At their head, the Corvus Glaive bowed respectfully and said, "My lord." Having witnessed the battle between Thanos and Odin, their loyalty was now absolute. Such world-shattering power, no amount of training, even for centuries, could ever bring them close. That was the power of a god. To his subordinates' reverence, Thanos spared only a fleeting glance before asking, "Where is Thor's body?" Odin had escaped, but slaying Thor would suffice. As his words fell, the Black Order bowed their heads even lower. Seeing this, Thanos frowned deeply, his voice heavy with displeasure. Don't tell me, he escaped? The Corvus Glaive, seeing no one else would speak, steeled himself and replied, My lord, we did not see Thor. He hadn't finished when Thanos' eyes flashed menacingly. In an instant, the Corvus Glaive felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him. It pressed so hard, he could barely breathe. How could you even let a half-dead man escape? The Midnight Neighbor lowered his head and quickly spoke up, My lord, here's what happened. Supergiant and Ebony Maw were worried that if the enemy was forced into a desperate fight, we would suffer heavy losses. So, they chose not to seal off the space, which allowed the enemy to escape. At this point, they were unaware that Sif had already escaped with Thor. They still believed it was their failure to lock down the area that let the enemy slip away. Seeing Midnight Neighbor trying to shift the blame, Supergiant and Ebony Maw grew anxious. My lord, it was purely a strategic decision. We feared the Black Order would take too many casualties. Yes, and we don't even know this, Thor. Before they could finish, Thanos' imposing presence crashed down upon them. The pressure was immense, and the entire Black Order felt it bearing down on them. In no time, cold sweat began to bead and trickle down their foreheads. After a short while, seeing his subordinates kneeling on the ground and trembling, Thanos finally withdrew his oppressive aura. He spoke in a calm, deliberate tone. Don't talk to me about strategy. My strategy is simple. Destroy as many enemies as possible. Otherwise, if Odin uses the resources of an entire star system against us, we'll struggle to hold our ground. Supergiant and Ebony Maw might possess some insight into warfare, but when it came to galactic-level strategy, they were still lacking. Upon hearing this, the members of the Black Order immediately realized where they had gone wrong. Regret gnawed at their hearts. Supergiant and Ebony Maw, in particular, wished they could slap themselves for their mistake. Yet Thanos paid no mind to their private remorse. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the distant expanse of the cosmos and continued, Prepare all fleets. We'll follow the traces the enemy left behind and pursue them at once. Whenever a spaceship makes a spatial jump, it leaves behind subtle traces in the fabric of space. Fortunately, Thanos possessed the technology needed to track such traces, so he chose not to pursue the matter of his subordinate's failure any further. The Black Order nodded in acknowledgement, then quickly got up and returned to their ships. Meanwhile, back on Asgard, inside the chamber of the Bifrost Bridge, Odin's face was pale, his breathing labored and irregular. Damn that purple tyrant, curse him. At that moment, Heimdall's boots clanked across the floor as he approached Odin, worry etched on his face. All-Father, are you alright? Heimdall had been secretly watching Odin's battle with Thanos all along. Seeing Odin being pushed back filled him with anxiety. If it weren't for the lack of Odin's explicit command, he would have rushed in to help. Odin shook his head, still unsettled, and said, Back during the Council of the Gods, I heard about this Thanos fellow from the neighboring Panlong galaxy, how powerful he was. Back then, we laughed at the people next door for failing to handle a mere titan. Now, I see it was I who underestimated him. Although he didn't outright admit he was no match for his opponent, his words had already signaled his surrender. He still had a few tricks up his sleeve, but with his strongest cards already played, the rest would merely cause Thanos some trouble at best, and could never change the outcome of the battle. What's more, he couldn't be sure that his adversary didn't have any hidden moves left. The Mind Stone in particular had cast a long shadow over him, leaving an impression too deep to shake. Fortunately, it was only a projection of the Infinity Stones, not the real thing. At this thought, he suddenly remembered that among his treasures, there was a glove specially crafted to wield the Infinity Stones. In his younger days, he too had dreamed of gathering all the stones and ruling the universe. But in the end, he gave up. There simply weren't any leads, and collecting them was impossible. The only stone he had ever known of belonged to that bald man, and he had no way of getting his hands on it. He shook his head, casting these thoughts aside. Just then, Heimdall suddenly looked up to the sky, his pupils tightening with alarm. A moment later, he spoke anxiously, All-Father, it seems the enemy has a way to track our cosmic battleships. They're following our fleet even now. Upon hearing this, Odin's expression changed to one of urgent concern. He immediately stood up and strode outside.
What?
They have that kind of ability. Heimdall watched Odin's departing figure and could only shake his head helplessly before returning to his vigil over the enemy fleet. Soon after, Odin entered the Grand Hall and issued a summons to the council members. The power structure of Asgard was rather intriguing. Next to the All-Father, the highest authority belonged to the council, composed of 100 members. Each council member was required to possess, at minimum, planetary-level strength, on par with the famed Warriors 3. Strength alone wasn't enough. Each also had to hold a domain within the galaxy, be it a star or a planet. The galaxy was vast, more than enough to produce tens of millions of council members. But unfortunately, Odin's desire for control was overwhelming. He treated the entire galaxy as his private possession. Only those few who had fought alongside him in his earliest campaigns were ever granted planets. After that, no one else received any. If things had been different, they wouldn't be left so helpless before Thanos now. With a billion cosmic warships sweeping across the stars, even Thanos would have been worn down, if not defeated outright. Several hours later, over 100 council members arrived on Asgard via the Bifrost, each one making their way into the Great Hall. By now, Odin's demeanor showed no trace of injury. He appeared every bit the invincible All-Father once more. As the gods took their seats, Odin gripped the Spear of Eternity and rose to address them. Esteemed council members, we now face an unprecedented crisis. The enemy in the Panlong star system has invaded our realm through a newly formed wormhole. I require you to dispatch every available fleet to reinforce us at once. As Odin's words fell, a wave of murmurs swept through the ranks of the gods below. Isn't the Panlong galaxy supposed to be near the Milky Way? Yes, how did they get here? Weren't all the wormholes closed? What kind of enemy could it be for the king of gods himself to ask us for help? Could it be that the Lord God of the Panlong galaxy has been killed? Otherwise, why would they invade us? That's impossible. Why haven't we heard a single word about this? Seeing the growing unrest among the gods, Odin couldn't help but tap the ground with Gungnir, his eternal spear. A pair of heavy thuds echoed through the hall, bringing immediate silence to the assembly. Odin nodded in satisfaction, then announced, each council member must dispatch 10 small cosmic battleships and 1 medium-sized battleship to Asgard as reinforcements. He had not requested any large battleships because only Asgard possessed the means to build them. Should any counselor dare to manufacture large battleships privately, it would be deemed treason. Upon hearing Odin's command, the faces of the gods shifted at once. Ever since the Asgardian gods had taken control of the Milky Way and sealed all the wormholes, there had been no real wars. At most, only the occasional suppression of a rebellion. Because of this, most felt it was better to enjoy life than to spend fortunes on building warships. Now, with each person required to provide so many ships, only a handful could possibly meet the demand. Before long, the gods began to complain in earnest. Great King, my planet has always been destitute. We simply don't have the resources to produce so many battleships. That's right, I'm in the same situation. There are only 3 ancient ships in my entire warehouse, and they're 1,000 years old. Your Majesty, I swear I'm suffering. Just recently, those wretched commoners revolted and destroyed all my warships. You all have it easy. I can't even afford to build a palace, let alone manufacture cosmic battleships. Listening to his subordinates lament, Odin's brow furrowed deeply. 1,000 years ago, if any Asgardian god had heard of a foreign invasion, they would have offered up everything they had without hesitation, all for the sake of victory. He hadn't expected that in just a millennium, the descendants of Asgard had grown so decadent. Shaking his head, Odin struck the ground again with his eternal spear and declared, for those who cannot meet the quota, I will send people to collect the equivalent in resources. This meeting is over. In truth, he had meant to offer encouragement and perhaps assign additional planets. But now, he had lost all such intentions. These counselors had disappointed him too deeply. At the end of the meeting, he immediately dispatched messengers to warn his returning subordinates, instructing them to flee to other locations. This way, Thanos would not learn the coordinates of Asgard so soon. With great effort, he forced himself to ignore his injuries and made his way to Thor's palace. At that moment, Thor lay on his bed, his face as pale as paper, lost in unconsciousness. Standing at the bedside was Queen Frigga. In one hand she held a staff, with the other, she emitted a gentle, white glow. Frigga was never truly skilled in the healing arts, but for the sake of her son, she had chosen to do it herself. Thor's wounds were so severe that only someone with the power of a demi-father could hope to heal him. And across the entire realm of Asgard, Frigga was the only one who both possessed such strength and knew the art of healing. Odin saw the sweat beading on his queen's forehead and felt a pang of sorrow. He stepped forward with concern and said, "Why don't you rest for a while?" He wasn't sure when Thanos might appear, and preserving their strength was of utmost importance. He certainly didn't want to enter battle, already short one demi-father-level combatant. But Frigga only glanced at him coolly, neither replying nor pausing in her efforts. To her, Thor was her lifeblood. Odin, on the other hand, was nothing more than a partner in a political alliance. To outsiders, they appeared to be the very picture of marital harmony, a model couple. In truth, there was never any love between them, only a transaction. At times, even a hint of resentment. 1,000 years ago, After the death of her clan's leader, her people, the witches, were gradually devoured by the powers of the other 8 realms. In desperation to save her kin, she was left with no choice but to enter a political marriage with Odin. Yet after she aided Odin in his rule over the 9 realms, he turned against her people, the witches, suppressing them. He even sacrificed the Valkyries just to exile her eldest daughter, Hela. Because Hela had awakened the witch's blood within her and suppressed the Asgardian divine blood, Odin feared the impurity of her lineage. But by then, Frigga was already pregnant with their second child, so she swallowed her hatred and could only watch helplessly as her daughter was banished to another realm. During the marriage negotiations, she had made Odin swear an oath. He could have no other queen but her for the rest of his life. Therefore, all that belonged to Asgard would, in the end, be inherited by her children. She only needed to wait for Odin to die of old age. But until then, she had to endure everything he did. That was why, even though she knew full well about Odin's nightly escapades with other women, she always pretended not to see. It wasn't ignorance, but strategy, to keep Odin from finding an excuse to break their contract. Seeing the coldness in Frigga's eyes, Odin felt a surge of anger, but quickly forced it down. With a formidable enemy at their doorstep, this was no time for division. Yet as his gaze fell on Sif, standing to the side, his patience wore much thinner. Odin's face darkened with anger. He raised the Spear of Eternity and unleashed a devastating wave of power. A deep, resonant hum filled the air. Sif had never imagined that Odin would attack her. Caught completely off guard, she was struck head-on. A gaping wound burst open in her abdomen, making it look as though she had nearly been cleaved in half. With a heavy thud, Sif collapsed to the ground, blood pouring from her mouth in great, heaving gasps. Her lips moved soundlessly, her eyes locked onto Odin's with a look of agony and betrayal, as if pleading for an explanation. Why would he kill her? Odin withdrew the Spear of Eternity, his voice thunderous with rage. Who gave you the authority to bring the flagship back? Do you realize your actions led to our defeat at the front? Over 1 million Asgardian warriors died because of you. You killed them, and by the law, desertion in battle is punishable by death. Hearing this, Sif could only shut her eyes, unwilling and bitter. Damn it, if she'd known this would happen, she'd never have saved that wretched man. Meanwhile, on the far side of the galaxy, the Black Order were tracking the traces left behind by Asgard starships. After being harshly reprimanded by Thanos, they finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Relentlessly, they pressed the pursuit, not daring to rest for even a moment. But before long, they noticed something was wrong. After the 4th spatial jump, the Asgardian starships abruptly changed course, veering off in another direction. After a brief discussion, they decided to report this development to Thanos. Upon learning what had happened, Thanos immediately understood. Odin had discovered their pursuit and had sacrificed the ships to ensure his own escape. To this, Thanos could only marvel at Odin's cold-hearted decisiveness. Those ships weren't small. After all, they carried tens of thousands of people each. And these were warriors who had once fought and bled for Odin, clashing against the Black Order in battles of life and death. Who would have thought that, in the blink of an eye, they would be so mercilessly abandoned? There was little Thanos could do. He could only order his forces to continue their relentless hunt for the Asgardian starships, instructing them to capture as many alive as possible. Since these defeated soldiers were now cut off from returning home, his only hope was to uncover the coordinates of Asgard's realm from one of these ships. Otherwise, searching for that one place in the vastness of space would be like finding a needle in a cosmic haystack. As for why Thanos did not personally lead the hunt, it was because he had more pressing matters at hand. He ordered his subordinates to continue building interstellar fortresses near the wormhole and to keep manufacturing starships on the planets behind the front lines. As for himself, he set off to seek out new planets and experiment with his abilities. Time slipped by, almost unnoticed. 2 months had passed. In the rear, another 300 or so starships arrived to reinforce the fleet, once again bringing Thanos' armada back up to full strength, 10,000 ships. The Black Dwarf and his 4 generals destroyed one Asgardian warship after another, yet not a single Asgardian surrendered. They fought to the bitter end. When defeat was certain, the Asgardian warriors chose to self-destruct. They left no chance for capture. Realizing this, Thanos finally gave up on taking prisoners and instead focused his efforts on conquering one star after another. At this moment, he stood on a barren planet, his hands radiating a purple glow as he continuously absorbed energy. After destroying his first planet, he gained a technique called the Devouring Star Art. But because he wanted to master the power of the Mind Stone, he had never tried out this ability until now. Once his battle with Odin ended, Thanos sought out this desolate planet beneath his feet and began to unleash the Devouring Star Art. Soon, he discovered the technique's limitation. It only worked on planets whose cores were still burning. If the core had cooled and the planet had died, he couldn't draw a drop of energy from it. After 2 months of draining this world, even its core began to cool, and its atmosphere slowly faded away. That was when he understood the truth. The so-called devouring star art was simply the extraction of a planet's core, bringing death to any living world it touched. Just then, a low, vibrating hum filled the air. He didn't need to look up to know. One of his subordinates was coming to find him. This was his first time using the devouring star art, and he had no idea when the planet beneath him would be fully drained, nor what would happen afterward. To be safe, he had ordered all ships to wait 100,000 kilometers away in orbit. After a while, a sleek, silver-white spacecraft, its design strikingly futuristic, landed not far from him. The hatch opened, and a figure in gray robes, face obscured, stepped out. The newcomer approached Thanos, stopping 10 meters away, and knelt respectfully on one knee. "Honored Lord Thanos, it seems we have found traces of the Asgardian continent." At these words, Thanos finally looked up at the visitor. This was the executive officer of the Black Order, a bioengineered being, not one built for brute strength but for intelligence. "How did you find it?" The officer replied calmly, "Based on our analysis, the God King Odin, proud as he is, would surely establish the Asgardian continent at the very center of the galaxy to proclaim his power and achievements. So we concentrated our search on the galactic core and, to our surprise, discovered a location matching its description." Thanos nodded in approval. "Excellent. Return for now. I'll be there shortly." "As you command, my lord." Without delay, the officer returned to the ship and departed from the planet on the brink of collapse. Watching this, Thanos increased the power of his absorption. Waves of energy surged into him. Immediately, a thunderous rumbling erupted in the air. In an instant, the ground trembled and mountains shook, the earth cracked open, and volcanoes erupted. An apocalyptic scene unfolded before his eyes. But since this planet harbored no life, the notion of an apocalypse hardly mattered. After about half an hour, sensing the energy in his grasp gradually fading, he ceased absorbing and soared up into the sky. Thunder rumbled on. The planet continued to erupt with wave after wave of explosions. Seen from outer space, it was clear that this world was beyond saving. Chunks of land, blown free by the blasts, broke away from the planet's gravity and hurtled into the void. Not long after Thanos departed, the planet collapsed completely, detonating in a massive explosion. Countless fragments of rock sped outward into space, leaving behind only a shattered planetary core about 1,000 kilometers across. These were the remains of the lost world, the sole evidence that a planet had ever existed here. Thanos brought up his personal attribute panel.
Constitution, 42,942.4.
Strength, 35,121.8. Agility, 29,578.0. Mental power, 30,448.7. Active skill, power of destruction. Passive skills, Titan bloodline, super regeneration, super constitution, super strength, super agility, powerful mind, resilient skin. Unique skills, ruler, celestial devourer. Equipment, tyrant's cleaver, tyrant's armor, mind stone. Glancing over his stats, Thanos nodded in satisfaction. Absorbing the planet this time had increased his attributes by over 1,000 to more than 3,000 points each. Naturally, his constitution had grown the most. And thanks to a year of mastering the Mind Stone, his mental power now exceeded 30,000. If every planet he absorbed brought such tremendous gains, then after consuming 100 worlds, he might well reach the late celestial rank. Although the system panel didn't display levels, years of research had led him to map out a hierarchy based on attributes. There were ordinary people, strongmen, superhumans, planetary level, subcelestials, celestials, single universe level, and multiverse level. An ordinary person's average attribute was about 1. A strong man's averaged between 2 and 10. A superhuman's ranged from 10 to 100. Planetary level attributes spanned 100 to 1,000. Subcelestials ranged from 1,000 to 10,000. Celestials fell between 10,000 and 100,000. Of course, this classification was something he and his faction had developed. Elsewhere, people had their own terms for these distinctions. After a while, Thanos returned to the sanctuary too. Through a projection from the void, he watched as the Black Order located a landmass suspected to be Asgard. It was a continent suspended in the vacuum of space. Yes, it's a continent, not a planet. Such a marvel could never form naturally in the universe. It could only be constructed by intelligent hands. No wonder the Dark Enforcer was convinced that this was the legendary continent of Asgard. Without hesitation, Thanos dispatched 10 scout ships to investigate. 1 week later, thanks to their impressive speed, the scout ships reached their destination, 10,000 light-years away. From the footage relayed by the scouts, Thanos could witness the wonders of this continent. The land was flat, with no planetary core, its gravity a complete mystery. And yet, the continent experienced the change of seasons, the ebb and flow of tides, and all the rhythms of a typical planet. But as more detailed data came in, Thanos noticed clear differences between this continent and a true planet. Instead of an atmosphere, an energy shield enveloped the entire landmass, and overhead, gravity was absent. At that very moment, floating above the continent, were more than 15,000 starships, most of them small crafts. Thanos was taken aback by what he saw. He hadn't expected Odin's war potential to be so formidable. Even after losing so many ships, Asgard had still managed to amass such a fleet. If the Asgardian gods were given more time, who knows how many more warships they could bring forth. No, Odin had to be dealt with swiftly, otherwise, the Asgardians' capacity for war would soon surpass his own. With that thought, Thanos immediately ordered Sanctuary 2 to launch, dispatching the Black Order as the vanguard. Another week passed. Beside a lake on the continent of Asgard, Thor stood clad in gleaming silver armor, gripping his newly restored hammer, Mjolnir, as he swung it again and again. After 10 days bedridden, he had finally come back to life. Though his recovery had drained much of his mother's magic, he was now fully restored. The very first thing he did, once back on his feet, was rush outside to train. Such eagerness would have been unthinkable in the past. Back then, his days were spent drinking or quelling rebellions. As for training, he never considered it necessary. Born with the royal blood of Asgard, he never had to train. By adulthood, he already possessed the power of a lesser god. Such effortless strength had bred complacency. He drifted through life, indulging and idle. That was why he'd never bothered to think things through. After all, nothing had ever demanded it. But ever since his battle with Thanos, he understood. No matter how mighty his parents were, they couldn't protect him forever. A man must rely on himself. And so, it had been 4 days since he began to train in earnest. At this moment, as he swung the hammer of Thor again and again, a low, resonant hum filled the air. Before him, the surface of the lake repeatedly parted and then settled back into calm, only to be cleaved again with each swing. After a while, breathless and exhausted, he set down the hammer and shook his head. This isn't working. Training like this has little effect. The royal blood of Asgard had given him a higher starting point and immense strength. But now, it had become shackle, making it nearly impossible to break through his current limits. All things in the world are balanced. A powerful bloodline, at times, also means heavy chains. Just then, the distant temple bells rang out, clear and urgent. Hearing those chimes, Thor's expression changed at once, and he soared toward the temple without hesitation. Normally, the temple bells never rang unless something truly important was happening. Sure enough, upon arriving, he immediately saw his father on the throne, a grave look etched on his face. Moments later, the temple was packed with people. Some senators even hovered in midair to claim a spot. Odin, seated on the throne, rose to his feet and tapped the ground with the eternal spear. 2 deep, resounding thuds echoed in everyone's ears. Instantly, the hall fell silent. Odin nodded with satisfaction and began to speak. According to Heimdall's latest report, the enemy is heading toward us. They will be here in roughly a day. I now declare Asgard to be in a state of emergency. First, all portals are to be sealed, and no starships are permitted to leave. Second, all resources are to be prioritized for war. Third, everyone over the age of 15 is now automatically part of the reserve forces, under the direct command of the High Command, that is, myself. At these words, the gods broke into heated discussion. Damn Thanos. We will strike him down.
Yes.
Long live Asgard. Asgard will triumph. Under the All-Father's leadership, we will slay every invader. We swear to defend Asgard to the death, to defend our home. Below, Thor watched his father issuing command after command, and a longing stirred within him. Compared to the endless rebellions and ceaseless battles, sitting on the throne, commanding with authority, seemed far more satisfying, a true seat of power. This, he thought, is where a man truly belongs. But, alas, barring any surprises, the All-Father likely had centuries left to live. 2.5 trillion kilometers beyond the continent of Asgard, squadrons of starships suddenly emerged from the void. At first, only small escort ships appeared, but soon, medium and then large warships materialized. Next came assault ships, flagships, and support vessels. Finally, the main ships of the Black Order arrived, assembling in the darkness of space. The reason they chose to jump 2.5 trillion kilometers away from their target was, of course, because they had thoroughly analyzed the Asgardians' technology after the war. Once they realized the enemy lacked long-range spatial blockades and slipstream technology, they felt secure enough to make such a distant leap, mainly to prevent the enemy from deploying cosmic mines in advance. For an opponent without slipstream technology, traveling this distance at the speed of light would take 100 days. As for attempting a spatial jump, that was even more impossible. Because to prevent the enemy from escaping, they had already imposed a spatial blockade on them. If the enemy dared to come over, Thanos would be laughing out loud. With such a technological advantage, he could afford to be so overbearing. Besides, it would only take 1 day to reach their destination from here, not exactly urgent. This would also give them a whole day to gather their forces, instead of rushing headlong into battle with the Asgardians in a panic. An hour passed. A colossal warship emerged in the vastness of space. It was none other than the Sanctuary II, Thanos' flagship. With its arrival, an almost tangible pressure settled over everyone present. After all, this Titan-class warship was simply massive beyond comparison. Even the largest of other space warships looked insignificant before it, like children among giants. They were simply not in the same league. Inside the control room of Sanctuary II, Thanos sat upon his throne, coldly gripping the Mind Stone, constantly attuned to the power pulsing within it. The Mind Stone could compensate for his shortcomings in mental strength, so he made a point to hone his abilities with it at every moment. After a while, the holographic images of the Black Order appeared, hovering in midair. As always, they respectfully knelt on one knee. Thanos opened his eyes, nodded slightly, and asked, "What's the situation?" Corvus Glaive looked up and was the first to report, "My lord, according to our reconnaissance drones, we've detected that the enemy has gathered over 14,000 small warships, more than 700 medium-sized warships, and 11 large warships. It's clear the enemy is severely lacking in medium and large vessels, and their firepower is gravely insufficient. Moreover, based on our earlier analysis of their technology, they don't differentiate between escort ships, attack ships, or supply ships. Their tactics are still stuck 5 centuries in the past. We could easily implement an encirclement and annihilation strategy." Thanos nodded and asked, "Does anyone have alternate tactics to suggest?" Proxima Midnight, Supergiant, Black Dwarf, and Ebony Maw all shook their heads, indicating they had no objections. Seeing this, Thanos declared, "Very well. Proceed to the destination, and let the war begin." With that, he closed his eyes once more. Although the Black Order was still lacking in strategic thinking, their tactical deployments were flawless. After all, after 1,000 years of war, even a pig would have learned by now. After making their decision, they quickly opened the spatial tunnel under the guidance of Sanctuary II. Then, at 100 times the speed of light, they shot toward their destination. 100 times the speed of light might sound incredibly fast, but in the boundless universe, it's actually quite slow. Meanwhile, in Asgard, with Odin's order to mobilize for war, one mini-starship after another soared into the sky. This war was a matter of life and death for them. Even though everyone knew these mini-starships were little more than cannon fodder, no one refused to take part. The honor of the Asgardian gods could not be tarnished. Among Asgardians, there are only warriors who die in battle, never cowards who flee. This was a sharp contrast to those who had spent their entire lives away from Asgard, never returning to their homeland. Over 1,000 Asgardian senators had always lived on their own planets, ruling as petty tyrants. It was only natural that they lacked that fighting spirit. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that Odin had always resented the splintering of the Asgardian gods. At this moment, Odin sat quietly aboard a massive warship, patiently awaiting the enemy's arrival. Thor and Heimdall stood close by his side. Frigga, having exhausted her magic healing Thor not long ago, had yet to recover her full strength. Now, a different calculation began to stir within Odin's mind. Although Thor and Heimdall were both at the Sub-Allfather level, he felt it still wasn't enough. He doubted the two of them could truly trouble Thanos. If only Frigga were here. With her at the peak of Sub-Allfather power and her uncanny sorcery, she would be the perfect support in battle. As for those two warriors, he feared Thanos would cut them down in a matter of moments. He dreaded the thought that he might have to risk himself to save them. At that thought, his mind drifted to his daughter, Hela. If Hela were present, with her magic and formidable strength, she could easily hold Thanos at bay. Odin considered whether he should release Hela from captivity. But after pondering a moment, he dismissed the idea. It had taken so much effort to imprison that troublemaker, letting her out again would surely lead to chaos. And so, time ticked by, second after second. In addition to the 15,000 warships, there were now over 1 million mini-starships gathered around them. These ships lacked the ability to make spatial jumps, and their energy reserves were meager, their speed unimpressive. But their strength lay in sheer numbers, and they were expendable. After several hours, an Asgardian hurried over and knelt on one knee. Lord Odin, we've detected intense spatial fluctuations 10 million kilometers ahead, but it's not a spatial jump. Odin rose to his feet at once, his expression grave. Could the enemy have developed new technology? Without delay, he turned to Heimdall. Thanos possessed far too many new technologies that he was unaware of. Perhaps only Heimdall, who had been observing the battle from Asgard all along, truly understood the extent of it. Heimdall did not disappoint him. Rising to his feet, he said, All-Father, during the First War, I witnessed them using a technology that enabled them to travel at 100 times the speed of light, without causing any significant spatial disturbances. 100 times the speed of light, is it? Odin fell silent again upon hearing this. The very reason he knew the enemy would arrive in a day was also thanks to Heimdall's deduction. He had been wondering what the basis for that prediction was. Now he knew it was this technology that allowed for such incredible speed. The more he learned about Thanos' technology, the more it unsettled him. How much of this knowledge had slipped from his grasp over the years? Although, in the Marvel Universe, strength was paramount, it didn't mean technology was unimportant. If he had possessed such technology earlier, perhaps they would not have suffered defeat. At this moment, Thor could not hold back any longer and asked, Father, what should we do now? He had matured, no longer rushing headlong into battle at the first sign of trouble. This pleased Odin greatly. After a moment's thought, Odin replied, We wait for them to come to us. Clearly, Thanos' technological prowess had shaken him. Odin now preferred a direct confrontation rather than relying on any complicated tactics. Time passed quickly, and soon a day had gone by. Thanos' cosmic fleet finally arrived, stopping 10 million kilometers from the Asgardian armada. What greeted them were volleys of laser fire streaking through the void. Even at this distance, it would take the lasers 33 seconds to reach their targets. The Sanctuary too calmly activated its shields, absorbing the enemy's assault with ease. At this moment, Thanos could also sense Odin's presence far in the distance, and a faint smile played across his lips. Looks like luck is on my side. His greatest fear had been losing Odin in the vastness of space, giving his opponent precious time to recover and grow stronger. In that case, even he might have struggled to turn the tide. Soon, the escort ships followed in formation, immediately activating their shields. These ships resembled hexagonal turtle shells, lacking offensive capability. Their primary function was to project a massive energy barrier. With a surge, shields 10 times larger than the ships themselves flickered into existence. Lasers struck the energy shields, merely stirring faint ripples without even coming close to breaching them. Behind the escort ships, attack vessels, motherships, and supply ships began to arrive one after another. In just half an hour, 10,000 warships had gathered in the space near Asgard. Seeing this, Thanos waved his hand, and the Black Order began directing the fleet to maneuver around the enemy's attacks and attempt a pincer movement from both flanks. Odin, noticing that the enemy's numbers were fewer than his own yet they still dared to attempt an encirclement, was instantly incensed. He immediately gave the order for his troops to begin a counter-encirclement maneuver. A few hours later, the formations of both sides resembled the outstretched wings of a bird. The main forces of each army were concentrated at the center, each attempting to break through the opponent's formation and surround the enemy's flanks. Meanwhile, the units stationed on the wings fought fiercely to breach the opposing lines and in turn encircle the enemy's center. For a time, under the starry expanse of the universe, starships were destroyed one after another, countless lives snuffed out in the chaos of battle. Yet, because the strength of the two sides was evenly matched, every move was made with the utmost caution. This war of encirclement and counter-encirclement raged on for a full day, and by the end, just over 1,000 starships had been lost in total. As for the fallen warriors of the Dark Order and Asgard, their numbers were simply beyond reckoning, impossible to tally. However, the majority of these casualties were suffered by Odin's forces. The main reason was the overwhelming power of the Titan-class warships. Each time Thanos' Sanctuary 2 unleashed a barrage from its main cannon, swathes of enemy ships were obliterated, placing enormous pressure on Odin's central forces. If this continued, Odin's fleet would likely be whittled down to nothing, left utterly powerless to resist. Odin sensed this looming crisis. Grasping the Eternal Spear, he soared out of his flagship into the void. A surge of formidable energy burst forth, shooting directly at the Sanctuary 2 as its main cannon was charging. In the next instant, the surrounding escort ships rushed to intercept, activating their energy shields in unison. Brilliant explosions blossomed across the battlefield like fleeting fireworks. One by one, the escorts shielding Sanctuary 2 from Odin's attack were destroyed in a matter of moments. It wasn't until a large escort ship moved into position that Odin's assault was halted, if only for a few seconds. But just a few seconds was all it bought. After 5 seconds, even this massive escort ship was annihilated, and the energy blast surged on towards Sanctuary 2. Thanks to the brief delay, Sanctuary 2 managed to halt its main cannon's charge and raise its energy shields. Odin's attack slammed into the barrier. Inside the control room, Thanos watched as the ship's energy reserves plummeted and tightened his grip on the blade of destruction. Only a being with the power of a god king could stand against another of its kind. Perhaps, in the future, technology would advance to the point where starships could rival the might of a god king, but for now, he possessed no such weapon. Without delay, Thanos appeared outside Sanctuary 2, extending one hand to intercept the incoming energy wave. After a brief but intense clash, Odin ceased his assault and fixed his gaze on Thanos, 1,000 kilometers away. At that moment, Thor and Heimdall joined him, their eyes blazing fiercely as they stared down Thanos. Thanos, for his part, merely responded with an icy smile, waiting calmly for the battle's outcome to unfold. Now that the location of Asgard had been revealed, there was no longer any need for haste. At this moment, the tide of war was in his favor. He could easily wait for his forces to destroy Asgard's cosmic warships before slowly wearing Odin down. Odin, realizing Thanos' intentions, couldn't help but feel a growing sense of urgency. After a while, a new turn unfolded on the battlefield. On the left flank, the Black Order's Corvus Glaive personally led his craft, destroying a large enemy warship and breaking through the opposing formation, launching a sweeping assault on the troops to the left. In an instant, Odin's forces were thrown into grave danger. Seeing this, Thor grew anxious and cried out, "Father, let me help them." Without waiting for a reply, he swung his hammer and soared toward the embattled left side. Odin, his eyes following Thor's departure, quickly looked at Heimdall beside him. He was deeply concerned for his son, afraid Thor might be at a disadvantage. But after a moment's thought, Odin abandoned the idea of sending Heimdall to assist. At this critical moment, with the entire army on the brink, if Heimdall left to help Thor, what would happen if another front cried out for aid? Would Odin himself have to intervene then? If that truly happened, Thanos would surely seize the chance to strike with a smile. Thor soon reached the beleaguered left flank. Spotting Corvus Glaive in the distance, ruthlessly cutting down Asgardian warriors, Thor charged forward, without hesitation. He could sense that his opponent was only at the peak of planetary strength, not a match for him at all. Corvus Glaive immediately sensed the threat Thor posed and gripped his blade tighter. Moments later, Mjolnir flew from Thor's hand, hurtling toward his foe. Throwing his hammer, this was Thor's signature move. With a thunderous crash, Corvus Glaive managed to block the blow with his blade, but the force drove him stumbling backward. He instantly realized he was no match for Thor. At that moment, Proxima Midnight, sensing her lover was in danger, finished off an enemy warship and rushed to join the battle. 2 against 1, though Thor still had the upper hand, they could at least hold their ground for the moment. After all, their own warships filled the sky, launching attacks in support whenever possible. Over 10 minutes passed. On the right flank, Odin's troops were broken through by the combined assault of Cull Obsidian, Supergiant, and Ebony Maw. Seeing this, Heimdall took the initiative and went to assist. As the pressure mounted on his side, Odin gripped Gungnir tightly, longing to unleash its power and sweep the battlefield. Yet the distant presence of Thanos locked onto him relentlessly, making him dare not act rashly. And just as Odin's forces began to falter, a sudden fluctuation of space appeared at the rear of Asgard's battlefield. After a short while, over 1,000 cosmic warships, encased in thick ice, emerged through space jumps. Seeing the fleet appear behind him, Odin's heart filled with joy. 2 days earlier, when he learned the enemy was coming, Odin had sought reinforcement from the frost giants as a precaution. He even promised that, once the battle was over, he'd return the hostage, Loki. Of course, now, he believed Loki was already dead, so fulfilling that promise was the last thing on his mind. As long as Thanos was dealt with, the frost giants would be his to command and manipulate. Before long, Laufey's projection appeared before Odin. "I hope you're a man of your word." Truth be told, Laufey hadn't wanted to come. But with his own son in Odin's hands, he could do nothing but act with caution. After all, he had only one son, and he still hoped the boy would inherit the Frost Kingdom one day. Odin just smiled coolly at his words, answering with confidence, "Rest assured. Loki is safe and sound in my palace. As long as you help me drive off the enemy, I'll return him to you." Laufey nodded. Agreed. Soon, Over 1,000 frost-covered ships swept around, circling to attack the enemy fleet's right flank. They chose the right side for a reason. Heimdall was stationed there, and that front wasn't as dire as the left. If he could join forces with Heimdall to break through the enemy and flank from the right, victory would be within reach. With the power of a fledgling Allfather, Laufey tore through over a dozen enemy warships in no time, forcing Cullobsidian, Ebony Maw, and Proxima Midnight into a desperate retreat. Indeed, Laufey possessed Allfather-level might. Even at its early stage, he could overwhelm everyone present. Had he been willing to kill, the Black Order might have been reduced from 5 to just 2 by day's end. It's worth remembering that 1,000 years ago, when Laufey wielded the Frost Giant's artifact, the Casket of Ancient Winters, he could fight Odin to a standstill. In fact, it was Laufey who had cost Odin one of his eyes. Odin had feared Laufey's strength, so after defeating him, he'd spared his life, but took the casket, stripped Laufey of his power, and took his son as a hostage. Seeing this unfold before the sanctuary too, Thanos narrowed his eyes. He hadn't expected Odin to summon reinforcements. Now things were getting complicated. Just as Odin was wary of him, Thanos was wary of Odin launching an attack on Sanctuary to the moment he left. If this Titan-class warship was destroyed, their offensive would collapse, and Odin could turn the tide. But if he didn't send support, the right flank would fall and then the center would be at risk, too. Watching Laufey wreak havoc in the distance, a sudden spark flashed in Thanos' eyes. Isn't that a frost giant? Almost instantly, a thought flashed through his mind. He immediately instructed Little Blue to establish a connection between himself and the flagship at the front lines. Then, projecting himself as a hologram, he appeared before Laufey. At that moment, Laufey was pounding relentlessly on a frigate's shield with his fists. When he saw the projection of a large, purple figure, he paused in his assault, curiosity flickering in his eyes as he regarded the newcomer. Of course, he didn't recognize Thanos. Laufey was only here to help his son. He had no intention of risking his life for Odin. Who are you? Thanos shook his head and replied coolly, who I am doesn't matter. What matters is, who are you? At these words, Laufey's eyes narrowed. He replied icily, my name is Laufey, leader of the Frost Giants. He didn't appreciate the other's tone, so lofty and condescending, as if Laufey were merely one of his underlings. Thanos nodded and said, Laufey, is it? I recall catching a little fellow named Loki last year. He looks quite a bit like you. He must be your son. With the battle still raging around them, Thanos wasted no time getting straight to the point. Your son is in my hands. If you don't want him dead, you'd better do as you're told. At this, Laufey's face showed utter disbelief. What? Loki is in your hands? That's impossible. Seeing the reaction, Thanos quickly understood. Laufey likely had no idea that Odin had thrown Loki into a wormhole. So he explained, a year ago, my men found Loki after he emerged from a suddenly opened wormhole. That's how I was able to come to this galaxy through the portal. The revelation made Laufey stagger back in shock, muttering over and over, How could he treat my son like this? Thanos watched him coldly, then said, withdraw now, and in one day, I'll let you see your son. Laufey lifted his gaze, staring daggers at Thanos as he answered in a frosty tone, I'll go verify your claim right now. If you're lying to me, don't blame me for showing no mercy. With that, he flew back to his command ship, rallying over 1,000 warships and retreating from the battlefield. Thanos simply shook his head in disdain at the sight. If it weren't for Odin holding him back, he would have already reduced Laufey to a pile of ashes. Once Laufey and his fleet withdrew, Odin's projection immediately appeared before Laufey, demanding an explanation. What's going on? Why did you pull back? Facing Odin, Laufey felt a surge of boundless fury rise within him. The Frost Giant's homeworld was called Jotunheim, a bleak, frozen wasteland, utterly unsuitable for life to flourish. So he led his people to break out of Jotunheim and survive, multiplying on other planets. Everything had been going smoothly, until one day, Odin arrived with the Asgardian warriors. They seized his artifact, the Casket of Ancient Winters, and even took away his son. Once again, they were banished back to Jotunheim, forced to eke out a miserable existence. If not for Odin, he reckoned he would have already become the overlord of the galaxy. Yet, no matter how furious he felt inside, after just a moment he regained his composure, then spoke. The other side claims they have my son Loki in their hands. Hearing this, Odin's heart skipped a beat. But on the surface, he maintained a cold demeanor and said, Are you a fool? Do you believe everything the enemy says? Get back to the battle at once, and I'll pretend none of this ever happened. Seeing that Odin still had no intention of letting him see Loki, Laufey found himself starting to believe Thanos just a little more. I want proof that Loki is really in your hands. When you show me, I'll head to the front lines. A shadow flickered across Odin's eyes at these words. But he still replied, fine. I'll connect to the temple right now and show you. Once you see him, you'd better get to the front lines at once, or I'll kill him. Impatiently, Lao Fei waited. Soon, a three-dimensional projection appeared before him, displaying Loki's figure. Loki stood inside a dazzling golden temple, dressed in a robe of deep green and gold. Loki, are you alright? Are you hurt? Lao Fei asked. Seeing Loki appear brought him a sense of relief, and at the same time, he began cursing that purple giant inwardly. That wretch. How dare he try to deceive him? He had only planned to play a minor role in this, but now he changed his mind. He definitely wanted to teach that one a lesson. When Loki heard Lao Fei speak, a flicker of panic passed through his eyes, but he managed to compose himself and replied, Father, I'm fine.
Please don't worry about me.
Hearing Loki's words, Lao Fei narrowed his eyes slightly and replied in a cool tone, That's good. Your mother misses you. When will you come home? Though Loki was his son, because Odin had taken him away as a child, Loki hadn't known Lao Fei was his father until last year, when they were finally reunited. But even after acknowledging each other, Loki always called him Lao Fei. Why suddenly address him as father today? Something felt very wrong. Loki nervously shook his head and said, My mother? I don't know her.
I do wonder what she's like.
By the way, His Majesty the All-Father just said that as soon as you complete your mission, I'll be allowed to go home. So I hope you can carry out the king's orders well, father. Upon hearing this, Lao Fei immediately took a few steps back and said coldly, The mother of my son died in childbirth. That much you've answered correctly. But Loki would never address Odin as His Majesty the All-Father. He calls him father. At these words, the Loki in the projection turned pale, his lips parted as if to speak, but he couldn't find any words. Moments later, Loki's image flickered and blurred, transforming into a woman clad in long robes. Laufey's expression darkened to iron as he barked, Witch.
Speak.
Where is my son? He was furious to discover that the Loki before him was actually a witch in disguise. Realizing her deception had been exposed, the woman's projection suddenly shifted, now revealing the image of Odin. Lao Fei, help me drive back the enemy this time, and I promise to return your casket of ancient winters. I'll also lift all restrictions on your people's freedom, Odin said. With his leverage lost, Odin had no choice but to try to appease Lao Fei. But Laufey's heart was already filled with resentment and rage. There was no way he would heed Odin's words. Moreover, if Odin were killed, Lao Fei could simply reclaim the casket himself, and the frost giants would be free from all constraints. Without hesitation, he ended the call and had no intention to continue speaking with Odin. Seeing this, Odin's face turned grim. Damn you, Lao Fei. If only I'd finished you off back then. Back then, Odin had spared Laufey's life, thinking it rare for someone to reach the power of the All-Father and hoping to make use of him. He never expected Lao Fei would betray him. But with the war raging on, Odin had no chance to deal with Lao Fei now. Watching the right flank of his army begin to falter again, a wave of anxiety welled up in his heart. After a moment's thought, Odin narrowed his remaining eye and made a decision. Everyone, fall back to Asgard. All who heard the command were stunned for a moment. But soon, the Asgardian gods began piloting their starships back toward the continent of Asgard. Especially those who didn't even have starships of their own. Driven only by fervor, they flew in their personal spacecraft. This day was nothing short of a nightmare for all of them. In the chaos of cosmic warfare, these tiny personal ships were little more than cannon fodder. Their small vessels had no way to strike at distant enemies. Yet the enemy's attacks, single blasts, sometimes just a glancing hit, could tear their craft apart in an instant. In this hopeless situation where all they could do was take the blows, retreat was not an option. For Odin, the All-Father, had not given the order to withdraw. If anyone did so on their own, they'd be branded a deserter and executed on the spot. After enduring the brutal exchange of fire and finally managing to close the distance, they now faced an endless tide of Dark Order forces and colossal star beasts, so many that it was impossible to count. Though the Asgardian gods were unmatched in might and valor, 1,000 years without war had dulled their memory of battle's true cruelty and bloodshed. Now, at the sound of Odin's retreat order, the warriors vied with one another to fly back toward the continent of Asgard. Yet on the outermost front, Thor and Heimdall, who were locked in fierce combat, did not cease fighting when the call to retreat came. Instead, they pressed on, cutting down enemy after enemy. Even in retreat, they would not flee in a blind panic, for that would be a rout, not a tactical withdrawal. Someone had to hold the line, to ensure others could fall back to safety. And who better for this task than they? Bolts of lightning shot from Thor's hammer, crackling through the void, while blades of light swept from Heimdall's twin swords, cleaving through enemy ships with ruthless precision. One enemy warship after another was reduced to wreckage under their assault. But now, Odin watched with growing anxiety. No matter how powerful a subcelestial father might be, he was still not on par with a true celestial. Left without support, facing thousands of enemy warships alone, exhaustion would surely claim him in the end. He could bear the loss of others, but Thor was his son, and Heimdall his most trusted warrior. If either perished from sheer exhaustion, Thanos would be beside himself with glee. After a moment's hesitation, Odin gave the order for all warships and vessels on the left and right flanks to hold their positions, allowing Thor and Heimdall to return first. Heimdall, upon receiving the command, wasted no time and withdrew at once. But Thor, caught up in the fury of battle and venting the shadow left by Thanos' attack, paid no heed to his father's order. With a sigh, Odin could only instruct Heimdall to bring Thor back by force if necessary. At last, seeing the left and right flanks on the verge of collapse, Odin gritted his teeth and commanded the miniature starships to cover the retreat, while the rest of the warships withdrew to Asgard. Meanwhile, Asgard itself was slowly raising its shield. This barrier was powered by the entire realm, fueled by the vast resources Odin had gathered from across the galaxy over the years. As long as they remained within Asgard, even 100 years would not be enough for Thanos to break through. Of course, Thanos noticed Odin's moves, but merely watched, making no attempt to intervene.
Time was on his side.
As long as Odin and Asgard were trapped, he could slowly bring the surrounding star systems under his rule, and his chances of eventual victory would only grow. After more than a dozen hours had passed, having lost tens of millions of Asgardian warriors, Odin finally led the battered remnants of his fleet back to Asgard. The shield snapped shut behind them. Outside the shimmering barrier, Thanos stood, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Odin gripped the spear of eternity tightly. Thanos, just you wait. He had already made up his mind during the retreat. He would release Hela from her seal, and then lead the three of them into battle against Thanos. After all, Hela possessed the power of a Skyfather, and with Asgard's blessing, her strength was second only to his. When the time came, it would be the final showdown between them and Thanos. Over 100 cosmic warships slowly soared toward the land of Asgard. These were the latest warships produced under Thanos' command, dispatched to reinforce the front lines. Aboard a massive flagship, Loki sat idly flipping through a book. Ever since Thanos' last visit, he seemed to have been forgotten. No one had come to see him since. If not for the occasional robots bringing him food, he might have suspected he'd fallen into another cosmic wormhole. Just as he began to think he might wither away in this prison, someone suddenly escorted him onto another ship. Now, unease gnawed at him. He had no idea what fate Thanos had in store. He loathed this feeling of being unable to control his own destiny. It was utterly dreadful. At that moment, the door to his room slid open, and two figures encased head to toe in metal entered. Upon seeing them, Loki let his book vanish at once, obediently following behind. These metal-clad beings were robots, equipped with infrared, heat sensors, ultraviolet scanners, and more. They were, in short, the bane of his illusions and tricks. Before long, he found himself outside the ship, face to face with the towering, purple figure of Thanos. But in the next instant, he caught sight of someone wholly unexpected, towering over 3 meters tall, with skin of pale blue. It was none other than his adoptive father, Laufey, king of the frost giants. The shock made Loki instinctively want to bolt. After all, he had nearly destroyed the frost giants' world, Jotunheim, with the Bifrost before. Surely Laufey was here to settle that old score. But a stern voice froze him in his tracks. "Where do you think you're going?" A beam of blue light shot out, instantly encasing Loki in ice. Laufey strode forward, seized Loki, and bowed respectfully to Thanos. "Thank you, Lord Thanos. From this day forth, the frost giants are at your service." The truth was, he had no desire to serve Thanos. But in Thanos' eyes, he'd seen an endless abyss of destruction and ruin, a barely contained energy of annihilation. Laufey understood then. This was a true overlord, far beyond a hypocrite like Odin. If he refused to submit, he and his people would surely be wiped out. Especially now, without any artifacts to empower him, he couldn't even hope to resist. So, after a brief conversation, he chose to surrender. What's more, the other party had saved his only heir, so submitting no longer felt like a burden. When Thanos saw Laufey bow his head, he nodded in satisfaction and said, "Good. We have a thorough system of reward and punishment here. Earn enough merit, and ruling an entire star system is within your reach." The art of making grand promises is a skill in itself. If the promise isn't grand enough, no one even bothers to listen. And what he said wasn't entirely an empty boast. With enough achievement, one truly could become the master of a star system. Of course, there was a catch. You have to conquer 10 star systems before earning enough credit to exchange for just one. But Lao Fei was no fool. With over 1,000 years behind him, he'd seen every kind of person and heard every kind of promise. He merely nodded at Thanos' words, then quietly led his son away. Though Loki had once nearly brought ruin upon Jotunheim, he was, after all, Laufey's only son. There was no way he could truly harm Loki. Still, while the death sentence was spared, punishment was inevitable. Sensing the dark look in Laufey's eyes, Loki cried out in panic, "No, don't. Help." Meanwhile, in the grand halls of Asgard, Odin dismissed Thor and Heimdall, then made his way alone to the Bifrost. A flash of light enveloped him, and he vanished from sight. In the next instant, he arrived in the realm of the dead, the land of departed souls. Here, the sky was shrouded in darkness, even the sun black as pitch. The air hung heavy with the stench of death, and the ground was littered with bones. As Odin appeared, the bones on the ground began to rise, floating up and assembling into skeletons. Within moments, the hollow sockets of these skulls flickered with soul fire, and the skeletal hordes lunged at Odin, clawing and howling. In the underworld, any living being was seen as an enemy and attacked on sight. Odin's face darkened. Gripping the eternal spear, he unleashed a surge of energy. With a deafening roar, every skeleton was reduced to dust, leaving a fissure more than 100 meters wide and stretching for kilometers across the ground. The uproar was due to the underworld space being far more solidified than the mortal realm. After this display, no more skeletons dared to rise, as even the dead knew to fear the strong and prey on the weak. A moment later, a colossal, shadowy figure emerged from the void, its form impossible to discern. "Odin, what business do you have in my realm?" The tone was sharp, more accusation than inquiry. Clearly, the shadow harbored no fondness for Odin. Odin, well aware of their mutual animosity, replied impatiently, "I'm here to take my daughter back." With those words, he sensed Hela's location. In a flash, he vanished once more. When he reappeared, he stood before a solitary grave. This tomb was immense, towering over 10 meters high and sprawling across more than 1,000 square meters. If not for the gravestone visible up ahead, one would never have guessed it was a burial site at all. Kneeling before the tomb was a woman. She had long, jet-black hair, was clad in a form-fitting black outfit, and her entire being radiated an aura of death. She was none other than Hela, the goddess of death. Odin, upon seeing his daughter transformed into such a figure, felt a pang of emotion in his heart. Had he been too harsh with her? Back when the 9 realms were still in chaos, Hela was his most formidable general. She had risked life and limb for him, slain countless enemies, and conquered numerous worlds. Yet simply because she had awakened the witch's bloodline, he had sealed her away in the underworld for more than 1,000 years. But soon he shook his head. The bloodline of Asgard's royal family must remain untainted. Only one of true Asgardian blood could inherit the throne and succeed him as the king of Asgard. With this thought, his eyes grew resolute, and he spoke coldly. "Now I'm giving you a chance. Come back to Asgard with me, but you must obey my commands." The woman kneeling at the tomb, Hela, upon hearing his voice, drew back her aura of death, opening her eyes. Those eyes brimmed with darkness and mortality, so deep and cold that a single glance threatened to drag one into the abyss. A moment later, her entire appearance began to change. Black and green armor materialized over her body, a flowing cloak appeared at her back, and finally, a helmet sprouted atop her head, its points splaying outward like the legs of a spider. "Odin, I've been waiting for you, for a long time." With those words, a black blade shot instantly from her hand, hurtling toward Odin. As for her hatred toward Odin, there was no end to what could be said. Fighting and bleeding for him could be forgiven. After all, as a daughter, it was only natural to fight for her father's cause. Even when Odin began to despise her because of her awakened witch bloodline, Hela bore no real grudge. She could understand, for the sake of keeping Asgard's royal blood pure. But what she could never forgive, what Odin should never have done, was sending the Valkyries to hunt her down. Back when they conquered the galaxy, the Valkyries had been the first realm she had subdued among the 9 realms. From that moment on, she led the Valkyries into countless battles across the galaxy, fighting side by side, forging bonds that ran deep. And yet, Odin had sent the Valkyries against her, forcing her to strike down her own followers, some of whom were closer to her than family. That was the final straw, the hatred that pushed her to the brink. There was a sharp clang. The black blade that Hela had hurled was effortlessly snapped in two by a casual swipe from Odin. No matter how deep the hatred, it could not bridge the chasm of power between them. Although both father and daughter were celestial-level beings, one was at the early stage while the other had reached the later stage of this power, separated by 2 minor levels. They were simply not on equal footing. Odin looked at his daughter with a sour expression and said coldly, "What do you think you're doing?" His own daughter. How dare she lay a hand on him? It was outrageous. Back then, he had spared her life only out of consideration for Frigga. Hela said nothing. Instead, she conjured 2 long swords in her hands and charged at him without hesitation. In the next moment, the sound of clashing metal echoed relentlessly through the hall. The surrounding ground was scarred with cracks, carved out by the force of their unleashed energies. After a while, Odin's patience began to wear thin. But at the thought of Thanos, he forcibly suppressed his anger and allowed Hela to continue her assault. After all, anyone would be furious after being sealed away in the underworld for 1,000 years. Yet even after an hour, Hela seemed tireless, her attacks ceaseless and reckless, throwing caution to the wind. Eventually, Odin's patience was completely exhausted. With his eternal spear, he blocked Hela's strike, then swept the butt of the spear sideways, knocking her to the ground. "Have you had enough?" When he saw Hela still trying to get up, he pressed the eternal spear down against her, pinning her in place. "If you keep this up, don't blame me for being ruthless." Realizing the situation, Hela resigned herself and lay back on the ground, speaking weakly. "What do you want from me?" Seeing this, Odin let out a slow breath and said coolly, "I've told you before, if you just listen to me, I'll let you return to Asgard." Although Hela wasn't as strong as he was, Frigga had once tied the core energy of Asgard to Hela to save her, granting her a nearly limitless source of power. So, if Hela returned to Asgard, she would quickly regain her strength, perhaps even surpassing her former self. This was why Odin had been so tolerant with her. As long as Hela could help him hold off Thanos, he would have the opportunity to unleash his ultimate move, the Eternal Strike. Hela, hearing this, gave a mocking smile. "Haha, so you must have run into a powerful foe. Otherwise, you'd never come looking for me." Odin nodded and replied coolly, "Indeed, it's a formidable opponent. But don't flatter yourself, I don't absolutely need you. I'm just offering you a chance." If Hela truly refused to cooperate, he would have to swallow his pride and appeal to the Council of Gods for help. But those greedy gods would surely demand a heavy price. After hearing this, Hela stopped mocking him and instead grew calm and thoughtful. After a moment, she nodded faintly and said, "All right, but I want the eternal flame." During her 1,000 years in the underworld, she had traded all her magic and divine power for the power of death, gaining a new understanding of the eternal flame. Now, she wished to use the eternal flame to resurrect her former subordinates. Odin, hearing this, immediately nodded in agreement. "No problem," he replied. Although the eternal flame was important, to him, it was merely a fire he could look at, nothing more. After all, only the fire giant Surtur could truly wield its power. Perhaps the witch could tap into its strength, but so far, no one had ever managed to do so. With the agreement reached, Odin quickly broke the seal and brought Hela back to Asgard. At that moment, Asgard was in a state of panic. Everyone looked up at the sky. There, in the vast expanse of the cosmos, tens of thousands of starships were relentlessly firing lasers, bombarding Asgard's protective shield. One particular energy blast was especially powerful, sending tremors rippling through the shield. Yet Asgard, which had stood for thousands of years, possessed an immense reserve of energy, and so far, there was no sign of depletion. Inside the Bifrost. The moment Hela stepped through the portal and set foot on Asgardian soil, the core energy of Asgard surged toward her. In an instant, all the energy she had expended in the underworld was replenished. However, what now flowed within her was the power of death, so it would take time for this energy to transform. "Regain your strength first, get used to your surroundings. I'll step out for a moment." With those words left behind, Odin vanished from sight. Now that Hela had agreed to help him, he no longer feared she might go back on her word. He knew his daughter's nature, she would never break a promise. Hela had no objection. She simply stayed where she was, quietly absorbing Asgard's energy. After a while, a familiar voice suddenly sounded behind her.
"Hela."
"Is that really you?" The voice trembled, thick with emotion. Hela's body instantly tensed at the sound. "It really is you. Do you know how much I missed you? I'm so sorry I couldn't protect you." The weeping continued, each sob tugging painfully at Hela's heart, melting even the chill she had long carried within her. If there was anyone in this world she still cared about, it was undoubtedly her mother, Frigga. Back when Odin decided to banish her, it was Frigga alone who exhausted everything. She had to keep her safe. Her former subordinates, comrades, and admirers had all turned their backs on her without exception. I've failed you. I've truly failed you. As the voice choked with remorse, Hela felt a pair of arms embrace her from behind. She could no longer keep her heart cold. She turned around and embraced the other. Mother, it's me. I've come home. Frigga trembled all over when she heard her daughter's voice. In disbelief, she said, Is it really you? You're back. She had been recuperating in her own chambers, restoring her magic, but the moment she sensed Hela's presence, she transported herself over at once. At first, she thought it was just a hallucination, but to her astonishment, it was real. Very soon, mother and daughter were wrapped in each other's arms, pouring out all the longing that had built up over the years. After returning to the palace, Odin wasted no time in calling an emergency council again. Now that Hela had returned, he finally felt confident enough to face Thanos in a decisive battle. However, yesterday's battle had revealed the limitations of the miniature starships, so he made the decision to produce more true warships. Even the smallest warship was far superior to those tiny vessels that barely qualified as cannon fodder. Thus, with the highest level of mobilization, the whole continent of Asgard, hundreds of billions of Asgardians, threw themselves into the construction of warships. 3 shifts worked around the clock, day and night, churning out new ships without pause. And so, 3 months passed. By then, Odin commanded another 15,000 warships. Of course, the vast majority were smaller vessels. The construction time for medium and large warships was at least a year. Such giants couldn't possibly be built in just 3 months, so construction hadn't even begun on those. Meanwhile, Thanos and his forces had not been idle during these 3 months. On average, around 100 warships arrived each month to reinforce his fleet, along with regular supply transports. At the same time, in the rear bases, the Black Order's bio-warriors were being bred non-stop. Just when Thanos thought Odin would remain holed up in Asgard forever, a sudden report reached him from his subordinates. Asgard's warships were taking off, and it looked as if they were preparing to open their shields. But at that moment, Thanos was on a desolate planet, in the midst of absorbing its core. When he heard the news, he abandoned the planet, now nearly drained, and headed straight for Sanctuary 2. Unleashing his full power, he accelerated to nearly the speed of light. However, to absorb the planet's core, he had traveled 100 light-years away. So next, using only his physical body, he tore open a rift in space and plunged into subspace for a hyperspace jump. This was a feat he could only perform after absorbing his first planetary core. Before that, such an act would have drained vast amounts of destructive energy just to keep his body intact. But now, his body alone could withstand the chaotic flows of subspace. Only 10 minutes later, he exited subspace and appeared near Sanctuary 2. Here, he saw that Asgard's protective shield had been opened, and a great number of starships were streaming out. Immediately after, countless laser cannons engaged in a fierce crossfire, and energy shields sprang to life across the battlefield. On the surface of Asgard, plasma cannons, electromagnetic railguns, energy spires, and other installations all began to fire in unison. This was a true contest of advanced technology. The two sides were locked in a battle to see whose technology was superior and whose energy reserves were greater. But this was no ordinary technological universe. It was a world where science and superpowers coexisted. Thor could be seen brandishing Mjolnir, the hammer crackling with blinding lightning as he destroyed starship after starship. Seeing this, Thanos narrowed his eyes. They were being bullied for lacking high-level combat power. After all, though the Black Order appeared formidable, none of them had yet reached the level of a Skyfather. They simply couldn't stand against Thor. Shaking his head, Thanos suddenly appeared in front of Thor and brought the mighty tyrant blade down in a vicious swing. Just then, a furious roar echoed from the distance. No one expected that, even with the power of a Skyfather, Thanos would resort to ambushing a lesser Skyfather like Thor. Where was the dignity of the strong, the pride of one who had reached such heights? How could you stoop so low? How could you be so dishonorable? Yet no matter how much Odin raged, he could not change what was happening. In Thor's stunned gaze, Thanos' blade crashed down upon Mjolnir. A searing flash of light exploded outward. Then, endless bolts of lightning erupted in all directions, and a figure was sent flying. Moments later, as the blaze of energy faded, Mjolnir had been reduced to shattered fragments. Thanos sheathed the tyrant blade, then cast a cold, unfeeling gaze toward Odin in the distance. Thor, flung aside, landed in Odin's embrace. But now, Odin noticed that there was a strange woman standing by his side. a woman radiating an aura of death, whose power had already reached the Skyfather level. Seeing this, a smirk curled at the corner of Thanos' lips. He hadn't expected Odin to actually release Hela. After checking Thor's wounds and confirming he was still alive, Odin handed him over to Frigga behind him, then gripped Gungnir tightly and fixed Thanos with a deadly stare. "Today, we settle this once and for all." With those words, he charged forward. The last battle had taught him that ranged attacks were useless against Thanos, so there was no point wasting any more time. Halfway across the field, his entire body burst into golden radiance. He had entered his divine form. At that, Hela followed close behind Odin, conjuring twin daggers in her hands. At the same time, flames erupted from the blades. She had merged the eternal flame into her weapons, giving her attacks a burning effect. Thanos merely shook his head, utterly unimpressed. By now, he had absorbed the power of nearly 2 whole planets. His strength had grown immensely. Earlier, when he attacked Thor, he had held back, wary of a surprise assault from Odin. Otherwise, his opponent would have been dead already. Despite his inner contempt, he still activated the power of the ruler and destruction. In the very next instant, Odin lunged toward him. A resounding clang echoed through the vacuum. The eternal spear clashed once more with the tyrant blade. But in the next second, Odin's expression shifted dramatically. He had expected an even match, but instead, Thanos' strength forced him to retreat. How could this be possible? He had paid a tremendous price to suppress the aftereffects of his last godly descent. Now, at the peak of his power, how could he be overpowered so easily? Could it be that Thanos hadn't used his full strength last time? No, that couldn't be. War is a matter of life and death. Why would Thanos hold back? It must be a temporary surge of power. Realizing this, Odin's face grew grave. Fortunately, at that moment, Hela arrived, unleashing a volley of black daggers at Thanos. Seeing this, Thanos shoved Odin aside with a mighty push and casually swatted the daggers away. Soon, the 3 of them were locked in fierce combat. The power of destruction, divine might, and the power of death, 3 forces erupted within this confined space, causing fine cracks to appear in the very fabric of the surroundings. At this moment, Thanos felt a rush of exhilaration unlike anything he'd experienced before. His entire being surged with energy, the force of destruction within him roaring to life. He was utterly enthralled, lost in the intoxication of battle. Last time, even though fighting Odin had been thrilling, he'd always been distracted by concerns for his troops, never able to give the fight his undivided attention. But this time, he had no such worries. He could devote himself entirely to the battle, heart and soul. Before long, the tyrant blade in his hand moved with increasing precision, leaving afterimages in its wake. Even fighting 2 foes at once, he never lost ground. At times, he even pressed Odin and Hela back. But for Odin, this was a deeply unsettling experience. From the strength Thanos now displayed, he could easily crush Odin. If not for Hela's support, Odin would likely have been defeated already. As for Hela, though she didn't know Thanos' previous level of power, she now felt a chill in her heart. After all, they were Asgardian gods, royal blood, born at the apex of the food chain. Yet now, 2 against 1, and still they were being overpowered. Even Zeus, king of the gods, would probably fall short of such might. Thunderous booms rolled across the darkness of the cosmos. Bursts of light blooming like fireworks, beautiful, yet terrifying. Behind this beauty, warships were being destroyed, one after another, reduced to dust. As the forces of Asgard and Thanos remained locked in stalemate, cracks began to appear in the space along the outskirts of the battlefield. One after another, medium and large damage space warships appeared. Judging by their design, these were Asgardian warships. It turned out they were the very ships that had fled 4 months ago. Now, those surviving Asgardian gods, responding to Odin's call, dragged their battered vessels back to join the fight. It must be said, it's no wonder the Asgardians were able to rule the galaxy. Beyond their formidable individual strength, they possessed an unbreakable unity of purpose. With the arrival of these medium and large warships on the battlefield, the Black Order immediately felt immense pressure. They promptly abandoned their own ships, flying out to support the front lines. Meanwhile, Laufey led his tribe of frost giants into the fray. Though Thanos had painted a grand vision of the future, Laufey was a wily old fox. He would not be so easily lured by empty promises. Yet, having already betrayed Odin, Laufey knew that if Thanos were to lose, the frost giants would have no future either. Seeing Thanos' forces slipping into a disadvantage, he decided to join the battle. At this moment, inside the sanctuary too, Deep Blue, the artificial intelligence, projected its image above the control room. Upon detecting the enemy's reinforcements, it displayed a distinctly human-like expression. Its brow furrowed, face etched with deep thought. Their side was at a disadvantage. Even with the Black Order and Lao Fei in action, it would make little difference. After a moment's consideration, Deep Blue began issuing new orders. Activate the main cannon. Use antimatter fusion energy. Target Asgard. Before the Master left, Deep Blue had been granted the highest level of authority, permission to use all functions of the Sanctuary 2, including the antimatter cannon that had not been deployed last time. As Deep Blue's command was given, the Sanctuary 2 ceased all attacks and defensive measures, beginning to retreat. Surrounding it, the massive escort ships quickly moved to shield the Sanctuary 2, powering up their energy barriers to maximum. Moments later, the Sanctuary 2 withdrew beyond the enemy's firing range, and then, at the tip of its main cannon, a strange violet glow began to gather. Firing the antimatter cannon required an enormous amount of energy. That's why the ship had to withdraw from battle, so much so that even its shields couldn't be maintained. On the front lines, Thanos, Odin, and Hela all suddenly felt a chill of foreboding. They stopped in their tracks, turning to look. Odin's face grew grave as he gazed into the distance. What is that? Why do I feel a surge of fear? Hela nodded in agreement beside him. I feel it too. Whatever it is, we have to stop it. Before father and daughter could finish their discussion, Thanos' lips curled into a faint smile. He raised his blade and charged. The antimatter fusion cannon was, without a doubt, the most powerful weapon aboard Sanctuary 2. A single blast from it could shatter even a massive planet. He absolutely could not allow those two to destroy it. As Thanos charged forward, Odin considered having Hela hold the line while he went to stop the enemy himself. But after a moment's thought, he worried Hela might not be able to withstand Thanos alone. If Hela were to die, then even if he managed to destroy the enemy's warship by himself, he still wouldn't be a match for Thanos. After weighing his options, he decided instead to send Heimdall and Frigga. He and Hela would continue to keep Thanos occupied. Yes, their new goal was just that, to hold him at bay. The outcome of the previous battle had changed his expectations. What had begun as an attempt to defeat the enemy was now a desperate effort to delay them. Yet events rarely unfolded according to Odin's plans. Shortly after Heimdall and Frigga soared out beyond the borders of Asgard, a strange black radiance flared in the distant sky. No one in Asgard had ever imagined that light could take on the color black. After all, black absorbs light by its very nature. It should be impossible for light itself to be black. And yet, there it was, a black glow, unmistakable to their eyes. It was eerie, utterly bizarre, and sent a chill of dread through every heart. In the next instant, the antimatter cannon fired. Sanctuary 2 was over 1,000,000 kilometers away from Asgard at that moment. At the speed of light, it should have taken about 3 seconds for the blast to arrive. But this black beam outstripped even light itself, crossing that unimaginable distance in less than 1/10 of a second, coming to a halt right before Odin's eyes. Every warship in its path, whether colossal or tiny, was obliterated in less than a blink. None lasted even a fraction of a second before the beam. By then, Thanos had already flown clear of the antimatter cannon's range. The cannon's initial blast radius was a kilometer wide. It would expand gradually, but as long as one knew its trajectory in advance, dodging it was not all that difficult. Yet for Odin and Hela, escape was impossible. Staring at the black radiance seemingly right before him, Odin felt the suffocating threat of death.
No.
I cannot die here. Asgard's legacy had endured for tens of thousands of years. How could it end with him? How could he ever face his ancestors in the afterlife? How could he answer to the hundreds of billions of Asgardian souls on this continent? A cold gleam flashed in his eyes at that thought, and he instinctively seized Hela, pulling her before him as a shield. At that moment, Hela could never have predicted that her own father would act so ruthlessly. But there was no time to react. The antimatter cannon's blast struck her instantly. In the very next heartbeat, the cannon's fury crashed into the land of Asgard. A thunderous roar, like the heavens themselves splitting, boomed across the continent. And then, the antimatter cannon fell silent. A massive hole, 100 kilometers in diameter, suddenly appeared in the middle of the Asgardian continent. This hole pierced straight through the entire land of Asgard, revealing the other side of the universe beyond. Everything in its path, the Asgardian gods and the cosmic battleships, had vanished without a trace. Not even a speck of dust remained. Moments later, a chain reaction began to ripple through the Asgardian continent. The ground started to crack and crumble, showing signs that the land itself might soon split apart. In truth, if Odin hadn't deactivated the shield, the antimatter cannon would never have unleashed such devastating power. But unfortunately, Odin had overestimated himself and underestimated Thanos. And now, Odin had no time to worry about Asgard. Though he shielded Hela with his own body, he had suffered serious wounds in the process. His skin seemed to have vanished, exposing raw, crimson muscle and sinew, and even glimpses of bone. Hela, who had been in front of him, fared even worse. Her flesh was gone entirely, leaving behind nothing but a bare skeleton. But then, Odin's blood and tissue began to writhe and pulse, and soon, new skin grew over his frame, followed by simple clothes. Yet these were only ordinary garments. The enchanted relics that once adorned him had disappeared, all except for the eternal spear in his hand. After all, when antimatter meets matter from the real universe, both are annihilated. Had Odin not invoked his divine form, he might have ended up no better than Hela. Though he appeared to recover, his pallid face and the absence of his once golden aura betrayed his frailty. As Odin stood warily, watching Thanos in the distance and pondering his uncertain future, a surge of powerful energy suddenly erupted from the land of Asgard, surging into Hela's skeletal remains. In the next instant, golden flames burst forth from what Odin had believed to be Hela's corpse. Recognizing the familiar blaze, Odin exclaimed with surprise, "What is this? The eternal flame?" Indeed, what now burned before his eyes was the legendary eternal flame. As the flame roared to life, organs began to slowly reform, the fire enveloping Hela's entire body. Next, tendons, flesh, and skin gradually materialized. Moments later, Hela stood before them once more, restored to her primal form. As her lustrous black hair flowed down her back, Hela opened her eyes. In the blink of an eye, a tight black suit materialized, cloaking her figure. She exhaled softly, still shaken by how close she had come to death. Had she not lingered near the Asgardian continent, had she not spent a millennium training in the underworld and learned the secret of the eternal flame, she would have perished beyond all hope of return. But she had no time to feel relieved. She spun around, and the black dagger in her hand lashed out at Odin again and again. Odin had already been wary of Hela, so he immediately grabbed the eternal spear, blocking her furious assault. "What are you doing? This is no time for infighting." Yet Hela paid him no mind. She pressed on with her relentless attacks. After all, just moments ago, she had barely escaped death at his hands. And to think it was her own father who had tried to kill her, how could she not hate him for it? From afar, Thanos watched as the father and daughter turned on each other, a faint smile curling on his lips. He saw no need to interfere just yet. Instead, he turned his gaze to the Asgardian warship still stubbornly resisting outside, and with a casual sweep of his blade, unleashed several devastating strikes. Purple waves of destructive energy rippled from his weapon, and in the blink of an eye, warship after warship was cleaved apart as if they were nothing more than blocks of tofu. Odin, still fending off Hela's attacks, saw this and grew frantic. His patience snapped as he barked. "Is this enough? Don't force my hand." That enemy's strange cannon blast just now had already destroyed at least 3,000 starships. Now, with his forces at a disadvantage, if Thanos destroyed even a few more of the remaining capital ships, the war would be lost. They'd have no choice but to flee. But Hela no longer cared about defeat or the fate of Asgard. She was blinded by hatred, old grudges and new wounds all demanding retribution. As she watched her last few capital ships fall, the final shred of patience drained from Odin's heart. In a flash, he appeared before Hela, driving the eternal spear forward with ruthless force. It was as if Hela had given up. She did nothing to resist as the spear pierced through her body. A wet, ragged cough escaped her lips, blood pouring from her mouth. She looked at Odin, not with tears, not with anger, but with utter calm, as if she were gazing upon a stranger. This world no longer held any place for her. She found herself longing for the days she had spent in hell. Those days had been monotonous, yet they had carried a glimmer of hope. She had hoped that one day Odin would recognize his mistakes and let her return. That hope was why, even knowing Odin faced an enemy of overwhelming power, she had agreed to fight by his side. But now, all hope had vanished. All that remained was disappointment, and an endless, crushing despair. Her feelings for Odin were complex. It would be a lie to say she felt no love for him. After all, when she was a child, Odin had truly cared for her. Especially after she began to show her remarkable gifts, he had even started grooming her as his successor. For fear of disappointing him, she had demanded even more from herself. She just didn't want to disappoint her father. Even when she awakened her witch's bloodline, was sealed by Odin, or was forced to slaughter her own subordinates with her own hands, none of it had left her as hopeless as she felt now. That was why she didn't resist, letting Odin's spear pierce through her. There is no greater sorrow than a heart turned to ash, This was her state now. At that moment, Frigga, having just recovered from the shock of the antimatter cannon's power, caught sight of her daughter being impaled by Odin. A scream tore from her lips as she rushed forward at once. "Odin, what are you doing?" As she flew, her hands moved swiftly. A gentle white radiance burst forth, streaming into Hela's body, healing her wounds. Odin wrenched the spear of eternity free, ignoring both his daughter and his wife, and instead turned his gaze toward Thanos in the distance. At that moment, Thanos was looking back at him with a mocking sneer, which only fueled Odin's fury. "Thanos!" With a furious roar, golden light blazed around him once more, and he charged forward with ruthless intent. Driven by his intense anger, Odin felt his power surge. He was stronger now, faster than ever. In no time at all, he had Thanos on the defensive. Suddenly, Odin feinted with his spear, then struck with a bizarre, vicious angle. A wet, brutal sound followed. Hot blood splattered across him, some even sprang into his eyes. His vision swam and blurred. When his sight cleared, he was met with a scene he could scarcely believe. The spear of eternity was not embedded in Thanos' chest at all. Instead, it had pierced straight into the heart of his beloved Frigga. Her eyes, wide with disbelief and rapidly dimming, locked onto his, and he felt his own heart almost stop beating. Though in recent years she had grown old and frail, her youthful beauty faded. He still loved Frigga. Otherwise, after all these years, he wouldn't have remained without a wife, only occasionally toying with other women. And even those dalliances had never left any offspring behind. If he had wanted, he could have sired thousands by now. There'd have been no need to struggle so hard to see Thor ascend the throne. Even when Frigga had made the decision on her own to bind Asgard's source of power to Hela, he hadn't stripped her of her place. There were so many things like this. Time and again, he had given in to Frigga's willfulness. Not because of some old contract they'd signed, but because, deep in his heart, he truly loved this woman, the little witch who once followed him, her eyes brimming with tears. But now, he had killed the one he loved most with his own hands. How could he possibly accept this reality? At that moment, Hela's eyes blazed red, her face twisted with rage. "Odin, go to hell." A powerful surge of death energy erupted from within Hela. In the distance, Thanos withdrew the Mind Stone with a cold, mocking smile. Now that Odin had lost the protection of his helmet, what could he possibly use to withstand the power of the Mind Stone? And yet, he still dared to meet Thanos' gaze so brazenly, truly reckless, as if he wasn't afraid of death at all. With the Mind Stone driving a wedge between Hela and Odin, the rest of the battle had become almost trivial. The Asgardian forces, stripped of their medium and large starships, had been reduced to helpless lambs waiting for slaughter, not even worth his attention anymore. But Heimdall, that man had vanished without a trace. After searching for a while, Thanos realized that Heimdall had somehow slipped away and returned to Asgard's continent. At this moment, Asgard itself was crumbling under the relentless barrage of antimatter cannons. If nothing intervened, it was only a matter of time before the land was completely torn apart. Yet, the Bifrost Bridge still stood. Before long, he saw the Bifrost begin to shimmer and then shoot out into the unknown reaches of the cosmos. At the same time, the faint presence of Thor vanished along with it. However, Heimdall had not left. After sending Thor away through the Bifrost, he flew out into open space. Witnessing this, Thanos couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for the man. After all, who wouldn't respect such unwavering loyalty? Wanting to demonstrate his appreciation, Thanos put away the blade of destruction and charged at Heimdall with bare fists. Blow after blow, his fists rained down. For someone as stubborn as Heimdall, only brute force would suffice. He would beat him to death with his own hands. Although Heimdall had reached the peak of the Subalfather realm, he was powerless before Thanos. He managed only to block the first 2 punches with his greatsword, but the weapon snapped, and then every punch landed home, unrelenting. The thudding impacts echoed across Asgard, reaching every ear, even above the chaos. When Odin finally struck Hela again, driving her back, he turned to find Heimdall reduced to a mangled heap of flesh. With a furious roar, Odin abandoned all hope of reasoning with Hela and charged straight at Thanos instead. If Frigga was the woman he loved most, then Heimdall was his most loyal retainer. Over 1,000 years of brotherhood in arms, sometimes, that bond ran even deeper than king and subject. Why else would he entrust something as crucial as the Bifrost to Heimdall for a millennium, never once doubting him? Seeing Odin rushing toward him, Thanos responded only with a cold smile. He gripped the blade of destruction, unleashing both the power of the ruler and the force of annihilation. In an instant, Purple energy roared across his entire body as he swung the blade. A deafening clang resounded. Odin raised the eternal spear to block the blow, but the force sent him hurtling several hundred meters away. Odin's expression changed drastically in that moment. At this moment, he could no longer sustain his godlike state, and the side effects were beginning to take hold. He was no match for Thanos at all. In the blink of an eye, Thanos vanished from where he stood and reappeared behind Odin. Without hesitation, he brought down the blade of destruction in his hand. Sensing the danger, Odin managed to turn around and raise the eternal spear in defense. A deafening clang resounded as their weapons collided once more. In the next instant, Odin was overwhelmed by a tremendous force and sent hurtling down toward the land of Asgard. Weakened by the aftereffects, Odin felt pain coursing through his body and his divine power fading. He could no longer maintain flight. He simply let himself fall to the ground. Soon after, there was a heavy crash as he hit the earth, sending up a cloud of dust. However, Thanos could sense that although Odin's aura was gradually weakening, he was not yet dead. The royal bloodline of Asgard was not so easily extinguished. Yet, someone else was faster than Thanos, diving down in pursuit. She was wreathed in a thick aura of death as she streaked downward. At the same time, a flurry of black daggers flew relentlessly toward Odin. Don't underestimate these flying blades. Though Thanos and Odin batted them aside with little effort, each one was forged from pure death energy. If struck, the victim would quickly be corroded by that deathly force, their energy rapidly drained, and in the end, even their body might rot away. Seeing this, Thanos paused in midair, watching coldly as father and daughter turned against each other. Hela, like a master summoner of blades, called forth countless flying swords, sending them all raining down on the fallen Odin. For a time, the thunderous impacts rang out in succession, raising a billowing haze of dust. Yet Thanos could sense that, although Odin's strength continued to decline, it was not happening any faster. Clearly, Hela's attacks were doing little real harm. Seeing this, Thanos couldn't help but speak. This won't work. Your attacks may be frequent, but each one is too weak on its own. You're not even coming close to breaking Odin's defenses. Hela glanced at Thanos, considering his words. After a moment, she summoned a massive black sword, 10 meters long, and drove it down with brutal force. A tremendous boom shook the air. Even so, Thanos only shook his head and continued, "That move looks powerful, but your energy isn't concentrated enough." Hela's eyes darkened with thought at his words. After a while, she formed a new black sword, this one only a meter in length. Yet this blade radiated an aura so chilling it made one's skin crawl. It seemed as though nothing in existence could withstand its piercing edge. With a sudden, piercing shriek, the black sword shot downward, breaking the sound barrier 100-fold. A sharp metallic clang rang out. Odin was already on his feet, blood streaming from his forehead and waist. His left hand seemed dislocated, and only his right hand remained uninjured, gripping the eternal spear to ward off Hela's attack. Gasping for breath, he drew in several deep breaths, but in the very next moment, he dropped to one knee. The aftereffects of summoning his divine power, the blast from the antimatter cannon, and Thanos' assault had all but overwhelmed his body. That he had endured this long was thanks only to his deep attachment to Asgard and his abiding love for his people. Suddenly, a tickle crept into his throat. He coughed harshly, and after a few strained hacks, a mouthful of blood burst out. Yet still, he did not fall. With his one good hand, he planted the eternal spear into the ground, using it to hold himself upright. "I cannot die. If I die, Asgard will perish." Fueled by relentless unwillingness and sorrow, he forced himself to stay standing. But Hela was already blinded by hatred. Seeing Odin still struggling, she leapt down from above. "Odin, repent in the depths of hell." A thunderous crash exploded across the sky. In the end, with a heart full of regret and anguish, Odin died by Hela's hand. He looked at the black blade buried in his chest, then at Hela, whose eyes burned with hatred. At last he was freed. In that moment, he let go of his identity as king of Asgard and looked at his daughter with the eyes of a father. "Forgive me, child. It was I who made you suffer such torment and pain." Gradually, the light faded from his eyes. With one last, lingering look at Asgard, he passed, unwilling and sorrowful. He did not ask for Hela's forgiveness, for he knew he was not worthy. For Asgard, he had sacrificed too much, far too much. At that moment, the eternal spear in Odin's hand, bereft of the power that had sustained it, began to splinter and crumble, finally dissolving into dust. High above, Thanos watched as Hela completed her patricidal act. He stowed away the scepter of dominion and the power of destruction, then descended to hover above Hela. Pointing his fearsome blade down at her, he issued a chilling ultimatum. Submit or die. There was no chance he would spare Hela simply because she had slain her father. To him, the universe held only two kinds of people: those who served him and his enemies. All who defied him would be destroyed. Hela looked up at Thanos, conjuring a black blade in her hand. Though they had exchanged a few words before, that did not mean she was anyone's subordinate. I am Odin's daughter, the goddess of death. With a furious roar, she charged upward. But Thanos merely pressed down with overwhelming force, pinning Hela to the ground in an instant. The gulf between their powers was not something that hatred alone could bridge. I'll ask you one last time. Submit or die. Impatience flashed in his eyes as he spoke. If the other party still refused, he would have no choice but to eliminate them completely, leaving no loose ends. Hela wanted to resist, but an overwhelming force seemed to descend from above, so powerful that she couldn't even muster the slightest resistance. After all, brute strength was never her forte. She was a mage who thrived on agility. In the end, she gave up her struggle. She let the black sword in her hand dissipate, dropped to one knee, bowed her proud head, and said with utmost respect, I am willing to submit. If she weren't afraid of death, she wouldn't have allowed her father to seal her away for 1,000 years instead of choosing to end her own life. If she weren't afraid of death, she wouldn't have endured a millennium of torment in the underworld without finally succumbing to oblivion. Fear of death is only natural. No one is truly exempt, not even the gods themselves. Hearing this, Thanos put away the Mad Titan's blade and nodded. Good. Take me to Odin's vault. At this moment, out in the universe, the war raged on. But Asgard had already lost its advantage, so there was no real need for him to intervene. As long as the Black Order and Laufey didn't make any major mistakes, everything would be fine.
Hela nodded.
Very well. Come with me. Soon, the two of them took to the skies and flew off into the distance. After a short while, they arrived above a majestic temple. The Asgardian warriors left behind on guard duty spotted Thanos at once and began shouting. Enemy spotted. Prepare for battle. Enchanted arrows were loosed at him in rapid succession. But there was no need for Thanos to act. Hela conjured black blades to intercept every attack, and then sent them flying back at the enemies below. I've been struck, someone cried out. Amidst the screams, the 100 or so guards were slaughtered to the last. Hela ceased her assault, turned to Thanos, and with great deference said, My lord, please follow me. Without delay, the two entered the temple and made their way toward the vault. Meanwhile, on Blue Star in California, USA. It was August, the hottest, sunniest time of the year. The streets were nearly empty. The oppressive heat had driven everyone indoors. If anyone absolutely had to go out, it was by car with the air conditioning blasting. As people continued to grumble about the sweltering weather, suddenly the sky darkened with heavy clouds, and flashes of lightning appeared. Is this damned weather finally about to bring some rain? Oh my god, it's finally going to rain. If it doesn't, I'll dry up like a mummy. At last. It's going to rain. I'm heading out for some fun. But their hopes were quickly dashed. A shimmering rainbow light flashed across the sky, and just as suddenly, the clouds and thunder vanished, as if the whole spectacle had been nothing more than a joke played by the heavens. Seeing this, everyone returned indoors, disappointed, seeking refuge from the heat. But over at SHIELD headquarters in New York, faces were suddenly turning grave. We're detecting a high-level energy surge, possible reappearance of the same aliens from last time. This time, the destination is California. Everyone, prepare emergency protocols. Notify the director immediately. Level 10 encryption on all related files. The last time Thor and the Destroyer wreaked havoc upon Earth, SHIELD suffered heavy losses. Although, in the end, a man claiming to be the god of thunder destroyed the Destroyer, SHIELD had already recorded the unique energy signature of the Bifrost. Now, with the Bifrost signal flaring up once again, they sprang into action at once. 1 minute later, there was a knock at Nick's office door, followed by a rapid briefing. And within 5 minutes, a massive helicarrier was lifting off, soaring toward the projected landing site. Yet swift as they were still too late. By the time they reached the spot where the Bifrost had touched down, there was no sign of Thor. On the other side of Earth, here stand the tallest mountains on the planet, shrouded by the presence of the world's most enigmatic people. This is Kamartaj, a hidden sanctuary for a community of sorcerers. The Ancient One, draped in a yellow cloak, furrowed her brow, her expression grave as she stared at the injured Thor lying on the bed. What on earth happened to leave you in such a dire state? As Earth's guardian, and currently the only being on the planet with power rivaling the gods, she naturally recognized Thor. Not just Thor, she was well acquainted with Odin, too. After all, Earth had once been one of the 9 realms, and by no means a weak one. But ever since the Frost Giants' invasion, Earth's fortunes had faded. The number of practitioners dwindled rapidly, and the planet slipped from the ranks of the 9 realms. Yet it was precisely because of that battle that Odin defeated Laufey and claimed dominion over the galaxy. She had fought side by side with Odin in that war. For that reason, even after conquering the galaxy, Odin had never sought to harm Earth. Having witnessed the power of the Time Stone, Odin had even forged the Infinity Gauntlet, intent on gathering the Infinity Stones. After a moment's contemplation, the Ancient One unclasped her necklace and activated the Time Stone. Thor's appearance, battered and broken, filled her with a deep, gnawing unease. She felt as if something even more terrifying than Dormammu's invasion was about to unfold. So she resolved to use the Time Stone to peer into the future. But after watching for a while, her unease only grew. How can this be? Why does the future appear perfectly normal, and why isn't Thor supposed to be here now? She had already used the Time Stone long ago to foresee what was to come. There had been no vision of Thor's sudden appearance. His presence now was utterly out of place, and that was what made her so uneasy. She began to suspect that the flow of time itself had somehow been disturbed, altered by forces unknown. But when she tried to foresee the future again, the result was exactly the same. It seemed nothing had changed at all. That was truly terrifying. There were only 2 possible explanations for the situation. The first was that someone had gained mastery over the very source of the Time Stone, rendering her own Time Stone ineffective. The second was that the person she wished to foresee had, in the future, reached a power level on par with the multiverse itself, making it impossible for her to predict anything about them. If it was the first scenario, things weren't so dire. After all, even if someone did master the source of the Time Stone, there was no guarantee they would do anything to Blue Star. But if it was the second scenario, it meant the enemy they would face was of multiversal strength, so powerful that even the Time Stone's abilities were surpassed. Someone of multiversal caliber could destroy entire universes. Neither she nor any superhuman on Blue Star could possibly oppose such a being. As the Ancient One's thoughts spiraled in confusion, Thor, who was lying on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes.
No. Ah.
With a loud cry, Thor was immediately overwhelmed by pain throughout his body. Thanos' attack had been meant to end his life completely. Though the Ancient One's magic had healed his external wounds, the destructive force inside his body was still rampaging through him, causing relentless damage. Hearing a shout, the Ancient One quickly withdrew from the Time Stone and spoke with concern. "Lie down and don't move. I can't remove the energy inside you. It can only be worn down slowly over time." Thor looked at the Ancient One and asked anxiously, "Who are you? Where am I? Where is my father?" The Ancient One shook her head and replied, "I am the Ancient One, the guardian of Blue Star. As for Odin, I have no idea." At these words, Thor's memory was jogged. He seemed to recall that his mother had saved him, then ordered Heimdall to send him to Blue Star. "No, I have to get back to Asgard and rejoin the fight." With that thought, he immediately raised his right hand, ready to summon his hammer. As a divine artifact, the hammer was crafted with a stellar core, providing endless energy and allowing him to rapidly purge the destructive power within him. But after a moment, he felt no trace of his hammer's presence. Then it struck him. Thanos had shattered the hammer. It was over. Without the hammer, his fighting strength was at least cut in half. Shaking his head, he quickly began calling for Heimdall in his heart, hoping to be brought back. But no matter how he called out, he received no answer. Not because Heimdall was ignoring him, but as if there was no one left to answer the call. It was like making a phone call. Sometimes no one picks up, but this was like dialing a number that no longer existed. The thought that Heimdall might have already fallen in battle made Thor's eyes dim, and his heart ached with sorrow. When the Ancient One saw Thor standing there dazed and bewildered, she asked, "What's happening in Asgard? How did you end up so badly wounded?" After a moment, Thor finally returned to himself a little. With a face full of pain and sorrow, he replied, "We were attacked by an enemy. I was struck down in the battle." In the next instant, he lifted his head and looked at the mysterious, incredibly powerful bald sorcerer before him. "My father must still be fighting. Is there any way you can send me back?" He believed Heimdall was likely only gravely injured and unable to answer his call, not necessarily dead. Unless he saw a body with his own eyes, he simply couldn't accept that Heimdall was gone. The Ancient One shook her head. "I'm sorry, but I can't help you." Though she had the power to teleport to any corner of the galaxy, she had no idea where Asgard was located. After all, the whole universe is constantly expanding and shifting, and so are its coordinates. That's why Thanos had been unable to find the Milky Way for so long. Today's coordinates might be here, but by tomorrow, who knows where they'll have drifted. Teleporting within a single star system was manageable. You just needed to know the position of the current star, then calculate the distance and location of your destination before opening a portal. But between different stars, you'd need to know the position of the galactic core's black hole, then track the movement of your target star, and finally calculate the planet's orbit. That level of calculation required an immense computing power, something usually left to supercomputers. For all her extraordinary abilities, the Ancient One simply couldn't manage such calculations herself. And opening a portal required extremely precise coordinates. Ending up in the vacuum of space was one thing, but if she accidentally opened it inside a star, even she wouldn't survive it. At her words, Thor's face fell. He slumped back onto the bed, feeling the destructive force inside him continuously tearing him apart. A wave of despair and helplessness washed over him. He had no idea what fate awaited Asgard, or what had become of his father. Seeing this, the Ancient One realized Thor was still lost in grief, so she didn't press him with more questions. Meanwhile, in Asgard, Thanos, led by Hela, entered Odin's vault and found himself surrounded by countless treasures. The casket of ancient winters, the eternal flame, the dwarves' sacred hammer, the claw of Hel, relics beyond number. But most important of all, he saw the Infinity Gauntlet. It was a golden glove, etched with mysterious lines and runes. On the back and across the joints connecting the fingers and palm, there were 6 empty sockets. These were meant to hold the Infinity Stones. As he picked it up, the gauntlet began to grow, subtly expanding to fit the size of his hand, as if it were adjusting itself just for him. After a while, he put on his gloves and then took out the Mind Stone, placing it onto the Infinity Gauntlet. Instantly, a surge of immense power emerged from the gauntlet, locking the Mind Stone firmly in place. Thanos immediately felt his mental strength increase exponentially, suddenly aware of every detail around him. He could sense ants scurrying across the ground, dust swirling in the air, blood pulsing through his veins. Even his consciousness reached down to the cellular level. If he focused on a single spot, he could even perceive the splitting and functioning of cells. However, he understood that this wasn't his true mental power, but a level only accessible through the Infinity Gauntlet and the Mind Stone, so he wasn't lost in the sensation. Casting a final glance at the other treasures, he left the vault without a hint of hesitation. It was a pity the events of Thor, Ragnarok hadn't arrived yet, otherwise, he wouldn't even need to search for the Space Stone. For now, the Space Stone was likely still in the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D. on Earth. Meanwhile, the great war raging across the cosmos was drawing to a close. No matter how brave the Asgardian warriors were, they could not bridge the gap in technology and strength between the two sides. With every starship destroyed, countless Asgardian soldiers fell in battle. Even the most ordinary of the Asgardian gods realized that defeat was inevitable. A blaze of fire erupted, accompanied by a thunderous crash, as the last starship bearing the Asgardian insignia was obliterated. Immediately after, Thanos' army began their advance onto the continent of Asgard. Countless landing pods rained down from the sky, crashing into the cities below. Amidst seas of fire and fields of corpses, legions of the Black Order charged out from their pods, ruthlessly cutting down any surviving enemies. On this day, innumerable Asgardian gods perished, and the lakes and rivers of the land ran red with blood. Even the artificial sun in the sky was extinguished, plunging the entire world into endless darkness. Yet it was Laufey and his followers who proved the most ruthless in their slaughter. After all, the Frost Giants had suffered most under Odin's rule, and their hatred for the Asgardian gods ran deep. That's why Laufey had so willingly pledged allegiance to Thanos. Otherwise, anyone faced with an unfamiliar power would naturally show some caution, fearing that after Asgard's destruction, they might be next. But generations of hatred had left Laufey incapable of caring about such things. When Loki returned, Laufey decisively led his entire tribe to side with Thanos. Time passed swiftly, bringing them to 3 days later. After 3 days of massacre, the once mighty Asgardian race, numbering over 100 billion, had been reduced to just 10,000 souls. These 10,000 were all newborn infants. Thanos spared them, for Hela's sake. After all, he had just subdued Hela, and now, right in front of her eyes, he was about to wipe out her entire race. He imagined she must feel conflicted about it. Of course, there was another reason. He had his eye on the powerful genes of the Asgardian gods. So, he decided to leave a handful of infants alive, hoping that in the future, they might prove useful to him. If, someday, the Dark Order could incorporate Asgardian genetic material and further strengthen their ranks, it would be an immense gain. Inside the sanctuary, too, Thanos sat upon his throne, gazing thoughtfully at the infinity gauntlet on his left hand. Arrayed below him stood his followers. On his left were the Black Order. To his right, his newly recruited subordinates, Lao Fei and Hela. At that moment, Corvus Glaive eyed the two newcomers across from him with intense wariness. Although they were now colleagues, the vast difference in power made Corvus Glaive feel that his own position was under threat. Yet there was nothing he could do about it. After all, he couldn't possibly stop his master from recruiting new followers. Lao Fei and Hela, on the other hand, seemed utterly unconcerned with the Black Order. Given the obvious gap in strength, they didn't even see them as rivals. The only ones who truly caught their attention were each other. After a moment, Thanos turned his attention away from the Infinity Gauntlet and glanced down at Ebony Maw, asking, "How did the inventory of treasures go this time?" When it came to spoils, Odin's vault was undoubtedly the greatest prize. Most of it was filled with ordinary artifacts, but there were also quite a few powerful relics. The Casket of Ancient Winters, the Eternal Flame, and so on. What's more, aside from Odin's vault, there were plenty of other treasures as well, so Thanos had assigned the entire inventory to Ebony Maw. Hearing the question, Ebony Maw stepped forward and reported respectfully, "My lord, in total, we discovered 1,732 artifacts, 1,524 of low grade, 201 of medium grade, and 7 of high grade. All have now been catalogued and stored." Thanos nodded, then turned to Colobsidian and asked, "Report casualties from this operation." Ebony Maw immediately stepped back, while Colobsidian stepped forward and, with equal deference, replied, "My lord, in total, we deployed 10 billion Dark Order troops and 10,000 small starships." Colobsidian quickly gave a thorough report of all losses, down to the number of wounded. Next, Thanos inquired about the situation back home, economic conditions, population statistics, and more. After half an hour, all reports were complete. Thanos looked over the assembly, pausing especially on Lao Fei, and announced, "The treasures we seized have been stored. The exchange begins now. Whatever you want, use your points to claim it." As soon as Lao Fei heard that the treasures were finally up for exchange, he nodded excitedly, unable to hide his eagerness. In this war, he earned over 10,000 points. Even if it cost him everything, he was determined to exchange them for the Frost Casket and reclaim his divine artifact. At last, Thanos turned to the general of the Black Order and said, "Use the coordinates obtained from Asgard. Send the fleet to subjugate those locations. If anyone refuses to surrender, destroy them outright. But there's one place, the solar system, do not touch it. Wait for my orders." He had no idea what Blue Star was like now, so he didn't plan to make a move immediately. Who knew which version of the Marvel Universe this was? If it happened to be that hellish world of Ultrons, the last thing he wanted was to play courier, especially a one-time delivery. So, he decided to dispatch reconnaissance ships first to gather information about Blue Star before making any moves. After all, Blue Star was right there. It wasn't going anywhere. For now, his priority was to collect the other Infinity Stones. The general of the Black Order, though puzzled as to why Thanos forbade him from targeting the solar system, nodded at once and said, "As you command." Finally, Thanos looked to Hela and Lao Fei. "You may follow the general's arrangements, or you can choose to attack those places. On your own. Resting is also an option. I won't restrict you. However, when I summon you, you must return to me within 1 day." Hela and Laufey's expressions soured at his words, but they nodded nonetheless. One was Asgard's princess, the other the king of the Frost Giants. Neither was accustomed to taking orders from anyone. But now they had little choice but to start getting used to it. Of course, obeying the general's commands was out of the question, so they decided to pick their own targets to attack. Once the arrangements were set, Thanos didn't return to the Panlong star system. Instead, he began searching nearby for planets teeming with life, continuing his technique of siphoning energy. At the same time, he prepared for his quest to collect the stones. A month later, on an unnamed planet brimming with life. By now, as the planet's core was drained by Thanos, scenes of apocalypse unfolded. The magnetic field was fading, the atmosphere thinning, and with it, oxygen and air pressure were vanishing as well. The primitive animals nearby seemed to sense the end times, running and crashing about in terror. No one could say how many lives had already been lost. Only 1/10 of the original population remained. To Thanos, of course, this was of no consequence. So long as it made him stronger, destroying a planet was a price worth paying. Just then, a small spaceship suddenly appeared overhead. The ship quickly locked onto Thanos' position and began descending. Moments later, it landed about 100 meters from him, and the hatch slid open. Soon, 2 women stepped out together. The woman on the left stood tall at a height of 1.72 meters, her skin a striking shade of green, and her long, red hair flowing behind her as she walked, swaying her hips and long legs with every step. She looked incredibly alluring, yet at the same time exuded strength and wildness, an irresistible combination that made one yearn to conquer her. The woman on the right was a bit shorter, standing at about 1.64 meters. Her skin was purple, and she had no hair. With her round face, she looked adorable, the kind of person one would want to hold close and cherish. If it weren't for that broad, slab-like chin, one might even believe she was Thanos' biological daughter. But in truth, though they were not Thanos' daughters by blood, they were his adopted children, Nebula and Gamora. The two of them stopped 5 meters in front of Thanos, gazing at him with eyes full of boundless admiration. At that moment, Gamora was the first to speak. "Father, we have returned." Thanos' hands did not pause in their task. Instead, he turned his head to look at his two daughters, nodded, and asked, "Did you find the stones?" In this war with Odin, the two daughters had not taken part. Instead, they had been sent out to gather information about the Infinity Stones. In fact, he had once hesitated over whether to follow the story and adopt these two girls. After all, in the movies, both daughters ultimately chose to betray him. Yet, after much deliberation, he decided to let the plot unfold as written. Not only did he wish to avoid disrupting the narrative, perhaps attracting the notice of certain higher powers, but he also had confidence in his ability to guide them well. This was evident in the fact that Nebula's body had not been replaced with machinery. Unlike his predecessor, he adopted a different approach. Beyond the daily indoctrination, he also practiced a gentler policy, offering them the fatherly love they deserved. Gamora was about to answer when Nebula cut in, eager. "Father, I've found a lead on the Power Stone. They say it's somewhere in the Bakong star system, on a planet orbiting the ZC sun." Though Thanos treated them equally and gave them both his love, Nebula, much like in the films, always sought to prove herself, craving more of his affection. Hearing news of the Power Stone, Thanos broke into a smile and praised her. "Well done. As expected of my daughter. And you, Gamora?" With that, he turned to his other daughter. Though he treated them the same, in his heart he harbored higher hopes for Gamora. After all, in the story, it was she who found the most mysterious of the stones, the Soul Stone. Without Gamora, he would never have been able to gather all the Infinity Stones. And Gamora did not disappoint him. "Father, I've found a lead on the Soul Stone. Rumor has it that it's in a wandering star called the Wasteland. I'm still searching for the exact coordinates." A rogue star, this is a rare kind of celestial body in the universe. Though the cosmos stretches on without end, nearly every star is bound in orbit around the black hole at its galaxy's core. Yet, for one reason or another, some stars break free from a black hole's pull, wandering alone among the vast galactic clusters. Such stars are the hardest to find, and the most enigmatic of all cosmic phenomena. With almost no way to calculate their paths, it's nearly impossible to determine their coordinates. Thanos nodded and said, "I grant you the highest level of authority. Use every resource at your disposal. You must find the wild star." As for how to obtain the Soul Stone once the star was found, he already had a method in mind. After all, the price was simple. One person must sacrifice the one they love most. If he brought along 10,000 couples, he refused to believe that not a single pair could claim the Soul Stone. And if 10,000 weren't enough, then 100,000 couples would do. He was determined. If he filled the canyon with corpses, he would surely seize the stone. At this moment, Nebula, a hint of jealousy in her voice, said, "Father, what about me?" Thanos merely gave a faint smile and replied, "I'll go with you. Isn't that enough?" He had no desire to see things unfold as they had in the story, where his daughter suffered an accident while retrieving the Power Stone. Especially if she crossed paths with that infamous man known as Dad Killer, Star-Lord. First, he killed his biological father, then his adoptive father, and finally even his father-in-law. It was as if he declared, no one could claim the title of his father. His knack for patricide seemed almost legendary. Nebula, hearing this, immediately nodded with excitement. To act alongside her father. Of course, she was satisfied. After all, Thanos was usually either training or off conquering worlds. She and her sister rarely had the chance to be with him. Now, to embark on a mission together, she couldn't have been happier. Soon, they left behind the planet doomed to destruction. But Thanos failed to notice Gamora's troubled expression as she watched the dying animals, her face full of compassion. With a tremendous tremor, the planet was finally reduced to a world of death. It didn't explode or shatter, however. Because of its immense mass, even without a stellar core, gravity kept its remains locked together. But as for life, every living creature was utterly wiped out. Without electromagnetic fields, the planet could no longer shield itself from cosmic radiation, nor retain any semblance of an atmosphere. Except perhaps for a handful of tenacious cells, the chance of survival was almost non-existent. Upon their return to Sanctuary 2, Thanos immediately ordered Nebula to set course for the Bay Hollow system and the Purple Silk Star. The Bay Hollow system was about 1.7 million light-years from the Milky Way, much too far for any regular space jump. Thus, Sanctuary 2 first traveled through a wormhole back to the Panlong system, and from there, used another wormhole to leap to the next galaxy. In this way, after 3 months and 4 consecutive jumps between star systems, he finally reached the edge of the Baekong system. No sooner had he arrived than he encountered a fleet. The flagship of this fleet was a ship with an unusually strange design. By all logic, spaceships of war no longer needed wings or other such useless appendages, yet this main ship had wings, several of them, arranged in strips. The other warships clustered around it looked far more conventional, resembling the heads of spears, with triangular fronts followed by a row of horizontal engines at the rear. Judging by their appearance, these were warships of the Kree Empire. After a while, a screen appeared before Thanos, showing a blue-skinned man clad in black leather armor, a black hat atop his head, and wielding a warhammer. This was none other than Ronan, the accuser of the Kree Empire. "Respected Lord Thanos, on behalf of the Kree Empire, I greet you," Ronan said. With those words, he bowed deeply in respect, though he did not kneel. Indeed, Ronan had come to pay his respects to Thanos. 100 years ago, as the Black Order expanded their territory, they had encountered Ronan. With the strength of a being just below the Celestials, Ronan had single-handedly overwhelmed all 5 members of the Black Order. It wasn't until Thanos himself intervened that Ronan truly realized the meaning of "there's always someone stronger." Since then, whenever Ronan encountered Thanos, he would try to avoid him. If avoidance was impossible, he would greet him with respect. To Ronan's greeting, Thanos merely nodded faintly and said in a calm voice, "Very well. Greet the Supreme Intelligence for me." The structure of Kree society was somewhat peculiar. They had no king or god-king, but were led by the Supreme Intelligence, under whom various teams were formed. The Accusers, Ronan's group, were among the top 3 most powerful teams in Kree society. Of course, at this time, Ronan had yet to become the Supreme Accuser, so his authority was still limited. When Ronan saw Thanos' aloofness, he chose to ignore it and said, "Thank you, Lord Thanos. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." He had left the large Magellanic Cloud for the Baekong system in search of the Power Stone. So, upon seeing Thanos, his only thought was to get away as quickly as possible. After all, he was no match for Thanos, his only option was to avoid him. But Thanos had no intention of letting him go so easily.
No rush.
"I'm here searching for the Power Stone. Why don't you join me?" Thanos, of course, knew that Ronan was also after the Power Stone. Confident in his own superior strength, he intended to take advantage of Ronan's abilities in the search. Ronan was momentarily stunned by this. After a brief pause, he replied, "Well, actually, I'm on a mission." Thanos waved his hand to cut the other off and spoke, "I know you're after the Power Stone as well. Here's my proposal. If you help me find the Power Stone, I'll help you get your revenge and destroy Xander." Ronan's father, grandfather, and even his entire clan had been slaughtered by the Xandarians. His greatest hatred was centered on the destruction of Xander to avenge his family. In fact, his quest for the Power Stone was driven by the hope of gaining enough strength to lay waste to Xander. Now, hearing Thanos promise to avenge him, Ronan didn't hesitate. He nodded firmly and said, "I am at your service." "Good. Then let's set out." With Ronan joining forces, the two quickly assembled a fleet of over 300 starships, launching a mighty armada bound for the ZC Star. The ZC Star was a massive stellar body, over 3 million kilometers in diameter, its surface a deep orange hue, orbited by 5 planets. Judging by its age, ZC was well into its twilight years, in the throes of stellar old age. Perhaps for that reason, the only one of its 5 planets to have fostered life, Ahe, was now teetering on the brink of collapse. Earthquakes and volcanic eruptions racked the surface almost daily, slowly snuffing out what little life remained. A week later, Ahe welcomed its first visitor since the dawn of its apocalypse. It was a tiny, compact spaceship. After cutting through thick, churning clouds and dodging rivers of lava from countless volcanic eruptions, the craft touched down on a relatively stable hillside. As the engines wound down and fell silent, the hatch swung open, and out jumped a man from Earth. Yes, an Earthling. He had short brown hair, brown eyes, fair skin, and wore the uniform of a Ravager. This was none other than the legendary Star-Lord himself, Peter Jason Quill, known to some as the infamous Star-Dad. Without delay, Star-Lord activated his helmet, pulled out a map, and set off toward his destination. After about 10 minutes, he reached the entrance of a rocky cave and slipped inside. He didn't notice the enormous, looming shadow that quickly appeared in the sky behind him. Stepping into the cave, he excitedly dismissed his helmet and turned on his music, dancing forward with a comically exaggerated swagger. Inside the cavern, only bones and skulls remained. From this, it was clear that life on this planet hadn't perished long ago. Otherwise, time and the elements would have reduced everything to dust. The cave walls were covered in primitive drawings, revealing that intelligent life had once arisen here, though technological progress had been limited. Because the intelligent species of Ahe never reached even the first level of cosmic civilization, unable to leave their planet, nearly all life here had been wiped out. Why do I say almost? That's because, from time to time, interstellar pirates pass through here, stealing resources and recruiting a few new hands along the way. That's also why news from this place occasionally manages to get out. Star-Lord made his way to the secret chamber with ease. After a series of simple hacks, he effortlessly obtained the orb. Here, he didn't encounter any interference from other cosmic timelines. Instead, after safely stowing away the orb, he walked out of the cave. But as soon as he stepped outside, his eyes widened in disbelief. Hovering in the sky above him was a cosmic warship, so massive it seemed to blot out the entire heavens. Oh, for the love of... For a moment, Star-Lord was at a loss for words to describe his feelings. Faced with a warship of that scale, he knew that even if he called in his father's entire Ravager fleet, escape would be impossible. Just then, several small spacecraft swooped down from the sky, descending and landing right beside him. With a hiss, the airlocks opened. Nebula was the first to leap out of the ship, followed by several members of the Black Order in human form. Soon after, warriors from the Black Order began pouring out from the other ships as well. Within 2 minutes, Star-Lord found himself surrounded by well over 1,000 enemies. Seeing the situation, Star-Lord immediately raised his hands in surrender, abandoning any thought of resistance. All right, everyone, let's talk this out. I'm just here for a stroll. Nebula ignored him and instead addressed her subordinates. Keep an eye on him. We're going into search. With that, she led the majority of her forces into the cave. Star-Lord glanced around and realized he was left with just 10 guards. His eyes darted about as he considered making a run for it. He was never the type to accept his fate. No matter how desperate things looked, he refused to give up hope. But before he could make a move, even more spacecraft appeared in the sky. Several ships positioned themselves directly above his own vessel and, with a single blast, reduced it to rubble. Barrett. Star-Lord let out a heartbroken roar. Barrett was a stunning, red-skinned alien woman, charming and utterly adorable. Her appearance might have seemed odd to people from Earth, but for Star-Lord, who wasn't picky by any means, she was irresistible. Before coming here, he'd shared a passionate time with her aboard his ship. In fact, they'd been so caught up in each other that she'd been left exhausted, choosing to stay behind and rest. He never imagined that this would cost her life. Yet before he could vent his fury, the Black Order warriors around him fired without hesitation. With a sudden, thunderous gunshot, a magnetic bullet struck him in the chest, ending his life in an instant. Inside Temple 2. Thanos looked down at Star-Lord, who had collapsed to the ground, and let out a cold, indifferent chuckle. Just moments ago, he had personally given the order for his men to open fire. For someone who could neither be used nor subdued, what reason was there to let him live? Was he supposed to just waste precious air? However, it seemed that Star-Lord had emerged from a cave earlier. Perhaps the Power Stone was on him. With that thought in mind, Thanos immediately issued a new command. Bring me his corpse. Upon receiving the order, the warriors of the Black Order stepped forward, preparing to lift Star-Lord's body. But at that very moment, a blue light flickered on Star-Lord's chest. In the blink of an eye, his wound healed, and he opened his eyes, his entire body bursting with an overwhelming blue energy. With a furious roar, a surge of mighty power swept out, reducing everyone nearby to dust in an instant. Thanos narrowed his eyes as he witnessed this scene. As he suspected, Star-Lord wasn't so easy to kill. And it made sense, he was the son of a Celestial. Even if his father, Ego, was little more than a malnourished preemie, Star-Lord, as his descendant, could hardly be considered mortal. What's more, Star-Lord had inherited Ego's superior genes, possessing extraordinary power. Clearly, on the verge of death, Star-Lord had awakened this latent energy ahead of time. After a moment's thought, Thanos turned to Ronan, who stood nearby, and spoke. It's your turn now. He chose Ronan for the task instead of acting himself, knowing all too well how unpredictable the Marvel Universe could be. With the Celestials possibly watching, it was safer to send Ronan in first. Otherwise, why bring Ronan along if he was just going to stand by and spectate? If the Celestials truly were paying attention to Star-Lord, Thanos would have no choice but to abandon Ronan and retreat. He had good reason to believe the Celestials would take notice of Star-Lord. After all, in the plot of Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, Star-Lord had miraculously surpassed several power levels, managed to wrestle with Ego, and then blew up an entire planet with nothing but a tiny bomb. To say the Celestials hadn't secretly intervened, he would never believe it. Ronan's face grew solemn as he heard Thanos' words, and he nodded in acknowledgement. Without another word, he grabbed his Kree warhammer and flew down. He had sensed the eruption of near-celestial-level energy below, so he no longer dared to underestimate his opponent. Meanwhile, Star-Lord, who had been lying helpless on the ground, slowly opened his eyes, bewildered as he took in his surroundings. He remembered being shot in the chest and dying just moments ago. So why was he alive again, lying here on the ground? After scrambling to his feet, he immediately felt his chest and discovered that his Ravager uniform now had a gaping hole in it. So, it hadn't been his imagination just now. But what on earth had actually happened? At this moment, he couldn't remember anything about what had just taken place, leaving him utterly bewildered. However, before he could gather his thoughts, a piercing whoosh split the air above him. With a thunderous crash, something heavy slammed into the ground just 10 meters in front of him. The blast of air and the tremor in the earth forced him to stagger backward. Once he regained his balance and the dust settled, he saw a deep crater before him. In the center of it stood a Kree, hammer in hand, eyes sharp and wary. Could it be that this Kree was the one who'd just fallen from the sky? Good heavens, how could anyone survive a fall like that? Just how strong was this guy? Quill quickly began to retreat, wanting to put as much distance as possible between himself and the Kree, whose very presence radiated danger. But just then, a commotion arose behind him. He turned to see Nebula, flanked by a group of henchmen, emerging from a cave with a dark scowl on her face. Damn it, there's nothing in there at all. When she caught sight of Quill, she raised an eyebrow at the hole in his clothes, but strode over, machine gun at the ready, and threatened, "Kid, did you steal the Power Stone?" With that, she primed the gun, charging it up. Unlike her naturally kind-hearted sister, Nebula was far colder by nature. She viewed death with a detached indifference, so even senseless killing didn't weigh on her conscience. At this moment, Quill was on the verge of tears. What a cursed world. How had he wound up with a job like this? If he'd known it would be this dangerous, he wouldn't have come, no matter how much his employer paid. And now, Barrett had died because of it. Thinking of his partner's death sparked a surge of anger and hatred in Quill's heart, instantly banishing his usual flippant mood. Though Star-Lord often played the fool and loved to joke around, he cared deeply for his companions. Loyalty and camaraderie meant everything to him. Barrett's death had hit a nerve he could never forgive. Nebula noticed Quill's silence and, losing patience, squeezed the trigger. A sharp blast rang out. But she missed. Not because she'd shown mercy, but because Quill, as if guided by a sixth sense, darted to the right in the nick of time, dodging the shot. Nebula's eyes widened in disbelief. How is that possible? Her electromagnetic gun's bullets traveled at 5,000 meters per second. Even she couldn't dodge them, so how had this seemingly weak man managed to evade her shot? Ronan, who had been about to make a move himself, paused when he saw Nebula strike first. His eyes flickered with calculation, and he stopped in his tracks. He couldn't quite gauge Star-Lord's true strength, so he decided to let Nebula test him out first. After a while, Nebula fired a few more shots, but each one was dodged by her opponent with an uncanny, unpredictable footwork. Not only that, Star-Lord was closing in on her fast. It looked as though he intended to take her hostage. Nebula immediately tossed aside her machine gun, drew a dagger, and prepared to fight him at close quarters. But at that moment, it was as if Star-Lord had awakened some hidden superpower. He slipped past her attacks, seized her arm in a flash, and pressed the muzzle of his gun directly against her temple. Around them, the Black Order soldiers instantly raised their machine guns, training them on Star-Lord. Yet with Nebula standing in the line of fire, no one dared to be the first to shoot. If you don't want her dead, drop your weapons now. Meanwhile, inside Sanctuary 2, Thanos watched the scene unfold with a faint, indifferent smile. "Put down your weapons," he said calmly. He didn't particularly care about Nebula's life, but there was no need for her to die needlessly. With Thanos' command, the Black Order soldiers quickly complied, lowering their weapons. Nebula, seeing this, was furious. She shouted through gritted teeth, "Coward! If you have any guts, let me go and fight me fair and square." Never in her life had she imagined being taken hostage. The humiliation stung so deeply, she even felt a flicker of despair. She felt she'd brought shame to her father. So much so, the thought of ending her own life flashed through her mind. But Star-Lord paid her no mind. He kept his guard up, his eyes fixed warily on Ronan not far away. He didn't know where his sudden surge of power had come from, but somehow, he sensed that out of everyone present, none posed as great a threat as Ronan himself. At this, Ronan could no longer stay put. He'd planned to use Nebula as a test, but clearly, that had been a waste. Then again, Nebula's strength was merely superhuman. She wasn't even at the planetary level. It was foolish to expect her to really test their opponent. Realizing this, Ronan felt a twinge of regret as he strode forward. He didn't care about Nebula herself, but her father was watching him from above. If he let Nebula die, who knew how Thanos might react? That was a risk he couldn't afford to take. "Let her go," Ronan said, "and I'll give you a fair fight." Star-Lord, now gripping Nebula by the throat, shook his head at Ronan's words and replied, "You have 1 minute. Bring me the one who destroyed my ship, or she dies." All he wanted now was to avenge Barrett. His own safety never crossed his mind. Ronan, hearing this, looked up at the sky, torn and uncertain. His troops were all in the sky, and those who had been deployed belonged to Thanos, so he had no authority to command them. But soon, a spaceship hovered above them, and 5 humanoid warriors from the Black Order leapt directly from the ship. Clearly, Thanos had agreed to Star-Lord's demand. Seeing this, Star-Lord immediately understood the weight his hostage held. Without hesitation, he raised his gun and fired at the 5 Black Order warriors before him. With a series of sharp blasts, the 5 figures collapsed instantly. Although their helmets and masks hid their faces from Star-Lord, the fact that they remained motionless even in the face of death made it clear to him. These were by no means ordinary people. At that moment, Nebula seized the opportunity created by Star-Lord's gunfire and drove her elbow back in a sudden strike. Star-Lord quickly raised both hands to shield his face, blocking the attack. Nebula, taking advantage of the opening, dashed forward, putting distance between herself and her opponent. Just as Star-Lord lifted his gun to shoot again, Ronan lunged forward in a swift stride, placing himself protectively in front of Nebula. Another volley of shots rang out. Star-Lord's bullets struck Ronan squarely, but all they did was puncture a few holes in his clothing. The sight made Star-Lord's pupils contract in shock. Even his state-of-the-art Ravager blaster couldn't take down this terrifying enemy. He had never encountered anything like it before. Dark energy began to surge all over Ronan's body. He raised his Kree warhammer and swung it at Star-Lord. There was no time for awe. Star-Lord dove aside to dodge the attack. A thunderous crash erupted. The ground caved in, leaving a massive pit 10 meters deep where Ronan's hammer struck. In quick succession, more deafening booms resounded, echoing endlessly. Ronan was a powerhouse, built for strength rather than speed. By contrast, Star-Lord was agile and nimble, narrowly dodging each assault by the skin of his teeth. Moments later, Ronan realized his ordinary attacks couldn't land a hit, and fury overtook him. Enough. Dark energy surged through his body, channeling into the warhammer. With a mighty leap, he slammed the hammer down with overwhelming force. The earth shook violently, as if an earthquake had erupted, cracking the ground across a 1-kilometer radius. Distant mountains crumbled, and volcanic craters spewed molten lava. It was a scene straight out of the apocalypse. Caught at the center of the blast, Star-Lord was hurled far away by the powerful shockwave, crashing hard into a boulder. Coughing weakly, clutching his seemingly fractured chest, he staggered unsteadily to his feet. Damn it, this guy isn't even human. He's a monster, an absolute freak. Ronan lowered his warhammer, looked up at Star-Lord in the distance, and with a single leap, raised his weapon once more. Clearly, the battle just now had convinced him that his opponent's earlier burst of power was merely due to some piece of equipment, and that the person himself was nothing to be feared. He wanted to end the fight as quickly as possible. Seeing this, Star-Lord felt a surge of fear rising in his heart. This was the first time he had ever faced such a formidable enemy, one whose sheer physical power alone could rival that of a cosmic warship. Gritting his teeth and suppressing the pain coursing through his body, he dodged aside once more. But this time, while still in midair, Ronan suddenly conjured a giant hand made of swirling black smoke with the power of darkness, which reached out and seized Star-Lord in its grasp. The moment Star-Lord was captured by the massive hand, his pupils contracted in shock. As Ronan's warhammer drew ever closer, he could almost taste the fear of death. At that critical moment, a mysterious force within him surged forth once again. A blue radiance flared, shattering the black hand gripping him, and propelled him forward, allowing him to evade Ronan's strike. This confirmed to Ronan that his opponent was no ordinary person. At the same time, On the sanctuary too, Thanos distinctly sensed the origin of this mysterious power. In the next instant, Thanos lifted his gaze toward a distant corner of the cosmos. And, separated by hundreds of thousands of light years, another man also looked up, his eyes fixed in Thanos' direction. It was as if, despite the immense distance, the two could see each other directly. Of course, in reality, neither of them had the ability to truly see the other across the void. It was merely the sensation of being watched by a distant presence. Meanwhile, down below, Ronan did not press the attack. Instead, he regarded Star-Lord with grave seriousness and asked, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Star-Lord struggled to his feet, feeling as though his entire body had been torn apart, every muscle and bone groaning under the strain. "My name is Star-Lord. I'm an adventurer," he replied hoarsely. He certainly didn't dare admit to being a Ravager. After all, Ravagers were notorious throughout the cosmos, their reputation even more sordid than that of pirates. Pirates, bound by the loose rules of the Pirate Alliance, might still have some scruples, but Ravagers were utter scoundrels. There was nothing they wouldn't do for the right price. His adoptive father, Yondu, had once been a member of the Pirate Alliance, but after breaking their rules and being expelled, he formed his own band of Ravagers. Ronan, worldly and shrewd, could tell at a glance that Star-Lord was lying, but he chose not to expose him. Instead, he said gravely, "Hand over whatever you found here, and we'll let you go." Of course, to someone of his power, money was meaningless, a mere number, not even worth discussing. After all, the Celestial itself represented power and status, things that money could never buy.
But Star-Lord didn't see it that way.
To him, money was life itself. Nothing in the world, except his companions, could ever be more important than wealth. Now, seeing the man before him unwilling to spend even a single cent, yet wanting to take his share of the spoils, was more unbearable than death itself. "Sorry, I'm just here for an adventure." "I haven't taken anything," the other said. Hearing this, Ronan's eyes narrowed at once. He picked up his warhammer and charged forward. Although the other man possessed power nearly on par with the Celestial, making Ronan wary, he too had such strength. His caution stemmed only from a desire to avoid needless fighting, not from fear. When Star-Lord saw the other attack without a word, regret instantly filled his heart. If only he'd handed over anything, earlier, it would have been so much better. Of course, there was no way he would give up the orb, not when someone had offered an irresistible price for it. He'd even gone so far as to double-cross his beloved foster father for this deal. As Star-Lord desperately wished the energy within him would surge up again, he suddenly realized the power he'd felt before was gone. By now, Ronan was right in front of him, his massive 2-meter-long warhammer already swinging down, yet Star-Lord remained motionless, unable to react at all. A deafening crash exploded through the air. Star-Lord was instantly smashed into a pulp. Seeing this, Thanos aboard the sanctuary too felt a strange sense of bewilderment. Had he been mistaken all along? Perhaps no one or no god was watching over Star-Lord after all. And then, Ronan's overwhelming attack shattered the orb on Star-Lord's body, revealing a glowing purple light from within, the Power Stone. The instant Ronan's eyes fell upon the Power Stone, greed flashed across his face. With this stone, could he finally defeat Thanos? But before he could reach out, a surge of powerful blue energy suddenly erupted from Star-Lord's corpse. In an instant, the energy tore open a rift in space, sweeping up Star-Lord's body and the Power Stone, and whisked them away. As Ronan stood dumbfounded, a voice, deep and powerful, boomed across the scene. In the next moment, Thanos' towering figure appeared before Ronan. He thrust his hand into the spatial rift and seized the Power Stone. The rift began to close, quickly narrowing around Thanos' wrist. Yet, instead of cutting off Thanos' hand as one might expect, the space shattered even further as his hand emerged, intact, from the breach. With strength at his level, his body could force its way into subspace itself. Such spatial wounds held no threat to him. In no time, his hand withdrew from the rift, unscathed, holding the Power Stone. As soon as the Power Stone sensed that it was being held by a living being, it instantly erupted with celestial-level energy, sweeping through everything around it. Anyone or any living creature unable to withstand this force would be torn apart, reduced to dust, and vanish from existence. However, once one mastered the energy of the Power Stone, their own strength would be greatly enhanced while wielding its power, elevating them to the very peak of celestial might. Of course, it was only the pinnacle of the celestial level. After all, a single Power Stone alone could not allow someone to break through to the level of a universal entity. Thanos gazed at the Power Stone radiating tremendous energy in his hand, slowly clenching his fist around it. In an instant, A surge of black energy enveloped his entire body, then poured into him through every pore and orifice. The next moment, he felt the destructive power within him surging violently. The Power Stone's energy had no inherent attribute. It was pure, raw power that could be transformed into any force. Once this energy entered his body, it immediately converted into destructive might, vastly increasing his physical strength. With a deep, guttural roar, a shockwave burst outwards, rippling through the air. A powerful aura followed, compelling every member of the Black Order nearby to drop to their knees. Even Ronan bent his knee slightly, though he managed not to kneel completely by leaning on his Kree warhammer. At that moment, shock filled his heart. This aura was overwhelmingly strong, making him feel as insignificant as an ant. It seemed as though if he didn't kneel, he could be crushed at any moment. Yet as the accuser of the Kree, he represented not only himself, but also the honor of his people. Gritting his teeth, he refused to kneel. After a while, the Power Stone appeared to accept Thanos, and its energy slowly calmed. Thanos opened his eyes, then placed the Power Stone, held in his right hand, onto the Infinity Gauntlet on his left. Looking at the two Infinity Stones now embedded in his gauntlet, a satisfied smile spread across his face. He was one step closer to his goal. He wondered just how powerful he would become once he gathered all 6 stones. His gaze then shifted to the spot where Star-Lord had vanished, his expression turning pensive. Who was this unknown presence, really? Was it Ego, Star-Lord's biological father? Or perhaps another member of the Celestials? He pondered for a moment, but with no clear answers, he set the question aside for now. As long as he collected all 6 Infinity Stones, even the entire Celestial race wouldn't be able to threaten him. Time quickly passed, and 10 days later, more than 100 starships appeared 1,000,000 kilometers from Xandar. Leading the charge was Ronan's flagship and his fleet, followed by Sanctuary 2 and Thanos' own armada. At this moment, Ronan gazed at the 3-dimensional projection of Xandar with a surge of emotion, already fantasizing about how he would destroy this beautiful world to avenge his father, grandfather, and the rest of his people. Suddenly, an incoming communication request appeared within the projection. The caller was none other than the Supreme Accuser of the Kree Empire, his direct superior. Seeing this, Ronan's expression darkened instantly. He knew all too well that, in order to focus its full strength against the Skrulls, the Kree Empire had already signed a peace treaty with Xandar. There was absolutely no room for him to shatter this fragile peace. But he could not resign himself to this fate. He could not accept that his father and his people had died for nothing. That's why he had chosen to lead his fleet out on a mission of vengeance. After a moment's hesitation, he accepted the video call. At the very least, he thought, the Kree Empire should be informed, so they could prepare for war. In the next instant, a woman with blue skin and brown hair appeared in the projection. At that moment, her face was clouded with displeasure. Ronan, where are you? Why has the government of Xandar lodged a protest, claiming that you've invaded their territory? Ronan shook his head and said, Supreme Accuser, do you still remember how my father died? He didn't wait for her to reply. Continuing in a cold voice, those despicable Xandarians bypassed our defenses and dropped a doomsday bomb onto our planet. That day, 99% of our people perished, my father, my grandfather, my entire clan among them. The Supreme Accuser could no longer hold back and responded, I know about that attack, and yes, the Xandarians were at fault. But we are in the midst of a full-scale war against the Skrulls. The Empire cannot afford to open a second front. You must understand our predicament. Upon hearing this, Ronan's eyes narrowed, but he ignored her words and pressed on. Do you know how I survived? It was my father, my mother, my grandfather, and 137 of my kin. They clung to the top of my shelter with their bodies, shielding me from the apocalyptic fire. If not for them, I would have perished as well. How could I possibly let this hatred go unavenged? With that, he paid no heed to the Supreme Accuser's frantic shouts and cut off the communication. In the movies and comics, Ronan's hatred is often glossed over, leaving his true ordeal in the shadows. But unless you have suffered as he has, you have no right to urge forgiveness. No one in this world could ever truly comprehend what he went through, nor could anyone understand the depths of his pain. For him, this was a grudge that could never be resolved. Only the fall of one side would bring it to an end. Just then, another incoming call appeared in the projection above, a call from Thanos. So, he chose to connect without the slightest hesitation. In the next moment, Thanos' massive purple face appeared in the projection. Ronan, you're seeking revenge on Xandar. The Kree Empire isn't aware of this, are they? Because so much time had passed, Thanos had already forgotten many details of Marvel storylines. At first, he didn't realize that when Ronan went to Xandar for vengeance, the Kree Empire actually didn't know about it. If the other party hadn't just sent him a message, he'd still be kept in the dark by Ronan. Ronan, forthright as ever, nodded and replied, "That's right. Lord Thanos, are you planning to go back on your word?" Right now, he had already made up his mind. If Thanos wouldn't help him, he'd go to Xander himself. As long as he could take his revenge, he was willing to risk everything, even if it meant being utterly destroyed. Upon hearing this, Thanos simply shook his head and said calmly, "This is something I promised you, not the Kree Empire, so it has nothing to do with them." Ronan was instantly moved and exclaimed, "Thank you, Lord Thanos." After ending the transmission, Thanos sat upon his throne, a look of contemplation on his face. The galactic cluster they resided in was called the Virgo supercluster. It spanned about 110 million light-years in diameter and contained over 2,000 galaxies, which were divided among 3 major empires and 10 great alliances. The 3 empires were the Skrull Empire, the Kree Empire, and the Shi'ar Empire. From this, one could see just how powerful the Kree Empire, where Ronan hailed from, truly was. As for the 10 alliances, they included the Merchants Alliance, the Pirates Alliance, the Mercenaries Alliance, the Wanderers Alliance, the Extraordinary Alliance, the Gods Alliance, the Peace Alliance, the Raiders Alliance, the Adventurers Alliance, and the Warblade Alliance. Just from their names, it was clear that each alliance was made up of different factions and forces. After all, in this universe where the strong preyed on the weak, surviving meant not only having strength, but also learning to band together for mutual support. Xander was a faction within the Peace Alliance. If he could stir up conflict between the Peace Alliance and the Skrull Empire to launch an attack on the Kree Empire together, wouldn't that give him a chance to fish in troubled waters? After all, only when chaos reigned in the universe would he have the opportunity to seize others' territories. Otherwise, no matter how strong he became, he would still have to worry about others joining forces against him. Of course, if his power ever reached the level of a multiversal or even a single-universe entity, it wouldn't matter if others banded together. But unfortunately, he was only at the Skyfather level for now. That was precisely why he had not turned Ronan down. Over 1,000 small starships launched from Xander and began heading toward them. Clearly, they had just communicated with the Kree Empire and confirmed that Ronan's arrival spelled trouble, so they were gearing up for battle. And as soon as their warships departed from Xander, Ronan, unable to restrain himself any longer, ordered his own fleet to open fire. However, due to the distance, the attack took 3 seconds to reach its target. The Nova fleet seized the opportunity to activate their shields. After a dazzling burst of light, the results were nil. Not a single Nova battleship was destroyed. The Peace Alliance, true to their philosophy of peace, had poured their efforts into shield technology, making it the finest among all factions. While these 1,000 starships might not boast overwhelming firepower, their defenses were second to none. Ronan, having anticipated this, immediately contacted Thanos for assistance. Thanos, delighted by the request, agreed without hesitation and ordered Sanctuary 2 to begin charging its dark matter fission cannon. Moments later, a streak of black light shot across 1,000,000 kilometers in an instant, striking the enemy fleet. In the stunned eyes of the Nova Corps, a vast swathe at the center of their fleet vanished into nothingness. At least 200 starships were gone in the blink of an eye. And that was only the beginning. Even their home planet, Xander, was not spared. A gigantic crater 100 kilometers wide suddenly marred its surface. Billions perished in that single, devastating blast. Witnessing this horror, the Nova forces immediately piloted their remaining ships in a frenzied charge towards Sanctuary 2. Ronan, seeing their desperation, broke into a triumphant grin. Gripping the Kree warhammer tightly, he charged forward. Thanos, too, drew his mighty blade and moved to join the fray. Hours passed. With each eruption of fire and light, the remaining enemies were utterly wiped out, and the fleet pressed onward toward Xander. When they were just 1,000 kilometers from their destination, Xander had already entered the highest state of alert. Anti-aircraft guns and defense systems stood bristling and ready, turning the planet into a hedgehog with its quills raised. Thanos merely gave a cold, dismissive laugh and opened a channel to Ronan. "Stand down. Let me handle this." Without waiting for Ronan's reply, he vanished from Sanctuary 2. In the very next instant, Thanos appeared within the depths of Xander, standing above the gaping pit carved out by the dark matter cannon. He raised his right hand and unleashed the devouring star technique. A surge of immense energy burst forth from the planet's core, pouring into his body. The power was so overwhelming, far greater than anything he had absorbed before, that even Thanos felt as though he might be torn apart. Clearly, this was a planet brimming with vitality, with a core of extraordinary strength. No wonder Xander was able to sustain such a brilliant civilization. Minutes passed, and as the planet's core was drained, Xander was racked by earthquakes, tsunamis, and howling winds, catastrophe upon catastrophe. The people of Xander had no idea what was truly happening. They simply believed these were natural disasters. An hour later, the planet's magnetic field began to fade, and the atmosphere started to dissipate. Only then did people come to the shocking realization that the end of the world had already begun, even before the enemy had arrived. Yet, even with this understanding, they were powerless to stop it. In the end, the vast majority could only fall into endless despair and agony, suffocating as the air vanished around them. Those who had taken shelter in underground bunkers were not spared either. Earthquakes and tsunamis buried them deep beneath the earth, sealing their fate forever. All of this happened in just a single day. This blue, vibrant, and beautiful planet was transformed into a lifeless, desolate world. After absorbing the energy, Thanos returned to the sanctuary too. Once he established a communication link with Ronan, he spoke in a tone as calm as ever. "I have fulfilled my promise. Our cooperation ends here." Truthfully, he had considered whether to bring Ronan under his command, but after some thought, he realized that doing so would be far too conspicuous. So, he let the idea go. At that moment, Ronan gazed at Thanos with fervent admiration, joining his hands in the highest salute of the Kree. "Thank you. You will always be my friend." He didn't overthink it. After years of hatred, vengeance was finally his, and from the bottom of his heart, he was grateful to Thanos. After a brief farewell, the two went their separate ways. 2 months later, Thanos returned to the Milky Way, to a planet he had named Titan. He chose the name Titan because it so closely resembled the world he had first crossed into, whether in size, atmospheric pressure, or the proportion of ocean. Thus, the name Titan. On his second day back at the sanctuary, the Black Order, Lao Fei, and Hela came one after another to report on the past 4 months. By now, the Black Order had conquered 104 inhabited planets, most of which had been subdued by following routine procedures. After all, for these primitive civilizations that hadn't even reached modernity, a spacefaring warship was an overwhelming force. Unless there were individuals of extraordinary strength among the natives, resistance was futile. So, faced with these cosmic dreadnoughts, the natives surrendered quickly. Of course, there were still plenty of local resistance fighters. After all, Thanos had come not just to conquer, but to rule. Conquest, as with Asgard, was simply about coming by now and then to harvest resources, without interfering in local affairs. For the ruling class of the natives, this was unpleasant, but not entirely unbearable. But Thanos' rule meant taking over all local administration, enforcing population control, and equitable resource distribution, a devastating blow to the powers that be. Naturally, the local rulers resisted. And for such individuals, Thanos' subordinates had a standard protocol for dealing with them. Their policy was one of total extermination, followed by relocating their own people to the conquered land. Once the Black Order finished their reports, it was Laufey's turn to speak. He had managed to take only 7 planets, and on each one, he enforced a policy of annihilation. He did this to make room for his own kind, the Frost Giants, to thrive. Thanos said nothing in response, but in his heart, he marked Lao Fei as someone who could never become a true confidant. Someone so completely devoted to his own race could never serve him with the unwavering loyalty of the Black Order. The last to report was Hela. So far, she had conquered only a single planet, and it was a world of witches. Clearly, she had paid little heed to Thanos' words, returning instead to her mother's homeworld, where she slaughtered half the population before settling into a life of idleness. Again, Thanos made no comment, but ordered Lao Fei and Hela to remain behind and await his next command. With the reports concluded, Thanos opened his system interface to review his stats.
Physique, 58,341.7.
Strength, 42,315.3. Agility, 36,834.4. Spirit, 41,294.5. Active skill, power of destruction. Passive skills, Titan lineage, super regeneration, super physique, super strength, super agility, powerful mind, resilient skin. Unique skills, ruler, devourer of stars. Equipment, tyrant's cleaver, tyrant's armor, infinity gauntlet, power stone, mind stone. Thanos realized that, without noticing, his attributes were already nearing the late stage of the Skyfather level. It seemed Xander truly was an exceptionally powerful planet, granting him such a substantial increase in attributes. Of course, the fact that the Black Order had ruled over more than 100 planets added greatly to his potential, allowing him to improve so much. That was why, even though the Black Order was a bit lacking in personal strength, Thanos still entrusted them with the bulk of his forces. Those with great power always had their own agendas. they would never serve him with total devotion. Only the Black Order could be counted on for such loyalty. Upon returning this time, Thanos decided that his next step would be to use the Devourer of Stars technique, rapidly growing stronger while he awaited news from Gamora regarding the Soul Stone. Only after obtaining the Soul Stone would he consider heading to Blue Star to collect the remaining 3 Infinity Stones. As for keeping Lao Fei and Hela behind, it was naturally to prevent them from stirring up trouble. Once the administrative matters were settled, Thanos set course for the newest planet, ready to absorb its energy. In truth, the day-to-day administration could easily be left to the Black Order. But for certain critical decisions, he had to give his personal approval. Otherwise, granting unrestricted power would only lead those below to develop ideas they shouldn't have. Since Thanos never commanded Loki to lead the Chitauri invasion, the Avengers were never formed. Yet, under the influence of a mysterious force, another organization emerged, the Illuminati. However, this Illuminati was somewhat different. Its members included not only Professor X, Namor the Submariner, Mr. Fantastic, Black Bolt, and Iron Man, but also Black Panther, Banner, Captain America, Thor, and other heroes. By the way, Thor, for reasons unknown, suddenly gained a surge of power and began accelerating the expulsion of the destructive force within him. After regaining some of his strength, he too joined the Illuminati. As for Doctor Strange, he had yet to make his appearance, so he hadn't joined the group. At this very moment on Blue Star, the story of Doctor Strange was unfolding. Although the Ancient One had been deeply unsettled by the news brought by Thor during the scripted murder mystery, she nearly killed the villain Kaecilius. In the end, however, she followed the script, was kicked off the building, and gracefully retreated to the shadows, quietly shaping Blue Star's future from behind the scenes. With Doctor Strange's arrival, he too joined the Illuminati, making the organization even more formidable. This newfound strength gave the Ancient One confidence to face any crisis the future might hold. 3 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. Perhaps due to the turn of the story, even with Thanos providing Gamora with his full support, she still couldn't locate the Soul Stone, which remained hidden among wandering stars and desolate wilds. Meanwhile, after 3 relentless years of absorbing star cores and destroying over 100 planets, Thanos' power had reached the later stage of the All-Father level. However, at this point his growth had slowed considerably. The main reason was that the potential of his current body simply couldn't keep up with his accelerating strength. Though over those 3 years, the Black Order managed to conquer more than 1,000 inhabited planets, new troubles arose. The surviving Asgardians, together with their allies from the Pantheon, returned to take their revenge. Thanos had personally intervened several times, destroying thousands of enemy starships with his own hands. But faced with an unending stream of adversaries who always avoided direct confrontation, he eventually had to send Hela and Lao Fei to handle them. He, meanwhile, continued absorbing star cores. Yet now, as his power grew ever more slowly from this method, the idea of training in the gravity chamber returned to his mind. So, after a week's journey, he returned to the sanctuary on Titan. But an unexpected problem arose. As his strength had grown, the gravity chamber in the sanctuary could no longer meet his needs. The chamber's maximum setting was 3,000 times Earth's gravity, and under such conditions, he barely felt any pressure at all. So now, he was considering whether he should go train inside a star. He decided to find a star with 5,000 times gravity. This way, he could also train his resistance to heat. But just as he was about to put his plan into action, Nebula suddenly sought him out. "Father, I feel like something's not quite right with Gamora lately." Looking at Nebula before him, her head bowed as though she didn't dare meet his gaze, Thanos, seated on his throne, suddenly felt a strange sensation stir within his heart. It was as if some mysterious force was at work, influencing everything. And because of this, the two sisters seemed destined to stand on opposite sides. "What's wrong with Gamora?" Upon hearing her father's question, Nebula finally lifted her head and spoke. "I've noticed she's been acting secretive. She disappears for long stretches and never tells anyone where she's gone." Thanos nodded and said, "I understand. You don't need to concern yourself with Gamora's affairs. But as for you, you've yet to reach planetary-level strength. You should focus on your training." Nebula heard her father's words, but her face fell in disappointment as she replied, "Understood, father." Thanos ignored her attempt to appear pitiful, instead offering encouragement. "Go and train. As soon as you reach planetary-level strength, I'll grant you command of your own fleet." The moment she heard she could command a fleet of her own, Nebula's face lit up with excitement. "Yes, I'll go train right away." With that, she twisted her slender waist and left the sanctum. Watching her go, Thanos couldn't help but sigh. His daughter was growing up. After a while, he rose to his feet and addressed the void. Deep Blue, display Gamera's itineraries for the past 3 years. Yes, master. For a super artificial intelligence, such a task was trivial. Soon, rows of data appeared, suspended in the air. They were the records of Gamera's travels over the past 3 years. After studying them for a while, Thanos quickly noticed that many journeys were missing, trips unaccounted for in the logs. He questioned Deep Blue and discovered that Gamera had been traveling on unknown spacecraft, which left no trace in their records. A sense of foreboding crept into his heart. Deep Blue, where is Gamera now? Based on the latest data, Miss Gamera is currently in the Large Magellanic Cloud, though her exact location is unknown. Because she isn't using one of our ships, we can't link to her data. Tell her to return. I have matters to discuss with her. Understood. Sending the message now. Due to distance and signal limitations, there may be some delay. Though technology had advanced to make communication between star systems no longer an insurmountable challenge, reaching Gamera, who was hundreds of thousands of light years away, was still a significant difficulty. Thanos nodded, a touch of nostalgia in his voice as he said, "This is just the right chance for me to see how Tyro Star has developed. It's been years since I last returned." In one of the main cities on Tyro Star, evening was settling in. The streets were filled with people finishing their workday, children and elders out for strolls, all moving about leisurely. Not a single vehicle was in sight. Under Thanos' rule, society operated on a housing allocation system. In other words, wherever you worked, that's where you were assigned a home, sparing everyone the hassle of daily commuting. For those needing to travel farther, they used the underground high-speed rails, which could whisk you to any part of Tyro Star within an hour. And if someone needed to journey to another planet, specialized anti-gravity craft would take them to the orbital spaceport, where they would board starships for interstellar travel. As a result, ground vehicles were a rare sight, and pollution was almost non-existent. Whenever people on the street caught sight of Thanos, they respectfully bowed, each gesture heartfelt. This respect was genuine. Thanos understood the importance of winning over people's hearts. Under his rule, from the moment a child first learned about the world, they were taught about Thanos' greatness. Each day, news broadcasts would show the chaos and war on neighboring planets, reminding everyone that their current peace was thanks to Thanos. Whenever famine broke out elsewhere, it was emphasized that, under Thanos' policies of population planning, no one ever worried about food. Or if rising prices and housing shortages plagued other worlds, here, homes were distributed fairly. There was no need for such worries. With this constant messaging over time, everyone truly felt gratitude for their peaceful lives, deep down. Of course, not everyone was content with a stable, quiet life. For those who craved adventure and excitement, Thanos welcomed them even more warmly. He'd send these thrill-seekers to the front lines, where, after a few brutal battles, any survivors usually longed to return to a peaceful existence. Those who made it back would become living proof, spreading the value of hard-won peace. As for those who survived and still thirsted for danger, they were promoted within the Black Order, becoming generals or strategists. In short, every troublemaker had their place. No one was left with the chance to stir up disorder. Even those who simply wanted to live quietly were provided for, with all sorts of arrangements. Under Thanos' rule, if not the happiest in the whole universe, at the very least, people enjoyed unparalleled peace and stability. After wandering the city a while longer, Thanos found that everything was just as he remembered, unchanged, and the people's lives as stable as ever. Satisfied, he slipped away to observe other planets. 34 hours later, he arrived at the 17th planet of this journey, Crimson Water Star. This planet is called the Redwater Star because there's a special mineral in its oceans that turns the sea a crimson hue. As he traveled, he saw people living in happiness and peace, free from illness, free from worry. After all, with the current level of medical technology, there's no disease in the universe that can't be cured, and since every family is allocated a home, there's really nothing to trouble them. Seeing this, Thanos felt he truly was the most benevolent and magnificent ruler in the universe. Before long, he arrived at a mountain peak by the sea, gazing out at the distant crimson waters and the blue sky, savoring this rare moment of tranquility. In the more than 5 centuries since he arrived in the Marvel Universe, this was the first time he'd ever simply stood still and admired a landscape. Usually, he was either fighting or training, never having a single moment to spare. After a while, he sat down on a stone, quietly watching the sun sink slowly toward the horizon. A gentle sea breeze brushed across his cheeks, bringing with it a refreshing coolness. This time, he wasn't wearing his tyrant's battle armor, only a black leather jacket for lounging and black trousers, making him look just like any ordinary person calmly enjoying the dusk. Just then, a small spacecraft appeared from outer space and landed behind Thanos. In a flash, Gamora, dressed in black leather and a long coat, leapt out from within. She walked up behind Thanos and, like him, stood silently gazing at the distant sky. Compared to Thanos's unadorned, almost humble appearance, Gamora radiated a striking presence, the air of a valiant female warrior. Most men, at the sight of her, would feel the urge to win her over. No wonder Star-Lord had fallen for her, unbothered by their differences in race. After several minutes, Thanos continued to watch the sun on the horizon. In a calm voice, he asked, "Tell me, with a world this beautiful, why do people still seek unhappiness?" Gamora heard him and looked at Thanos with a complicated expression. "Yes," she replied. "Why is that?" Her feelings at that moment were a tangled web. After all her adventures and encounters with every kind of person in the universe, she had come to believe her father's methods were wrong. Freedom is the birthright of all living things. No one has the right to control others. No one should decide who may have children, what people can or cannot do. Yet, years of her father's teachings had convinced her that only his policies could bring true stability and prosperity to the people. But when she remembered how her father absorbed the energy of star cores, utterly indifferent to the fate of other living things, she was struck by how cold and merciless he truly was, not at all the ruler he ought to be. Thanos turned his head and looked at his daughter before him. In a deep voice he said, "All life goes through a rebellious phase, just like children defying their parents. They yearn for freedom, yet ignore the price that comes with it." Gamora lifted her gaze, meeting her father's eyes, and replied firmly, "But isn't freedom the very nature of life?" Thanos fell silent at her words. Indeed, freedom is at the core of all living things. Without this adventurous spirit, how would life ever evolve or give birth to brilliant civilizations? It is humanity's longing for freedom that led them to invent tools to ease their labor, granting themselves the time to pursue other endeavors. Otherwise, like in ancient times, people would be consumed each day by the struggle for mere survival. How could civilization ever progress then? But even freedom is not without its limits. When faced with the threat of extinction or the survival of a species, everything else must yield to those priorities, including freedom itself. Yet this is something only those who have endured such trials can truly understand. Back when Titan suffered from overpopulation and depleted resources, countless people starved. Some even resorted to murder for a mere piece of bread. In that abyss of despair, the reformists sparked a coup, clashing with the conservatives in a brutal struggle. The endless war ultimately left Titan ravaged, and the planet was doomed. And all Thanos could do was watch helplessly as everything unfolded, powerless to change a thing. After all, he could not conjure food, energy, or living space out of thin air. But now, with the power to change everything, he would never allow anyone to destroy it all. With this thought, he lost interest in continuing the conversation with Gamora. He turned away, his gaze settling on the distant moon rising in the sky. His voice was low as he asked, "Have you heard any news about the Soul Stone?" Hearing the question, Gamora immediately lowered her head. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, "Not yet." Thanos did not turn back, but continued to ask, "How much longer will it take?" By now, he had set aside all sentimentality, and even his affection was masked. Only his ambition for the Infinity Stones and to rule the universe remained. He could already sense that the population of the universe was nearing its limit. If life continued to multiply unchecked, resources would soon be exhausted, and then a catastrophe on a cosmic scale would erupt. Moreover, in the shadows, the Celestials waited patiently, ready to reap the universe, when life reached a certain threshold. Only by uniting the universe under his rule and ensuring the orderly growth of life could the cycle continue endlessly. Gamora had no inkling of Thanos' worries. She simply shook her head and said, "I don't know either." Thanos heard this and shook his head slightly, his voice calm as he said, "I'll give you 1 more year. If you still can't find it, Nebula will take over your mission." At these words, Gamora's green face changed ever so slightly, but in the end, she said nothing. She simply nodded, then turned and returned to the spaceship. Only after the spaceship had departed did Thanos finally turn around. He looked up at the departing ship, his eyes clouded with contemplation. From today's conversation, he was certain Gamora's mind was shifting in unexpected ways, but he still couldn't be sure if she intended to betray him. Of all the Infinity Stones, the Soul Stone was the hardest to find. Without Gamora, he wasn't sure if he could ever locate it. That was the reason he continued to tolerate her. Of course, he wouldn't indulge her indefinitely, which was why he gave her only 1 more year. If she hadn't found it by then, there would be no reason for Gamora's entire race to exist. As the Black Order waged 4 relentless years of war, about 1% of the Milky Way had already fallen under Thanos' rule. Because the Milky Way is an irregular 3-dimensional structure, not a flat disk, that territory is difficult to calculate precisely. Don't underestimate that 1%. It spans nearly 10,000 light-years and contains roughly 1.7 billion stars, with about 10 million planets capable of supporting life. Due to the rapid expansion of his territory, many planets that could be terraformed had yet to be developed, which explained why there were so many stars, but so few habitable worlds. Once the Milky Way was fully conquered, Thanos planned to transform some of the suitable planets, making them habitable for life. By this point, the Black Order had already discovered the planet known as Blue Star, but, remembering Thanos' orders, they ignored it completely. In truth, if Thanos were willing to grant local autonomy, he could have unified the galaxy long ago. But he insisted on direct rule, all according to his vision, which was why things progressed so slowly. At this moment, on the far side of the galaxy, on an inconspicuous ash-gray planet, there, the dwarves, with their large heads, small bodies, and unkempt beards, grew agitated at the arrival of Thanos' army. Their king, clad in metal armor and gripping a war hammer, spoke gravely. "Everyone, you've heard Thanos' ultimatum. In half a year, they'll be here. Will we submit, or go to war? Decide quickly." In fact, for years ago, they had already known about Odin's war with Thanos. But dissatisfied with Odin's rule, they, like many other races, chose not to help. They never expected Odin to fall so quickly, leaving them now at a loss for what to do. Because they had already made inquiries, under Thanos' rule, an extremely centralized authority was enforced, and the management was exceptionally strict. Even the right to have children and how many could be born was completely regulated. No matter whether one had too many or too few children, there were fines and punishments. Faced with such tyranny, the dwarves simply could not accept it.
No.
We cannot accept their terms. Even if it means death, we will never accept a treaty that humiliates and enslaves our people. Exactly. Even Odin never dared treat us like this. How dare Thanos? I've heard that Thanos hasn't shown himself since the battle 4 years ago. No one even knows if he was gravely wounded. That's right. Thanos must have been badly hurt. Right now, we could march straight in and take him down. As the dwarf's emotions flared, the dwarf king quickly raised both hands, signaling them to quiet down. Silence. All of you quiet. After several thunderous shouts, every dwarf in the hall fell silent at once. The dwarf king continued, "Everyone, you must realize that both Laufey and Hela have become Thanos' subordinates. With their personalities, if Thanos really were wounded, they would have killed him long ago. Besides, even if Thanos is hurt, sending either Laufey or Hela would be more than enough to defeat us. We could never stand against them." At these words, the dwarves finally regained a measure of reason. It was true. The mightiest among them was the dwarf king himself, but even he was only at the lower level of the divine hierarchy, no match for Laufey or Hela, let alone the far stronger Thanos. But the dwarves, long accustomed to freedom, even Odin, with all his strength, had never managed to suppress them. How could they possibly submit to Thanos' rule? "Even if I must die in battle, I'll never bow to their rule." That's right. Dwarves die standing, never on their knees. To defend our home and our honor. This is everyone's duty. We fight to the last dwarf, never slaves, not ever. Seeing the fierce spirit burning in his people's eyes, the dwarf king felt a surge of defiance too. If it came to ruin, then ruin it would be. Just as he was about to speak again, a sudden flash of lightning split the sky. A deafening thunderclap shook the air. Immediately after, a powerful presence swept over the assembly. What's happening? What a terrifying aura. Is Thanos here? Damn him. Everyone, get ready for battle. The dwarves will never be slaves. Stirred by righteous fury, some dwarves even raised their hammers, prepared to fight to the last. But soon, the dwarf king sensed something was wrong. He lowered his hands and called out in a commanding voice, "Wait, this isn't right. I don't think it's Thanos." At his words, the dwarves quickly settled down. In fact, they too had begun to sense that something was amiss. If it really were Thanos, he would have sailed in with a fleet of warships. Why would he just open a single space portal? In no time, the figure landed before the dwarf king, spread his arms wide, and exclaimed with delight, "Eitri, my dear friend." Eitri was the dwarf's name, and among his kind, he was considered tall, at least 1.80 m, but his brain and body were oddly out of proportion. His head made up nearly a third of his height, while his body was strikingly thin and small, making him look rather like a big-headed child. When Eitri saw who had arrived, his face immediately broke into a smile. He opened his arms and drew the newcomer into an embrace. "Dear Thor, it's truly wonderful that you're alive." The visitor was none other than the Prince of Asgard, the god of thunder himself, Thor. As a key member of the Pantheon Alliance and one of its most crucial pillars, Asgard had stood unshaken for millennia, a legacy preserved by its unique traditions. The power of Odin was an inheritance bestowed solely upon the royal family of Asgard. Each generation's king was granted this power, allowing the heir to break through to the level of the Allfather and also granting them a special ability akin to traveling across the Rainbow Bridge. This was also the reason Odin had mercilessly cast Hela aside upon learning she had awakened the witch's bloodline. For only those of pure royal blood in Asgard could inherit the power of Odin. Although Thor had not yet undergone the official succession ceremony, Odin had secretly passed the power to him at the moment of his own death. However, due to the distance between them, Thor only recently received the power of Odin. Now, it was known as the power of Thor. With this newfound power, Thor purged the destructive force from his body and chose to open a portal to Nidavellir, the world of 1,000,000 dwarves. After embracing Eitri for a while, Thor's face turned grave. He said, "Eitri, my friend, I need your help." Eitri responded at once, thumping his chest with gusto. "Of course I'll help you. Tell me, what do you need?" Truthfully, their relationship wasn't as close as it now seemed. Their only real bond came from a time when Thor had helped the dwarves quell a rebellion on one of their resource planets. But now, Eitri needed Thor's strength to oppose Thanos, so he put on an air of intimacy. Seeing that Eitri agreed to help without even asking what was required, Thor was deeply moved. "My Mjolnir was destroyed by Thanos. I need your help to forge a new warhammer." Mjolnir, the legendary hammer of thunder, was Thor's most vital weapon, nothing else compared. Although Thor had inherited the power of Odin, without his weapon, he couldn't unleash his full strength. It was precisely for this reason that, once he had gained Odin's power, he immediately opened a portal and headed straight for Nidavellir, the Dwarven Star. After all, the dwarves were renowned as the greatest weaponsmiths in the entire galaxy. In the past, 80% of the weapons in Asgard had been forged by the dwarves. Hearing the request to create a weapon, Eitri fell into silent contemplation. In his eyes, compared to the cunning and wily Odin, Thor was as innocent as a gentle rabbit. So Eitri felt at ease forging the most powerful weapon for him, unafraid that Thor would betray him after receiving it. After a moment he spoke up, "Very well. I'll forge for you the mightiest artifact of the dwarves, Stormbreaker." With his mind made up, he immediately began summoning his people to get to work. At this time, Thanos had not yet slaughtered the dwarves, so the forging of Stormbreaker proceeded smoothly, without the twists and turns depicted in the movies. When Thor finally took Stormbreaker in hand, energy surged through his entire body, his aura rising with every breath. Without a word, he raised the axe high and teleported away. He was eager to test the power of his new weapon. But Eitri, witnessing this, grew frantic. "Thor! Thor! Where are you going? Get back here. Curse the Asgardians. All of them, ungrateful, treacherous wretches." He had hoped that, once the weapon was complete, Thor would join him in facing Thanos. He never expected Thor to simply vanish, and that thought made his anger boil. After all, to forge this weapon, they had used up all their precious URU metal and expended immense effort. The idea that all this effort might have been for nothing made his blood run hot with rage. A moment later, a dwarf came running in, panic etched on his face. "Your Majesty, disaster. Thanos' warship is approaching." Meanwhile, Thor had no idea how much trouble he had left the dwarves in by departing so abruptly. The reason he had teleported to Earth the moment he obtained Stormbreaker was because the sudden surge of power demanded that he adapt to it. And the best way to adapt was, of course, to find someone to spar with. Speaking of sparring, nowhere in the galaxy was more suitable than Earth. He quickly realized there was something unusual about this planet. There were so many extraordinary beings here, far more than he had imagined. And their powers varied widely, from superhuman to godlike. Before long, Thor arrived at Stark Tower, ready to test his new weapon against Tony. But Tony was busy working on an anti-Thor armor and had no time for him. So Thor sought out Banner. However, Banner had only just managed to return to a normal life, and he had no desire to see the Hulk unleashed again. Out of options, Thor turned to Doctor Strange. At this moment, Doctor Strange was busy researching ways to counter Dormammu's invasion, so he merely offered Thor a spatial mirage and then paid him no further attention. In the end, a helpless Thor could only seek out the other members of the Illuminati. It was precisely these setbacks in his challenges that made him forget about the dwarves altogether. The Milky Way spans roughly 200,000 light-years in diameter and contains about 300 billion stars. As for the number of planets, that's simply impossible to count. Since planets themselves do not emit light, they are extremely difficult to detect. Meanwhile, near the center of the galaxy, beside a certain star, a colossal cosmic warship hovered, the Sanctuary 2. Yet, Even a vessel as enormous as the Sanctuary 2, with a mass half the size of Earth's moon, appeared utterly insignificant before the star, like a single grain of sand in a boundless ocean, almost beyond notice. The reason Sanctuary 2 lingered here was, of course, because Thanos was within the star. A year ago, upon conceiving the idea of training within a star, he wasted no time putting it into action. Now, it marked his one-year anniversary inside the star. The results of his training had been impressive. Where his attributes had once plateaued, they were now gradually increasing again. Though the speed could not match the devouring might of the star-absorbing technique, there were no bottlenecks. He steadily advanced toward the peak of the All-Father level. And he had a certain premonition. Once his body finished digesting the energy from the star-absorbing technique, he would be able to use it again. As a system skill, it was certainly not a one-off. The reason he had temporarily stopped gaining attributes was that his body had reached its limit of energy absorption for the time being and needed to slowly process what it had taken in. At this moment, deep underground within the star, over 1,000 kilometers down, Thanos sat cross-legged, enduring the crushing pressure all around him. At such depths, the pressure had reached about 10,000 times normal gravity, and the temperature soared to an astonishing 20,000 degrees. Even with his late-stage All-Father strength, he felt tremendous strain and had to focus all his power to withstand it. Yet, when he recalled that a year ago he could barely penetrate 100 meters and now he could go as deep as 1,000, he recognized just how far he'd come. After some time, feeling that the moment was right, Thanos opened his eyes and soared up toward the surface. A thunderous boom resounded. A shockwave rippled across the star's surface as a purple figure burst forth. Emerging from the star, Thanos shook off the lingering hydrogen and helium from his body, then sped back toward the Sanctuary 2. A star can continue burning for billions of years without going out because its immense mass generates a colossal gravitational pull. Under this gravity, unimaginable pressure forms at its core. This tremendous pressure enables the hydrogen and helium within to undergo nuclear fusion, allowing the star's heart to sustain controlled fusion for eons. As the energy from nuclear fusion radiates outward, it ignites the surrounding layers of hydrogen and helium. Yet, bound by gravity, the fusing hydrogen and helium cannot escape the star, resulting in a self-contained, controlled nuclear fusion. If Thanos didn't thoroughly rid himself of the hydrogen and helium undergoing fusion on his body, he might have doomed the entire Black Order to death the moment he returned to Sanctuary 2. Upon seeing Thanos return, the Black Order immediately dropped to one knee, expressing their respect. Moments later, Thanos seated himself upon the throne and asked, "Any news of Gamora?" In the next instant, the deep, mechanical voice of Deep Blue echoed through the void. "Reporting, Master. I lost track of Gamora and all contact with her half a year ago." Hearing this, Thanos' brow furrowed. So, in the end, she still chose betrayal. Since that's the case, she has only herself to blame. I want an intergalactic warrant for Gamora issued across the entire universe. Spread the word. If Gamora doesn't return within 3 months, her homeworld will be destroyed alongside her. Over a century ago, during his conquest of the universe, he arrived at a planet known as Housebelly. At that time, Housebelly was plagued by scarcity and lacked advanced technology, leading to widespread famine and war. It was only after he slaughtered more than half the population that the planet's ecological balance was restored, after which he bestowed advanced technology upon them, enabling the planet to develop. During that massacre, he encountered Gamora, whose cold indifference stood out. She watched her own parents perish, without a flicker of emotion. Struck by her heartlessness, he decided to make her his adopted daughter. But now, it seems, he misjudged her after all. Yes, Master. As an artificial intelligence, Deep Blue possessed no feelings whatsoever. Perhaps, in its understanding, destroying a planet was no different from destroying an anthill. After a moment's thought, Thanos spoke again. "Have Nebula come meet me on Titan." With the order given, he commanded Sanctuary 2 to head for Titan. 2 hours later, the blue-green orb of Titan loomed before them. Now, after a series of technological renovations, Titan was beginning to resemble the once destroyed planet it had been. Cosmic spaceports dotted the landscape, and the surface bustled with ships coming and going. A colossal ship like Sanctuary 2 could never dock at a spaceport. It was simply too large. Instead, it settled at a base on one of Titan's natural satellites. With a shimmer, Thanos' figure appeared in the palace on Titan. By this time, Nebula was already waiting for her father within the palace. As the most dutiful daughter, she had remained on Titan, awaiting her father's command. So, the moment she received word, she hurried over right away. Thanos settled onto his throne, gazing down at Nebula, feeling a faint sense of satisfaction in his heart. At least he wasn't a wholly failed father. He still had one daughter, who honored him. Nebula, how much do you know about your sister's whereabouts? At his question, Nebula lowered her head and fell silent for a moment before speaking. I'm not entirely sure what's happened to her, but I heard her mention that she seems to have found her destination. I don't know why she hasn't reported back, though. Oh, and I heard that in recent years, she's joined a mercenary squad called the Guardians of the Galaxy. She's out on missions almost every day. At the mention of the Guardians of the Galaxy, Thanos narrowed his eyes. He hadn't expected the force of the story's pull to be so strong, even after he'd beaten Star-Lord so badly that no one knew where he'd gone, stolen the Power Stone, and destroyed Xander. Yet, despite all these changes to the plot, Star-Lord was still somehow running around with Gamora. Shaking his head, Thanos said with displeasure, "If she dares defy my orders, then she need not come back." Upon hearing her father's summons, Nebula immediately straightened up. Thanos nodded and said, "You are the only one I trust now. I'm putting you in charge of finding the Soul Stone. You may command the entire fleet." "Yes, father," Nebula replied, nodding firmly, excitement surging in her heart. Then she turned and left the sanctum. Clearly, she was eager to prove herself, to show her father that she could outshine her sister, and to win his favor. Watching her go, Thanos allowed himself a slight smile. Yet, at this moment, a new idea took root in his mind. Perhaps he should first go to Earth to gather the other 3 stones before seeking the Soul Stone. After all, the Space Stone could take him anywhere if he had it. Traveling to any location would be far more convenient. Each of the 6 Infinity Stones possessed its own unique qualities. Space, time, reality, power, mind, soul. The Space Stone granted its wielder the ability to travel to any location in the universe at will. It could also be used to manipulate space itself, separating, slicing, twisting, or rearranging it, even creating new spaces altogether, all according to one's will. The Time Stone allowed its user to traverse the flow of time, whether journeying to the distant past or the far-off future. As long as it remained within the timeline of this universe, any point in time could be reached. The Reality Stone enabled its possessor to conjure anything they wished, much like turning dreams into reality. However, what it created was not permanent. Once the user departed, all things would eventually revert to their original state. The Power Stone grants its bearer immense strength, of course, only if one can withstand the force it contains. Moreover, it is the only stone capable of supporting and enhancing the power of the other stones. The Mind Stone enhances mental strength, enabling its owner to create illusions and control minds. The Soul Stone possesses the ability to steal, manipulate, or even alter souls. If I were to have the Space Stone, finding the Soul Stone would become much simpler. But in the very next moment, Thanos' brow furrowed in an instant. He sensed that someone, or rather, some unknown presence, was interfering with his mind. In his original plan, he intended to collect the Soul Stone first, and only then travel to Blue Star to gather the remaining 3. This way, he could avoid certain beings intervening in his quest, and also steer clear of the awkwardness of wielding only 5 Infinity Stones. After all, only with all 6 Infinity Stones united could their greatest power be unleashed, power that could even surpass that of a single universe, enough to challenge the might of the multiverse itself. The Marvel Universe is a realm of extraordinary danger, with power ceilings set incredibly high. Consider the Living Tribunal, the Celestials, the 5 great cosmic entities, Eternity, Infinity, Oblivion, Death, and Galactus, and even the one above all, a being beyond everything. Given the chaotic state of Marvel's power system, in fact, one could say there's barely any system at all. The author intends to refine Marvel's power structure, drawing on other systems as a foundation. So you won't see situations where someone like Wolverine, with such meager power, can defeat someone on the level of the Dark Phoenix. Truth be told, the author is itching to complain about Marvel's power scaling. But on second thought, perhaps it's best to let it go. After all, any true Marvel fan knows there really is no consistent power hierarchy. Writers simply do as they please, and the next writer almost always overturns the last. Even mortals can slay gods with the right artifact. If you need an example, just recall the plot of Thor, Love and Thunder. It's truly exasperating. 10,000 light-years from the Milky Way lies a star system known as Cairo. Cairo is home to the Peace Alliance and serves as headquarters for the Nova Corps. The Peace Alliance is an organization made up of all forces committed to peace. It has many members, but only one military force, the Nova Corps. The headquarters of the Nova Corps is on a planet called the Star of Peace. At this moment, Gamora, Star-Lord, Rocket Raccoon, Groot the Tree Man, and Drax the Destroyer, 5 in all, have formed the Guardians of the Galaxy and arrived here to deliver their latest completed mission. A short while later, Rocket Raccoon piloted a small spacecraft, gently landing it at the spaceport. Afterward, they took the cosmic elevator down to the planet's surface. It was now afternoon. The sun on the horizon cast a warm, orange glow, slowly descending toward the west. After stepping out of the cosmic elevator, Star-Lord and his companions found themselves amidst bustling crowds. Some of the people they saw had green skin, some blue, others purple. It seemed that here, every imaginable skin color could be found. There were even quite a few non-humanoid beings mingling among them. According to the Peace Alliance's records, at least 1,314 different species from various planets lived on the Star of Peace year-round. Though Gamora had seen this kind of scene before, every time she witnessed all these diverse peoples living together in harmony, she could not help but feel a pang of envy. Back under Thanos' rule, each race largely kept to its own, with every planet inhabited by only one species. Rarely would you find a world where more than two races coexisted. And whether a species could continue to flourish depended entirely on its collective contribution to Thanos' regime. If a race ranked at the bottom in contributions for 3 consecutive years, their rights to reproduce would be sharply curtailed. Gamora had even witnessed an entire species wiped out, simply because they failed to contribute enough. That was one of the reasons she had chosen to rebel against Thanos. Soon, the 5 of them made their way down the street. Leading the way was Rocket Raccoon, the sharpshooter and pilot of the Guardians of the Galaxy, standing barely a meter tall. He looked for all the world like a yellow raccoon who walked upright, and he always had a gun and a rocket launcher slung over his shoulder, both as tall as he was. Rocket possessed abilities far beyond those of an ordinary raccoon: super speed, super agility, heightened senses of sight, hearing, and touch, and claws sharp as razors. He was also an expert pilot, a master marksman, and adept at handling all manner of weapons. But he had a greedy streak, a glint in his eye, and a bit of drool at the sight of anything valuable. Beside Rocket walked Groot, a tree-like being towering over 2 meters tall. Groot belonged to the Flora Colossi, known for their intelligence and unique physiology, most notably, an extraordinary power to regenerate. As long as any fragment of Groot's branches survived, he could be revived and regrown with just a little water and fertilizer. Groot also possessed immense strength and resilience. He could grow to the size of a giant at will and stretch his wooden limbs like rubber, transforming his body to attack enemies. He had the power to release spores to control other plants and could even use his abilities to heal others. Most Flora Colossi were conquering and warlike by nature, but Groot was different, a gentle soul with a peaceful heart. He usually followed Rocket around, looking somewhat wooden and shy. In the middle of the group walked Gamora and Star-Lord. Gamora, as always, had her striking green skin, long wine-red hair, and was dressed in a sleek black leather bodysuit, with 2 daggers strapped to her thigh. She walked down the street with a swaying gait, always managing to catch quite a few glances. But anyone who looked down on her, because of that, would be making a big mistake. She possessed extraordinary combat skills and superhuman strength. Her most impressive achievement was having assassinated a warrior of planetary-level power, a feat that made her famous across the universe. Or perhaps it's more accurate to say that anyone working for Thanos had earned their reputation in the cosmos. After all, they were part of a newly rising force, and in the process of rising to power, violence and war were unavoidable. Beside Gamora, Star-Lord was his usual carefree self, sauntering along with an irreverent air. His eyes kept darting toward any women dressed in revealing outfits, as if he had completely forgotten the recent death of his last companion. At this moment, he had traded his Ravager gear for a brown leather jacket. After all, this was Xandar, the capital of peace and the headquarters of the Nova Corps. If he showed up still wearing his Ravager outfit, he might not have even made it off the spaceship. Bringing up the rear of the group was Drax the Destroyer. He stood nearly 2 meters tall, his skin a stony gray, crisscrossed with vivid red markings that gave him a particularly menacing appearance. He was shirtless, swaggering sideways down the street like a crab, projecting the attitude that if there was a king of the world, he'd be next in line. And to be fair, with his nearly planetary-level strength, Drax was the mightiest of the group, at least as long as Star-Lord didn't pull off some trickery. After a short walk, the 5 of them arrived at the entrance to the mission center's main hall. Just then, Gamora suddenly stopped in her tracks. Because up on the big screen in the mission center lobby, a new bounty was being broadcast. It was a bounty on Gamora herself, 50 million units of galactic currency. Though the universe was filled with many powerful factions, 3 great empires and 10 major alliances, the galactic currency issued by the Trade Alliance was the most stable and valued money in existence. The Trade Alliance prided itself on its credibility. Their currency simply never lost value. After all, their entire existence depended on commerce. If their currency couldn't be trusted, who would ever trade with them? 50 million galactic credits could be exchanged for about 130 million peace credits, a sum so large it would make anyone envious. For perspective, their spaceship, that little interstellar craft they traveled in, had only cost 70 million galactic credits. Star-Lord was the first to react. He turned to Gamora with a look of utter disbelief and demanded, "You're Thanos' daughter?" Rocket Raccoon's eyes instantly lit up as he stared at Gamora. Being a lover of money, he couldn't help but entertain some dangerous thoughts. In the team, only Groot and Drax showed no reaction to the bounty. Groot had no concept of money, so he couldn't care less. And Drax simply couldn't read the words on the screen, so he had no idea why Star-Lord was so agitated. If it were any other woman, faced with her companion's questioning and her father's bounty on her head, she would have panicked long ago. But Gamora simply replied coolly, "What's wrong? Are you thinking of turning me in for the reward?" Before Star-Lord could say anything, Rocket Raccoon jumped in eagerly. "I heard your father destroyed Xander. The bounty is 1 billion credits. Should we go big this time?" Clearly, in his mind, he already considered Gamora a teammate, so he had never really thought about betraying her. At that moment, Star-Lord came to his senses and quickly shook his head. "No, it's just surprising. How could that brute have such a beautiful daughter?" Like Rocket, after so many battles fought side by side, Star-Lord had long since come to see Gamora as a companion, so he pushed down any other thoughts. Besides, even if he did have any ideas, it wouldn't matter. He knew he could never defeat Gamora. When Gamora saw that neither Star-Lord nor Rocket had any intention of turning her in, she finally let out a silent sigh of relief. Though she never said it out loud, in her heart she had also come to regard them as her own allies. She had no desire to become enemies with them. At that moment, Drax seemed to sense the awkward atmosphere among his teammates and wandered over, asking curiously, "What's going on? What's all this about turning someone in or not?" Groot ambled over too, letting out a gentle, "I am Groot." Star-Lord and Rocket shook their heads at the same time and said together, "It's nothing." Still, seeing the hostile looks from those around them, Star-Lord added, "Gamora, maybe you should head back first. I'm Manhwaedit." Before Star-Lord could finish, Gamora shook her head and said, "No need. No one here would dare make a move." She was right. Even though this was the Mercenary Guild's mission hall, they were still on Peace Alliance territory. If anyone dared try something here, it would be a slap in the face to the Peace Alliance. At that point, the security forces would swarm in and no one would get away. With that, Gamora strode into the mission hall, and the other 4 quickly followed. Soon, the 5 of them had submitted their mission and received 25 units of galactic credits. Just as they were about to leave, Gamora suddenly noticed the latest bounty announcement. If she didn't return within 3 months, Thanos would destroy the planet Hoseberry. At that, Gamora's whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. She was nothing like Thanos. She wasn't cold-blooded or heartless. She still held a deep love and longing for her home planet. "No, I have to go back." With those words, she hurried to the entrance of the mission hall. But there, she discovered that a crowd had already gathered around. These people, though not making any moves, were eyeing her with clear ill intent. It was obvious that the 50 million had tempted everyone's heart. If the bounty hadn't specified that she must be taken alive, and if escape didn't require the starport, some might have ignored the Peace Alliance's laws and acted already. At this, Gamora's face grew incredibly grim. Just then, Star-Lord and the other 3 arrived at Gamora's side, asking in a low, tense voice, "What do we do now?" Rocket Raccoon grabbed the energy gun at his waist, his tone irreverent and wild. "Looks like the show's about to start." With that, he flicked the safety off with a sharp click. Seeing this, those around them immediately brandished their own weapons. From common blades and swords to energy rifles and cannons, a dazzling array of weaponry appeared, every kind imaginable. Gamora instantly snatched the dagger strapped to her thigh, Star-Lord tightened his grip on his energy blaster, Drax unsheathed the short sword at his belt, and Groot's face turned grim as well. Amid this powder-keg tension, suddenly, the wail of police sirens echoed from the sky. Moments later, more than a dozen Nova Corps ships flew overhead, their loudspeakers blaring. Fighting is strictly forbidden within the Peace Alliance territory. Any offenders will be executed on the spot. Seeing this, the mercenaries had no choice but to begrudgingly put away their weapons and slowly withdraw. Yet even as they retreated, many lingered nearby, keeping a close watch on Gamora from the shadows. After all, the lure of 50 million galactic credits was too much. Some were still hoping for a lucky break. But the ships above didn't leave. Instead, they descended and landed directly in front of Gamora. These vessels stood 3 meters high, 10 meters long, and 4 meters wide, resembling great birds with backward swept wings. They were the Peace Alliance's 7th model peacekeepers, gleaming white, equipped with anti-gravity levitation systems, capable of speeds up to 3,000 kilometers per hour, each armed with an electromagnetic cannon, 2 Karman machine guns, and a new energy shield. Their only flaw was an overabundance of advanced tech, which left them with limited power reserves and short operational endurance. In full combat mode, they could run for only 3 hours before running out of energy. Soon, a squad of Nova Corps officers disembarked. At their head was a woman with golden skin, clad in a sleeveless black combat suit and a golden helmet. A red hexagonal star adorned her helmet. Gamora, greetings. I am Irani, Centurion of the Nova Corps. Hearing her name, the Guardians of the Galaxy immediately sighed with relief. Irani was famed within the Nova Corps for her kindness and fairness, so it seemed they wouldn't be in trouble after all. When Irani saw that the 5 members of the Guardians of the Galaxy had calmed down, she allowed herself a faint smile and spoke. Our governor would like to see you. Please come with us. Gamora, hearing this, thought for a moment, then nodded and replied, all right. Soon, the 5 of them boarded the Peacemaker 7 and set off toward a towering spire. The architectural style of the Star of Peace was rather peculiar, favoring those tall, slender, and pointed buildings that resembled towers, so thin they seemed almost delicate. Fortunately, the weather on this planet was always calm. If a level 10 typhoon were to hit, those towers might well be toppled. After a dozen minutes or so, Irani led the Guardians to the tallest and most magnificent tower of them all. It was Gamora's first time seeing such exquisite architecture. In Thanos' domain, all buildings were designed for practicality and durability. Aside from the sanctuary, none could be called beautiful. This only deepened her resolve to see her father's tyranny overthrown. Stepping into the tower, the 5 were amazed by the lavish interior. Gold gleaming everywhere, the air of elegance and grandeur unmistakable. Even the usually reserved Groot wore an expression of wide-eyed wonder. Before long, Irani brought them to within 20 meters of a woman dressed in regal white. She stood about 1.70 meters, her skin a flawless, snowy white. She appeared to be in her 50s, with delicate lines on her face and a head full of white hair. Yet the all-white attire did not look odd on her. Rather, she radiated an air of holiness and grace. She was none other than Lady Mera, the governor of the Nova Corps. Irani crossed her arms over her chest and gave the highest formal salute, then announced respectfully, Centurion Irani, leading Gamora to pay her respects to Lady Mera. Mera nodded slightly, her gaze settling on Gamora as she asked in a composed tone, You are Gamora, aren't you? Gamora nodded as well, her voice cautious. Hello, Lady Mera. I am Gamora. Suddenly, Mera's expression changed, and a powerful aura surged from her entire being. Thanos' daughter, your father destroyed our sacred land. Xandar was, after all, the birthplace of the Nova Corps, and a key member of the Peace Alliance. Otherwise, the Kree Empire wouldn't have been so desperate when they learned Ronan intended to destroy Xandar. They even went straight to Thanos, begging him not to get involved. With the exception of Gamora, the Guardians found themselves nearly brought to their knees by the overwhelming force of Mera's presence. Gamora, having spent years at Thanos' side, was already used to the aura of a Celestial. The presence of a lesser Celestial was hardly intimidating in comparison. Indeed, Lady Mera was a powerhouse of near-celestial rank, one of the 3 governors of the Nova Corps. Regarding the destruction of Xandar by Thanos, in reality, when Ronan returned, he didn't reveal the truth, intending instead to shoulder the blame himself. However, the Kree Empire, not wanting to fight on 2 fronts, deliberately spread the word that it was Thanos who destroyed Xandar. This was meant to appease the members of the Peace Alliance. Although they themselves had no idea, their guess happened to hit upon the truth. Meanwhile, the Peace Alliance didn't want to go to war with the Kree Empire either, so they tacitly accepted this version of events. Civilizations able to survive in the cosmos are, by nature, extremely cautious. When faced with 2 powers of similar strength, they would never casually start a war over a single incident. Nevertheless, the relationship between the Peace Alliance and the Kree Empire hit rock bottom. If the Kree Empire started to lose its war with the Skrull Empire, the Peace Alliance wouldn't hesitate to seize the chance for revenge. As for Mera, she naturally believed she knew the truth, so she never seriously considered making things difficult for Gamora. Just as the 5 members of the Guardians of the Galaxy were inwardly groaning and feeling anxious, Mera suddenly relaxed her aura, returning to the appearance of an ordinary woman. But considering your father was acting under Ronan's orders, I'm not going to trouble you over this. Shaking her head, Mera went on. The reason I called you here is because there's something I need your help with. Don't worry, I'll pay you 1 billion peace credits. Of course, the Nova Corps used peace credits. It would be unthinkable for them to still use the Commercial Alliance's galactic currency. At the mention of a billion, Star-Lord and Rocket Raccoon's eyes lit up, practically drooling with excitement. What's the job? We promise we'll get it done. Yes, yes. I swear on behalf of the Guardians of the Galaxy, we'll pull it off. Mera ignored Star-Lord and Rocket, instead turning to Gamora, waiting for her reply. Unlike the others, Gamora wasn't blinded by greed. Instead, she asked gravely, "May I ask what exactly you need us to do?" Mera offered a faint smile. "I want one of Thanos' Infinity Stones. Bring me one, and I'll give you 1 billion. Bring me 2, and you'll get 2 billion. Anyone in the universe with power or influence had heard the legends of the Infinity Stones. Ronan, for example, knew about the Power Stone. There was no reason for the Nova Corps' High Commissioner to be ignorant of them. Naturally, her desire for the Infinity Stones was for the power they held. No one who managed to survive and amass influence in the universe could be naive. Each sought greater strength to expand their reach. Hearing the words Infinity Stone and Thanos, Star-Lord felt a headache coming on. He had no idea that, when he first obtained the orb, Thanos was involved, and it was Thanos himself who ordered his death. But by then, he'd already been killed by Ronan and had no knowledge of what happened afterward. He woke up the next day to find himself in a safe place. However, the name of Thanos, the overlord of the universe, had already spread far and wide after he killed Odin and destroyed Xander. By now, almost everyone knew of him. And now, to ask them to retrieve Thanos' Infinity Stones, it felt like an impossible task. Rocket Raccoon, on the other hand, seemed unbothered. Without hesitation, he nodded and said, "Infinity Stones? Leave it to us. But you know the drill. We'll need an advance payment." As he spoke, he extended his right hand, rubbing his thumb against his forefinger, making a gesture understood across the entire galaxy. Mera smiled faintly, glanced at Gamora, and said, "I'll give you 100 million peace credits as a deposit." At her level of power and influence, money was a trivial thing, easily acquired. What she truly coveted were the Infinity Stones, sources of real strength. Hearing that the deposit would be 100 million, even if it was in peace credits, their worries immediately melted away. They nodded at once. "All right, we agree. We'll set off right now." Rocket Raccoon nodded eagerly, unable to contain his excitement. "Exactly, let's get going right away." Mera remained silent, turning instead to look at Gamora. Clearly, in her eyes, Star-Lord and Rocket Raccoon were of little consequence. Her attention was focused solely on Gamora. Seeing her two teammates agree, and thinking of her father's threats and her own reasons for returning, Gamora nodded as well. "All right, but I can't guarantee we'll actually get the Infinity Stones." Mera smiled the moment she heard this, and turned to leave. "It's all right, just your best. For every stone, you'll get 1 billion. Somewhere on a nameless planet in the galaxy. Thanos stood clad in golden armor, his right hand extended toward the ground. Waves of immense red energy surged from the planet's core, pouring into his hand. He had spent 3 years cultivating within a star, absorbing the energy inside him, so now he could once again use the devouring star technique. At a rate of 1 planet every 10 days, this was now the 3rd planet he'd absorbed. Just then, a familiar voice sounded in his ear. "Little Blue. Master, Miss Gamora has returned." Thanos paused, surprised. He had thought that, with Gamora's temperament, she wouldn't return until the 3rd month at the earliest. He hadn't expected her back so soon. Still, he didn't dwell on it. Instead, he increased the pace of his absorption, draining the planet's energy dry before soaring to Sanctuary 2 in outer space. He returned to his sanctuary. It was nighttime on Titan, but due to light pollution, the stars were all but invisible. Only a single purple moon hung lonely in the sky. When Thanos set foot on the ground, he immediately sensed that, besides Gamora, there were 4 unfamiliar presences surrounding her. However, these auras were all quite weak, so he paid them little mind. The sanctuary on Titan was modeled after the temple on Tyro, consisting of a cluster of tall towers. Yet, on the outside, it merely looked as if it had been washed with white paint. Compared to the golden, resplendent towers of the Nova Corps, it appeared almost austere. As Thanos strode forward, the sound of his footsteps echoed through the sanctuary, each one ringing sharply in the vast hall. After a moment, he pushed open the grand doors and saw the brightly lit interior, then made his way toward the throne. Beneath the throne stood Gamora, Star-Lord, a large gray-skinned brute, a raccoon barely a meter tall, and a tree-like giant over 2 meters high. Thanos had met Star-Lord before, so he recognized him at once. But seeing this particular group, he quickly deduced the identities of the remaining 3. At this moment, Star-Lord, Rocket Raccoon, Groot, and Drax all felt a crushing pressure, one that was 10, even 100 times stronger than what they'd felt from Mera. The echoing footsteps seemed to tread directly upon their hearts, making it hard to breathe. Cold sweat broke out instantly on their foreheads, and their legs trembled uncontrollably. Only Gamora maintained her composure, had bowed so her expression was hidden. Fortunately, Thanos had not unleashed his full might, nor had he directed his fury at them. Otherwise, standing upright would have been impossible. After a pause, Thanos seated himself on the throne, fixing his daughter with a cold stare as he spoke. "So you finally remembered to come back. Did you bring me the information I asked for?" Gamora's eyes flickered with a trace of inner struggle at the question. Under her father's imposing presence, she was on the verge of revealing the coordinates. But the memory of the flourishing cities and grand architecture she had witnessed on the Star of Peace gave her pause, and she suppressed the urge. She shook her head and replied, "Father, I've gathered some information on the Wild Star, but as soon as I saw your wanted notice, I had no choice but to rush back. You've misunderstood. I am not a traitor. I simply broke my communicator while searching for clues, and since I hadn't yet found any real information, I was too ashamed to return to you." During the month-long journey home, she had already prepared her excuse. As for confronting her father directly and making her true feelings clear, that had never even crossed her mind. After years by his side, she understood all too well that his convictions were utterly unshakable, immune to any persuasion or plea. If one could call another person's resolve ironclad, then her father's was like an alloy, adamantium itself. Thanos' eyes flickered with a trace of disappointment at those words. He'd lived far longer than the other, eaten more salt than they'd eaten rice, and naturally, he wasn't about to buy into such an excuse. Still, he feigned relief and said warmly, "So that's how it is. But because you went missing, I gave Nebula the task of finding the Wild Star. Tell us everything you know, any clue, so Nebula won't waste time going down the wrong path." Even though he knew perfectly well he was being lied to, he chose not to call it out, hoping to coax some information from her. Gamora's heart skipped a beat as she heard this. She didn't know why, but though she always put on a strong front before outsiders, she would always feel a pang of guilt when facing her father. Of course, she knew the clues to the Wild Star. She even knew the exact coordinates. But she didn't dare say a word. Because she knew her father's ambition, to gather all 6 Infinity Stones and rule the universe, imposing his stifling, oppressive regime on every world. After witnessing the dazzling, vibrant world beyond, she couldn't bear the thought of her father ruling everything. How much beauty would be lost? How many people would be stripped of their freedom? Yet now she was at a loss for how to refuse him. After all those years searching for clues to the Wild Star, it would be impossible to claim she knew nothing at all. But what if she did reveal the truth, and Nebula really found it?
Lie?
Wouldn't that be exposed instantly? While Gamora was tangled in indecision, Thanos' patience had already worn thin. He rose to his feet, his presence suddenly overwhelming, filling the room with a suffocating pressure. The 5 below could no longer withstand it and instinctively dropped into a crouch, half kneeling under the weight. My patience has limits. If Gamora refused to share even the slightest clue, then she could hardly blame him for being ruthless. With those words, he swept his hand through the air. In an instant, a massive hand of purple destructive energy materialized by Star-Lord's side, gripping him tightly. Shrouded in the destructive force, Star-Lord cried out in agony, his scream echoing through the chamber. The purple power tore mercilessly at his body and mind, a pain so raw he could barely endure it. Thanos looked straight at his daughter and bellowed, "Tell me everything you know." Meanwhile, Rocket Raccoon, Groot, and Drax watched helplessly as Star-Lord writhed in pain. They longed to help, but at that moment, even standing up was beyond them. All they could do was cast desperate, pleading glances toward Gamora. Their original plan had been to clear up the misunderstandings first, and then stay close to Thanos, waiting for the right moment to steal a stone. Who would have thought the plan would fall apart at the very beginning? Thanos simply refused to play by the rules. Their usual strategy, talking their way out of trouble, had no chance to succeed this time. Even their ever-reliable lower the enemy's IQ aura had utterly failed to appear. You have to understand, it was just last year that they managed to kill Ego of the Celestials, and it was all thanks to those 2 tricks, talking their way out and lowering the opponent's guard, essentially forcing a plot twist on him. But now, both of those trump cards were useless, and the members of the Guardians of the Galaxy were now nothing more than ordinary people. Gamora looked at the suffering Star-Lord with deep worry on her face, her heart heavy with pain and anxiety. After all, she and Star-Lord had been together for over 3 years. With his kind of personality, it was impossible for nothing to have happened between them. They had long since known each other inside out, deeply understanding one another. Yet, under Thanos' training, her rationality had always been the dominant force within her. But now, in the end, it was her feelings that had taken over. Between the Lania Chaos supercluster and the Serpent Centaurus supercluster, there's a shattered galaxy, and the Wild Star is one of the stars that escaped from that broken system. Hearing this, Thanos withdrew his destructive hand and strode out of the sanctuary. Keep a close watch on them. At his command, the Black Order immediately raised their weapons, closing in around the group. Star-Lord gasped for breath, coughing harshly as he hit the ground, struggling for air, and even choking on it. Just moments ago, he had felt as if death itself was closing in, the pain so intense it seemed every cell in his body was dying. After a while, he managed to catch his breath. Glancing around at the Black Order soldiers, he instantly realized they were doomed. This Thanos, just as Gamora had warned, was not someone they could talk their way out of facing. After leaving the sanctuary hall, Thanos immediately had Deep Blue relay the coordinates Gamora had just mentioned to Nebula. He hadn't expected this wild star to be so far away, beyond even the superclusters. At that moment, the thought suddenly crossed his mind. Perhaps he should go to Earth first and retrieve the Space Stone. But, already understanding what was at play, he quickly shook his head. It seemed that unknown presence was still trying to influence him. He shook his head again and returned to his room. The room was only 300 square meters, without any lavish gold or dazzling decorations, just simple furnishings, a large bed, a meditation chamber, and a bathroom. For someone of his status, this room was certainly unworthy of a conqueror. Many of his subordinates had suggested making the place more worthy of him, but he had turned them all down. Never one to indulge in luxury, he naturally cared little for such superficial things. Soon, he shed his clothes, revealing his powerful, purple physique, and walked into the bathroom. He turned on the water, and the faucet gushed out a steady stream, washing over his weary body. Suddenly, Thanos felt darkness sweep over his vision, as if he'd been plunged into a shadowy void. The boundaries of the surrounding space were unknown. On every side, darkness pressed in, seemingly endless and without limits. If an ordinary person were to suddenly find themselves in such an environment, they would undoubtedly be gripped by fear, or at the very least, anxiety and unease. But Thanos felt only a profound calm, his mind undisturbed. He knew exactly whom he had encountered. Soon, a figure appeared before Thanos, a person clad in a black cloak. The figure stood around 6 feet tall, their entire body shrouded in darkness. Their face was impossible to discern, leaving even their gender a mystery. Yet in their hand gleamed a scythe, more than 2 meters long. From the exposed arm, it was clear. Their skin was pale. No, it was dazzlingly, almost impossibly white, with a smoothness and delicacy that seemed unearthly. It was the kind of skin no mortal could possess. Judging by the slenderness of the arm, it was clear, those elegant hands belonged to a woman. Thanos, your work these past years has been impressive. I am quite pleased. As the words drifted through the darkness, the woman removed her hood, revealing a face of flawless, astonishing beauty. Her lips were as red as ripe cherries, invitingly seductive, stirring a longing to taste them. Her delicate, sculpted nose was pale and graceful, reminiscent of a white rosebud at dawn, awakening a desire to lean closer and breathe in its subtle fragrance. Her eyes, deep and black as the void between stars, held no light, yet seemed capable of ensnaring souls, drawing any who gazed upon them into their depths. Her long black hair, cascading to her waist, was like a silken river, smooth and lustrous beyond compare. Yet, faced with this peerless beauty, Thanos lowered his gaze, resisting even a single glance. For standing before him was none other than one of the 5 great cosmic deities of Marvel, the goddess of death. Unlike Hela, the so-called goddess of death, this goddess of death embodied the very law of mortality itself. Mistress of the underworld, she transcended any single universe and wielded the power of cosmic order. Such power was at least on the level of the multiverse, perhaps even touching the omniversal, a force beyond mere attributes or definitions. Moreover, she could assume any appearance at will, so no beauty, however dazzling, was but an illusion, a mask. He remembered clearly that the first time he had seen her, she had appeared as nothing but a skull. As promised, you are to grant me power now. Thanos. His true name was Thanos, though since the fall of Titan, he had called himself by another name. Few now remembered his true identity. The goddess of death approached, reaching out with her delicate hand to caress his powerful form. She smiled and said, "Are you sure you don't desire any other reward? You know, in other universes, you always choose me." At these words, a flicker of disgust passed through Thanos' eyes. At the level of the multiverse, there is a saying, all things converge to one. In other words, no matter how many multiverses there are, there exists only one god of death. Even if he could split himself into countless avatars with a single thought, the idea of trading with someone who had made deals with countless other versions of himself across the universes left him nothing but repulsed and disgusted. He shook his head resolutely and said, "No need. All I want is power." Seeing that her attempts to entice Thanos had failed, the god of death took a step back, her alluring smile vanishing as she spoke coldly. "How boring." With that, a surge of pure, absolute death energy flowed from her hand into his body. Though Hela and the General of the Black Order both practiced the power of death, their abilities were simply not on the same plane as those of the god of death. It was like comparing a fire kindled from wood to the energy unleashed by nuclear fusion. Both produce heat, but the difference in essence is vast beyond measure. At this moment, even the god of death seemed a bit resigned. After all, compared to the rewards demanded by those who wanted their desires fulfilled, this deathly power she offered was far more precious. Why was it that in other universes, Thanos was content to have his desires satisfied, yet the Thanos of this universe was so obsessed with the pursuit of strength? It was truly vexing. Were it not for the fact that this universe's Thanos was unique among all the multiverse, offering her a rare opportunity to challenge the Celestials, she might not have bothered to make a deal with him at all. After a while, the transfer of death energy was complete. Suddenly, Thanos spoke up. "By the way, there's a thought that keeps surfacing in my mind lately, urging me to go to Blue Star and seize the Infinity Stones. But I know that thought isn't my own." At his words, the god of death narrowed her eyes, and in an instant, a wave of deathly energy enveloped Thanos from head to toe. After a moment, she swept her scythe through the air, as if severing something, yet perhaps it was only a casual gesture, for nothing seemed to change. The Celestials really are persistent, haunting shadows. They've already sensed your uniqueness so quickly. Don't worry, no one will interfere with you now. Thanos felt as though something had vanished from his mind, yet at the same time, nothing seemed to have changed at all. It was a strange sensation, elusive and mysterious. Still, he knew that with his current power, the mysteries of the multiverse were beyond his comprehension, so he merely nodded. Yet from her words, he sensed a deeper meaning. No one will interfere with you now, which meant there was no guarantee for the future. It seemed the balance between the 5 cosmic entities and the Celestials was not as one-sided as it appeared. In fact, the 5 might even be the ones suppressed. The god of death had no idea her casual remark had set Thanos pondering so many things. She simply said, her tone indifferent, "Your task now is to find the Soul Stone at all costs, and then go to Blue Star. Remember, your mission is to wipe out half the life in this universe, and stop the birth of the Celestials." With those words, her figure slowly faded into the darkness. Thanos soon found himself back in reality. The sound of rushing water echoed in his ears. It seemed as though only a fleeting moment had passed. Yet, as he felt the pure, potent energy of death within him, he knew that what he had just experienced was no illusion. After a while, he finished his shower and lay down on the bed. He could feel the softness of the mattress beneath him, but sleep eluded him entirely. He didn't know how much time had passed when, suddenly, Thanos spoke inwardly, "System, are you there?" There was no response from the system, but he knew it must be present, merely on guard lest some unknown entity detect its existence. Sure enough, after a dozen or so minutes, the system's mechanical voice finally echoed in his mind. "Host, I am here. How many points do I have right now?" He unsought the power of the goddess of death in order to refine it for himself. Even if he tried, the difference in level was so vast that her power could never truly become his own. That was why the goddess of death was unconcerned. She knew Thanos simply couldn't absorb her power. But what she could never have anticipated was that Thanos didn't want to absorb her strength at all. He intended to trade it to the system for points. "You currently have 135,827 points. Would you like to redeem them, host?"
Yes.
"Show me the exchange list." In the next instant, an endless list of exchangeable powers appeared before Thanos' eyes. Powers like the might of the tyrant, the bloodline of the God King, gamma radiation, the source of frost, so many choices, some even lying beyond the framework of the Marvel Universe. After all, this system was not a product of the Marvel Universe, but had come from some other infinite cosmos. When the system first bonded with him, it had almost been noticed by certain beings within the Marvel Universe, so from then on, unless it was absolutely necessary, neither side would initiate contact. Thanos, too, would only summon the system when the need arose, and the system would only appear when it was certain the surroundings were secure. Most of the time, the system functioned as a standard one, monitoring his stats and occasionally handing out rewards. Indeed, this Marvel world had its own native systems, so those unknown entities paid little attention to what appeared to be just another ordinary system. Thanos glanced over the options without hesitation and chose to upgrade his destructive power.
Ding.
Host has chosen to spend 100,000 source points to upgrade destructive power. Almost instantly, the only skill displayed on his panel, destructive power, transformed into annihilation power. Within him, that destructive force underwent a strange metamorphosis, shifting from pale violet to a deep, ominous purple. He could sense that although his energy had diminished, it had become far more refined and pure. Still, there was hardly any pain. In fact, the change itself didn't feel all that dramatic. It seemed that the system's mastery had already reached a fundamental level, likely comparable to that of the god of death. However, given his current weakness, it was impossible for him to confirm this with certainty. Once their exchange was complete, the system quickly fell silent again, behaving just like an ordinary program. Yet he understood all too well, much of the power he just extracted from the god of death had probably been absorbed by the system itself. That, he supposed, was the nature of their transaction. After all, without the system, he would never have been able to refine the energy of the god of death. He realized that, unlike other protagonists who treat their systems like fathers or guides, his relationship with his system was more like that between two equals engaged in a business deal. The only difference was that the system always held the upper hand. Lying on the soft bed, he savored the sensation of his newly transformed power of destruction, and his thoughts wandered to the tangled web of cause and effect within the Marvel Universe. From the scattered movies and comics he'd glimpsed in his previous life, he remembered the names of some unknown, cosmic beings. At the very top stood the likes of the One Above All and the First Firmament, the absolute ceiling of the Marvel cosmos. Just beneath them were entities like the Molecule Man, the Three Great Old Gods, the Living Tribunal, the Beyonders, and OBA, who existed almost as forces of nature. A level lower were the five cosmic entities, the Celestials, and various dimensional gods. Even the original forms of the Infinity Stones and the Goddess of Vengeance, he couldn't be sure if she was truly dead, had merely shed her skin to escape, or was hiding for some deeper scheme. If the Goddess of Vengeance was still alive, she would at least be on the level of the Living Tribunal, considering she was an incarnation of the universe itself. And as for these top-tier Marvel entities, if anyone claimed they were all benevolent beings, he wouldn't believe it for a second. Could a true do-gooder ever become that powerful? Wouldn't they have been devoured long ago? So, the entire Marvel storyline was, without doubt, a chess match between cosmic titans, with beings like him serving as mere pieces on the board. He was certain now, he was just a pawn chosen by the god of death to oppose the Celestials. The Celestials required the emergence of intelligent life on planets to birth more of their kind, while the god of death drew strength from death itself. The more death, the greater her power. They were, by their very natures, destined to be at odds. After all, the god of death's mission for him was to find all 6 Infinity Stones and erase half of all life in the universe, a task that, aside from boosting her power, would also delay the rise of the Celestials. Moreover, from what the god of death had just revealed, it was the Celestials who had been meddling with his mind. He didn't know exactly which one, but it had to be a multiversal powerhouse. But this grand drama wasn't just a battle between the god of death and the Celestials. There were surely more players waiting to take the stage. Back when he tried to kill Captain Marvel, he still had no idea who had stepped in to save her. After pondering for a while longer, he found there wasn't much more information to glean, so he opened his eyes and began to get out of bed. Outside, the sky was just beginning to brighten, with the sun not yet peeking over the horizon. As he rose, someone soon arrived with a lavish spread of food. Although, given his level of power, he no longer needed food to sustain his life. Eating was simply another way to extract energy, so he chose not to skip the meal. By the time he finished eating, the sun was already climbing over the edge of the sky. Just then, Gamora appeared, dressed in casual clothes and leading the other 4 over to him. "Father, I know I was wrong. I ask for your forgiveness." The Black Order hadn't restricted their movement entirely. They simply weren't allowed to leave the sanctuary. So, after Gamora returned to her room, she and the others discussed their next move. They all agreed that Thanos hadn't completely given up on Gamora as his daughter. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed them to remain there. Aside from being confined within the sanctuary, there weren't any other restrictions. Therefore, they decided to let Gamora try once more to persuade him with words. Perhaps, just perhaps, she could reform Thanos. That's why, the moment she entered, Gamora admitted her fault. Unfortunately, she failed to notice her 2 teammates behind her, Star-Lord and Rocket Raccoon, eyeing the Infinity Gauntlet by Thanos' side, practically drooling with desire. Otherwise, she never would have let them tag along. Thanos took a bite of bread, swallowed, and then sipped his milk. He glanced at Gamora and said calmly, "I'm going to train. You are to stay in the sanctuary until Nebula finds the Soul Stone." Do not leave until then. With that, he gave a wave, and the infinity gauntlet flew into his hand. He turned and strode out. Gamora tried stubbornly to follow, but the Black Order's soldiers blocked her path. As soon as Thanos disappeared from sight, Star-Lord and Rocket Raccoon reluctantly pulled their gazes away. Damn it, how is this guy so different from the Thanos we've faced before? Yeah, he's completely ignoring us. Groot and Drax looked at the others in confusion, not sure what was going on. Within the Guardians of the Galaxy, Star-Lord and Rocket Raccoon were the schemers, Groot and Drax the muscle, while Gamora was the one who made the final calls. A while later, Thanos boarded Sanctuary 2 and set out for other planets, continuing to absorb their planetary cores. Seated on his throne, he suddenly spoke. Deep Blue, reduce the security level of the Sanctuary by 1 tier. When the time is right, let Gamora and the others escape. A glint of cunning flashed in his eyes as he finished speaking. The reason he made a point of saying as he was leaving that once Nebula found the Soul Stone they could go was actually to deliberately provoke Gamora. This little girl had grown wings and no longer wanted to listen to him, but her nature hadn't changed. Now, she was surely plotting how to escape the Sanctuary and find the Soul Stone before Nebula did. And that was something he could use to his advantage. Yes, Master. After giving his orders, Thanos closed his eyes and began to carefully sense the power of world annihilation within himself. The power of annihilation was even purer and more formidable than destruction itself, granting his body the potential to absorb even greater abilities. If the energy was sufficient, he might even rise to the level of a single universe powerhouse. That would transform him from a disposable pawn into a piece with real weight on the board. In the Marvel Universe, it seemed only those who reached the multiversal level were truly qualified to sit at the table as players rather than pieces. He didn't know how much time had passed when suddenly, Deep Blue's voice sounded in his ear. Master, the Ebony Maw requests a communication. He opened his eyes, a flash of deep violet glimmering within them. Put him through. The next instant, a projection of the Ebony Maw appeared before Thanos, kneeling on one knee. Thanos nodded slightly and asked, "What is it?" Ebony Maw immediately lifted his head and spoke in a low voice, "My lord, we have encountered a formidable enemy." At this, Thanos regarded him more closely. He noticed cracks had appeared in the Maw's armor. His normally pale, bloodless face was turning ashen, and even his blade bore fresh scars. Clearly, they had indeed met a strong adversary. Judging from his current state, he must have just been revived by his own blade. With a darkening expression, Thanos asked, "Who was it?" Ebony Maw hung his head in shame and replied, "We ran into the dwarves. They refused to surrender, and even killed me." At this, Thanos narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Deep Blue, have the goddess of death intervene. Wipe out the entire dwarven race for me." Then he cast a displeased glance at Ebony Maw and continued, "As for you, and the rest of the Black Order, from now on you are all to return and train until you reach subcelestial level. Only then will I allow you back out." Though Ebony Maw was clearly reluctant, he dared not protest, and simply nodded in acceptance. After shutting off the transmission, Thanos shook his head in frustration. Utterly disappointing. Back when his territory was limited, the strength of the Black Order had been sufficient. But now that his domain had expanded, especially after taking control of the galaxy, planetary-level power was far from enough. What he needed now were subcelestial-level subordinates to guard his lands and expand his influence. However, to become a figure on par with the Celestial Fathers, who among them isn't a precious asset to the great powers of the universe? None of them would be so easily recruited. Previously, Ronan seemed like a good candidate, but unfortunately, the Kree Empire would never allow it. After a while, as Temple Ship No. 2 approached the nearest inhabited planet, he resumed his star-absorbing technique, temporarily setting aside his other thoughts. Deep down, he always knew with absolute clarity. Only by strengthening himself could he truly matter. Only with sufficient power could he break through every scheme and plot, restoring balance to the universe. Inside the Great Hall on Titan, at this moment, just as Thanos had predicted, Gamora was growing restless. This won't do. What if Nebula actually finds the Soul Stone? Star-Lord, watching Gamora pace back and forth, sighed helplessly. "Can you stop for a second? My eyes are getting dizzy just looking at you." Groot chimed in slowly, his voice gentle. "I am Groot." Gamora stopped in her tracks, her expression grave. "We have to leave this place and find the Soul Stone." Hearing this, Rocket's eyes lit up at once. "The Soul Stone? Wait, isn't that one of the Infinity Stones?" Gamora sensed something was off, but still nodded. "Yes, that's right." Star-Lord caught on quickly, excitement lighting up his face. "If it's an Infinity Stone, we could trade it to Mera for 1 billion peace credits. Guys, what are we waiting for? Rocket was equally thrilled. Exactly. Let's not waste another second. Time is money. To him, money meant everything. Wasting time was as good as wasting life itself. Drax, seeing their excitement, began swinging his arms in the air. I will destroy them. Crush them all. Only Groot remained confused, simply repeating, I am Groot. Now that Thanos had left, and his overwhelming presence was gone, the group felt much lighter. Their minds began to stir with new plans. Seeing this, Gamora made up her mind. Wait here, I'll go get our weapons. With that, she strode toward the door. But as soon as she reached the threshold, 4 guards from the Black Order fell in behind her. Deep Blue's orders to them were clear. Do not let Gamora and the others leave the temple. Where they went inside, however, was not their concern. Meanwhile, the artificial intelligence Deep Blue listened to the Guardians of the Galaxy chatting so brazenly about escaping and couldn't help but feel exasperated. Why did they think there was no surveillance in their room? It seemed that this mission to let them slip away would be trickier than expected. He had to help them escape undetected, without making it obvious and raising their suspicions. This was going to be a tough one. All of a sudden, it seemed as if the artificial intelligence Deep Blue had acquired the emotions of a sentient being and was now plagued by worries. At this moment, the 5 members of the Guardians of the Galaxy were completely unaware that their actions had even managed to stir up human-like feelings in an artificial intelligence. Gamora retrieved the group's weapons and gear with surprising ease. She even found it odd that none of the members of the Black Order tried to stop her. A short while later, fully armed, she returned to the room. Then, a theatrical turn of events unfolded. The 5 of them, utterly brazen, marched straight through the temple, where over 1,000 guards were stationed, brandishing their weapons and preparing to shoot their way out. Deep Blue nearly crashed at the sight. In the end, it could only resign itself to lowering the Black Order guards' shooting accuracy to a mere 1% of their usual rate, and even cut off their network connections, forcing them to fight alone. But as Deep Blue watched the 5 barrel their way through, it also forbade the guards from using heavy weaponry. So, just as in the movies, the scene played out. The Guardians of the Galaxy fought their way past countless enemies, displaying astonishing bravery as they battled through to the temple's exit. Miraculously, none of them died. At worst, they suffered a few minor, non-fatal injuries. And as soon as they reached the exit, they spotted a spaceship that was still powering up. To their delight, the ship didn't require any system authorization, and its energy reserves were full, ready for them to commandeer. Only after they had blasted out of the planet's atmosphere did the Black Order react and scramble their own ships in pursuit. But the enemy vessels just couldn't match the Guardians' speed. After a tense, thrilling chase, the Guardians managed to escape against all odds. Anyone with a bit of logic would have realized that things were suspiciously easy, that something wasn't quite right. But the 5 Guardians, accustomed as they were to smooth sailing and lucky breaks, chalked it up to their own heroism and naturally assumed their escape was deserved. Aboard their stolen spaceship, the 5 began to celebrate their narrow escape. We finally made it out. We're the best. Guardians of the Galaxy, protectors of the universe. We're number 1. Drax is the strongest, ha. I am Groot. Only Gamora offered a small, reserved smile, not sharing in the other's exuberance. A deep worry lingered in her heart about the Soul Stone. She was terrified that Nebula might find it. And not one of the 5 noticed that their spaceship was secretly transmitting signals to the outside world. The plot here follows the rough-and-tumble style of the first Guardians of the Galaxy movie. After watching it, my head was just buzzing. A score of only 6.3.
I really don't know what to say.
This is the 133rd out of 234 sections. Here is the translated text, following your instructions. The humble author begs those readers who are still following along to please urge for updates. This is the only way I can keep going. If you happen to have any free gifts, I would be deeply grateful. After absorbing the energy of a massive planet, Thanos lifted his gaze to the distant, shimmering star. Suddenly, an idea flashed across his mind. If absorbing planets is all about harnessing their core energy, then wouldn't the energy of a star be even more formidable? Besides, his body now should be able to withstand the power of a star, shouldn't it? Without delay, he pulled up his personal status panel.
Constitution, 71,642.4.
Strength, 59,413.1. Agility, 51,438.5. Spirit, 54,215.4. Active skills, world-ending power. Passive skills, Titan bloodline, super regeneration, super constitution, super strength, super agility, powerful spirit, tough skin. Active skills, the ruler, star-devouring technique. Equipment, Tyrant's slaughter blade, Tyrant's battle armor, infinity gauntlet, power stone, mind stone. Through this period of rigorous cultivation, his abilities had undergone a qualitative leap. If he were to face Odin again now, he was confident he could end him with a single blow. After all, with all these skill bonuses, his strength couldn't be captured by mere numbers on a status page. Just as he was preparing to approach the star and attempt the star-devouring technique, he suddenly received a message from Deep Blue. Master, it seems Miss Gamora has reached the outskirts of the Lania Chaos supercluster. At this, he had no choice but to temporarily suppress his urge. He had a vague premonition this time someone might interfere with his quest for the Soul Stone, so he would have to be there in person if he wanted to secure it smoothly. The next second, he shook his head. Who could be meddling in his affairs this time? Or perhaps, was someone trying to warn him? Even though his spirit had already surpassed 50,000, he possessed no gifts of prophecy or foresight. Where could this mysterious intuition be coming from? But was this hint from an unknown existence benevolent or malicious? After pondering for a moment, Thanos decided to check it out himself. After all, if he wanted to fulfill the mission of death, he would need to possess all 6 Infinity Stones. In the blink of an eye, he appeared aboard the Sanctuary too. Deep Blue, let's head out now. Yes, Master. Oh right, swing by the nearest planetary belt and pick up 10,000, make that 100,000 couples. They'll thank me later. As you command, Master. 300 million light-years from the Milky Way. At this moment, Rocket Raccoon was piloting a spaceship towards a solitary star. Ordinarily, celestial bodies in the universe tend to move in groups. For example, 2 stars would, at most, be about 100 light-years apart. They're drawn to each other, orbiting the black hole at the center of their galaxy together. Some stars are separated by only a few light-years. But the star before them now drifted alone through the cosmos, shrouded in darkness, with not another star to be found within thousands of light-years. Even this star did not orbit the black hole at the center of a galaxy. It simply wandered, solitary, across the universe. Because of the immense distance, Rocket Raccoon, who had been traveling for half a year, couldn't help but ask, Gamora, are you sure there's an Infinity Stone here? Gamora, who was working out in the back of the ship's cabin, set down her dumbbells, rubbed her green forehead, and replied uncertainly, based on the clues I've gathered over the past few decades, it should be on that desolate star ahead. At that moment, Star-Lord sat nearby, listening to music while admiring the view. He said, don't stop, keep working out. It had to be said, if one could ignore her green skin, Gamora's looks far surpassed most people from Earth. Her figure was striking, her abs perfectly defined. Sweat from her workout clung to her body, accentuating every curve. And with her tight suit, well, it almost looked like she wasn't wearing anything at all. Her beautiful face, framed by long wine-red hair, completed the picture. Though they had already shared a few passionate nights, Star-Lord found himself captivated by her every single time. Gamora ignored both his words and the hungry look in his eyes. She wiped away the sweat and headed below deck. Star-Lord's eyes lit up, and he quickly followed. After all, 2 months spent cooped up on a small spaceship made for a dull life, a little spice was always welcome. But just a minute later, Rocket Raccoon suddenly shouted out. There's an unidentified spaceship 1,000 kilometers out. Prepare for battle. No sooner had he finished speaking than Gamora and Star-Lord came rushing back up, faces flushed, now dressed properly. Drax, shirtless, hurriedly grabbed his 2 short swords. Only Groot remained in place, moving at his own unhurried pace. Gamora stepped forward to the co-pilot seat and stared at the display screen. After a moment, her expression grew grim. That's Nebula's ship. I can't believe she found us so quickly. Of all the people she wished to avoid, it was her father, and her sister Nebula. They had been sisters for decades. Though she had resolved to betray her father, she simply couldn't bring herself to harm her own sister. Rocket Raccoon, his face alight with excitement, asked, So what do we do? Go over and say hello, or go over and start shooting? With 10 objectives right before his eyes, of course he was thrilled. To give up now would be harder than death for him. So aside from going over there really was no other option. Before Gamora could figure things out, Star-Lord spoke up first. Let's blast our way in. As long as we destroy the engine, just don't kill anyone. This was the most merciful solution Star-Lord could come up with. After all, Nebula was Gamora's sister. Killing her would break Gamora's heart. Hearing this, Gamora nodded in agreement, silently accepting the plan. As for what would happen to Nebula, stranded in this remote place after her engine was destroyed, that was no longer Gamora's concern. But though they intended no harm, it didn't mean others felt the same toward them. Before they could even get close to Nebula's ship, a sudden burst of laser fire shot out from the other side. If it had been ordinary people, they would have immediately activated their shields. But Rocket Raccoon was no ordinary pilot. He gripped the controls, pushed the ship to full throttle, then made a sharp left turn, narrowly dodging the attack, before firing right back. The Guardians of the Galaxy might have some strange ways of looking at the world, but when it came to skill, they were second to none. After a few rounds of exchanging fire, Nebula's ship was struck in the engine and lost all power. Moments later, Gamora noticed a call request flashing on the ship's comms. She accepted the call, and in the next instant, Nebula's blue face appeared in the holographic projection, looking more furious than ever. "I knew it was you, Gamora. Are you planning to betray Father?" Gamora's voice grew solemn. "Sister, do you really think Father is right? Under his rule, people have no freedom, no happiness. Can't you see that?" She still hoped to persuade her sister, to bring Nebula over to her side. Nebula responded with a mocking sneer. "Freedom and happiness? In this universe, just surviving is hard enough. Who has time for those things?" Gamora stared at her sister in disbelief, pressing her. "How can you say that? The desire for freedom is in every living being's nature. Under Father's rule, you can't choose whom you love. If you reach adulthood, without a partner, your marriage is arranged. You can't pursue your own career. If you're unemployed as an adult, your job is assigned. You can't decide your gender. Transitions are forbidden. You can't even choose whether to have children. There's enforced population control. Even house prices can't rise as they please. Homes are all state-owned and distributed based on your job location. With such cruel control, can you really say you're happy?" Nebula looked at her sister, as if seeing a stranger, and shook her head. Damn it. Why had she just now thought her sister made sense? It was as if something had influenced her. But her loyalty to their father snapped her back to reality. Gamora was talking nonsense. How vast was this universe? You could call it infinite, and you wouldn't be wrong. It's not unusual for there to be hundreds of billions of civilized planets. But why, then, are only the 3 great empires and the 10 major alliances so renowned? Naturally, it's because of the Dark Forest Law. For a civilization lacking strength, being discovered doesn't bring technological progress or harmonious development. It brings plunder. Their resources, their land, their people, even entire planets, will be seized. If the natives are strong, they might be forced into labor, digging in mines as slaves. The attractive ones are sold off to merchant. Alliances, the ones deemed tasty, are kept for consumption, and those with no use are simply turned into fertilizer for the fields. And that's just between different planets and races. Even within the same species, wars can break out between different civilizations. Nebula once witnessed a primitive planet where a civilization with slightly fairer skin, just a little more advanced, began to enslave others, seizing their resources and wealth, all while sharing the same planetary origin. It's a stark reminder. Surviving itself is a struggle. As for happiness, perhaps that's something to hope for only after becoming a true power in the universe. As Nebula prepared to persuade her, she suddenly realized it would be pointless. Gamora could not be swayed. So, she shook her head, abandoning her attempt at persuasion, and instead sent out a distress signal to the outside world. In the end, the two sisters parted on bad terms, leaving Gamora to pilot her ship onward, heading deeper into the Wild Star System. A few hours later, they entered the Wild Star System's domain. Through their scans, they discovered that the system contained 5 planets, all in chaotic orbits, as if they were on a collision course with each other. There was none of the regularity one would expect from ordinary planetary systems. This was likely the result of gravitational chaos when the star broke away from its original system. Just as they were preparing to land on the first planet, their ship's sensors suddenly picked up an unfamiliar spacecraft. It was entirely gray-white, about 1,000 meters long and 150 meters wide, a model belonging to the Merchant Alliance. The Merchant Alliance, focused on trade, designed their vessels for easy docking at orbital ports to load and unload cargo, hence their less warlike appearance. Warships, by contrast, tended to be more rounded and imposing. At that moment, the merchant vessel was heading straight for them, its intentions unmistakably clear. Seeing this, they immediately tensed up. Even if it wasn't built for battle, the sheer size difference was overwhelming. Their own craft, barely 30 meters long and acquired through less than legal means, stood no chance in comparison. Moments later, an unfamiliar communication request came through. Star-Lord, Gamora, and Rocket exchanged glances, then nodded in agreement. Since there was such a disparity between the two sides, why not start with a conversation? In the next instant, a 3-dimensional projection appeared right in front of them. On the other side stood a humanoid being with pink skin and a shock of white hair. He was about 6 feet tall, dressed in a tight-fitting red shirt and pants, with a blue jacket thrown over his broad shoulders. His muscular physique was evident, but so too were the marks of his advanced age. At the sight of him, all 5 members of the Guardians of the Galaxy visibly relaxed. They recognized him instantly. They'd even had several dealings with him before. This was Tanalair Tyvan, known throughout the cosmos as the Collector. Tanalair offered a genial smile. "Greetings, Guardians of the Galaxy," he said. Star-Lord nodded back with a polite grin of his own. "Hello, Collector. What brings you here this time? Is there something you're looking for? Maybe we can help." The Guardians had collaborated with the Collector on several occasions, earning quite a bit of money from those ventures. But when it came to the Collector himself, they knew precious little. Only that he was an ancient being, unimaginably wealthy, with fortunes that could rival entire planets. His nickname said it all. He was obsessed with collecting all manner of rare and peculiar things. It was the Collector, after all, who had once offered a sky-high price for the orb. Tanalair's smile grew a touch sly. "Indeed, I do need something. I'm here to acquire the Soul Stone. If you can give it to me, I'll pay you 2 billion galactic credits." He had done his homework before coming here. The governor of the Peace Alliance was offering 1 billion peace credits for the stone, so Tanalair had doubled the offer, and in universal currency, no less. He didn't believe that this money-hungry bunch of Guardians would ever turn him down. Sure enough, the moment Star-Lord and Rocket heard 2 billion galactic credits, their eyes lit up, practically sparkling as if they might rush over and grovel at his feet on the spot. Money was everything to them. They had an almost instinctive obsession with it. But Gamora was different. She was a woman of ambition and ideals.
No.
If the Soul Stone ends up in your hands and Thanos comes after it, what then? We have to give it to the Peace Alliance. As one of the top 10 alliances in the universe, the Peace Alliance had confidence in its strength and authority. Even Thanos, for all his power, couldn't just walk into their stronghold and declare war on them. Tanalair's expression tightened at her words. It wasn't anger at being defied. After so many millennia, he rarely lost his temper so easily. What unsettled him was the mention of Thanos. As one of the universe's elders, Tanalair's strength might not be exceptional, but with nearly 3 billion years of life behind him, he knew countless cosmic secrets. He also possessed a rare gift. He could sometimes glimpse the shape of things yet to come. Although his visions were sometimes accurate and sometimes not, he was well aware of Thanos' terrifying power in the glimpses of the future he'd seen. The thought that Thanos might come looking for him because of the Soul Stone felt like a risk hardly worth taking. But then again, as long as he could gather all 6 Infinity Stones, he'd have no reason to fear Thanos at all, so he quickly let go of his worries. "Don't worry," he declared. "Even if Thanos shows up, there's no way he'll take the Infinity Stones from me." Just as he finished speaking, the spaceship's alarms suddenly blared to life. Unknown spatial jump detected. Based on the size of the spatial rift, preliminary analysis identifies the intruder as a Titan-class starship. Almost simultaneously, the Guardians of the Galaxy's ship issued the same warning. The ratings hit 7. "Thank you all so much for your incredible support. I'm truly moved. I could cry. As your humble author, I have nothing to offer in return except more chapters to express my gratitude. Today, I'll write until I drop. All while keeping up the quality, of course." When she heard that a spatial rift had appeared, Gamora was suddenly gripped by a deep sense of unease. Somewhere in her heart, she had a premonition. Her father was the one who had just arrived. She had to take the Soul Stone and leave immediately. With that thought, she pressed on. "Hurry, we don't have much time. Let's find the Soul Stone now. As for who gets it, we can decide that after we have it." Hearing this, Tanlia nodded immediately and replied, "Right, let's get the Soul Stone first. My ship sensors are picking up signs of life on the 3rd planet in this star system. I'll go check it out." He, too, was feeling more and more uneasy and had no intention of wasting any more time. At once, he ordered his crew to pilot the ship forward. Both ships, one large, one small, activated their spatial slipstream engines. In just over 10 minutes, they had traveled billions of kilometers, stopping just 10,000 kilometers from their destination planet. But at that moment, a portal opened in the deep space beyond the wild star, and an enormous, menacing warship emerged. It was none other than Thanos' own vessel, the Titan-class warship, Sanctuary 2. Tanlia's whole body tensed when he saw Sanctuary 2 appear. Suddenly, he blurted out, I just remembered. I think I left the gas on at home. Why don't you guys handle the Soul Stone for me? I'll double your reward later." Gamora shot back immediately. "Didn't you just say you weren't afraid of Thanos? Hey, where did you go?" Before she could finish, she realized he'd already cut off communications, leaving her rolling her eyes in exasperation. Meanwhile, on the other side, after Tanlia ended the call, he immediately ordered his crew to prepare a spatial jump and get them as far from here as possible. But after a moment, his crew reported helplessly. The space in the vicinity had been locked down. It would take some time before they could open another portal. This made Talia's face turn pale. He shouted, "Then speed up the opening of the space passage. It doesn't matter if we damage the engines a little." He was afraid of death. One could even say he was terrified of it. Years ago, due to certain events, he and his wife had offended the god of death and were cursed never to enter the underworld. At first, of course, they were overjoyed, for this meant they had gained eternal life, an inexhaustible span of years. But just a few million years later, his wife could no longer bear the endless existence and chose to end her own life. Yet he, gripped by his fear of death, did not follow her and instead continued living alone in this universe. Now 3 billion years have passed. To avoid accidental death, he often used his prophetic abilities to foresee and prevent any mishaps. One could say he had become the ultimate survivor. But for some reason this time, something snapped in his mind, and he actually chose to come here in person. Now, seeing Thanos appear, his rationality returned, and he decided to retreat. His subordinates, hearing their leader's command, began to activate the space jump with all their might. Yet, before the portal could even open, a purple figure suddenly appeared in front of their ship. In an instant, a blade flashed down. The next moment, the 1,000-meter-long starship was sliced cleanly in two. Immediately after, a burst of fire erupted and the ship exploded. Thanos, gripping the blade of destruction, watched the explosion coldly, never letting down his guard, because he could sense that someone inside was still alive. Far in the distance, the 5 members of the Guardians of the Galaxy saw Thanos appear and immediately tried to pilot their ship away. But for reasons unknown, their ship suddenly stalled, refusing to start. A moment later, as the smoke and dust from the explosion dispersed, Talia's figure emerged. His muscles now bulged across his whole body, and he looked at Thanos with a grim expression. "Thanos, you and I have never interfered with each other. Let me go, what do you say?" The god of death's curse had granted him immortality, but it also meant his strength would never grow. Otherwise, after 3 billion years, even a pig could have trained to the level of the multiverse. Yet he was still stuck at the subcelestial level, with no real improvement in strength. It was precisely this difference in power that made him speak so meekly now. Thanos shook his head, his voice ice-cold. "No deal. Since you've chosen to join the scramble for the Infinity Stones, you must be prepared to pay the price. After all, there's no such thing as a free lunch. If you want to vie for the Infinity Stones, you can't expect to withdraw unscathed just because you're losing." And now, he seemed to understand just how that strange thought had entered his mind. If he wasn't mistaken, it must have been the god of death who wanted to use him as a tool to kill Tanya. Although he didn't know why the god of death hadn't simply killed Tanya directly at the time, it was clear that the original plan had failed. Not only had Tanya not been tormented by endless longevity, but she had actually enjoyed a prosperous life. No wonder that had infuriated the god of death. Still, for Tanya to have survived for 3 billion years, she must know a great deal of secrets. That was also why he hadn't attacked immediately. He wanted to draw out some information first. Hearing Thanos' words, Tanya instantly tensed up, his whole body bracing for conflict. He spoke gravely. "Are you sure you want to fight to the bitter end? I may not be as strong as you, but I—" Before he could finish, the apocalyptic power within Thanos surged violently. Waves of deep purple energy began to envelop his entire being. Even the space and light around them seemed to feel the immense pressure, bending and distorting as if trying to escape its reach. Even the Guardians of the Galaxy, thousands of kilometers away, fell silent, hardly daring to breathe. Soon, cold sweat began to bead on Tanya's forehead, and he found himself involuntarily stepping back. This overwhelming aura was far beyond anything he could possibly withstand. Damn it! Wasn't Thanos supposed to have just entered the ranks of the Skyfathers? What was happening here? True, he had lived for 3 billion years and mastered countless secret arts and skills, but in the face of absolute power, all was in vain. Don't come any closer. What will it take for you to let me go?" He knew that longevity didn't necessarily mean strength, but his experience and wits were certainly formidable. Seeing that Thanos hadn't attacked right away, he realized he still had a sliver of hope. Thanos gave a faint smile and retracted the aura of destruction surrounding him. "I'm curious, why were you cursed by the god of death?" At this question, Tanya's face instantly changed, his voice almost pleading. "Can you ask me something else?" Anything but that. It was a matter involving the power struggles of the highest beings. He dared not speak of it lightly. Thanos didn't press him further, instead changing the subject. "I've heard that Eternity once had a secret affair with someone from the Celestials. Is that true?" This question made Tanya's expression even gloomier, and he trembled as he replied, "Actually, I'd rather answer your first question." Thanos smiled again, his tone casual.
No rules.
"You can answer whichever you like." As he spoke, he casually swung the tyrant blade a couple of times, as if idly checking its sharpness. Watching this, Tanya could only sigh inwardly. More than an hour passed. By then, all traces of a smile had vanished from Thanos' face, replaced with deep solemnity. The depths of the Marvel Universe were far greater than he had ever imagined. The feud between the god of death and the Celestials was a powder keg. If he made a single misstep, he could be doomed for all eternity. Tamlia watched Thanos' expression intently and asked, with the utmost caution, "May I leave now?" He had long heard that Thanos was a man of his word, unyielding and inexorable. So he thought perhaps he was finally safe. But when Thanos heard these words, a cold smile flickered across his face. In the next instant, a streak of light flashed by. Suddenly, Thanos was behind Tamlia, his tyrant blade swinging twice with effortless ease. Blue blood splattered from the blade. Why? A thin red line appeared at Tamlia's waist, and, in the blink of an eye, his body split cleanly in two. Meeting the confusion in Tamlia's gaze, Thanos replied coolly, "When did I ever promise to let you go?" Those words struck Tamlia with a sudden, bitter realization. Of course, his captor had never agreed to spare him. He had simply assumed that answering Thanos' questions would grant him freedom. Overwhelmed by bitter frustration and helplessness, Tamlia's body was finally consumed by the deep purple energy of annihilation. Moments later, not a trace of him remained. He had vanished utterly, without even a scrap left behind. Thanos, meanwhile, turned his gaze toward the Guardians of the Galaxy's ship. He paused for a moment, then set aside the tyrant blade. He had not yet obtained the Soul Stone. If it wasn't on the star, he would still need Gamora's help to find it. Whether or not Gamora would cooperate didn't worry him in the slightest. He had plenty of ways to make her obey. Inside the spaceship, the 5 Guardians were gripped by terror when they saw Thanos look their way. They dreaded that, on a whim, he might simply destroy them all. Even Drax, ever the braggart, could feel the looming shadow of death and was struck silent. Fortunately, Thanos soon looked away, and only then did they dare to breathe again. "Gamora, what do we do now? This blasted ship seems to be completely locked down." Gamora shook her head, her voice heavy with defeat. "Father must have let us escape on purpose, so he could follow us and find the Soul Stone. That means the ship has been under his control all along." She wasn't a fool. By now, she realized she had walked straight into her father's trap. But even knowing that, she still had no idea what to do next. With the ship systems remotely locked and none of them able to survive in the vacuum of space, escape was impossible. Just then, Rocket Raccoon flashed a sly grin, grabbed a wrench and a screwdriver and declared loudly, "All right, folks, time to get to work. First order of business, swap out the control board." He was more than just the team's heavy gunner and pilot. He could fix a ship, too. Star-Lord's eyes lit up at the suggestion. "Right. While Thanos isn't paying attention to us, let's quickly swap out the ship's control panel and then pilot the ship away." Without delay, the 5 members of the Guardians of the Galaxy got to work. Meanwhile, Thanos had already arrived near the 3rd planet. Guided by the lingering traces of energy, he soon found a canyon surrounded by towering peaks. The mountain was immense, soaring over 10,000 meters straight into the sky. All around, lifeless silence reigned. There was no sign of plants or animals. Yet, from the surrounding statues and ancient markings, it was clear that a civilization had once thrived here. Now, though, the place was abandoned, or perhaps utterly vanished. After all, when a star breaks away from its system, the resulting cosmic radiation and upheaval are beyond imagination. It's only natural that lesser civilizations, still confined to their planets, would be wiped out in such chaos. Just like the planet where the orb had once been found. Life and civilization are, ultimately, so fragile. Gazing up at the darkened star above, Thanos pressed forward with unwavering resolve. Before long, he arrived at a place resembling an altar. Towering stone statues loomed all around. Soon, he spotted a shadowy black figure hovering in midair. "Welcome, Thanos, son of ours." Thanos had already forgotten this part of the story, so when he heard the figure call out his name, his curiosity was piqued. "You know me? My curse reveals the origins of all who come here." As the figure drifted closer, Thanos finally saw beneath the cloak. It was a figure entirely red, with no nose, hair, eyebrows, or even ears upon his face. He seemed oddly familiar, perhaps someone from Earth? But Thanos shook his head. The memory was too faint, and details not crucial to the story had long since faded from his mind. While the Red Skull waited for questions, Thanos simply brushed past him, continuing onward. Seeing this, the Red Skull called out, Aren't you going to ask how to obtain the Soul Stone? Thanos ignored him, raising his gaze skyward. Above, an enormous shadow seemed to blot out the heavens. A hatch opened, and a horde of grotesque, menacing members of the Black Order descended, herding pairs of husbands and wives from the ship. At that moment, a deep blue holographic projection appeared a short distance in front of Thanos. Master, of the required 100,000 couples, 99,984 have arrived. 16 couples took their own lives during the journey. Thanos nodded and replied, "You've explained the situation to them, haven't you?" "The situation has already been explained, Master. Afterwards, each person will be compensated with 1 million Titan coins and will be granted a Titan green card. Whoever succeeds in obtaining the Soul Stone will also receive an additional 100 spots." Thanos' faction was known as the Titan Tribe, a name rich with the flavor of their race. With a green card, you could become a citizen of the Titans, eligible for jobs and housing on the planets under Thanos' rule. From this, it was clear that these couples were not subjects under Thanos' reign, but rather captives brought from planets yet to be conquered. The Titan coin was the currency used by the Titan tribe, and 1 million was more than enough for a family to live in comfort for the rest of their lives. Thanos nodded in satisfaction.
Good.
The key is to make sure they act of their own will. Proceed with the plan. Soon, couple after couple was brought before Thanos, trembling as they faced the towering, purple figure. Having not grown up basking in Thanos' so-called radiance, they had yet to feel any warmth from him. All they knew was fear. After all, Thanos' appearance was, well, far from handsome. But Thanos couldn't have cared less about what these people thought. He merely said in a calm voice, "Begin." The first couple shuddered, but under his wife's reluctant gaze, the husband still stepped forward with determination. Then, to Red Skull's utter disbelief, he began to jump willingly off the cliff. Red Skull seemed desperate to say something, but he couldn't find the words. In the end, he could only remain silent. Next couple, next couple. As more and more couples leapt off, the ravine below began to fill with bodies. Yet the Soul Stone showed no sign of appearing. Thanos, however, waited patiently at the edge of the cliff, showing no sign of impatience. After all, it was only 100,000 couples. If that wasn't enough, he could always bring another 100,000. Surely, he thought, the Soul Stone would be moved by such a sacrifice. But there seemed to be something peculiar about this cliff. Anyone who fell from it found themselves unable to fly. Of course, none of the couples leaping to their deaths had the ability to fly in the first place, so he couldn't be sure what this force actually did. After a while, Thanos noticed that so many bodies had piled up in the valley below that the new ones were no longer dying from the fall. The remaining 80,000 or so couples breathed a sigh of relief. Given the choice, who would want to die if they could avoid it? Now that the cliff was no longer fatal, it didn't matter if they jumped. But at that moment, Thanos suddenly picked up the Tyrant Blade and, with a single powerful swing, unleashed a wave of destructive energy that sliced through the mountain of corpses. In an instant, the mound of bodies turned to dust and vanished. Deep Blue promptly continued, "Next pair." Seeing this, the remaining couples turned pale, but for the sake of their partners, they still jumped without a second thought. After a short while, as if some unseen force could no longer bear to watch, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and streaks of lightning crackled across the heavens. A few bolts even struck toward Thanos, as if demanding, "Why are you not playing by the rules?" Yet at Thanos' level, these flashes of lightning were nothing more than a tickle. He remained rooted to the spot, utterly unmoved. At that moment, Red Skull's expression suddenly grew grave. He sensed the presence of the Soul Stone. Sure enough, in the very next second, an orange gemstone materialized in midair. But it did not appear before the woman whose husband had leapt from the cliff. Instead, it manifested before another wife from a different couple. Her husband, witnessing this, immediately glared in fury. Seeing this unfold, Red Skull's mind was in utter chaos, as if tens of thousands of wild horses were stampeding through it. He couldn't help but shout, "Is this even allowed?" With the appearance of the Soul Stone, everyone present felt as though their souls were being watched. But in the next instant, Thanos had the Soul Stone in his grasp and set it upon the Infinity Gauntlet. With a clear and resonant chime, he instantly felt a tremendous surge of power coursing from the gauntlet, sweeping through his entire being. This was a sensation unlike anything he had experienced before. Now, with 3 stones united, the might of the Infinity Stones was becoming ever more apparent. Letting out a pained cry, he nonetheless managed to withstand the force. Gazing at the Infinity Gauntlet on his left hand, he was struck by a realization. With the power of the gauntlet, he could even unleash the strength to destroy an entire universe single-handedly. Deep Blue, let's go back. The next step, prepare to attack Blue Star. Yes, master. Meanwhile, in Asia, it was still nighttime, and most people had already gone to sleep. Within the palace of Kamartaj, the sorcerers, having spent the day training, had also drifted into slumber. But in the largest chamber, Dr. Strange suddenly shot upright, drenched in cold sweat. He gasped for breath, wiping the sweat from his brow. He had just experienced a nightmare, an incredibly vivid and terrifying dream. In it, aliens invaded Blue Star, and every hero fell in battle. The ground was littered with bodies: Iron Man, Black Bolt, Captain America, Black Panther, Professor X, and so many other heroes. Ordinary people, armed with machine guns, fought on all sides. In the end, only he remained in the palace of Kamartaj, desperately holding out with the other sorcerers. But when the purple-skinned Titan appeared, he and the palace were wiped out together. This opponent was unimaginably powerful. A simple wave of his hand seemed enough to bring about utter destruction. Even the earth and sky trembled before him. Such power was beyond anything a mere mortal could possess. It was the power of a god. At this thought, Dr. Strange could no longer sit still. He immediately took off the time stone from around his neck and began to use its power to peer into the future. In an instant, a green glow appeared. The energy of the time stone began to swirl around him, lifting him slowly into the air. After watching for a while, his face grew even paler, because what he saw in the future within the timeline was almost the same as what he had dreamt. Yet a deep sense of doubt had also taken root in his heart. After all, this wasn't the first time he had looked into the future, but he had never seen a scene like this before. This could only mean that the timeline had changed. With this realization, he used the time stone to search the timeline once again. But on the second run through the timeline, although some details were different, the ending remained unchanged. All the heroes fought desperately to resist the alien invaders, but in the end, they were all tragically defeated. Kamartaj was destroyed in the end. Unwilling to accept this, he kept using the time stone. He was determined to find a future in which they would succeed, hidden somewhere among countless possibilities. More than an hour passed. At last, he had to stop, his face ashen, breathing heavily. His mental strength had been pushed to its limits. He had no choice but to rest. Why is it like this? Is our future really doomed to destruction? Among more than 10,000 timelines, he hadn't found a single chance for victory. In fact, they lost so badly each time it was almost ridiculous. The most absurd one was when the aliens arrived on Earth and simply shouted a few slogans, and the majority of humanity betrayed them. He remembered the first slogan clearly: "We only work 5 days a week." A good number of ordinary people surrendered immediately. "We only work 8 hours a day." Some more ordinary people began to defect. "We get at least 30 days of vacation every year." That did it. Most people started defecting, and some even volunteered to help the aliens round up the heroes. "We provide food and housing and even assign spouses." Except for the wealthy and the officials, almost all ordinary people switched sides, and even some lower-ranking superheroes weren't immune. Free education, free healthcare, free retirement, free internet. Even he felt tempted just hearing these promises. Damn it, this had to be some alien trick. He couldn't let himself be seduced. Shaking his head, Dr. Strange rested for a while, then continued to use the time stone to peer into the future. Time slipped by unnoticed. Outside, the sky gradually began to lighten. The crowing of a rooster echoed from outside. Dr. Strange suddenly dropped from midair, landing back on his bed. Though his face was paler than ever, a smile appeared on his lips. After hundreds of thousands of timelines, he had finally found a way to defeat their enemies. Without sparing another thought for his exhaustion, he quickly put on his clothes and pants, then strode outside. A month later, Thanos returned to Titan. Nebula immediately escorted the 5 members of the Guardians of the Galaxy, locking them up in the dungeon. Meanwhile, in the Grand Hall, Thanos saw the Black Order, now reborn in both spirit and strength, along with Lao Fei and Hela. "Welcome back, my lord." Corvus Glaive, Ebony Maw, Proxima Midnight, Cullobsidian, and Supergiant. They knelt in a line, each dropping to one knee. Why call them reborn? Because Thanos could feel that they had broken through the planetary level and ascended to the subcelestial rank. Though they had only just stepped into this new tier, they were now far stronger than their former selves. As for Lao Fei and Hela, they only offered a slight bow, not accustomed to kneeling. Thanos said nothing about it. After all, both had once held positions of great power. To expect them to kneel would bruise their pride. Seeing that the Black Order had finally reached the subcelestial level, Thanos nodded in satisfaction. In the battles to come, they would at least prove useful. They shouldn't end up, as in the movies, being squashed like bugs. He couldn't help but recall how the Black Order had been so dramatically weakened in the films, or rather, the Black Order had only 4 members there, since Supergiant was left out entirely. He felt rather exasperated by this. In Infinity War, it was obvious the director had orchestrated their deaths for the sake of the plot. Ebony Maw's death was almost comical. A hole appears in the spaceship and somehow, it only sucks him out, no one else is affected. And this is supposed to be an interstellar craft, yet it has just a single layer of hull, with no safety measures whatsoever. In other words, if there's even one breach in the spaceship, everyone's doomed. Even ordinary ocean freighters on Earth have several layers of bulkheads. If the outer layer is damaged, there are still inner compartments to prevent disaster. But no, these aliens insist on building spaceships with a single shell. How else could they sell new ships or justify insurance claims? Then there was Colobsidian. This giant, even bigger than Thanos himself, managed to chop off the Hulkbuster's left arm, only to be trapped by that same arm and then dragged into the Wakandan shield, where he was supposedly killed by friction. Never mind that Colobsidian's massive frame should easily withstand the shield's force. If that detached arm had so much kinetic energy, it could have killed an enemy in a single punch. Why go to all this trouble? And where did the energy come from? Anyway, for a severed arm to be so powerful without its armor. Was it all fueled by the director's whim? Then there was Proxima Midnight. She had her blade at Wanda's neck. Why not just finish the job right then and there? No, she insisted on being willful. She simply refused to kill. Whenever someone tried to provoke her, she would just put her blade away and rush in foolishly. As a result, by the time Wanda remembered she possessed chaos magic, she could finish her off with a single move. The same went for the general of the Black Order. He had already stabbed the blade into Vision's chest. A single push-up or down would have been enough to tear him apart. But no, he stubbornly refused. He insisted on pulling the blade out exactly the way it had gone in, as if afraid of making his enemy's wound any worse. With such cautious movements, you'd think he was even more delicate than the chief surgeon in a hospital. By the time the story reached Avengers Endgame, the Black Order's deaths became even more humiliating. Their record of victories probably didn't even surpass that of the lowest-ranking henchmen. Thinking of this, Thanos suddenly had the urge to keep the Black Order from going to Earth. But he quickly suppressed this thought. He still didn't know exactly what was happening on Earth, and sending his underlings ahead as scouts was a necessary step. After all, caution never goes amiss. Carelessness can ruin everything. Everyone prepare yourselves. In 1 month, we will all set out for Earth. The Black Order, Hela, and Laufey all nodded. Although they didn't quite understand why Thanos was being so cautious about a planet that wasn't even classified as a level 1 civilization. Since Thanos had his reasons, they, as subordinates, didn't dare question him. Then Thanos turned his attention to the progress of conquering the galaxy, as well as recent developments in research and daily life. Everything in research and civil affairs was proceeding as usual. Nothing major had happened. But the conquest of the universe had slowed significantly since the Black Order had returned to undertake secluded training. Only that dwarf star, whose inhabitants had been slaughtered by Hela, was currently being repopulated through migration. After a while, Thanos dismissed everyone and headed toward the dungeon. Calling it a dungeon, it was really just a room that people couldn't leave. There were no rats or cockroaches inside, and the environment wasn't damp or gloomy. In fact, you could say the living conditions were quite good. Bed, table, chairs, wardrobe, television, air conditioning, everything was provided. If it weren't for the inability to go outside, it would be no different from an ordinary home. As he walked, the crisp sound of his footsteps echoed through the dungeon. The prisoners locked inside, upon seeing Thanos, immediately lowered their heads. There weren't many criminals in the dungeon. One could even say there were very few. Under Thanos' rule, there was no such thing as privacy in public spaces. Every street and alley was filled with surveillance cameras. And not just any cameras, they provided full coverage, leaving no blind spots. Combined with all sorts of advanced technology, it was virtually impossible for any criminal to escape. Facing an almost 100% crime-solving rate, anyone considering breaking the law would naturally think twice about whether it was worth risking everything. So, except for those who are truly desperate and wish to bring everything down with them, no one would ever choose to commit a crime. After a while, Thanos arrived outside Gamera's cell. She was in a single-person room, sitting on her bed with her arms wrapped around her knees, her head bowed, lost in thought. Even as Thanos approached, she didn't move. She kept the same posture, not even glancing up. It seemed she had retreated into herself, unable to bear the blow, shutting out the world entirely. Thanos watched her for a moment, then couldn't help but call out softly. Gamora? Though they had been together for over 20 years, and their bond as father and daughter had eroded, a sliver of affection still lingered in his heart. He still hoped she might turn back, become his loyal daughter once more, fighting at his side, contributing to his vision for the universe. He remembered when Gamora was just a child, so obedient, always doing as she was told, never questioning, never showing excessive curiosity. He could hardly have imagined that their relationship would deteriorate to the point of enmity. After a while, he realized Gamora remained utterly unresponsive. In the end, Thanos simply shook his head, his eyes hardening with resolve, then turned away without hesitation. He had already given her one last chance. If she was determined to seek death, then he would not show mercy. Deep Blue convened the Supreme Court, sentenced the 5 members of the Guardians of the Galaxy to death. In the days that followed, the Black Order began mobilizing the cosmic fleet with increasing frequency. The first step was to move the 10 interstellar fortresses, originally stationed around the wormhole, to the outer edge of the solar system. Then, one after another, massive warships started gathering beyond the solar system's borders. There was no limit to their numbers. Except for troops stationed on the frontier, Thanos summoned every force he could muster. In just 10 short days, their numbers swelled to nearly 100,000. And that was only because the conquest of the galaxy was still in its early days. Many planets had yet to fall. Given a century, fielding 100 million warships would not have been out of the question. Meanwhile, on Blue Star, humanity seemed utterly unaware of the impending threat. Life went on as usual. People ate, drank, and carried on with their routines. It wasn't until more than 2 weeks later, when NASA was observing an exoplanet, that they noticed something odd. The light from a distant star was blocked by an interstellar fortress. Only then did they sense that something was amiss. Once the people of Blue Star began to pay attention, they discovered more and more dark specks appearing in the sky. Alerted, the highest levels of the U.S. government grew wary. But, accustomed to their hegemonic ways, the Americans had no intention of sharing this discovery. Instead, they prepared to investigate on their own. After all, from their perspective, if even they couldn't figure it out, there was no way any other country could. Though the United States had detected anomalies beyond the solar system, they were powerless to respond. The distance was simply too great. Even if they wanted to act, there was nothing they could do. So, the upper echelons of the United States spent 3 days locked in endless arguments. On the 3rd day, Voyager 1, floating at the edge of the solar system, transmitted its latest photographs. That very night, the United States initiated a Level 1 state of readiness and summoned the leaders of every nation on Earth for an emergency conference. Once the images of the interstellar fortress and alien warships had come into clear focus, the Americans finally let go of all arrogance and prejudice, choosing to face the extraterrestrial threat together with the rest of humanity. But when humankind, still unable to leave their own blue planet, stood before such an unprecedented enemy, what hope did they truly have of resistance? In the end, this was destined to be a meeting without any real outcome. Meanwhile, summer heat was gradually enveloping the northern hemisphere of the Blue Star. Yet in the halls of Kamartaj, perched high in the mountains where the air remained cold year-round, everyone still wore thick, heavy clothing. At that moment, the sun slowly rose above the distant horizon. Dr. Strange, draped in a thick black robe and his crimson cloak of levitation, stood upon a high platform, holding a book as thick as 3 fingers and bound in iron. On the cover, a circle inscribed with strange runes shimmered faintly, while wisps of exceptionally pure, subtle magical energy drifted around the book. It was the coveted artifact of every sorcerer, the Book of the Vishanti. The Book of the Vishanti seemed to contain an endless number of pages, and within it were recorded the most powerful known white magic and defensive spells in existence. Yet it was a book whose magic could only be used for defense, never for attack. Below the platform stood Wanda, Quicksilver, and a gathering of other sorcerers. Because Thanos had not handed the Mind Stone to Loki for an invasion of Earth, Ultron had never come into being. Without Ultron, there had been no Battle of Sokovia, and Quicksilver had never fallen to a hail of bullets. But by this point, the story had already diverged entirely from the movies. For now, Wanda held in her hands a book just as thick and ironclad, but one that radiated with a dark and ominous aura. It was the legendary Darkhold. As for why Wanda and Quicksilver were now with Doctor Strange, that was, of course, because Doctor Strange had sought them out himself. Originally, the twins had been in Hydra's laboratory until, just days ago, Doctor Strange had stormed in with a cadre of sorcerers and taken them away. Since then, they had followed him. From that moment on, Doctor Strange led them from place to place in search of powerful artifacts and allies. The Book of the Vishanti and the Darkhold were their most recent spoils. After a while, Doctor Strange closed his eyes and began to wield the Time Stone. Ribbons of green energy spiraled around him, lifting him gently into the air. He was searching, within the single vision of victory he had glimpsed before, for more answers. Seeing Doctor Strange in this state, everyone around him fell instantly silent. 14 days earlier, Doctor Strange had warned them that Earth was facing an unprecedented catastrophe, one so great that it could mean the extinction of all humanity. At first, there was some skepticism about his words, partly because of his grand title as the Sorcerer Supreme, but no one dared voice their doubts. Yet, as events unfolded and one prophecy after another came true, their doubt turned into unwavering belief. Doctor Strange's predictions came to pass, one after another. This only deepened everyone's anxiety and concern. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the sky, accompanied by crackling flashes of lightning. Moments later, the figure descended to stand before the crowd, lightning still dancing in his wake. It was Thor, his hair now cut short. He wore scaled armor and gripped the Stormbreaker axe, his entire being radiating a powerful aura. He looked strikingly handsome. Gone was the old air of reckless bravado. Since gaining the power of Odin, Thor had been growing stronger by the day. Though his progress had slowed after reaching the level of a Skyfather, his growth had never truly stopped. But now, his eyes burned with anger and regret. He had just returned from Nidavellir, only to discover that he was too late. The weight of this realization filled him with remorse and self-reproach. If not for his own actions, perhaps the dwarves would not have been wiped out. If only he had arrived sooner, maybe he could have saved them. A destructive urge welled up inside him, demanding release. However, since Odin's death, Thor had matured greatly. He forced himself to suppress this dark impulse. After a moment, he noticed Doctor Strange using the Time Stone. Immediately, Thor withdrew his powerful presence, blending in with the crowd like any ordinary person. It must be said, the loss of both parents and the fall of his kingdom had forced him to grow up overnight. At that moment, Wanda quietly approached Thor and asked in a gentle voice, "What's wrong? I sense darkness swirling inside you." Thanks to the suppressive power of Doctor Strange's Book of the Vishanti, the Dark Hold had little influence over Wanda. She had not experienced the death of her brother, nor had she fallen in love with Vision the android. Her heart remained pure. At most, she harbored a secret desire to destroy America as revenge for her parents, a far cry from true darkness. With such a minor grudge, the Dark Hold could hardly corrupt her, at least not for now. Thor simply smiled in response to Wanda's concern, saying nothing. He didn't want to burden this innocent, kind-hearted girl with his pain and suffering. Just then, Wong strode over, clad in his signature yellow sorcerer's robes and wearing his usual Buddha-like smile. "Mr. Thor, please come with me." Thor glanced at Doctor Strange, who was still focused on the time stream, then nodded and followed Wong into the palace. Wong led him through a series of secret mechanisms, finally arriving with Thor at the palace's innermost chamber. Standing before a grand door etched with mysterious runes, Wong came to a halt and said, "Your master is waiting for you inside." With that, he turned and left without a backward glance. As the senior disciple of Kamar-Taj and second only to Doctor Strange, he couldn't afford to be away for too long. Thor took 2 steps forward. Before he could even knock, the runes on the door began to glow, and the door slowly swung open. After a moment, a bald woman was revealed inside the room, the Ancient One. At this moment, she was not wearing her customary yellow robes of a sorcerer, but instead donned a black cloak suffused with dark energy. Looking closer, one could see a strange red mark gleaming on her smooth, pale forehead. That mark radiated dark and sinister power. Just one glance was enough to fill a weak-willed person with dread, perhaps even turn them into a worshipper of Dormammu on the spot. It was clear that the dark energy she had absorbed had reached a critical threshold. It wouldn't be long before she was completely consumed by the darkness. As Thor stepped into the room, he was immediately struck by a feeling of discomfort, his entire body ill at ease. With a heavy thud, the door slammed shut behind him. "You're here." The Ancient One's lips curled into a strange, unsettling smile. She had lived for over 1,000 years. For a human born on Earth, to live beyond a century was already pushing the limits. Her incredible longevity was entirely due to absorbing the power from the Dark Dimension, Dormammu's power. This act was a grave violation of the rules of Kamar-Taj. After all, Kamar-Taj had been founded to resist the invasion of the Dark Dimension and Dormammu himself. And yet now, she had chosen to draw strength from Dormammu. Could there be a greater betrayal? However, at the time, Earth was in grave peril and the 9 realms were descending into chaos. The Ancient One had been left with no choice. 1,000 years had passed. Earth flourished, the crises faded, and the Ancient One grew weary of her long existence. Absorbing the power of the dark dimension was a secret she could never let anyone discover, so she always kept a cold, distant demeanor, as if keeping the world at arm's length. Yet beneath the supreme sorcerer's mantle, she was still human, yearning for family, friendship, even love. A millennium of loneliness and isolation eventually led her to seek a successor, someone who could inherit the mantle of the Sorcerer Supreme, so she could finally retreat into the shadows. If her successor proved worthy in every way, she would find a chance to bid farewell to this world and embrace the peace of mortality. In doing so, she would not have failed the dying wish of her own master. But Thor's arrival changed everything. His news of Thanos' impending invasion forced her to choose a different path. She resolved to absorb even more power from the dark dimension, pushing her strength to its absolute peak, so that, when the final battle came, she could trade her life for that of the enemy, one for one. For this reason, she deliberately shut herself away in a sealed chamber, locking herself inside to prevent any trace of dark energy from leaking out and affecting others. It was also a precaution to keep anyone else from discovering her secret. Of everyone in Camartage, only Wong was aware of her situation. At that moment, Thor gazed in curiosity at the Ancient One, who was floating midair and radiating an aura of dark power. He asked, "What happened to you?" He had sensed a faint trace of the dark dimension's power during their previous encounters, but nothing as overwhelming as what he witnessed now. The Ancient One quickly closed her eyes, forcing herself to suppress the darkness surging within her. "I'm all right. The reason I called you here was to ask, where is Thanos?" She could feel the power of the dark dimension she had absorbed pushing her to the brink. If she did not act soon, she would be swallowed by the darkness and become nothing more than a puppet of Dormammu. If that happened, it would spell disaster for the entire planet. Thor thought for a moment before replying, "I've heard from the other gods that Thanos has established Titan on a planet near Asgard. He should be there." With the fall of Asgard, the remaining gods of the Pantheon, under the banner of vengeance, began to invade the galaxy without restraint. Though he hadn't seen them clash with Thanos directly, the flow of intelligence never ceased. He had gathered this particular piece of information from the other gods. Suppressing the urge for destruction and bloodshed within her, the Ancient One asked in a low voice, "Can you take me there?" Thor nodded, then asked in return, "Right now?" The Ancient One opened her eyes, and the darkness within her surged restlessly. In the next instant, her eyes turned completely black. Seeing this, Thor tensed, gripping Stormbreaker tightly, his concern evident as he asked, "Are you all right?" The Ancient One remained silent for a long moment before finally drawing the dark aura back into herself, her eyes returning to normal.
"I've fine.
"Open the Bifrost and take me there, now." Hearing her voice, tired, yet unyielding, Thor was overcome by a wave of inexplicable sorrow. He quickly shook it off and replied, "We could, but it's impossible to open the Bifrost from here." Upon hearing this, the Ancient One immediately raised both hands. Without the use of a sling ring, she spun in place. In the blink of an eye, a black portal appeared before her. On the other side, snow-capped mountains stretched as far as the eye could see. As Thor and the Ancient One stepped through, they were met by a howling blizzard. But with their strength, forces of nature, like these no longer posed any threat. Wearily, the Ancient One spoke, "Let's set out now." Thor nodded, then raised Stormbreaker high. Amid a flurry of lightning, the two of them vanished in an instant. On Titan, in the Milky Way galaxy. Today was the day of the Supreme Court, the day the Guardians of the Galaxy were to stand trial. A crowd of onlookers filled the gallery, watching the 5 defendants with curiosity. Are those the ones who dared to oppose Lord Thanos? That's right. Who could have imagined even Lord Thanos' own daughter could be swayed by the enemy? These alien men are truly wicked. How could they live with Miss Gamora without marrying her? They have no sense of decency. Indeed, poor Miss Gamora, led so astray by their lies. If you ask me, all these alien men deserve to die. They have no honor as men, just chaos and debauchery. But Miss Gamora is innocent in all this. Listening to the crowd's murmurs below, Thanos sat expressionless at the highest tier. People only needed to know what he wanted them to know. Too much knowledge would give rise to dangerous thoughts and threaten the harmony of society. Just then, Thanos' expression changed ever so slightly. He sensed 2 powerful forces arriving on the planet, one radiating darkness, the other divine might.
Who are these 2?
Their strength is at least on par with the Allfathers. In the next instant, he vanished from his seat. On a mountain peak on Titan, the wind howled ceaselessly, carrying with it the sting of a blizzard. If it weren't for the violet moon overhead, the Ancient One might have thought she'd never left her original place. After a moment, she, too, felt that overwhelming aura of destruction in the distance. She turned to Thor, her eyes steely, her voice grave. I don't have much time left. I don't know if I will succeed. A hint of sorrow flickered in her eyes as she continued. But please tell Dr. Strange, the time stone cannot be trusted, not entirely. We are all just pawns in a larger game. Thor was completely bewildered by her words. But before he could ask, that voice he both feared and hated echoed out. Thor, you dare to return? And you've brought help. Thanos' figure materialized in the sky. Back when Asgard was destroyed, Thor's whereabouts had eluded him, and Thanos knew he'd escaped with the Bifrost. He hadn't expected Thor to be so bold as to return now, and with an ally no less. Thanos was clad in his war armor, gripping the tyrant's blade, the infinity gauntlet gleaming on his left hand. Even faced with two enemies of all-father strength, he showed not the slightest fear. Seeing Thanos, Thor was instantly flooded with memories of his parents' deaths and the destruction of Nidavellir. The fire of rage in his heart could no longer be contained. Thanos! With a furious roar, Thor gripped the Stormbreaker tightly. Lightning crackled all around him as he charged forward. Watching Thor approach, a figure surrounded by blinding light and surging electricity, Thanos felt the power of annihilation welling up within him. A deep purple energy, like writhing tentacles, enveloped his entire body as he raised the tyrant blade. With a thunderous clash, Stormbreaker collided with the tyrant blade. The shock of their impact sent avalanches tumbling down the snowy mountain, while the clouds above scattered, revealing a distant star hanging in the sky. But it was clear that Thanos held the upper hand, his overwhelming strength bearing down on Thor. No matter how hard Thor tried, he couldn't push back Thanos' blade. Instead, he found himself being forced lower and lower. Seeing this, Thor let out a roar of fury and frustration. But no matter how great his anger or unwillingness, it could not bridge the gap between their powers. And so, he remained firmly suppressed by Thanos. Just then, the Ancient One surged forward, her body brimming with dark energy, taking on the aspect of a demon god. Clearly, even after absorbing the power of the Dark Dimension, she still preferred to fight as a close combat mage. The dark energy transformed into a massive bladed fan, which she swept toward Thanos. Thanos shoved Thor aside with a burst of strength, then swung the tyrant blade to parry the Ancient One's attack. Another deafening boom resounded. The mighty force of darkness shattered, sending tremors through the entire mountain and setting the earth itself quaking. Realizing that if the battle continued, Titan might be destroyed, Thanos called out, "Let's take this fight to outer space." With that, he shot skyward without a backward glance. The Ancient One didn't hesitate and immediately followed. After all, for her, killing Thanos and saving Earth were all that mattered. The fate of Titan was of little concern. Thor, however, was reluctant to go. For him, vengeance was about making his enemy suffer, forcing him to feel regret. Destroying Titan would make his revenge all the sweeter. But seeing Thanos leave without pause, and sensing something amiss with the Ancient One, he thought it over and decided he had no choice but to follow. Soon, the three of them reached outer space. Here, Thanos could finally unleash his full power. He activated both his sovereign might and the power of annihilation. In an instant, an enormous pressure radiated from him, causing the very light and space around him to shudder and crack as if recoiling from his presence. Not only that, he clenched his left fist. The Power Stone in the Infinity Gauntlet flared, sending a surge of purple energy coursing through him. Thanos didn't even need to check his status panel to know that, at this very moment, his power had already reached the level he had estimated, a true cosmic powerhouse. He carefully savored the strength surging throughout his body, and a wild confidence stirred within him. He felt certain he could shatter a small star with a single blow. Meanwhile, the faces of the Ancient One and Thor turned ashen, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. How could this be? How could Thanos possibly be this powerful? But Thor quickly steeled his gaze, resolve blazing in his eyes. Today it would be either his death or Thanos' demise. There could be no other outcome. Father, Mother, watch over me, he cried out, desperate. Memories from his childhood flashed before him, his parents' loving care, the unbreakable bond with the Warriors Three, the many affections of other goddesses. It felt as if a new power ignited deep within, his strength and divine might growing ever more intense. Blue lightning flickered all over his body, his crimson cape billowing behind him despite the still air, and even his eyes crackled with arcs of electricity. "Go repent in hell," he roared. With an earth-shaking cry, Thor raised Stormbreaker high and charged forward. Seeing this, a rare look of gravity appeared on Thanos' face. Had this guy just activated some cheat? Thor's strength had surged in an instant from the middle to the peak of Skyfather level, almost reaching its very limit. Even Odin, when wielding the power of the God Force, had never achieved such an explosive leap. In an instant, their weapons collided once more. The world-ending force of Thanos clashed with the godly thunder of Thor, releasing a tidal wave of power that rippled out for hundreds of kilometers. Satellites and ports nearby shuddered, some even rendered useless by the shock. But in the very next moment, the Power Stone in Thanos' left hand flared with energy, and with a mighty heave, he smashed Thor aside. Golden divine blood sprayed from Thor's mouth. Barely holding onto her wits, the Ancient One saw this, and immediately sprang at Thanos, desperate to keep him from finishing Thor off. This time, she remembered her identity as a sorcerer. Her hands danced through arcane patterns, and dark energy surged from within her. In the next heartbeat, a black dragon's head burst from behind her. The dragon's head was the size of a house, its scales and hair and jet-black eyes eerily lifelike. But it had no body, only a long neck that snaked straight back, connected to the Ancient One's own back. Then a second dragon's head appeared, then a third, until there were 9 in total. Each head glared at Thanos with a twisted, menacing expression. In the next instant, their giant jaws gaped open, unleashing a torrent of black flame. The heat of those flames soared to a staggering 50,000 degrees, scorching everything in their path. Thanos spun the tyrant's blade in a wide arc, shielding himself from the inferno. Seeing that she had managed to pin Thanos down, the Ancient One quickly turned to Thor and shouted, "Go! Get out of here! I'm losing control. If you stay, I might hurt you by mistake." At this moment, Thor had finally steadied himself, but the apocalyptic force rampaging inside his body left him in great pain, rendering him unable to muster even half of his true strength. After hearing the Ancient One's words, he could only cast a reluctant glance at Thanos before activating the Bifrost and departing. Meanwhile, on Titan, the tribunal proceedings continued even after Thanos had left. However, a sudden and violent earthquake forced the trial to a temporary halt. As the guards prepared to escort the 5 members of the Guardians of the Galaxy back to their cells, a golden portal suddenly materialized in midair. From it, Dr. Strange emerged, accompanied by Wanda and Mantis. With a graceful wave of his hand, Dr. Strange conjured several golden whips that instantly wrapped around the guards who were about to raise their guns, restraining them with ease. Wanda stretched out her hands, and a surge of crimson chaos magic turned the guards into nothing but dust in a heartbeat. At that moment, Mantis, dressed in green with 2 antennae bobbing on her head, spotted Drax. Overjoyed, she broke into a run and dashed over to him. "We finally found you all," she exclaimed. Drax, who had been sunk in despair, was immediately overcome with excitement at the sight of Mantis. "Mantis, you're finally back," he cried. Back when they had completed their last mission, Mantis had left the team for a while due to some personal matters. None of them had expected that she would return at such a critical moment, bringing help with her. Rocket Raccoon, seeing this, wriggled free from his handcuffs and shouted, "Ha! Groot, it's our turn to shine. I am Groot." With a burst of determination, Groot snapped his cuffs as well, and the roots on his arms shot out, striking at their surroundings. Star-Lord and Gamora, seeing their chance, quickly broke free from their restraints, grabbed the fallen guards' weapons, and prepared to unleash havoc. The truth was, the 5 Guardians had always had the means to escape, but so long as Thanos was around, the risk was too great for them to make a move. Dr. Strange now lifted his gaze to the ceiling. His eyes seemed to pierce through solid walls, beholding the battle playing out in the void of space above. "Guys, we need to go, now. Time's running out," he urged. To be honest, rescuing people on Titan, especially a group of strangers, was not something he'd wanted to do. But Mantis had insisted on saving her teammates. And in the future glimpsed through the eye of Agamotto, she was the key to defeating Thanos. Dr. Strange had no choice but to take the risk. At that very moment, Thanos was spinning the tyrant's blade, fending off the Ancient One's relentless assault. Suddenly, he glanced down at Titan, spotting Dr. Strange and the others, as well as the Guardians of the Galaxy being freed. But now was not the time to concern himself with such matters. He could sense a looming danger. And that threat came from the Ancient One standing before him. Her dark power was swelling, growing ever more potent and refined, even surpassing the level of a Skyfather. Such power could not possibly be her own anymore. After a moment, the Ancient One's expression suddenly twisted into a fierce grimace. She halted her spellcasting, and the runes on her forehead broke through their restraints, spreading across her entire body in an instant. Immediately, the dark energy within her swelled even further, growing so powerful that it seemed to warp the very space around her. Thanos watched as, in the emptiness of the void, a pair of purple eyes slowly began to materialize. These eyes were unspeakably evil and disturbingly bizarre, inspiring terror and madness in anyone who met their gaze. As the eyes appeared, the dark dimension itself began to draw closer to this universe. A surge of incredibly pure dark energy erupted from the dark dimension, flooding out in a torrent that instantly engulfed the entire star system. Its speed was so great that it surpassed even that of light. To put this in perspective, the star system where Titan was located spanned about 12 billion kilometers in diameter. Even light would take roughly 11 hours to travel from one end to the other. But this force from the dark dimension shrouded the entire system in the blink of an eye. Beneath this oppressive wave of dark energy, Thanos felt a destructive, murderous urge welling up from deep within his soul. This was bad, a sign that his soul was being corrupted by darkness. In the next instant, Thanos clenched his left fist. The infinity gauntlet on his hand began to glow with an orange light as the power of the soul stone activated, forcibly suppressing the corruption of his soul by the dark force. Damn it, Dormammu has arrived. The Ancient One has lost her mind to have absorbed so much energy from the dark dimension. Now, Thanos could sense that every living being in this star system was suddenly struck. Their eyes turned pitch black, the whites vanished, and mysterious symbols appeared on their foreheads. Almost immediately, they began to attack anything around them with a frenzied madness. The souls of ordinary people couldn't resist the corruption of the dark power for even a second. They became Dormammu's puppets in an instant. For a time, slaughter and death became the sole themes of this place. Back on Titan, Dr. Strange had already sent everyone through the portal, then hurriedly closed it just as the power of the dark dimension was about to surge through. Quick thinking, Thanos thought. Clearly, Strange already knew Dormammu was descending, and that there would be someone to stop it. Otherwise, how could Dr. Strange not know the harm Dormammu posed to the universe? If Dormammu arrived, the entire universe might be dragged into the dark dimension. Strange's decisiveness showed he must have seen these events. He knew it would be stopped, so he acted with confidence. But wait, Dormammu and the dark dimension are entities beyond this universe. How could the Time Stone foresee them? Unless some unknown beings have intervened. At this thought, Thanos' eyes lit up, and he looked up at the Ancient One before him. Now that he knew those entities were paying attention to what was happening here, he felt a sense of assurance in his heart. After all, even those who play chess need a chessboard, don't they? If someone tries to smash the chessboard, would the players simply stand by and do nothing? At this moment, the Ancient One had already been marked by Dormammu as a beacon, channeling the power of the dark dimension here, and the dark dimension itself was drawing ever closer to this universe. After a moment's thought, he clenched his left fist, once more invoking the power of the Soul Stone, but this time, he focused it on the Ancient One. The dark dimension is closing in. If we can't stop it in time, the entire universe will be swallowed up, Blue Star included. Is this really the outcome you want? Since those higher entities are watching, there's no way they'd allow the Ancient One to be completely consumed by darkness. If that happened, the game couldn't even continue. Sure enough, under the influence of the Soul Stone, the Ancient One's soul, which had been utterly corrupted by darkness, was miraculously purified a little. In no time, the darkness faded from her eyes, revealing a moment of clarity. The next instant, she noticed the surrounding waves of dark energy, as well as the dark dimension drawing ever nearer. Her expression changed dramatically. As the guardian of Kamartaj, she knew all too well how powerful Dormammu was, and she understood the catastrophic consequences should the dark dimension breach this universe. Without hesitation, she turned to Thanos and said, "Kill me now. Only if I die will Dormammu lose his anchor and be unable to get close to this place." Thanos shook his head and replied, "Dormammu has already locked onto your soul. Even if I kill you, it won't make any difference." Although Dormammu had not yet fully arrived, his gaze had already fixed on this universe through the Ancient One's soul. The Soul Stone could alter a soul, but it could not destroy one. That was a power reserved for beings on the scale of the multiverse. If a soul couldn't be destroyed, then killing the Ancient One would be futile. Upon hearing this, the Ancient One immediately understood what Thanos meant, and she asked anxiously, "Then what should we do?" A faint smile appeared on Thanos' face. He raised his left hand and said calmly, "I have the Soul Stone. While I can't destroy a soul, I can change it. If you cooperate with me to purge the darkness from your soul, Dormammu's hold can be broken. To change a soul, how that change unfolds is entirely up to him. It looks like those players on the cosmic chessboard might have to forfeit a piece." Without a second thought, the Ancient One nodded and said, "Let's begin." For her, the safety of the entire universe far outweighed her own fate. As for what the other might do to her soul in the process, she could no longer afford to worry about that. Seeing the Ancient One's resolve, Thanos nodded as well and immediately activated the Power Stone on the Infinity Gauntlet. A brilliant purple light began to pulse and flicker. In addition to increasing the user's physical strength and energy, the Power Stone can also recharge the other Infinity Stones. Right after that, the orange Soul Stone set in the Infinity Gauntlet began to shine with a radiant glow. In the next instant, an unfathomable and mysterious force surged, washing over the Ancient One's soul and halting the spread of the strange runes on her body. At first, the Ancient One instinctively resisted this power. She felt some of her memories shifting, and even her beliefs and thoughts were gradually being distorted. But when she thought of all the lives in the universe, she chose to surrender her resistance, even opening herself willingly to this transformation. With her acceptance, the mysterious runes on her body slowly faded, and her corroded soul began to be purified. Witnessing this, Dormammu, who projected himself into the scene, instantly flew into a rage. His roar reverberated so powerfully that it seemed to make the entire star system tremble. Yet all Dormammu could do was roar. He made no move to act. He might be able to break free from the Dark Dimension and descend into this universe to confront Thanos directly. But the Marvel Universe is a perilous place. If he dared to leave the Dark Dimension, it was likely that, in the very next moment, some other beings would waste no time in teaching him a harsh lesson about being a demon god. After all, over the years he had devoured countless realities, drawing the attention and enmity of many powerful entities. Within his own dimension, a dimensional demon god's power is immense, strong enough to wrestle with multiversal beings. And as long as their dimension exists, they themselves are immortal. But once they leave their home dimension and lose that source of power, then even the mightiest among them could be easily overpowered, or destroyed outright, by multiversal entities. Thanos had long since learned the secret from the Collector. The old man, despite his unimpressive power, had survived for 3 billion years and knew countless hidden truths. That's why Thanos didn't care about Dormammu's threats. Instead, he intensified the purification of the darkness within the Ancient One's soul. As the mysterious runes faded from her body, her soul grew ever purer. Dormammu's hold on her began to waver and slip. This made him even more desperate, and he poured his will into drawing the Dark Dimension ever closer to this universe. As long as he arrived before his lock faded completely, it wouldn't matter if the Ancient One's soul was purified. Time ticked by, and the runes on the Ancient One's body dwindled. Her corrupted soul showed signs of recovery. Yet on Dormammu's shifting, mosaic-like face, a smile began to form. He could sense it. This universe was now within his reach. With just a bit more effort, the Dark Dimension could engulf this reality. And when that happened, the Dark Dimension would grow even more powerful. But at that very moment, Dormammu's triumphant grin froze in place. The Dark Dimension could no longer draw any closer to this universe. He immediately realized that some other powerful beings had intervened. Without delay, he shifted his gaze beyond the borders of the Dark Dimension. In the chaotic expanse of the universe, he caught sight of a tiny figure. This being's skin seemed forged from steel, gleaming with a metallic sheen, and 6 eyes glowed a fierce crimson. It was a celestial. Of course, a celestial's stature could hardly be called tiny. They stood over 100,000 kilometers tall. Yet compared to the vastness of the Dark Dimension, such a giant was almost negligible, barely worth noticing. At this moment, the celestial extended 4 massive arms in the endless chaos, radiating an intense divine light, resolutely blocking the entrance to the Dark Dimension. "You dare stand in my way?" Seeing that it was only a celestial of single-universe scale, Dormammu's dark energies erupted in a torrent. Had it been a multiversal celestial, he would have retreated without hesitation. But facing just a single-universe celestial, he had nothing to fear. In the blink of an eye, the Dark Dimension tore open a rift, and a flood of boundless dark energy surged toward his adversary. If the celestial were struck, even if it didn't perish, it would be gravely wounded. But in the very next instant, the celestial vanished in a bizarre flash, gone as if it had never been there at all. Dormammu knew immediately that a greater power was at work behind the scenes. He dared not utter a word of complaint. All he could do was continue searching for the corrupted soul of the Ancient One. But now he couldn't sense it at all. Clearly, some stronger force had intervened, rapidly purifying the Ancient One's soul, severing Dormammu's link to that universe's coordinates.
No.
"Curse you!" With a furious roar, Dormammu slammed the rift in the Dark Dimension shut. Not one to waste resources, he tried to reclaim the dark energy he had just unleashed. After all, that blast alone was equivalent to the power of 1,000 stars. Yet, to his dismay, he found himself unable to control that energy. It was completely beyond his reach. "Damn you, Celestial!" and whoever's lurking in the shadows. Dormammu's expression darkened with frustration, for he knew this loss was unavoidable. He'd been thoroughly outmaneuvered. Back in the physical universe, Thanos had sensed the dark dimension drawing ever closer. The Ancient One's soul still remained only half purified. Then, all at once, a mysterious force swept in, purifying the Ancient One's soul in an instant and severing the dark dimension's connection. This confirmed Thanos' suspicions. The beings behind the Ancient One had intervened. Unfortunately, his own efforts to reshape the Ancient One's soul had also been disrupted. This opponent truly left him no opening to exploit. He wondered how the Ancient One was doing now. Just as he was about to ask about her, the world around him was suddenly swallowed by darkness. An unimaginably powerful and intensely pure wave of dark energy surged toward the star system, where he was located. Wait, hadn't he already cut off the connection to the dark dimension? Where could this energy be coming from? If Dormammu were here to witness this, he would have realized that this was the very attack he had launched moments ago. Except, the connection had been severed and the energy redirected, now being used against Thanos himself. Faced with such an unprecedented threat, Thanos quickly pieced the situation together in his mind. What a cunning move, using another's weapon to slay an enemy. That mysterious being had used Thanos as a tool to block Dormammu's arrival, while also seizing the chance to eliminate this chess piece from the board. It had to be the one playing cosmic chess with the goddess of death. The Celestials, perhaps? Or maybe one of the other 5 primeval gods. But now was no time to ponder such questions. With catastrophe bearing down upon him, he barked, "System, if you don't act now, I'll be gone, and you won't fare any better." As for the goddess of death, he had never held out hope for her help. They had made their agreement clear from the start. He would receive a portion of her power in exchange for harvesting souls on her behalf. To grant him that power, she had made it clear she would never intervene directly for him. So now, his only hope was the system. What consequences might come from exposing it?
There was no time to worry about that now.
In the blink of an eye, just as the dark energy from another dimension pierced through space and reached Thanos, the system's voice finally rang out.
Ding.
Host has obtained the power of 10 million stars. At those words, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Thanos' mouth. Just as he suspected, the system could not bear to lose him. In an instant, a tremendous energy began to gather within him, causing his aura to soar ever higher. But in that very moment, the dark energy from the other realm engulfed him and the entire star nearby. A deafening rumble echoed through the void. Titan, its moons, and every object in the system, even the star itself, were consumed and obliterated by the overwhelming darkness. Yet amidst that pitch-black tide, a brilliant white light suddenly slashed through the void, illuminating the entire star system. There stood Thanos, like a colossal beacon, unwavering in the heart of the cosmos. The Ancient One had bowed, stood quietly by his side. Next, the immense stellar power radiating from Thanos shattered the darkness, dispersing it until it faded away. In the end, light drove out the darkness, once more. The universe returned to its tranquil state. But now, Thanos' power of 10 million stars was gone as well. Watching the titanic force recede into cooldown, he nodded in satisfaction. The power just now definitely reached the level of the multiverse. This system is usually so stingy, always hoarding every little thing. But at least he managed to squeeze something out of it this time. Even though it's only the power of 10 million stars and will need over 8 years to recharge, it's still a decent trump card to keep for the future. Honestly, if the system truly hadn't saved him just now, all he could have done was curl up and protect himself. This dark energy might be formidable, but in the end, it's too dispersed, and without anyone to control it. It simply couldn't kill someone who possesses the Power Stone. Though, in that case, the Ancient One would probably have perished. No, that being would likely have taken the Ancient One away. After a while, he looked down at Titan, which was now half corroded, and at the extinguished stars in the distance. He simply shook his head with a faint sigh. Fortunately, the Black Dwarf, Nebula, Hela, and Laufey were already on their way to Earth. Otherwise, his losses would have been severe. Whoever's behind the Ancient One really calculated every move to perfection. But they definitely didn't expect that he still had a hidden ace. Thinking of this, he turned to look at the Ancient One, who stood beside him with her head bowed. "How are you feeling now?" The Ancient One, eyes lowered, seemed unable to meet Thanos' gaze. She replied coldly, "Master, I feel extremely unwell. My mind is completely in chaos." Seeing this, Thanos immediately understood that the presence behind the Ancient One was up to its tricks again. When he purified the dark energy from her soul, he had also subtly altered her soul's memories. Now, even though she called him Master, there was none of that former respect in her voice. After a moment's thought, he still asked, "Tell me about your experiences." Altering soul memories is a delicate task. It's not enough to simply make someone acknowledge you as their superior. Otherwise, if their beliefs and experiences clash, it would cause their soul to descend into chaos and eventually shatter. Just now, he had only changed certain insights within the Ancient One's soul memories. For example, he made her see the ruthless, survival of the fittest nature of the universe, so she came to agree with his ideals and actions, and thus joined his cause. Upon hearing his question, the Ancient One frowned and stammered, "I remember, 1,000 years ago, I think I fought against Asgard. Then I discovered the true nature of this universe." Although her memories weren't entirely coherent, they were mostly in line with the changes Thanos had made. However, deep down, she still hadn't let go of her obsession with protecting Earth. The fierce determination to defend Earth still burned within her. After listening to her, Thanos began to weigh his options. The presence behind the Ancient One was probably a member of the Celestials. After all, only the Celestials would care so much about Earth. That planet, after all, was about to give birth to a new Celestial. After making his calculations, Thanos took the Ancient One to other planets. He then arranged for her to embark on the conquest of the galaxy. Since the Ancient One was so deeply attached to protecting Blue Star, Thanos decided not to involve her in the conquest of that planet, so as to avoid any unforeseen complications. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Thanos sat aboard the Sanctuary 2, now equipped once again with the repaired Tyrant's Blade and Tyrant's Armor, and arrived at the edge of the solar system. Upon reaching this point, he suddenly understood why the Celestial behind the Ancient One had sought to use Dormammu to outmaneuver him. 10 interstellar fortresses, each nearly half the size of the moon, thousands of large warships, tens of thousands of medium warships, and 1,000,000 small warships loomed before him. There were also countless supply ships and support vessels. Altogether, they numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Over 1,000,000 warships were being mobilized to attack a planet that hadn't even reached the status of a level 1 civilization. No wonder the Celestial behind the Ancient One was unable to sit still. Yet, since the Celestials hadn't intervened directly, there clearly must be some rule that restrained their actions. Reflecting on his own battle with Odin, the very aftermath of which could destroy several planets, Thanos suddenly saw the truth. If the players themselves stepped onto the chessboard, the other side would be sure to do the same. And once both players began to fight, the chessboard itself would be shattered in the chaos. To protect the chessboard, the true players could never take the field themselves. Hence, the only option was to use Dormammu in a cunning scheme against him. If he were to die, Hela and Laufey would inevitably turn on each other, while the Black Order would begin vying for power. In that scenario, the crisis facing Blue Star would naturally dissolve on its own. When the time was right, and a new Celestial was born, the game would be complete. Unfortunately for his adversaries, they had not anticipated that he possessed a system of his own. Even the Ancient One had been brought under his command. After a short while, Thanos received 8 incoming communication requests. He answered them, and soon the images of the Black Order, Nebula, Hela, and Laufey appeared before him. The Black Order and Nebula still knelt on one knee, showing their respect, while Hela and Laufey merely bowed. Thanos wasted no words on pleasantries. With a wave of his hand, he ordered the assault to begin. Having been outmaneuvered by the Celestials, he was determined not to give fate any more time to twist his plans, so he advanced the timetable for the all-out attack. Under Thanos' command, the 10 interstellar fortresses were the first to pierce through the Kuiper Belt, entering the heart of the solar system. Hot on their heels came the 1,000,000-strong armada of warships. Back on Blue Star, the human leaders quickly detected these developments through the Harper telescope. They immediately formed an emergency coalition, uniting the planet's strength for one last desperate struggle. At that moment, the sun was setting on the horizon. People, freed from the day's labors, began to leave work and return home, settling down for dinner and savoring those rare moments of peace. The streets and alleys were gradually growing quiet and deserted. Yet inside the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. in New York, the atmosphere was bustling and lively. The Illuminati, the Brotherhood, the X-Men, the Knights of the Round Table, SWORD, Wakanda, Kamartaj, Atlantis, the Guardians of the Galaxy, even the Nova Corps had sent their representatives. Altogether, there were several hundred people gathered. It could be said that every notable force on Blue Star, and even those from beyond, had assembled at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. And why here? Naturally, it was because S.H.I.E.L.D. now possessed the Cosmic Cube. At that moment, Dr. Strange suddenly opened his eyes, his voice grave as he declared, "Thanos is coming." The gathered heroes stirred restlessly at his words. At last, let me be the one to kick his butt. To be honest, I've never seen so many superheroes show up just to take down a single villain. right? If Doctor Strange hadn't called me, I wouldn't even have known there were this many superheroes out there. When we're done, where are we going to celebrate? Though Doctor Strange repeatedly stressed the might of Thanos, the superheroes who had never left Blue Star had no real concept of what a cosmic warlord meant. With so many heroes present, and the military backing them, most of them saw this mission as little more than a formality. And one could hardly blame them. After all, most of these superheroes were ordinary people before gaining their powers, and now many believed themselves invincible. This was especially true for the mutants. They focused only on how to control their powers, not on how to expand them. Their vision was limited, and so was their imagination of true power. Among this crowd of superheroes, only a few, the Guardians of the Galaxy, some Nova Corps members, and a handful of far-sighted individuals, wore expressions of genuine concern. At that moment, Magneto, helmet gleaming, floated over to join Professor X. Looking at his old friend in the wheelchair, Magneto allowed himself a rare smile. For us mutants, this is our one chance at survival. The Security Council had already promised Magneto that, if he could lead the Brotherhood to help defeat Thanos, they would sign the Mutant Registration Act into law, making mutant identities legal. To that end, they had even released him from prison. No wonder he saw this as the only hope for mutant survival. But Professor X, gazing at his old friend's white hair, looked worried and spoke in a grave tone. I fear things won't be that simple. Now a member of the Illuminati, he knew some of the classified information that the higher-ups were keeping quiet, so he couldn't share Magneto's optimism. Just then, Black Bolt, clad in black leather with his signature tuning fork crown, walked over and gave his friend a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Right after, Tony Stark, encased in his 3-meter-tall battle armor, strode up from the side. Guys, what do you think of my anti-Thanos armor? When the time comes, I'll punch that so-called Thanos straight into pieces. Nearby, Dr. Banner walked over, his eyes full of envy. I have to say, I think this suit would look even better on me. Tony heard this and couldn't help but look a little embarrassed. In truth, this armor was originally called the Hulkbuster, but after learning about Thanos' arrival, he'd hastily renamed it the Anti-Thanos armor. Just then, a dazzling, multicolored figure streaked across the sky. With a whistling roar, the newcomer landed swiftly in the midst of the crowd. Doctor Strange recognized her at once and moved forward to greet her. Captain Marvel, we've been waiting for you. Are you ready? The newcomer was none other than Captain Marvel, who narrowly survived Thanos' fist. But now, she was enveloped in a shimmering, prismatic glow, her energy radiating so strongly that every superhero around her instinctively tensed. None of them had ever seen such a showy entrance from a superhero. Not far away, Tony found himself wondering if he ought to add some lighting effects to his next suit, just to make sure everyone noticed him, too. Captain Marvel glanced around at the assembled group, her brow furrowing immediately. This is it? Just a bunch of small fry? Are we sending them to their doom? As a survivor of Thanos' onslaught, she knew all too well the extent of his power. These heroes might be big shots on Earth, but not a single one of them had even reached the level of an elder god. How could they hope to take on Thanos in the vastness of space? And was that just an ordinary person among them? Doctor Strange, clutching the book of the Vishanti, could only shake his head in resignation.
We don't have a choice. There are just too many small fry.
With Thanos' fleet of warships, if they didn't rally every ally they could, they might not even get a chance to face Thanos himself. At that moment, a flaming skeleton in a leather jacket strode into their midst. Let's get started already. If we wait any longer, I might not be able to stop myself from passing judgment on these guys. Doctor Strange looked at Ghost Rider, rubbing his temples in exasperation. This guy had a power called the Penance Stare, capable of purifying guilty souls, and he was only here to help restrain Thanos a little. But the thing about that purification was that it didn't always discriminate between friend and foe. Several superheroes had already been purified just after his arrival. In the end, Strange had to isolate Ghost Rider in a separate room. We're about to begin. Beside him, Captain Marvel eyed Ghost Rider with curiosity. In all her years, she'd never encountered a magical creature quite like him. Ghost Rider noticed someone meeting his gaze and stared right back. His passive skill, the Penance Stare, immediately activated. But alas, when he tried it on Captain Marvel, after a moment, his Penance Stare quietly faded away. Although Captain Marvel was proud and arrogant, she had never believed she had done anything wrong, nor did she ever think she had committed a crime. Therefore, the Penance Stare had absolutely no effect on her. This left Ghost Rider utterly shocked. Ever since he forged his pact with Mephisto decades ago, he had rarely encountered anyone who could withstand the judgment of the Penance Stare. Aside from Captain America, this radiant woman was only the second. Even Doctor Strange would likely have been purified by him if not for the protection of the Book of the Vishanti. At that moment, called by Doctor Strange, the surrounding heroes gathered around. Everyone, we're about to open the portal. Please get ready. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted in the crowd. Look, something's appeared in the sky. Wow, what is that? It's so beautiful. Is that the aurora? How gorgeous. Ribbons of light, like colorful meteors, streamed across the sky, dazzling in their beauty. Yet Doctor Strange merely glanced up indifferently before turning to Black Panther. T'Challa, it's up to Wakanda now. Standing nearby, T'Challa, the Black Panther, nodded promptly. He raised his hand and spoke. Shuri, activate the shield. Far away in Wakanda, Shuri received her brother's command and immediately began working at the supercomputer. In no time, a massive transparent energy shield appeared over Wakanda. However, this shield only stretched about 1,000 kilometers across, covering just a fraction of Earth's surface. Without delay, at Doctor Strange's command, the sorcerers of Kamar-Taj began their incantations. Layer upon layer of golden shields extended from Wakanda's energy barrier, causing it to expand rapidly. In an instant, its diameter surpassed 10,000 kilometers, covering one entire face of the planet. Moments later, the distant lights descended upon the shield, igniting waves of brilliant flashes. Suddenly, the dark side of Earth shone as brightly as midday. People all across the Americas, whether asleep or awake, were drawn to this unexpected spectacle of light. Doctor Strange, having witnessed this scene countless times within the Time Stone, clapped his hands and announced loudly, "Fellow superheroes, our time is short. Those brilliant lights in the sky are attacks launched by Thanos' forces. Right now, from 800 million kilometers away, they are using something called a stellar fortress to fire anti-particle beam cannons and warp-speed light cannons straight at us. If we can't stop them in time, then in just 2 hours, both Wakanda and Kamar-Taj will be depleted, and Earth will be left defenseless. So we have to act now and stop them." With that, Doctor Strange turned his gaze toward the one-eyed, bald-headed Nick Fury. Nick nodded and immediately had his SHIELD agents bring over the Tesseract. Doctor Strange picked up the Tesseract with one hand while using the other to draw a circle in the air. In the next instant, a massive golden portal opened before them. On the other side of the portal was the vacuum of space, and not far away loomed a colossal asteroid. Upon the asteroid, you could clearly see rows of turrets and various bases. It was obvious, this was Thanos' interstellar fortress. Before Doctor Strange could say a word, Captain Marvel, glowing with radiant energy, soared through the portal ahead of everyone else. Right behind her were Black Bolt, Magneto, Tony Stark, Black Panther, Falcon, and other heroes. After securing their oxygen masks, they quickly ran through the gateway. Any hero Doctor Strange had summoned for this mission possessed at least Superman-level strength. So there was no need for bulky spacesuits. 800 million kilometers from Earth, there was a planet over 1,000 times the size of Earth, Jupiter. Now, surrounding Jupiter, in addition to its 79 moons, there were 10 more interstellar fortresses and over 1,000,000 starships. 1,000,000 starships may sound like a lot, but in the vastness of space, it's a mere drop in the ocean. In fact, all those ships together didn't even amount to the size of a single planet. The only things of any real scale were those 10 interstellar fortresses. At this moment, Thanos was in Sanctuary 2, eyes closed, meditating. But he soon sensed something. On a nearby fortress, a portal had appeared. A brilliant, multicolored light flashed, then instantly transformed into a figure wreathed in red flames, blazing like a living star. Sensing that familiar presence, Thanos immediately opened his eyes. It was Captain Marvel, and not just any Captain Marvel, but one in her binary form. So it seemed the last time Captain Marvel was saved, it must have been by the Celestials. But which Celestial? And who could have orchestrated her binary awakening? He wondered just how powerful this binary Captain Marvel had become. Thank you all so much for your support. The novel has now reached an 8.3 star rating. I'm truly grateful and very satisfied. In her binary form, Captain Marvel seemed to possess boundless energy. Clenching her fists, she unleashed a fierce red energy blast, which in an instant struck one of the interstellar fortresses. The fortress immediately activated its energy shield to block the attack. But Captain Marvel's energy was clearly on a whole new level compared to before. Soon, her attacks pierced through the Star Fortress's shields and struck the target. A thunderous explosion roared, one after another, echoing without pause. Just as a Star Fortress was about to be destroyed, a black longsword shot through the air. Captain Marvel quickly split her hands apart, freeing one to fire at the black sword. But she was clearly underestimating her opponent, because in no time, Even more black swords appeared all around her. Seeing this, Captain Marvel had no choice but to abandon the Star Fortress and focus both hands on dealing with the black swords. Yet even more black swords materialized. Suddenly, a wave of ultrasonic energy swept through, shattering every black sword. Not far away, Black Bolt stood with his mouth wide open, unleashing his superpower, his devastating sonic scream. No one could quite understand how he managed to produce ultrasound in the vacuum of space, but, defying all laws of physics, the spectacle unfolded right before their eyes. From a distance, Hela's face darkened as she approached. That level of power had to be on par with the Skyfather. Where had this come from? Were all these people truly from Earth? Back when she'd fought on Earth, she'd never encountered such beings. She recalled her battles with Earth's champions before Odin had sealed her in Hell. Aside from a bald man, none of them had ever worried her. Who would have thought, after 1,000 years, Earth had produced so many formidable heroes? Meanwhile, more and more superheroes kept stepping out of the portal. Iron Man, Ghost Rider, Magneto, Professor X, Black Panther, Ant-Man, Captain America, and so on. Seeing this, Hela immediately began to retreat. At that moment, Lao Fei and the Black Order finally arrived, albeit fashionably late. Then, towering and purple, Thanos appeared before everyone's eyes. A wave of relief washed over Hela. She wasn't sure when it had started, but as long as Thanos was present, she felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Thanos, however, paid no mind to Hela's reaction. His gaze was cold as he looked toward the portal. He hadn't expected the Celestials to prepare so many surprises for him. It wasn't just Captain Marvel. Nearly every noteworthy superhero had shown up. Their power might not be at their absolute peak, but they were far from weak. The heroes of Earth, upon seeing Thanos, lost their earlier bravado and quickly fell into line. That overwhelming, domineering presence left no room for lightheartedness. A moment later, Doctor Strange emerged from the portal, accompanied by Scarlet Witch, Mantis, Star-Lord, Gamora, Ghost Rider, and others. Upon seeing Thanos, Doctor Strange immediately raised the Book of the Vishani. Golden runes appeared in an instant, floating over each of the assembled heroes. These runes protected them from the dangers of the vacuum of space. At this moment, Black Bolt stepped past the gathered heroes, arms crossed over his chest, gazing at Thanos with a look of utter arrogance. Yet, due to his extraordinary powers, he remained silent. Standing beside him, Mr. Fantastic immediately spoke up. "Thanos, this is Black Bolt. With just a whisper, he could reduce you to ashes. If you turn back now, we might let you go." Because they were near the Star Fortress, there was just enough atmosphere here for his words to carry. Thanos narrowed his eyes at these words. Black Bolt's earlier attack had indeed reached the level of the Skyfathers, but among them, he was clearly among the weakest. Could he be hiding some devastating move? As he looked at Black Bolt, radiating supreme confidence, and at Doctor Strange, who kept casting spells as if victory was already assured, Thanos began to suspect that Black Bolt might be the ace up the god's sleeve. No, he couldn't take any chances. He would need to go all out. With that thought, Thanos clenched his left fist. Power surged from the Power Stone, a violet glow flickering to life. In an instant, he summoned his apocalypse energy and entered his conqueror state. His strength skyrocketed to the level of a cosmic powerhouse. He appeared right in front of Black Bolt and raised his tyrant's blade. In little more than a heartbeat, he unleashed 100 strikes. Strangely, Black Bolt didn't even attempt to dodge. He stood unmoved, letting every blow land upon him, as if he found Thanos' attacks beneath his notice. Was it possible that Black Bolt, aside from his sonic powers, also possessed cellular regeneration? No, just in case he would have to destroy even his cells. The next moment, apocalyptic energy roared through Thanos' entire body, then swept over Black Bolt. In less than half a second, Black Bolt vanished from the universe, as if he had never existed at all. Sensing his opponent's presence had utterly disappeared, Thanos frowned. That was almost too easy. Or, could it be that Black Bolt still had some hidden trump card? By now, Mr. Fantastic was completely stunned. What just happened? How did Thanos suddenly appear right in front of them, and where had Black Bolt gone? While Mr. Fantastic was still trying to make sense of it all, a flaming chain suddenly shot out from behind, wrapping itself around Thanos' arm. Seeing this, Mr. Fantastic exclaimed excitedly, "Thanos, this is Ghost Rider's power. He can purify the soul of any sinner. You'd best surrender now." From his perspective, Thanos was the most wicked being on Earth. Once Ghost Rider unleashed his ability, there would be no escape. Once Thanos was dead, dealing with the rest of his lackeys would be easy. At these words, Thanos gave Mr. Fantastic a strange look. Then, The infinity gauntlet on his left hand began to glow with a brilliant orange light. Soul Stone activate. In the distance, Ghost Rider said nothing. He simply fixed his gaze on Thanos, eyes burning with intensity. Soon, a surge of powerful soul energy began to sweep toward Thanos. At this moment, Ghost Rider felt a quiet sense of satisfaction. As long as a soul was found guilty by the judgment of Hellfire, it didn't matter how strong the enemy was. They were doomed. But after waiting a moment, the usual sight of his enemies bursting into Hellfire did not occur. Thanos merely looked at him with a puzzled expression. Thanos had passed the judgment of Hellfire? Just then, Thanos gave a sharp tug, yanking Ghost Rider right up to him in an instant. With a sickening crack, Ghost Rider's skull was snapped cleanly by Thanos' hands. Witnessing this, Mr. Fantastic finally snapped out of his shock. Your crimes are unforgivable. With a roar, he clenched his fist and thrust it forward. Yes, thrust. That was his power. His whole body could stretch and twist like rubber, his arms lengthening endlessly. Seeing Mr. Fantastic's attack, Thanos flashed forward in a blink, appearing right in front of him. He raised his blade, ready to strike down. But halfway through the swing, a thought flashed through Thanos' mind. He changed his attack from a slash to a slap, sending Mr. Fantastic flying instead. A chessboard can never be played by just one person. Yet from beginning to end, Thanos had only seen the Celestials making their moves, plotting every step. Not once had he seen the Goddess of Death act. Could it be that the Goddess of Death had abandoned him? That was impossible. If she had truly given up, then why had she sought him out not long ago, bestowing him with her power? It made no sense to think she simply had too much power to give away. The only explanation was that the Goddess of Death's true plan was still hidden from him. And this rubber man in front of him was too strange, endlessly explaining the abilities of others, as though afraid Thanos wouldn't notice. If he was right, this was the Goddess of Death's secret move. He hadn't expected her to plant someone among the Celestials' pieces. Truly, her calculations ran deep. That's precisely why Thanos hadn't rushed to kill Mr. Fantastic. In the rear, Dr. Strange watched as Mr. Fantastic was swatted away, a strange feeling stirring in his heart. For in the future he'd seen with the Time Stone, Mr. Fantastic was killed outright, not just knocked aside. This made Dr. Strange recall the words Ancient One had asked Thor to pass on. But he quickly shook his head. Now was not the time for such thoughts. The most important thing now was to focus everything on stopping Thanos. Very quickly, his fingers flew through intricate gestures, and another wide-area spell was unleashed. Shields of magic sprang up around every superhero. Meanwhile, seeing both Black Bolt and Ghost Rider dispatched in an instant, the assembled heroes were struck with shock and disbelief. Especially Professor X and Captain America. They, more than anyone, understood just how formidable Black Bolt truly was. It could be said that, in terms of strength, the opponent ranked among the very top on Blue Star, one of the rare elite few. No one expected him to be instantly annihilated without even the slightest chance to react. Seeing that the superheroes of Blue Star seemed to be stunned by his might, Thanos immediately ordered the surrounding cosmic warships to open fire. After all, he wasn't fighting alone. He had brought more than 1,000,000 troops with him. In the next moment, the surrounding forces powered up their laser cannons and unleashed a barrage of attacks. Fortunately, Dr. Strange had cast a group defensive spell, so even when the superheroes were struck by the lasers, they were mostly unharmed. Upon witnessing this, Captain Marvel charged directly at the nearby warships. It was clear that Thanos had left a psychological scar on her. For now, she couldn't bring herself to face him head-on. At this moment, Dr. Strange held his fingers in a mystical gesture and continued to cast spell after spell, calling out, "Heroes, the time has come for us to fight Thanos to the very end." The heroes, fired up by his words, surged forward with renewed vigor. For Blue Star. For justice. For Wakanda. Justice will prevail. Evil will fall. Hulk. Smash. Thanos looked at this motley crew charging toward him and merely lifted his left hand, waving it lightly. Behind him, the Black Order, Lao Fei, and Hela immediately rushed forward to meet the attack. Though the 7 of them were vastly outnumbered, their individual power was on a completely different scale. Both Hela and Lao Fei possessed true godlike strength, not like Black Bolt, whose power was far less reliable. If not for Dr. Strange's protective shield, they could have wiped out their enemies in the blink of an eye. Even the Black Order was overwhelming their opponents with ease. At this point, it had to be said, Blue Star's superheroes had a serious flaw. They were extremely lopsided in their abilities. Take the late Black Bolt, for example. If he unleashed his full power, his sonic attack could reach the level of a god, strong enough to destroy a planet. But Black Bolt's physical strength, constitution, and agility were woefully lacking. He didn't even have time to react when Thanos appeared before him, and his body's defenses crumbled like tofu, sliced apart without resistance. This was a common weakness among the superheroes of Blue Star. They were all highly specialized, with very few well-rounded heroes. Take the Hulk, now charging at Thanos. His sheer physical strength had indeed reached godlike heights. But his speed and mental resilience were far too low. With a flash from the Mind Stone on Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet, the Hulk was instantly brought under control and turned against his own teammates. The reason for this was simple. Very few of these superheroes had gained their powers through personal cultivation. Their abilities almost always came from strange encounters and various mutations. Here is the English translation, preserving the original paragraph structure and literary tone. He was using the Hulk as an example. The Hulk's power came entirely from an experiment. Although he gained the ability to grow stronger the angrier he became, the price was the birth of the uncontrollable Hulk persona. Once he transformed, he could no longer control himself. Despite possessing the strength to move mountains and seas, he was left bounding across the planet, unable even to fly. At that moment, from afar, Dr. Strange saw the Hulk losing control and hurriedly formed a series of magical gestures with his fingers. In an instant, a magical prison snapped shut around the Hulk. Deprived of anything solid to push against, the Hulk could only flail helplessly in the vacuum. As chaos raged among the heroes, a succession of fireworks lit up the distant sky. Captain Marvel, like a human cannonball, tore through one cosmic warship after another, and now she aimed herself at an interstellar fortress, plunging headlong into it. Seeing this, Thanos immediately prepared to fly over and intercept her. If someone like her was allowed to attack unchecked, his entire army might be wiped out by a single individual. But just then, several miniature missiles suddenly streaked toward him. After a series of thunderous explosions, Thanos emerged completely unscathed. From a distance, Iron Man saw this and immediately soared over in his anti-Thanos armor. "Stop right there." Thanos turned, gave him a calm glance, and then the Mind Stone on his left hand began to glow once more. In a flash, a blue light flickered in Iron Man's eyes. He whirled around and shouted loudly, "Join the glorious evolution." The next moment, he unleashed his full arsenal, attacking his former teammates. Caught off guard, his nearby allies suffered the consequences. But soon, Professor X stepped in. He pressed his fingers to his temples and invaded Iron Man's mind, breaking Thanos' control. Without pause, he freed the Hulk's mind as well. Then, turning his focus to Thanos, Professor X sent his psychic energy probing forward. But it was as though he had struck solid steel. He couldn't penetrate Thanos' mental defenses at all. At that instant, Thanos smiled and then opened his mind. Immediately, he and Professor X were locked in a battle of wills. Professor X found himself in a boundless void, surrounded by utter darkness. Towering before him stood Thanos, aglow with the power of the Infinity Stones, a vibrant orange light emanating from them. With a mighty roar, Professor X's expression changed rapidly, his face shifting from blue to purple, then gradually calming, his gaze towards Thanos filling with boundless reverence. It was the Soul Stone at work. Thanos was altering him on the very level of the soul. Such a transformation was far beyond mere mind control, much more draining, and not as instantaneous, but altogether more profound. Although a long time seemed to pass in the spiritual realm, only a single second had slipped by in reality. Thanos quickly withdrew from the spiritual world and then shot toward Captain Marvel. But at that moment, Professor X suddenly let slip a wicked, enchanting smile. Before he could act, Dr. Strange had already stopped casting spells for the heroes. He turned to look at Professor X, his hands forming mystical seals once more. Professor X immediately fell unconscious. It was clear that Dr. Strange had already foreseen this moment within the Time Stone. Thanos gazed at Dr. Strange, who stood several kilometers away, and a peculiar feeling stirred in his heart. Dr. Strange was the most crucial piece chosen by the Celestials. If he could just kill him, everything could be resolved swiftly. With this thought, Thanos narrowed his eyes, calculated his next move, gripped his tyrant blade tightly, and charged forward. Just then, a torrent of metal surged toward him from nearby. Seeing this, Thanos was forced to halt and swung his blade in a powerful arc. With a deafening crash, the metal flood was instantly shattered. But soon, the scattered metal reassembled, surging toward him once more. Although the attack did little harm, it was endlessly vexing and obscured his vision. Thanos realized this had to be the work of someone's superpower. Only by eliminating the one wielding this ability could he put an end to the metal assault. If he remembered correctly, there was someone in the Marvel world who could control magnetic fields. Who was it again? Meanwhile, 7 or 8 kilometers away, Magneto hid among the crowd, pouring all his energy into manipulating the torrent of metal against the enemy. At first, he had intended to control Thanos' armor and weapons. However, the energy radiating from Thanos was simply too intense. No matter how many times Magneto tried, he couldn't affect the magnetic field around him. All he could do was control the metal from afar. At that moment, Mr. Fantastic had already flown back to the battlefield. Thanks to Thanos holding back earlier and his own rubberized body, Mr. Fantastic had quickly recovered. Now, seeing Thanos hindered by the metal flood, his confidence swelled once more. Thanos, you'd better surrender quietly. This is Magneto. He controls magnetic fields and can command any metal. Hearing this, Thanos turned to glance at Mr. Fantastic, a look of approval flashing in his eyes. In the next instant, he vanished from sight.
He remembered now.
Magneto, that old man with a mane of white hair and a helmet. In the blink of an eye, Thanos reappeared right in front of Magneto, bringing his tyrant blade down in a merciless strike. Magneto's aged face was still frozen in confusion. He barely had time to react as Thanos' attack bore down upon him. Only Doctor Strange's protective shield flashed briefly, but in the very next moment, Thanos' weapon shattered the barrier and struck off his head. In an instant, the overwhelming pressure from within and without caused Magneto's blood to gush out as if there were no end to it. His head floated in the vacuum, turning until it faced Mr. Fantastic. In those eyes, there was nothing but confusion. They seemed to ask, "Why would you betray me?" After killing Magneto, Thanos glanced at the nearby enemies, whose strange costumes caught his attention. One of them even had wings. Without a second thought, he casually cut them all down with a few swift swings of his blade. Just then, a sudden beam of red energy shot toward him. Yet, when it struck, it caused no harm at all. At most, he felt a faint warmth. Turning to look, Thanos saw it came from a short-haired white man. The laser had fired straight from the man's eyes. At the man's side stood a young woman with long, vibrant red hair, beautiful, but clearly not in a stable state of mind. Something about her seemed off. In the blink of an eye, Thanos appeared beside the man with glowing eyes and with a few casual swings, cut him into several pieces. Jean watched as one of her lovers was slain before her eyes, disbelief etched across her face. A scream tore from her lips. With that scream, a vast surge of Phoenix force erupted from within her. Her eyes turned a deep, ominous red, and veins bulged visibly across her skin. Never in her life had she witnessed so much death as she had today. The trauma had taken a heavy toll on her mind, so ever since arriving in the vacuum of space to battle Thanos, her mental state had been tenuous at best. And now, seeing her lover butchered, she finally snapped. Her primary personality surged to the surface. Yes, the original personality. When Jean was a child, she awakened the Phoenix Force, but unable to control it, she brought devastation to her parents and even the entire town. Racked with guilt and remorse, she blamed herself deeply. It was then that a young Professor X found her and helped her seal away the Phoenix Force. He also sealed her primary personality, along with those traumatic memories. So, all these years, the Jean who appeared to the world was always her secondary personality. But now, with Professor X's soul twisted by Thanos, the seal was already weakened. Combined with the deaths of her companions and the brutal loss of her lover, her primary personality finally broke free once more. Quickly, the Phoenix Force surged through Jean's body, transforming into crimson, luminous tendrils that unfurled behind her like the wings of an avenging angel. At the sight of the Phoenix Force, Thanos instantly recalled the files he had studied long ago. The Phoenix Force possesses nearly limitless energy, granting its host an unfathomable boost in power, rendering them immortal and indestructible. It can even manipulate subatomic particles, effortlessly shatter any spatial dimension or timeline, and bring about the rebirth or total annihilation of all things within the universe, even the universe itself. While destroying a universe may not seem particularly remarkable in the Marvel world, it still illustrates the tremendous potential of the Phoenix Force. At that moment, seeing that the host of the Phoenix Force was not attacking him right away, and in fact seemed hostile toward everyone, Thanos suddenly understood something. He glanced toward Doctor Strange in the distance, then clenched his left hand. The orange soul stone on the Infinity Gauntlet began to glow. Several miles away, Doctor Strange immediately noticed Thanos' movement and called out excitedly, "This is our only chance." Everyone attacked together. In the timelines he had seen, Thanos would spend 2 seconds this time to control Jean. And those 2 seconds would be the turning point in their battle. As soon as he finished speaking, Doctor Strange drew a circle in the air before him, and a portal instantly sprang open. "Mantis!" he shouted, and Mantis immediately understood, charging through the portal. The next moment, a portal opened directly above Thanos' head. But just then, a faint smile curled at the corner of Thanos' mouth. He turned and seized Mantis by the throat. Without hesitation, he squeezed hard. With a sickening sound, Mantis's skull burst like a watermelon, sending fragments flying. Though 5 centuries had dulled his memory of most of the story, he could never forget the iconic scene from Avengers Endgame, where Star-Lord's punch changed everything. And in this plot, Mantis and Doctor Strange were the crucial pieces. One could hypnotize even Celestials, the other wielded the Time Stone, capable of reversing time itself. Knowing the story, and knowing Doctor Strange would try to save Star-Lord with Mantis, how could he possibly be caught off guard? Earlier, when dealing with Professor X, he could have used the Mind Stone to control him outright. But to give Doctor Strange an opening, he had deliberately used the Soul Stone instead. When his opponent didn't take the bait, he continued to lure them with the Phoenix Force host. He hadn't expected the fish to actually bite. From afar, Doctor Strange watched events unfold completely differently from what he had seen in the timeline. A chill swept over his whole body, and he couldn't help but tremble. Why was it? In the timeline, after Mantis subdued Thanos, everyone rushed forward to seize the Infinity Gauntlet, with Wanda leading the charge as their main force to kill the enemy. Even if, at first, many things had deviated from what he'd seen in the timeline, overall, things had still stayed on course. No one could have imagined that the plan would end just as it was beginning. Without Mantis's control, the group had no way of removing Thanos' gauntlet. How could they possibly fight him now? At that moment, the 5 members of the Guardians of the Galaxy stared in disbelief at Mantis's lifeless body. This was their companion, someone who had traveled alongside them for so long, and who had even saved their lives more than once. And yet, just like that, she was gone. Especially Gamora. She looked at her father, still mercilessly slaughtering everything in his path, and suddenly, he felt like a stranger to her. She had always believed that, though her father could be domineering and his word was law, what he enjoyed most was testing her strength, not senseless killing. It was impossible for her not to care about her father. After all, decades of upbringing and affection are not bonds that can simply be severed. Before long, she flew close to Thanos, tears streaming down her face as she shouted angrily, "Father, is this what you wanted? Endless killing and destruction? Why can't there be peace?" At that moment, Thanos had just grabbed a small figure attempting to ambush him. This one was clad in sleek black armor, resembling a wildcat. Though not especially powerful, the armor itself was impressive, made of vibranium, capable of absorbing energy. Hearing Gamora's words, Thanos crushed his opponent with a forceful grip, then turned to look at his daughter. Peace? Once they've learned to submit, or once they're all dead, then there will be peace. To be honest, Thanos had never truly considered peaceful coexistence with Earth. If he had, he wouldn't have launched a surprise long-range assault with his star fortress without so much as a warning. Gamora, struggling to accept this, questioned him with confusion. "Father, you weren't always like this. What changed you?" At that moment, several of the bald-headed women in red uniforms, Dora Milaje, saw their king killed by Thanos. Rage filled their eyes. They raised their spears and charged forward. For Wakanda. For the king. With a flurry of slashes, Thanos shattered their magical shields, sending them to join their king. Then he spoke. "Do you really know what my dream is?" Having said that, he lost all interest in arguing with his daughter. With a single blow, he sent her flying and headed straight for Doctor Strange in the distance. If he could kill this one, most of the battle would be decided. But Earth had no shortage of heroes, and soon, another figure blocked his path. This one wore a red jacket, twin katanas at the ready, and an endless stream of chatter. "So, you must be Thanos? My advice, go back to wherever you came from, or else, when I step in, your part in this play is over. You better believe I'm not someone you want to mess with." Before the other could finish speaking, Thanos grew impatient and swung his blade, severing the man's head with a single stroke. He realized he might have overestimated the superheroes of Blue Star. Many of them were just there to make up the numbers, lacking any real strength. Just as he was about to move forward, the voice he'd heard earlier rang out again. "You hurt me. Now I'm angry." Astonishingly, the man who'd just been decapitated pressed his head back onto his shoulders with his hands, and in no time at all, the wound healed completely. From a distance, Doctor Strange breathed a sigh of relief at the sight. Good thing Deadpool hadn't messed up. In the future he'd foreseen, it was precisely Deadpool's immortality that kept Thanos occupied, buying them crucial time to destroy the enemy's interstellar fortress and cosmic fleet. But just then Mr. Fantastic spoke up again. "Thanos, this is Mr. Deadpool. His power is MMPH. He was cut off mid-sentence, suddenly realizing he couldn't speak. Turning his head, He saw Doctor Strange glaring at him, his hands aglow with shimmering magic. This made Mr. Fantastic feel rather crestfallen. He knew he wasn't much of a fighter, so he only wanted to boost morale. But why wouldn't they let him speak? On the battlefield, as soon as Thanos heard the name Deadpool, he immediately remembered who this was. Rumor had it, in certain unofficial comics, this guy had slaughtered his way through the entire Marvel universe, even broken the fourth wall to hunt down the creators themselves. He possessed a near-immortal healing factor. So long as even a single cell or molecule remained, he could come back to life. But the fellow standing before him now clearly wasn't that powerful. Oh, and there was another rumor. They'd both once vied for the affection of Lady Death. But Thanos was no longer love-struck for Death, so that point was irrelevant now. Now that he knew who he was up against, things became simple. A surge of apocalyptic power flooded his body, coating his tyrant's blade, and he swung again. With the force of world-ending energy, Deadpool was swiftly reduced to fragments, utterly annihilated, down to the cellular level. This time, Deadpool could not speak again. Without hesitation, Thanos turned and soared toward Doctor Strange. This time, he had no intention of holding back. Ever since learning that the chess masters could not intervene, he had cast aside all restraint. When he'd first faced Captain Marvel, he could have killed her, but hesitated, wary of unknown cosmic forces interfering, and so he had let her go. But now, knowing those entities were barred from taking part, or at least could not do so lightly, what was there to fear? It was time to act without mercy. Meanwhile, the shape of the battle around them was coming into focus. The Black Order, facing a legion of superheroes, found themselves barely able to defend, but for now, defeat seemed a distant threat. He could even manage to kill a few careless enemies. This was mainly because that layer of magical shield was simply infuriating, allowing many superheroes to ignore attacks that weren't particularly strong. Lao Fei wielded the casket of ancient winters, freezing the surrounding superheroes again and again. Even when a magical shield was activated, it was still hard to withstand the might of the casket. Hellas Battle, in contrast, carried a kind of graceful elegance. She moved as if she were dancing. With every twist of her body, several black blades would shoot out. Though the enemies possessed magical shields, as long as more than 5 black blades struck at once, the defense would shatter instantly, killing the target outright. Farther away, the cosmic warships proved utterly ineffective and could only serve as target practice for the superheroes of Blue Star. Since both sides' top fighters were all mixed together, those cosmic warships naturally dared not open fire indiscriminately. At that moment, a massive burst of fire appeared in the distance. Captain Marvel, aglow in a brilliant red light, soared out from the blaze. She had just destroyed an interstellar fortress and was preparing to head for the next one. Doctor Strange watched as Thanos flew toward them, despair flickering in his eyes. Inside the Time Stone, Deadpool was not so easily slain. The Ancient One was right. After all, time could not be trusted. But now it was far too late for such thoughts. If Thanos could not be stopped, the universe would surely face its end. Only one final chance remained. With that thought, he turned to Wanda, who stood beside him clutching the Darkhold. A flash of resolve crossed his eyes. Across millions of timelines, he had actually glimpsed another way to win. He could pick up the Darkhold himself, plunging into darkness and never returning. They called it a path of no return for a reason. He had seen himself, after absorbing immense power from the Darkhold and slaying Thanos, becoming the next Thanos, bringing doom to the world. That was why, after obtaining the Darkhold, he had handed it over to Wanda without hesitation, barely daring to touch it, lest he fall to its temptation. But now, he had no choice but to use the Darkhold. Only this way could Thanos be defeated and the universe saved. For the sake of cosmic peace, for every life in the universe, he had to sacrifice himself. With this resolve, Doctor Strange's gaze hardened. He reached out his hand. A flash of light, and a magical whip appeared in his grasp, lashing out at Wanda. A pained, delicate cry rang out. Wanda clutched her wounded shoulder, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Doctor Strange in utter bewilderment. She had already been on edge with Thanos approaching, so she was completely unprepared for Doctor Strange's sudden attack. Weren't they comrades, fighting side by side against Thanos? Why would Doctor Strange hurt her? At this moment, she had completely forgotten that she still possessed chaos magic and never even considered fighting back. Having never experienced the events of Avengers, Age of Ultron, and just recently escaped from the Hydra base, her heart was as pure and blank as a sheet of white paper. "Forgive me, but this is the only way left to save the world," Doctor Strange said. He had no intention of killing Wanda. After seizing the Darkhold, he simply prepared to leave. But just then, a deep violet blast of energy suddenly surged forth. forcing him to halt the portal he was opening and hurriedly raise a protective shield. A deafening crash echoed through the air. The world-ending energy collided with the golden shield, bursting into a dazzling blaze of light. It turned out Thanos, seeing Dr. Strange's attempt to escape, unleashed a powerful energy attack. His destructive force clearly outmatched Dr. Strange's magic. Even with the Book of Vishanti, the difference was stark. In moments, the shield was shattered. But the sorcerers at Dr. Strange's side quickly conjured a second barrier, buying him precious seconds. Just as Thanos was about to press forward and finish them off, a woman clad in a red and blue bodysuit, wielding a round shield, suddenly appeared. She gripped her shield tightly, somehow managing to withstand Thanos' energy blast, and shouted, "Thanos, I can take you." But before she could finish, she saw Thanos stride past her, his blade flashing. Her vision began to blur. In her final glance, she seemed to glimpse her own lower body. Thanos had no interest in bantering with these unknown underlings. After dispatching her with a careless slash, he turned to pursue Dr. Strange, only to find the portal already opening as Strange prepared to escape. After all, the Darkhold didn't grant instant power. The spells within had to be studied before one grew stronger. Dr. Strange's plan was to flee somewhere deserted to study the dark magic, then return to defeat Thanos and save the world. Spotting Thanos closing in, he cast a spell that sent Wanda flying toward Thanos, buying himself more time. "Forgive me, this is for the sake of the universe." With that, he plunged headlong into the portal without a backward glance.
No.
"Help me." Seeing Thanos hurtling toward her, the red-haired woman screamed in terror, her face contorted with fear. Thanos, about to bring his blade down, paused for a moment. For in her eyes, he saw more than terror. There was helplessness, sorrow, confusion, a tangle of emotions. But there was no hatred, no trace of resentment. She was still a woman untouched by the world's complexities, her heart untainted. So Thanos reached out and gripped her by the throat.
No.
"Please don't kill me, please," she sobbed, her voice trembling and desperate. At this moment, Wanda was utterly terrified. After all, according to Dr. Strange's description, Thanos was a monstrous being who had to eat people every day just to fall asleep, and who, just for fun, would massacre an entire planet. And that was only the tip of his wickedness. Now that she had fallen into his hands, would he bite off her pretty little head in a single chomp? Or maybe he'd start from her toes and eat his way up, perhaps that way it would hurt a little less. As Wanda's mind spiraled with these wild and anxious thoughts, a deep, powerful voice suddenly boomed in her ears. "Mortal, what is your name?" Instinctively, Wanda answered in a timid, quivering voice, "Wanda." Upon hearing her name, Thanos hoisted her up as easily as one might lift a chick, holding her before his eyes and examining her with keen curiosity. He suddenly remembered the plot from Dr. Strange too. It was this little one, after all, who would one day wield the Darkhold to dreamwalk across the multiverse and wipe out the entire Illuminati. But no matter how he looked at her, he simply couldn't connect the ruthless Scarlet Witch of legend with the trembling girl before him. It had to be a Wanda from another universe. At this point, Wanda's eyes filled with tears. Looking utterly aggrieved and frightened, she stammered, "Mr. Thanos, if you're planning to eat me, could you at least let me wash up first? I'm afraid I'm a bit dirty." Hearing this, a rare hint of a smile crept across Thanos' purple, menacing face. "Little one, war is not meant for you." With that, he let her go, his murderous intent fading away. Just then, a woman with long black hair, clad in a sleek black combat suit, flew over with several subordinates in tow. "Captain Carter." They stared in shock at the shield, now broken in two, and at the dismembered Captain Carter. The sight left them reeling. "Captain Daisy, what should we do now? So many have died, Professor X has lost his mind. Have we already lost? Even Dr. Strange has fled." Before they could say much more, Daisy's team noticed Thanos' gaze turning their way, and panic swept over them. In these brief, brutal minutes of carnage, everyone present had been shaken to the core by his overwhelming might. To say that killing superheroes was as easy for him as plucking chickens would not be an exaggeration. Gone were the days when these superheroes strutted about, full of swagger. None of them dared to challenge Thanos now. They'd been pushed to the outskirts of the battlefield, left to tangle with the Black Order, far from the main fight. Just as despair threatened to swallow the heroes whole, a sudden blaze of brilliant light erupted in the distance. Beams of energy rained down on Thanos' army, each one exploding in a thunderous blast. The sky rumbled with deafening detonations. Thanos turned to look. A fleet of hundreds of thousands of strange-looking cosmic warships was flying toward them from the far horizon. And at the very front, wielding the mighty Stormbreaker axe, was Thor himself. "Thanos, I'm back again. With a thunderous roar, Thor swung Stormbreaker and charged forward at a speed that nearly rivaled light itself. At last, Thanos saw a worthy opponent appear before him, and once more he summoned the world-destroying power coursing through his veins. After dispatching several enemies earlier, he'd found them unimpressive and hadn't needed to exert his full strength for some time. Now, he activated the power of the ruler again, and then triggered the Power Stone within the Infinity Gauntlet. A deafening boom reverberated through the battlefield. Stormbreaker and the Tyrant Blade clashed once more, sending out a shockwave so powerful that both the surrounding superheroes and Thanos' own minions were thrown back in an instant. Even the distant star fortress beneath their feet cracked with a jagged fissure. Thanos could sense that Thor's might had grown, but compared to himself, Thor was still far from being an equal. With a deft twist of the Tyrant Blade, Thanos reversed his grip and slashed again. There was a tearing sound as the blade struck. Thor tried his best to retreat, but couldn't dodge completely. Pain flared as a fresh wound opened across his waist. Golden blood immediately began to flow. With another roar of fury, lightning flashed and danced around Thor's body, and he swung Stormbreaker down once more. Yet, his fighting skills clearly fell short of Odin's. Thanos sidestepped effortlessly, evading the blow, and with a casual flick, the Tyrant Blade carved a fresh wound into Thor's flesh. Any ordinary person would have retreated long ago. But Thor, consumed by hatred, raised Stormbreaker yet again and brought it down in another furious strike. Within mere seconds, he was already battered and bloody, golden blood streaming down his body, his movements growing sluggish. At that moment, a cold glint flickered in Thanos' eyes. The Mind Stone in the Infinity Gauntlet began to pulse with an eerie yellow light. In the next instant, Thor froze. He had been pulled into the Mind Stone's spiritual realm. But quickly, the armor he wore shimmered with a protective light, pulling him back out of that mental prison. Yet by then, Thanos' Tyrant Blade was already swinging down without mercy. There came a sickening sound as the blade struck. The Tyrant Blade severed Thor's right hand, the one gripping Stormbreaker. Thor's anguished screams echoed through the cosmos. But Thanos did not relent. The Tyrant Blade swept toward Thor's neck, cold and unyielding. He thought to himself that he'd tangled with this Thor long enough. Ever since arriving in the galaxy, for years now, they'd fought again and again. Each time, Thor had been rescued at the last moment, and Thanos' patience had finally worn thin. Just then, a furious cry rang out from the distance. As the echo faded, a golden bolt of lightning shot straight toward Thanos. This bolt of lightning was so swift that it even surpassed the speed of light. A distance of 20,000 kilometers was crossed in an instant, and it appeared right before Thanos. If Thanos insisted on bringing his blade down, he would undoubtedly be struck by this lightning. Normally, Thanos would have halted his attack to defend himself against the incoming threat. But a flash of ferocity flickered in Thanos' eyes. The full force of his world-ending power surged through him, and he pressed on with his strike. Thor's agonized scream was cut short. The pressure difference inside and outside his body caused golden blood to spray far from his severed head. In the next moment, Thanos was struck by his enemy's attack. A bolt of lightning pierced his body, crackling and sizzling as it surged through him. If it had been an ordinary bolt, it wouldn't have done more than tickle him. But this lightning actually sent a wave of numbness and aching pain coursing through his entire body. Strangely enough, it felt rather pleasant, a sensation far superior to that of any common lightning. After all, Thanos' greatest strength wasn't just his power or his combat skills, but his body itself. A physique as formidable as a star. At that moment, an exasperated voice rang out from afar. "Are you seeking death?" Soon, more and more bolts of lightning filled the sky, one after another streaking toward Thanos. Yet, Thanos made no move to dodge or defend himself. He simply stood there, letting the attacks rain down on him. After a while, he closed his eyes in satisfaction. It seemed that after all the intense training and constant tension, his muscles were finally beginning to relax. The exhaustion that weighed on his body seemed to melt away completely. No, he couldn't just kill this fellow outright. He had to capture him and keep him around for daily treatments like this. Turning his head, he finally saw his attacker clearly. It was a middle-aged white man with shoulder-length brown curls. He wore a shining golden suit of armor that molded to his form, a prominent belly, a white skirt at the bottom, and in his hand, a divine weapon shaped like a bolt of lightning. This appeared to be Zeus, king of the gods and ruler of the pantheon. Thanos, of course, knew who he was. After all, his former domain, the Panlong star system, fell under the territory of the pantheon. No wonder Thor had been missing from the battlefield all this time. He must have gone to seek reinforcements from the pantheon. At that moment, Zeus, watching Thanos withstand blow after blow from his attacks, was delighted. Ha! Thanos, if you put down your weapon and surrender, and hand over all your territory, I'll let you live. His divine weapon was called Thunderbolt. In addition to its unerring aim, it also possessed the power to paralyze. Any enemy struck by it, even if they could withstand the damage, would be left numb and unable to move. With this ability, he had ambushed countless foes and claimed many victories. Hearing this, Thanos could only shake his head with a rueful smile. In the next instant, he crossed tens of thousands of kilometers and appeared right in front of his opponent. This made Zeus freeze mid-action. Clearly, he had always assumed that Thanos was paralyzed by the lightning and never imagined he could move to stand before him. And that speed, wasn't it far too fast? However, as king of the gods, Zeus was no stranger to battle. Instantly, he used the power of lightning to teleport and vanished from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already among his fleet, 10,000 kilometers away. But a moment later, he was stunned once more. Because Thanos was still standing right in front of him, while his surrounding troops had vanished without a trace. How could this be? It was well known that the ability he used came from a divine artifact. How could the other move as quickly as he did? Before Zeus could even react, he saw his opponent raise that fearsome, monstrous blade and swing it down in one swift motion. In the next instant, he felt his consciousness slipping away. Yet almost immediately, a golden flash from his armor flickered, snapping him back to awareness. Regaining his senses, Zeus hastily patted himself down. I haven't been cleaved in two. Thank goodness. Realizing he was still alive, he let out a sigh of relief. But just then, he saw Thanos already standing before him again. At the same time, the infinity gauntlet on Thanos' hand shimmered with a constant yellow glow. This instantly reminded Zeus, the Mind Stone, it possessed the power to control and create illusions. So it was all an illusion just now. There was no time to dwell on it. Thanos gripped the tyrant's blade, shot forward, and swung down at him once again. Almost at once, the glow on Zeus's armor flickered anew, and his consciousness returned. But this time, he felt a deep mental exhaustion, and the golden light on his armor had grown much dimmer. And now, Thanos appeared at his side yet again, weapon raised for another strike. As one of the top 10 alliances in the universe, the Alliance of the Gods naturally had its strengths. They possessed unique divine technology and a civilization of their own. For instance, Asgard's Star Destroyer cannon and the Bifrost Bridge were both examples of this divine technology. At this moment, Thanos' troops were being steadily pushed back by the Alliance's fleet. Of course, this was partly due to the surprise attack, but it also proved that the Alliance's technology was by no means inferior to that of other civilizations. Now that Zeus had retreated into his fleet, Thanos wouldn't charge in recklessly. After all, tens of thousands of starships weren't just for show. So, he could only rely on the Mind Stone's power, attempting to kill Zeus on a spiritual level. Unexpectedly, Zeus's armor provided not just physical defense, but also significant resistance to psychic attacks, allowing him to withstand one spiritual death after another. It seemed that, at least for now, there was no way to finish him off. Just as Thanos was pondering how to deal with the Gods' Alliance fleet, a fierce burst of light flared up behind him once again. Turning around, he saw that Captain Marvel had already destroyed the second war bastion and was now hurtling toward the third. Counting this star fortress as well, 3 of these strongholds had already been lost in this war. No, he couldn't let her continue wreaking havoc like this. With that thought, Thanos abandoned Zeus as his target and instead flew straight toward Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel, seeing Thanos charging at her, felt a tangle of emotions rise inside. After all, the shadow from their last encounter was no small thing. A single punch from him had nearly killed her. But when she recalled the extraordinary experiences she'd had over the past few years and the tremendous power she'd gained, her heart swelled with confidence. She was now in her binary form, wielding some of the universe's greatest power. So, mustering her courage, she turned and sped away at full strength, racing into the unknown reaches of the universe behind her. Only a fool would take on Thanos head-on. Hadn't she seen countless superheroes cut down as easily as vegetables? Even Thor had lasted only a few strikes before being sliced into mincemeat. Although she was proud, arrogant, and supremely confident, she still had the sense of a normal person. Wouldn't it be smarter to wage guerrilla warfare in the galaxy rather than throwing herself into certain death? Wasn't being alive better? Thanos watched Captain Marvel shoot off at nearly the speed of light and shook his head with disdain. Without delay, he turned his attention to the remaining superheroes. After round upon round of brutal combat, the original force of over 100 superheroes had dwindled to just a little more than 40. There were the 5 members of the Guardians of the Galaxy: Mr. Fantastic, Wanda, Iron Man, the Hulk, Professor X, and Jean Grey, who was rampaging with indiscriminate attacks. The rest were made up of lesser-known mutants, sorcerers from Kamartaj, Knights of the Round Table, warriors of Atlantis, agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., and soldiers from the Nova Corps. Altogether, barely 30 more. It could be said that this war had all but wiped out the main force of Blue Star's superheroes. Now that Thanos had his hands free, he wasted no time in launching himself at these remaining heroes. Star-Lord, seeing that things were looking grim, quickly spoke up. "Everyone, I think it's time we make a retreat." Rocket Raccoon glanced down at his machine gun and nodded in firm agreement. "Yep, time to run." Even the stubborn Drax and the taciturn Groot nodded without hesitation. Without delay, the Guardians of the Galaxy and the Nova Corps made a swift, unhesitating exit from the battlefield, determined to escape the solar system. Thanos, seeing this, immediately darted after Star-Lord and his team. After all, this man had lured away his daughter and even tried to kill her father. If Thanos didn't kill him, he'd never be able to let go of his anger. But just then, Gamora stepped in front of him, spreading her arms wide, her face filled with pleading as she said, "Father, I beg you, please stop. You've killed enough." At this moment, she had lost all hope for her father and knew there was no way she could change the mind of someone so stubborn. So she chose to stay behind, determined to sacrifice herself and give her companions a chance to escape. As long as they survived, perhaps it would lighten her father's burden of guilt, if only a little. She felt that everything she did was for the sake of the universe, but just then, Gamora stepped in front of him. She spread her arms wide, her face full of pleading as she said, "Father, I beg you, please stop. You've killed enough." At this moment, she had lost all hope for her father, knowing she could never persuade someone so stubborn. So she chose to stay, prepared to sacrifice herself to give her companions a chance to escape. As long as they were safe, maybe it would lessen her father's burden of guilt, if only a little. She felt that everything she did was not just for the universe, but also to help her father carry a little less of the weight of his killings. Even if it meant dying, it would be a death worth honoring. But what greeted her was her father's cold, unfeeling gaze, and the flash of his deadly blade. Resigned, she closed her eyes. Tears slipped from her eyes, hanging weightless in the vacuum of space. She hoped Star-Lord and the others could get away, and that her father might one day understand her intentions. At that moment, Star-Lord's anguished cry rang out from behind her. Yet in the silence of space, the sound was faint and unreal. Although the presence of the war fortress nearby provided a thin layer of air, it was not enough for sound to travel clearly. Hearing Star-Lord's cry, Gamora's body trembled. He must be in agony, she thought, but if she didn't stay behind, none of them would be able to escape. Thanos looked at his daughter. His heart was as cold as ancient ice, yet somewhere deep within lingered a trace of fatherly love. He had already done everything a father could for this daughter. He knew Gamora's thoughts had changed because of the influence of the chessmaster. He had even tried using the Soul Stone to restore her to who she once was. But the chessmaster's power surpassed even the Soul Stone, and so he failed. "Gamora, I hope that after you die, you can return to yourself. I hope you won't be controlled any longer." In the next instant, a chilling flash of light swept through the air. Gamora's body began to crumble into dust, drifting away in the endless void. In her final moments, she finally revealed a look of relief. Unable to bear the sight, Thanos turned his head away, refusing to look at his daughter. Then, with a swift motion, he hurled his blade once more at the retreating Star-Lord. In an instant, the deep purple force of annihilation took the shape of a blade and shot forward. After he finished, Thanos paid no more attention to the outcome of the strike. Instead, he called out in a commanding voice, "Black Order, hear my command." At his words, the Black Order immediately flew to Thanos' side, kneeling on one knee in the void. "Awaiting your orders, my lord." With a flick of his blade, Thanos pointed toward the distant army of the Council of Gods and spoke, "Lead the troops. Drive back the Council's forces." The Black Order nodded resolutely, answering, "We swear to complete the mission." Satisfied, Thanos nodded, then turned and flew toward Blue Star without looking back. The Time Stone was with Dr. Strange, and it wouldn't be easy to get hold of it anytime soon. But the Space Stone, he couldn't let that slip away. The Infinity Stones were the real reason he had launched this assault on Blue Star. Star-Lord, Captain Marvel, these were nothing more than obstacles, enemies standing in his way. Now that those obstacles had chosen to flee, his first priority was naturally to seek out the Space Stone, not to chase after them. Otherwise, his entire mission would be turned upside down. Just as he was about to leave, he caught sight of the Phoenix Force's host spiraling out of control, her power surging ever more violently, even threatening his own fleet. He raised his left hand once more, and a yellow glow flickered. Driven by the Mind Stone, it didn't take long before she collapsed into unconsciousness. That was the weakness of Blue Star's so-called superheroes. A sudden explosion of power would leave their other abilities lagging behind, giving rise to fatal flaws. This host of the Phoenix Force had formidable mental strength, but her consciousness was in complete disarray. She couldn't control herself, much less wield that tremendous force. So he subdued her with ease. In the next moment, he grabbed her by the waist with one hand, ready to take her to Blue Star. He hadn't killed her. He was considering ways to harness the Phoenix Force for his own cultivation, so he chose to spare her life for now. Meanwhile, near Jupiter in the solar system, a place that was usually nothing but endless, dark vacuum. Today, it was alive with unprecedented chaos. Over 1 million warships were locked in relentless crossfire. Beams of light flared again and again, illuminating the void. And each burst of light marked the destruction of a warship. Within the allied army of the gods, Zeus stood with his eyes squeezed shut, sweat pouring down, his whole body trembling. After a while, he suddenly opened his bloodshot eyes. Gasping for breath, he realized that Thanos was no longer looming before him, and the terror that gripped his heart finally eased. Now, seeing their divine king regain his composure, his subordinates hurried over, crowding around. "Your Majesty, what should we do now? Thanos' fleet has started fighting back, and we've suffered heavy losses. And that Hela, she's a living weapon. She's destroyed hundreds of our ships already. Thor is dead, Your Majesty. Please give the next order." Earlier, Zeus had seemed so terrifying that none of them dared approach. Now, hearing the commotion around him, Zeus barked out, "Silence." At his command, the assembled gods instantly fell quiet. Zeus might have been notorious for his excesses and unreliability, but he had a supremely powerful son. None dared defy the king of the gods. Finally recovering from his terror, Zeus asked, "What is the situation on the battlefield now?" "Lord King of the Gods, for some unknown reason, Thanos has suddenly left the battlefield. The enemy forces are now under the command of the Black Order, with Hela and Laufey leading the charge at the front. We've suffered heavy losses. Our troops were outnumbered to begin with, and none of us are a match for Hela or Laufey." "That's right, my lord. We've taken quite a hit." Upon hearing his subordinates, Zeus let out a heavy sigh and said, "If only my son, Hercules, were here. These petty thieves wouldn't dare act so arrogantly." On the surface, he blamed their setbacks on his son's absence, but his real intention was clear. He wanted to withdraw. After all, Zeus had no real stake in the Milky Way. He had only come to aid Thor out of interest in subduing the remaining Asgardian gods and to gauge Thanos' true strength. Now that Thor was dead and Thanos had proven far more formidable than expected, there was simply no reason for Zeus to throw himself into the fray. Yet, as king of the gods and leader of the pantheon, leaving in disgrace would be humiliating. He had to find a dignified way out. The other gods quickly caught on and began to chime in with their own suggestions. "My lord, with Hercules away, perhaps we should make a tactical retreat. Once Hercules arrives, it won't be too late to deal with Thanos." "Yes, Thanos is nothing but a brute, hardly worth a head-on clash."
Exactly.
"The planets under Thanos' rule are in chaos. We could, well, encourage the local uprisings, support the rebellious natives, and let Thanos be undone by his own disorder. Then we can deal with him at our leisure." "That's a solid plan. No need to waste ourselves fighting a madman. We can undermine his foundation bit by bit." Hearing the chorus of agreement, Zeus nodded in approval, though he maintained a serious tone. "You all make good points. Still, if we leave just like this, Thanos might think we fear him. Let's at least wipe out his vanguard before we go, teach him a lesson he won't forget." With that, he lifted his head with a pleased smile, exuding the pride of a victorious rooster. The gods at his side wasted no time in showering him with praise. In high spirits, Zeus took the hand of a nearby goddess, embodying the exuberance of the Olympian pantheon in full. Meanwhile, Thanos, bearing the successor of the Phoenix Force, soared above the United States on this planet. It was the dead of night, the air comfortably warm, summer, by the feel of it. The lights of civilization sparkled across the dark land below. But no matter how bright those lights, they could not illuminate the darkness within human hearts. Thanos' immense psychic powers gave him a piercing awareness of the shadows hidden beneath the glow. Armed robberies, racial hatred, gang wars, flesh trade, all of it. On this land, these evils were ever present, unfolding every moment of every day. But all of this would soon come to an end, and a world of peace was about to dawn. Because he had arrived. Sensing an immense surge of spatial energy, In the next instant, he flew straight to SHELD's territory and saw the Tesseract, currently lying dormant. This meant Dr. Strange had not escaped back to Earth, or else he would never have left the Space Stone behind. This gave Thanos a bit of a headache. After all, Dr. Strange's Time Stone could peer into the future. Unless Strange revealed himself, it would be nearly impossible to catch him. At that moment, Hawkeye, Black Widow, and a few less prominent superheroes were standing guard by the Tesseract with 12 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Due to their limited abilities, they couldn't survive even briefly in space, so they had to remain behind. They were waiting for Dr. Strange's signal so they could open a portal and welcome the heroes back from battle. But clearly, that signal would never come. As Thanos' towering, purple figure slowly descended, Hawkeye was the first to sense something amiss.
Who are you?
This is S.H.I.E.L.D. territory. Outsiders are not allowed here, he warned. Without hesitation, Hawkeye drew his bow, aiming it squarely at the intruder. Black Widow instantly hit the alarm and pulled out the twin pistols strapped to her thigh, training them on the enemy as well. The 12 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents raised their machine guns and clicked off the safety catches. Thanos said nothing. He simply extended his left hand, and a soft yellow glow flickered. In the blink of an eye, blue light flashed in the eyes of the 12 agents. Their guns swung around, now aimed at Hawkeye and Black Widow. A relentless burst of gunfire erupted, filling the air. Hawkeye and Black Widow had never expected the enemy to act so decisively, not even bothering with a warning before attacking. In moments, they were riddled with bullets, left without a chance of survival. For someone of Thanos' power, there was no reason to waste words with beings who could be crushed with a single finger. Without even pausing, he floated directly to the Tesseract. The controlled S.H.I.E.L.D. agents all dropped to one knee in unison. Suddenly, a shoulder-launched missile streaked straight toward Thanos. With a thunderous explosion, dust billowed high into the air. The attacker was none other than the bald, dark-skinned, one-eyed director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury. After tossing aside the empty launcher, Fury quickly drew his submachine gun. But before he could fire, the mind-controlled agents turned their guns on him. The rapid crackle of gunfire sounded, followed instantly by chaos. But then, more S.H.I.E.L.D. agents rushed in, opening fire on their 12 controlled teammates. Once their comrades were down, the remaining agents turned with grave expressions toward the site of the explosion. After a while, the dust in the air slowly settled, and the purple figure gradually emerged from the haze. Nick saw that his enemy was completely unharmed, and his remaining eye narrowed in an instant. With a swift gesture, he waved his hand, and the soldiers under his command immediately resumed firing at the enemy. The sharp staccato of gunfire filled the air. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were wielding classic American assault rifles, the M4 carbine. The M4 carbine boasts a caliber of 5.56 mm, accommodates 30 rounds per magazine, and has an effective range of up to 600 meters. The reason for mentioning all this was simple. Every soldier knew the formidable power of the weapon in their hands. Even most superheroes would find it impossible to withstand such a barrage unscathed. Yet the purple giant before them paid no heed at all to the bullets. He simply picked up the Tesseract, placed it in his palm, and crushed it with a single squeeze. This sight sent a powerful wave of unease surging through Nick's heart. He had never laid eyes on Thanos before, but the name had been cropping up constantly of late. Dr. Strange, Captain Marvel, the Guardians of the Galaxy, anyone who had ever encountered Thanos described him as a devil incarnate, a villain beyond redemption. They also spoke of his overwhelming might, an invincible force, a tyrant of the cosmos. Not to mention his purple skin, towering frame, and a chin that looked as if it were carved from coconuts. The figure before him could only be Thanos. Realizing his adversary's true identity, Nick felt his terror intensify. If Thanos was here, then the fate of the heroes who had gone out to face him was all but sealed. It could only end in annihilation or retreat. Either outcome was unacceptable to him, for it meant that Earth had lost, and lost completely. At this thought, a flurry of calculations and schemes flickered behind Nick's eye. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., even in the bleakest crisis, he would never stop seeking a sliver of hope. Just then, Thanos carefully set down the woman he'd been holding in his right hand, then took the blue glowing space stone and fitted it into the Infinity Gauntlet. In an instant, an immense and pure surge of spatial energy coursed through his body, and streams of blue energy, each as thick as a pinky finger, began to snake along his frame. With a roar of defiance, he finally adjusted to the overwhelming power of the Infinity Stone. Gazing at the 4 gleaming stones set in the Infinity Gauntlet, Thanos nodded in satisfaction. Almost there. Only 2 more to go. By now, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had ceased their fire, dumbstruck, all staring at the purple giant in disbelief. The energy that had just been unleashed had left them shaken to their core. Fear and despair, tinged even with dread, gripped their hearts. If not for their rigorous training, many of them would have collapsed to the ground by now. How could such a powerful being exist in this world? Even the gods themselves would be no more than this. At that moment, Thanos seized the Phoenix Force's air with his right hand and glanced at the surrounding humans. With a simple wave of his hand, devastation erupted. In an instant, the force of annihilation surged forth, sweeping away everything in its path. Amidst an anguished, defiant cry, Nick and everything around him were reduced to dust, vanishing without a trace. He had already formulated a plan: to feign submission to the enemy at first, then seek an opportunity to strike back or overthrow the alien rule. But he never anticipated that the enemy would not waste a single word. Thanos simply killed him outright. No matter what schemes he had devised in his heart, they all vanished into nothingness before absolute power. Once he had dealt with the small fry around him, Thanos raised his left hand. Blue light flickered. A moment later, a swirling black vortex appeared behind him, pulling him in. When his vision cleared, he found himself aboard Sanctuary 2. When it came to his enemies, Thanos had always believed in rooting out every last trace, unless, of course, some unknown force intervened. Gazing at the space stone set in the Infinity Gauntlet on his left hand, he confirmed just how useful it was. As long as he knew the location, he could teleport across the cosmos in an instant, ignoring the distance between worlds and saving himself the trouble of travel. The reason he didn't stay on Blue Star to continue searching for the Reality Stone, but instead came into space to support his troops, was because finding the Reality Stone required his subordinates' advanced technology. After all, the Reality Stone was hidden within an alternate dimension on Blue Star. Unless he mastered the full spatial powers of the Space Stone, he would never be able to find it. Just then, the artificial intelligence, Deep Blue, spoke up. "Master, all surviving prisoners have been detained. How should they be dealt with?" Thanos quickly understood what this meant. It must be the superheroes who had come to attack him. "Show me who's still alive." As soon as he spoke, the projection shifted, displaying the 5 superheroes who remained in custody. Originally, more than 40 heroes had survived, but with Doctor Strange's departure, the protective spells he cast faded away. As a result, all those whose powers were insufficient quickly succumbed to the vacuum of space. For example, Professor X, though powerful in mind, could not survive the vacuum without magical protection. His body failed him, and he soon followed his old friends into death. This alone revealed just how much these superheroes of Blue Star had been overestimated. The 5 who remained were Mr. Fantastic, Iron Man, Wanda, Hulk, and a flaming skull-headed figure, Ghost Rider. Although Thanos had torn Ghost Rider's head from his body, his fierce vitality meant he had not truly died. In fact, as long as a suitable body could be found and his head reattached, he would be able to return to life in an instant. At this point, Thanos couldn't help but gain a new understanding of the power possessed by the dimensional demon gods. "Bring that rubber man and the skull over to me." "Yes, Master." With his command, his subordinates quickly escorted Mr. Fantastic, carrying Ghost Rider's skull in their hands. When Thanos saw Mr. Fantastic, bound tightly and restrained with electromagnetic locks, his brow furrowed in displeasure. "Who told you to tie him up like that? Release him at once." Hearing this order, the warriors of the Black Order immediately unlocked all of Mr. Fantastic's restraints. The reason they had tied him up so thoroughly was because his body was so flexible that he could easily slip free from normal bindings, so they had to wrap him up several more times to prevent any escape attempts. This left Mr. Fantastic feeling rather bewildered. In truth, he had already braced himself for the worst. If Thanos chose to kill him, he was determined not to utter a single cry, hoping to set an example that Earthlings were not cowards. But to his utter surprise, Thanos not only freed him but showed no intention of punishing him at all. At that moment, Thanos spoke again. "Rubber Man, what is your name?" Though Mr. Fantastic was puzzled by the question, he answered without hesitation, "My name is Reed Richards, also known as Mr. Fantastic. I'm a member of the Illuminati and part of the Fantastic Four. Absolutely." He was just about to say, "I absolutely will not submit," when Thanos cut him off. "Spare me the details of your powers and affiliations. I have no interest in that. Since you have chosen to come before us, tell me instead about your talents." After witnessing this war, Thanos had completely lost interest in the superpowered beings of Earth, so he had no desire to listen to further introductions. Mr. Fantastic grew even more confused at the question. Describe his talents? For what purpose? Did these aliens make it a custom to ask about a person's skills before executing them, just so they could engrave it on the tombstone? So-and-so died in such and such year, possessing such and such talents. Aliens truly had some strange habits. After pondering for a moment, he answered straightforwardly, "I'm exceptionally intelligent, considered one of the 4 smartest people on Earth. He actually blushed a little after saying that. He had considered mentioning that he was a physicist and an expert at stealing hearts, but realized those credentials probably meant nothing to aliens capable of interstellar travel. Besides, he had stolen his friend's girlfriend and even taken over his friend's company, hardly something to be proud of. So, in the end, he could only claim to be one of the smartest people on Earth. He just hoped that if the enemy did put up a tombstone for him, they'd write something nice. At least then, dying wouldn't seem so pointless. 8.7 points now. I'm so moved. You wonderful readers are truly amazing. I love you all. Absolutely more updates, more chapters, as many as I can. Only then can I repay all your love and support. When Thanos heard the other side mention one of the 4 smartest people, his eyes lit up at once. His own subordinates were certainly powerful, but when it came to intelligence, well, that was up for debate. Of the Black Order, Corvus Glaive and Ebony Maw were undoubtedly the sharpest minds, yet neither could truly satisfy him. None of them were exactly foolish, each harboring their own schemes, but as for grasping the bigger picture, they just couldn't cut it. If this Mr. Fantastic was truly as clever as rumored, he might not be a bad choice for a strategist. With this thought, Thanos immediately said, "Deep Blue, activate the battle projection of our conflict with the Pantheon Alliance." The reason he'd returned was to deal with the war against the Pantheon Alliance, not to experiment with the powers of the Space Stone. In the next instant, a 3-dimensional map of the solar system materialized in the command room's air. As the projection zoomed out, it became clear. Thanos' fleet and the Pantheon Alliance's forces each held a flank of Jupiter. Both sides circled the gas giant, constantly battling for more advantageous positions and resources. Even though the starships carried immense reserves of energy, the intensity of combat meant resources dwindled fast. For instance, after a frigate's shields endured over 100 attacks, its energy reserves were nearly depleted. So it would have to hide behind a moon, slowly recovering its power, or venture into a satellite to absorb its water and quickly replenish energy. Other warships faced the same dilemma. After unleashing a barrage, they needed time to recharge. That's why Jupiter's 79 moons had become fiercely contested territory. At first, the Pantheon Alliance used Jupiter's shadow to launch a surprise attack, seizing the upper hand. But once Thanos' side caught on, with the Black Order leading the counterattack, the battle became a fierce tug-of-war, with neither side able to claim victory. Yet, this also revealed the limitations of the Black Order. Clearly, they had the numbers and superior firepower, yet they were only managing a stalemate. Thanos glanced at Mr. Fantastic and asked, "What do you think is the next move in this war?" Mr. Fantastic was stunned by the question. What did Thanos mean by asking him how to fight the war? Did Thanos assume he'd already surrendered, and now wanted him to offer advice? No way. Over his dead body would he help Thanos defeat his enemies. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. There was no way he would betray his allies. More importantly, what did he know about interstellar warfare? Staring at the projection, he felt completely lost, as if all 10 of his senses had gone numb. He couldn't make sense of any of it. He claimed to be clever, but that was only in research and certain behind-the-scenes tactics. As for interstellar warfare, he had never even witnessed one. How could he possibly know what to do? But just as he was about to refuse, the words caught in his throat. He didn't know anything about cosmic wars, but Thanos didn't know that he didn't know. If he could offer some advice that led Thanos to lose the war, wouldn't that be a way to save Blue Star? With this thought, Mr. Fantastic immediately began pacing around the virtual sand table. After a while, he pointed to a spot where the 2 forces were clashing and spoke up. "I think we should retreat here and lure the enemy out for an ambush." He didn't have any real understanding of tactical retreats or baiting the enemy. He had simply watched the sand table for a bit and noticed that both sides were fighting fiercely over a satellite, and that Thanos' troops were about to seize it. So, he wanted Thanos' men to back off and give up the position. Thanos listened and began to study the spot closely. After observing for a moment, he quickly noticed the trick involving that satellite. On the surface, the Alliance of Gods fleet seemed to be retreating, unable to withstand his assault. But nearby, several satellites had quietly moved into position. If enemy forces were hidden behind those satellites, launching an attack now could lead to an ambush and total annihilation. With that realization, he gave Mr. Fantastic a long, thoughtful look. He hadn't expected this man to possess such insight. Truly, the reputation of Blue Star's smartest man was well earned. Deep Blue, order the troops in that sector to pull back. Yes, Master. Aboard Zeus's flagship. At this moment, Zeus was also studying the projected battlefield. His subordinates, watching the projection floating in midair, became increasingly excited. Our God King is truly a master strategist. We only set a minor trap, and the enemy walked right into it. As soon as those two nearby satellites move in, our fleet will immediately surround the enemy. Then, we'll have those 30,000 ships in our grasp. Ha! Thanos may be powerful, but when it comes to strategy, no one can match our God King. Amid a chorus of flattery, Zeus's face glowed with satisfaction, as if victory was already in his grasp. If they truly wiped out the enemy's forces here, the original plan, to simply deal a heavy blow to Thanos and retreat, might need to change. No matter how strong Thanos was, could he really take on hundreds of thousands of warships by himself? After a while, as the satellites inched closer and the hidden troops were about to strike, something unexpected happened. Thanos' fleet suddenly began to fall back, without the slightest warning. Their hard-earned opportunities slipped right through their fingers. How could this be? At Zeus's sharp question, all his subordinates fell silent, closing their mouths at once. At that moment, a beautiful goddess couldn't help but speak up. It seems there really are some capable people among our enemies. Hearing the goddess's words, Zeus grew visibly irritable. Those damned bastards. Order the troops to pursue them. We must wipe out the enemy. Even if we can't, we must take the satellite. Those nearby instinctively wanted to stop Zeus from giving this order. After all, the enemy fleet had just retreated in one piece, without suffering any losses. If their troops rushed after them recklessly, they might fall straight into an ambush, and the losses could be devastating. Yet, seeing Zeus's anger flaring, none of the gods dared to speak up and remind him. After all, there was no guarantee the enemy would double back. Besides, if they could seize the satellite and secure its resources, then even if the encirclement had failed, their losses could be minimized. Meanwhile, inside the Sanctuary No. 2, Thanos looked at the projected battle map, where an enemy fleet had suddenly appeared, and a smile crept across his face. Not bad at all. I didn't expect you'd see through the enemy's ambush. Hearing Thanos' praise, Mr. Fantastic truly wanted to smack himself. Damn it. Thanos' fleet was on the verge of taking the satellite. So, how did it turn into the enemy, luring them deeper into a trap? If only he hadn't spoken up earlier. If he'd let that fleet go, Thanos would have lost a squadron. Just then, Thanos continued. Mr. Fantastic, what should we do now? Keep retreating? He knew the man had sharp insight, and wanted to test him further. Mr. Fantastic snapped to attention at the question, quickly shaking his head.
No.
We should strike back right now. No way, he had to get this fleet destroyed. Thanos listened and studied the battle map closely. After a moment, his eyes lit up. Yes, let's strike back. Hela has already brought her forces nearby. If she moves to support us, we can form a counter-encirclement. Today, the solar system had become livelier than ever before. Over 1 million cosmic warships clashed, vying for the resources of Jupiter's satellites. Near Ganymede, Jupiter's largest moon, the fiercest space battle was raging. This satellite, about 1/3 the diameter of Earth, held immense reserves of water, an invaluable resource for any cosmic warship. No matter the type of ship, once they ran out of power, they could quickly recharge by absorbing water. At this moment, more than 50,000 warships of the League of Gods had occupied most of the satellite's surface and were relentlessly attacking the enemy fleet. Before long, both sides drifted away from Ganymede. At that very moment, the 30,000 starships under pursuit suddenly wheeled around and charged back into the fray. Nearby, a new fleet emerged on the battlefield. At the forefront was Hela, soaring on her sword. She wore a dark green, form-fitting battlesuit that accentuated her graceful and striking figure. Upon her head rested a helmet shaped like spider claws, lending her an awe-inspiring, heroic presence. Upon receiving Thanos' latest command, she wasted no time, leading her fleet directly into the fight. One black blade after another materialized in her hands, each one hurled unerringly toward the enemy ships. In no time, explosions of fire and light blossomed across space. With her godlike power, Hela's attacks were nothing short of catastrophic for the starships. Their shields stood no chance against such might. As Hela and her fleet joined the battle, the alliance of gods was swiftly driven into a desperate retreat, losing vast numbers of ships and eventually fleeing in utter disarray. Aboard Zeus's flagship, Zeus's expression had grown even grimmer. Damn you, Hela! Have you forgotten how Asgard was destroyed? Yet you still choose to side with that purple-skinned fiend, Thanos, to aid his evil deeds. Are you telling me that no ordinary man could ever satisfy you? The gods around him, witnessing Zeus's rage, dared not utter a word. Among the Olympians, everyone knew Zeus's temper. No one wished to provoke him now. After a tense silence, Zeus realized no one would speak and growled through gritted teeth. Retreat. We're pulling out now. Though they had not yet lost entirely, any further losses would severely weaken his influence within the alliance of gods. That was something Zeus would never allow. A collective sigh of relief swept through the gods. At last, they could withdraw. This battle was simply too brutal. But Zeus quickly added, "However, before we retreat, I intend to prepare a special gift for Thanos." As he spoke, a sinister smile crept onto his face. The alliance of gods had stood unshaken in the cosmos for millions of years. Naturally, they possessed extraordinary means. Beyond their immense personal power, they commanded a host of divine arts and sacred artifacts. Among these was a single-use artifact known as the Skull of Typhon, crafted explicitly for cosmic warfare. Typhon, known as the Storm Titan, was the son of Gaia, Mother Earth. He possessed 100 dragon heads, a tongue as black as night, eyes that spewed fire, a body that towered above the heavens, feathers covering his form, and a pair of mighty wings. Because of his 100 dragon heads, after Zeus vanquished the ancient Titans, he fashioned Typhon's severed head into a self-destructing artifact. Each detonation of a Typhon skull unleashed power on par with the mightiest of gods. This time, Zeus had brought 10 Typhon skulls along to aid Thor. Now he was preparing to deliver Thanos a truly explosive surprise. If the Skull of Typhon could inflict massive casualties on Thanos' forces, there might still be a chance for a counterattack. After a while, 10 objects, each a kilometer in diameter and disguised to look like meteors, were launched from the main ship. Inside Sanctuary 2, as the allied gods' forces began their slow retreat, Thanos' troops once again took control of all of Jupiter's moons. At this moment, Mr. Fantastic felt utterly hopeless. His original plan was to lure Thanos' troops into a trap, but unexpectedly, another enemy force arrived just in time to provide support. This sudden turn of events made the enemy's pursuit look more like a calculated lure, a trap that had snapped shut. Mr. Fantastic couldn't help but wonder if his words had somehow jinxed things. So he resolved to remain silent, vowing never to offer another suggestion. Now, as Thanos watched Zeus's fleet begin its slow withdrawal, he turned and asked, "What now? Should we continue the pursuit?" Mr. Fantastic looked at the battered, fleeing allied gods' army. Though disappointment weighed on his heart, he still hoped they might escape. After all, Blue Star's future might depend on their return. But, remembering his earlier misstep, he chose to keep silent. He was afraid that, if he spoke, his words would become reality once again. Thanos, seeing Mr. Fantastic's silence, assumed the choice was just too obvious to bother discussing. He said, "That's right, it's not a hard decision. If we don't teach the allied gods a proper lesson, they'll just come back for more. If Doctor Strange ever joins forces with the allied gods, getting the remaining time stones will be no easy feat." Just as Thanos was about to issue his command, Mr. Fantastic finally spoke up. "No, we can't pursue now. Who knows what the allied gods might have waiting for us?" He couldn't let Thanos' army give chase. Otherwise, Blue Star's last hope would be lost. "Allied gods, this is all I can do for you. I hope that when you finally defeat Thanos, you'll treat the people of Blue Star well, and remember my contribution." With that thought, Mr. Fantastic's eyes grew resolute. He must not let Thanos see through him. Otherwise, all would be lost. At these words, Thanos stroked his chin thoughtfully and gazed at the virtual battlefield hovering in the air. After a moment, he nodded and said, "You're right. We've already won. There's no need for a dogged pursuit. Let's find the Reality Stone first." With that, he ordered his troops to halt their advance and hold position. In his mind, the Infinity Stones were still the ultimate prize. Meanwhile, among the allied gods, after fleeing through the cosmos for a while, Zeus noticed the enemy wasn't pursuing. The realization left him frustrated. He knew the Skull of Typhon's disguise wouldn't last forever. If they delayed too long before detonating it, the fake meteor stones would eventually shed their camouflage on their own. If that happened, it would be as if he had handed over 10 divine artifacts to Thanos for nothing. As a relic of the alliance of gods, the Skull of Typhon was shrouded in secrecy. All its specifications were strictly classified. If the enemy learned of the existence of such an artifact, they would lose a crucial advantage in the next battle. Worse still, the enemy might turn those 10 skulls of Typhon against them. At that moment, the goddess by his side spoke up, unwilling to accept defeat. Who could it be? Who's so cautious? We staged our retreat so convincingly, yet they still didn't fall for it. From what I know, the Black Order's generals are all hot-blooded warriors, never this careful. Could it be that Thanos has a new strategist? Zeus shook his head, equally perplexed. "I don't know. Clearly, we'll need to be far more thorough with intelligence next time. I didn't expect both our plans to fail." Though he was frustrated, he couldn't help but admire the person who had seen through his schemes twice in a row. After thinking it over, Zeus decided to send a small squad back to retrieve the 10 skulls of Typhon. Those artifacts were far too valuable to be abandoned without a fight. He couldn't understand why Thanos had suddenly grown so cautious, but since that was the case, they probably wouldn't care if a small team slipped back to recover them. With this in mind, a detachment of 100 starships quickly broke off from the main fleet and sped toward the rear. Meanwhile, aboard the Sanctuary too. Once Thanos was certain that Mr. Fantastic was truly a pawn placed by the goddess of death, he allowed him to move about freely. Of course, Thanos was well aware that Mr. Fantastic harbored his own hidden agenda and had no genuine intention of surrendering. But such beings were terrifying in their own right. Their mastery over the human heart was so profound that even the most beguiling demons of the underworld paled in comparison. The genius of a chess master lies in never letting the pawn realize the thought is not their own, and never stepping forward to reveal their hand. Instead, they amplify or diminish certain emotions within the pawn, using these to achieve their desired outcome. Consider Gamora, for example. She was kind at heart, but not so kind as to contemplate patricide. Yet the chess master orchestrated a series of experiences, perhaps love, perhaps loss, that gradually magnified her kindness until the notion of slaying her own father arose quite naturally. That was why Thanos had no choice but to act with brutal finality. There truly was no saving them. Mr. Fantastic was no different. Arrogant and self-assured, he was easy to manipulate. The goddess of death played upon these traits, guiding him ever so subtly until, unbeknownst to him, he became her unwitting pawn. Even if these pawns sensed something was amiss and tried to resist, confusion would soon overwhelm them. For in the end, they could never be sure whether the thoughts in their minds belonged to themselves, or to the one moving them like chess pieces. Every action I take, am I doing it of my own will, or is it merely the move the player wants me to make? In the end, one inevitably falls into an endless loop. Am I truly myself? Does the world truly exist? Where did the universe come from, and where is it headed? After this string of 3 questions, these chess pieces end up defeating themselves. Only those with the most unyielding will can resist interference and make the choices they truly desire. Even if the player tries to guide them, faced with such unwavering resolve, they will ultimately fail. That's why the god of death appears, to strike a bargain. At this moment, the battle finally enters a brief lull. Thanos looks at the Ghost Rider, now reduced to just a skull, picks it up, and holds it before his eyes to examine. He wants to see if he can study the power of a dimensional demon god to uncover its mysterious nature, so he doesn't use the Soul Stone to shield himself. Soon enough, hellfire erupts from Ghost Rider's skull, and it begins to unleash its passive skill, judgment, at him. But after watching for a while, Thanos finds that nothing happens. He can only shake his head with a hint of resignation. Who would have thought he'd turn out to be an extraordinarily virtuous soul, completely immune to judgment? It seems he truly is the greatest and kindest overlord in the universe. Casually, he tosses the skull to one of his minions, instructing the Black Order to keep it safe, so he can use it as proof of his virtue in the future. After all, this is the demon god of a dimension, Mephisto's officially certified good person verifier. Who would dare dispute it? If anyone disagrees, let them first pass Mephisto's test for goodness before arguing further. Just as Thanos is about to leave, Deep Blue's voice suddenly rings out. Master, I've detected that Zeus has sent back 100 starships. Hearing there are only 100, Thanos replies with some boredom. Only 100? Have Hela take care of them. With that, he grabs the Phoenix Force Inheritor at his side in one hand. He has a rather unrefined idea, to use this being for training. But right now, the Phoenix Force Inheritor's power is still too weak. She needs a round of absorption from a star. After all, the Phoenix Force is famous in the universe as a stellar extinguisher, specialized in absorbing the energy of stars to grow stronger. As long as there's a star for her to draw from, her strength will rise rapidly, and then he can put his plan to the test. Send Proxima Midnight to rule the blue planet. With that, the blue light on his infinity gauntlet flickers, and in the next instant, he vanishes from the spot, reappearing 1,000 kilometers above the sun. The sun is a relatively young star, about 4.5 billion years old, with a diameter of roughly 1,392,000 kilometers. Its surface temperature hovers around 5,500 degrees Celsius, and its gravity is about 27 times that of Earth. The inheritor of the Phoenix Force opened her eyes in a daze as soon as she arrived near the sun. Almost immediately, her passive ability activated, beginning to absorb the sun's energy. Tendrils of solar fire erupted from the sun's surface, only to be drawn into her and absorbed. Upon seeing how quickly she adapted to the solar flames, Thanos flew toward the sun as well, drawing even closer. In fact, he had long harbored the desire to absorb the energy of a star. The skill Great Star Absorption technique, given by the system, had never come with a detailed explanation. Could it absorb only planets? Or was it also effective on stars? After all, both were celestial bodies. There was nothing explicitly forbidding the absorption of stellar energy. However, he was unsure whether his body could withstand it, and he had never been reckless enough to risk himself as a test subject. So, he had always held back from putting it into action. Now, with the arrival of the inheritor of the Phoenix Force, using her as an experiment was the ideal solution. Soon enough, the inheritor's aura rose steadily, rapidly reaching the threshold of subcelestial power, yet she showed no sign of stopping. After more than 10 minutes, her aura had ascended to the level of a celestial. Watching this, Thanos could not help but feel a surge of envy in his heart. These inheritors of ancient powers seemed truly favored by destiny. They needed neither arduous training nor indomitable willpower, nor even any extraordinary stroke of luck. As long as the time was right, their strength would increase ceaselessly. Years of grueling labor by others paled in comparison to a moment's effortless advancement for them. Yet, though he felt envious, he had no desire to become such a person himself. In his more than 500 years in the Marvel Universe, Thanos had come to understand one immutable truth. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The inheritor of the Phoenix Force might appear to have gained enviable power with ease, but the price was the loss of self, ultimately becoming nothing more than a vessel for the ancient Phoenix. This was something the chess masters could not tolerate, for such individuals were destroyers of the established order. Take, for example, the Phoenix Force inheritor now in his grasp. A being who possessed the power of the multiverse, and yet was sealed away by a mere human whose strength had not even reached the celestial level. If there wasn't some unknown force at work behind the scenes, Thanos would never believe it. After more than an hour, the inheritor of the Phoenix Force had ascended to the mid-level of celestial power. At this point, Thanos decided it was enough. If her strength rose any higher, she might well slip beyond his control. With this thought, blue light flashed in Thanos' left hand as he activated the Space Stone. In an instant, he was transported to the edge of the solar system, to a place untouched by sunlight. Then, he stretched out his hand, aiming it at the inheritor of the Phoenix Force. In that moment, a torrent of stellar energy surged from her body straight into his own. This force was overwhelmingly vast and pure, forcing him to tense every muscle in his body. The power of annihilation began to surge within him as he struggled to resist the corrosive effects of the stellar energy. The power of a star, was it truly this formidable? Compared to the core of a planet, this was an entirely different league. If the core of a planet could be likened to hot water at 60 degrees, then the power of a star was akin to molten lava burning at 1,000 degrees. Luckily, he hadn't recklessly tried to absorb a star before this. Otherwise, he would probably have been roasted alive, reduced to nothing more than a scorched purple husk. Oh, wow, I just saw the rating hit 8.8 this morning. I'm honestly so moved. There's nothing more to say. Your support has filled the author with energy, and I started typing away at the crack of dawn. You can tell by how early I posted this chapter. Bonus chapters? Absolutely. I promise to deliver 10,000 words every day to repay all my dear readers for your immense support. As Thanos activated the Devouring Star technique, the aura of the Phoenix Force's inheritor began to wane, little by little. Very soon, her strength fell from the middle rank of celestial to the lower, and then she was reduced to a subcelestial. At this point, he understood something. Even the inheritor of the Phoenix Force couldn't instantly absorb the power of a star. Otherwise, this energy wouldn't have been so easily drawn away by him. It seemed that the Phoenix Force could only store the stellar energy temporarily, slowly feeding it back to its host to enhance their overall power, or using it as a reserve for abilities. That way, the host could both unleash explosive combat strength and steadily grow stronger. Unfortunately for her, she had encountered him. After a while, sensing that the Phoenix Force inheritor had fallen below the subcelestial level, he immediately used the Space Stone again to teleport onto the sun. And so, the cycle of absorbing and being absorbed continued, day after day, until a whole week had passed. When he finally felt his body nearing its absolute limit, he realized he would need some time to properly assimilate all the energy. He returned once more to the sanctuary, too. He tossed the Phoenix Force inheritor, now withered and dazed like a dried husk, onto the floor and spoke. Keep an eye on her. Don't let her escape, and don't let her die. Yes, Master. As Deep Blue finished speaking, warriors of the Black Order quickly arrived to carry away the woman lying on the ground. Just as Thanos was about to check on the progress at Blue Star, a soft and delicate voice called out from the doorway. Mr. Thanos, thank you for saving me. He turned to see it was Wanda, the one whose life he had spared. She was dressed in a form-fitting battle suit, her curvaceous figure displayed to perfection. Her beautiful face and vulnerable, Pleading eyes instinctively stirred a desire to protect her. But clearly, Wanda had misunderstood something. She actually believed he had rescued her. Why are you still here? Shouldn't she have gone back to Blue Star with Mr. Fantastic and the others by now? Why is she still on Sanctuary too? Upon hearing this, Wanda immediately shook her head, her face full of sorrow as she said, I'm not going back. Blue Star is too frightening. Every day it's either war or experiments, and there are always bad people. Hearing this, Thanos was instantly reminded of her childhood story. In the movies, her childhood was almost entirely spent amid war and within the confines of laboratories. If it hadn't been for Quicksilver's companionship, Wanda would likely have suffered a mental breakdown long ago. In fact, in this universe, Wanda's fate was even more tragic than he had imagined, all because of the addition of Doctor Strange. After being rescued by Doctor Strange, Wanda became completely obedient to him. She believed she had finally met someone kind, that at last she could live like a normal person again. But in the end, reality proved her hopes were misplaced. Doctor Strange betrayed her, even handing her over to Thanos just to buy time for his own escape. A life so filled with misery had made her want to run away from everything. So, when Mr. Fantastic invited her to return to Blue Star a week ago, she chose to refuse. At that moment, a thought suddenly occurred to Thanos. If this future Scarlet Witch could be properly guided, perhaps she could become a powerful ally. So he said, Be my daughter. With my protection, no one will ever dare to bully you again. The thought of the Scarlet Witch someday tearing Doctor Strange apart with her own hands was a rather satisfying prospect. Wanda's eyes lit up with excitement, but soon she faltered, her voice uncertain. Really? Can I? Her childhood had taught her only self-doubt and isolation, so she could scarcely believe someone actually wanted to be her father and protect her. Even her brother, Quicksilver, could do little more than keep her company in the laboratory, encouraging each other just to survive another day. No one knew if they'd even live to see tomorrow, let alone talk of protection. Thanos nodded, responding without hesitation. Deep Blue, from now on, Wanda is my daughter. She'll receive the same treatment as Nebula. He was not one to drag things out. Once he'd made up his mind, he acted immediately. Yes, Master. Wanda was so moved by these words that her eyes reddened, and after a short pause, tears finally spilled down her cheeks. Father sob. With a cry of joy and excitement, she rushed forward and hugged Thanos, burying her face in his chest as she wept openly. Thanos gently patted Wanda's head without saying a word. Such a pitiful child. After a long while, Wanda finally calmed down and slipped into her new role. Father, what should we do now? Seeing Wanda regain her confidence, Thanos gave a slight smile and said, Now let's head to Blue Star and see if they've been slacking off. With that, he once again used the Space Stone, opening a shimmering portal through which they stepped. For the people of Blue Star, these 7 days had undoubtedly been the toughest of their lives. The war between the League of Gods and Thanos may have been brief, but it was monumental. Some of Blue Star's astronomy enthusiasts had even managed to catch wind of this clash, happening a staggering 800 million kilometers away in the depths of space. After all, those exploding starships burst across the sky like dazzling fireworks, spectacles impossible to ignore. But before the news could properly spread, Proxima Midnight descended upon Blue Star, leading a formidable fleet of cosmic warships with overwhelming force. Naturally, the people of Blue Star were never going to submit without a fight. Rebellions and resistance flared up everywhere, never truly ceasing for a moment. If Thanos' forces had followed their usual methods, the answer would have been simple: exterminate the population, then colonize and rule the planet. However, Mr. Fantastic stepped in and stopped Proxima Midnight from carrying out such a massacre. His reasoning was straightforward. He, too, was a child of Blue Star. How could he allow Proxima Midnight to wipe out his own people? And so, aboard a starship hovering in low orbit above Blue Star, the two sides fell into heated debate over how the planet should be governed. On one side stood Mr. Fantastic, his fellow members of the Fantastic Four, and several other Blue Star collaborators who had surrendered. The Thing, the Human Torch, and the Invisible Woman had survived, not because of their prowess, but because Mr. Fantastic had refused to let them take part in the cosmic war. They were among the few remaining superheroes of Blue Star. Opposing them were Proxima Midnight, Corvus Glaive, Nebula, and Loki, a formidable quartet. I oppose wiping out the people of Blue Star, declared Mr. Fantastic. Massacres never bring lasting rule, they only breed more hatred. Although he yearned to show his steely resolve and stand unbowed, at this moment, the future of Blue Star mattered more than his pride. If he could secure even a sliver of hope for his people, what did it matter if he had to bend a little? Besides, he was made of rubber. No matter how hard he tried, his bones would never be truly rigid. Corvus Glaive, upon hearing Mr. Fantastic's words, merely sneered coldly. If I remember correctly, weren't your own ancestors the ones who slaughtered others and claimed this land for themselves? A heavy silence fell on those standing to the left. They knew all too well what their forebears had done. Now that the same accusation was being leveled against them, they found themselves at a loss for words. Yet with the threat of genocide looming over their own heads, even if they couldn't refute the claim, they could only try to argue their case, no matter how feeble their defense. The invisible woman thought for a moment, then put on a righteous and dignified expression as she spoke. That happened in a less civilized era. Now we are civilized people, and we know that was wrong, so we can't continue the slaughter anymore. Loki, who had been idly toying with his ice staff, couldn't help but interject. If you know it was wrong, then why don't you return the land to its rightful owners? If I recall correctly, there are still a few survivors left, though their numbers dwindle every year. After the war, Loki was originally supposed to return with Laufey. But on a planet ruled by frost giants, everything is nothing but snow and ice. There's not a single form of entertainment or activity. It's unbearably dull. So when he saw Thanos preparing to rule Blue Star, he immediately asked to come along. After all, he'd spent the first half of his life in Asgard. How could he ever endure the ascetic life of the frost giants? And after a stern dose of fatherly discipline, Laufey decided it wasn't right to keep his son locked up forever, so he let Loki go. At this point, everyone fell silent and awkward at Loki's words. Indeed, they preached humanity and freedom, yet all the while quietly carried out a policy of genocide against the land's original inhabitants. But all of this was done in secret. Publicly, they spread the story that it was the locals who had invited them. They even invented Thanksgiving to give thanks to the natives' supposed self-sacrifice, which made way for vast tracts of land for them. Whether others believed it or not, the Americans themselves certainly did. Sensing the mood turning against him, Mr. Fantastic tried to change the subject. Blue Star folk aren't really opposed to adult rule. It's just that a small group have grown used to their freedom. We just need to persuade them, that's all. Land of the free, shootouts every day, that's the Americans' own slogan. If that's how they treat their own rulers, just imagine their attitude towards aliens. That's why America had become the very center of resistance. If they really went through with extermination, there'd probably be no Americans left at all. Hearing this, Proxima Midnight grew impatient. No need to persuade them. My lord trusted me with this mission. I won't let him wait too long. Anyone who refuses to submit by tomorrow will be eliminated. Corvus Glaive immediately nodded in agreement. Yes, we can't keep our lord waiting. If there are still rebels tomorrow, I'll personally lead the Black Order and carry out the extermination. The Blue Star crowd wanted to say more, but seeing Corvus Glaive gripping his weapon, his pale face twisted with murderous intent, and his whole body exuding a deadly aura, they fell silent in fear. At that very moment, Nebula, who had been silent on the sidelines the entire time, suddenly stood up. General Corvus, she said, since Father has allowed Mr. Miracle to stay, he must have his reasons. There's no need to rush into conquering Blue Star. She was dressed in a close-fitting combat suit that accentuated her figure, her face bearing a look of somber compassion. For reasons she could not explain, ever since her sister's death, Nebula's heart had been weighed down with grief. Alongside that sorrow, a new conviction had taken root. She had to stop her father, to prevent him from continuing this endless slaughter. She believed her father was wrong. Unceasing violence only breeds endless hatred, and that is no foundation for lasting rule. So, when she heard General Corvus propose the massacre of Blue Star's people, she immediately stood up in opposition. General Corvus was at a loss for words upon hearing Nebula's objection. After all, she was the Master's daughter. Her strength might not be remarkable, she was little more than a bystander in battle, but her status was unassailable. He dared not contradict her. If General Corvus wouldn't argue, then Midnight Proxima and Loki had even less reason to speak up. Just as the people of Blue Star looked at Nebula with gratitude, daring to hope for salvation, a deep and commanding voice suddenly echoed through the hall. The fate of Blue Star will be decided by Proxima Midnight. At the sound of that voice, Loki, General Corvus, and Proxima Midnight instantly got to their feet, then dropped to one knee in reverence. We welcome you, my lord. It was no surprise to see his two lieutenants kneel, but Thanos hadn't expected Loki to submit so quickly. It seemed that after his time under Laufey's influence, Loki had become far more sensible. At least he now understood the basics of respect. The people of Blue Star, realizing who had arrived, hurriedly fell to one knee as well. Now, only Nebula remained standing. When Nebula caught sight of Wanda, a sudden pang of jealousy surged within her. She strode up to Thanos' side and, in a voice tinged with coquettishness, said, "Father, what brings you here?" As she spoke, she shot Wanda a provocative glance. Unfortunately, Wanda had no idea what Nebula meant. She responded only with a polite smile. Seeing the expression on Nebula's face, Thanos reached out and gently patted her head. I've come because I have orders for all of you. Why is Blue Star still unconquered? Despite everything, he still had affection for his daughter. After all, decades of father-daughter ties would soften even the coldest heart. At Thanos' words, Proxima Midnight and General Corvus bowed their heads in guilt. Forgive us, my lord. We will commence the slaughter at once. At that moment, an American official with white hair, dressed smartly in a suit, couldn't help but speak up. My lord, there are still some among us who have not seen the full picture. Before he could finish his sentence, Thanos' brow furrowed, and with a casual wave of his hand, an immense, world-destroying force surged forth, sweeping over the other party in an instant. Then he spoke with displeasure. Did I give you permission to speak? Have you no sense of propriety at all? What he hated most was being interrupted while he was talking. Especially by a mere mortal, someone not even worth comparing to an ant. In the next second, that American official turned to dust, vanishing bit by bit right where he stood. The other Blue Star people nearby, seeing this, immediately broke out in a cold sweat and lowered their heads, not daring to utter a word. They had thought, after all, that the other side belonged to an advanced civilization. There might be room for negotiation. But now, reality made it painfully clear. The universe was this merciless. Just like when they once slaughtered the natives, the defeated had no right to speak at all. A few among them glanced covertly at Mr. Fantastic, hoping he might say something. After all, in their eyes, the reason so many heroes fell back then must have been because Mr. Fantastic betrayed them. So, before Thanos, he should have at least a bit of say, shouldn't he? But to their disappointment, Mr. Fantastic simply kept his head bowed, not daring to look up, let alone step forward. Just as despair was settling over the Blue Star people, Nebula suddenly stepped forward again. She grabbed Thanos' hand, her blue face filled with sorrow, and pleaded, Father, there's no need for such brutality. We should give the people of Blue Star some time, let them submit to us gradually. That way, our rule will last longer. Hearing Nebula's words, Thanos narrowed his eyes, fixing her with a piercing gaze. Nebula, undaunted, met her father's eyes, refusing to back down. She believed everything she did was for her father's good. There was no reason to feel ashamed. After a moment, Thanos finally spoke. Is this what you think? Or did someone put these ideas in your head? Now, he began to suspect that the Celestial, seeing things were beyond saving, might be trying to influence Nebula as a breakthrough. Nebula looked at her father in confusion and asked, What do you mean, someone else? Of course it's my own idea. The universe is so vast, if we keep killing, sooner or later, everyone will unite against us. What will we do then? Only by ruling with a gentler hand and letting people come to serve us willingly can we hope to reign for long. Thanos shook his head and said, I'm going to take you somewhere. Without waiting for Nebula to ask questions, he seized her arm, and together with Wanda, they vanished from the spot. He wanted to see if he could set his daughter's worldview straight. Thanos brought Nebula and Wanda to the edge of a jungle. At this moment, it was nighttime here. Because there was no light pollution, the moon and stars in the sky could be seen clearly. And visible alongside them were the massive warships hovering in the sky. From this, it was clear they were still on Blue Star. However, Thanos hadn't brought them here to admire the stars and the moon, but rather to witness the small village nearby, aglow with flames. Just watch. Don't say a word, he instructed. As his words fell, a group of people with dark skin began to rush about, carrying buckets, dousing the fire one load at a time. Though worry flickered in their eyes as they occasionally glanced up at the cosmic warships in the sky, the villagers worked together, and gradually, the flames were subdued. A few of them dashed inside and carried out those trapped in the burning houses. Soon enough, cheers erupted among the crowd. The rescued people had survived. Witnessing this, Nebula's conviction only deepened. Father, people hold incredible power. We must unite all these strengths if we are to rule the universe for long. Wanda's gaze flickered as she looked at the fire and the rescued, but she said nothing. Thanos smiled faintly and replied, Keep watching. Before long, the blaring of sirens could be heard, growing louder by the second. As fire trucks and ambulances arrived, the crowd on scene became visibly tense. A group of firefighters in bright red uniforms quickly jumped down and immediately began to berate the villagers. Their complaints were nothing new. Ordinary people had fought the fire illegally, lacking proper licenses, and they had called the fire department without an actual emergency, which meant fines were in order. The medics who emerged from the ambulance made no effort to check on the safety of those present. Instead, their first demand was for an appearance fee. Faced with this, the crowd grumbled and cursed under their breath, but when the police arrived, the scene fell silent. In the end, everyone chipped in a little, pooling together enough money to avoid further trouble. Only after receiving their payments did the fire and ambulance crews leave, complaining loudly as they went, not sparing a single glance for the aftermath or the injured. Those who had been rescued still lay where they had been placed. The villagers who had helped were no longer filled with the unity and enthusiasm of before. One by one, they drifted away. Seeing all this, Nebula's face filled with disbelief as she cried out, "How could it turn out like this?" Wanda, meanwhile, remained lost in thought, her expression pensive. With a heavy, earnest tone, Thanos explained, "People can change. Even the most perfect system means nothing if those who carry it out become corrupt. Once the roots begin to rot, everything falls apart faster, and in far worse ways." With that, he raised his left hand, and the space stone shimmered once again. In the blink of an eye, he and his two daughters were transported to another place. Now it was broad daylight. All around them were low, shabby buildings and dirty streets. It was clear this place was steeped in poverty. Not far ahead of them, a group of pale, emaciated people lay sprawled on the ground. Their eyes were vacant, their limbs occasionally twitching. Some broke into fits of mad laughter, while others howled in anguish. They looked as though they were possessed by demons. Just then, a car drove up. The people on the ground immediately struggled to their feet, weakly clutching their money, and began moving toward the vehicle. After a moment, a few individuals stepped out of the car, each holding test tubes in their hands. As money changed hands, the people received the tubes, and their faces lit up with delighted smiles. But those without money could only watch with desperate, feverish eyes as others took hold of the precious vials. When the car finally drove away, those tormented by withdrawal could bear it no longer. They surged forward, trying to seize the test tubes for themselves. Soon, violence erupted and blood was spilled. Seeing this, Nebula immediately wanted to intervene, but Thanos held her back. "This is a problem rooted in the system. It happens in this country, every day. How many such incidents can you really stop?" Nebula, stunned by his words, protested incredulously. "Impossible. Why would they let themselves fall so low? The future is in their own hands. Why don't they choose a better life?" Having witnessed life under Thanos' rule, she was used to seeing people work diligently, free from crime, vice, or corruption. Even during her later quests for clues about the Infinity Stones, she had only visited highly advanced civilizations. So she had never glimpsed the other side of human nature. She simply didn't know, without rules and restraint, there's almost no limit to how far intelligent beings might fall. Seeing that his daughter still didn't understand his intentions, Thanos shook his head and used the space stone again, transporting them elsewhere. Night had fallen in this new place. Yet the area was brightly lit, bustling with people, lively and full of energy. Looking around, Nebula felt her earlier discomfort begin to ease. This place radiated civilization, and everyone appeared well off. Surely it wouldn't be like the previous two places. After a while, she observed that although the crowd was dense, people treated each other with a certain degree of civility and courtesy, which allowed her to relax. Clearly, the chaos and corruption she had just witnessed were caused by poverty. But here, things were different. People lived in harmony and stability, their faces lit with smiles. Before Nebula could finish her thought, she saw an elephant charge into the crowd, trampling people underfoot. "Run. He's back again. My leg. Oh, it hurts." At this, Nebula couldn't help but want to step in once more, but Thanos stopped her again. Very soon, the elephant left behind a field of injured and maimed people, then dashed off into the distance. Yet, no one dared to voice their anger, for the owner of the elephant was someone far beyond their ability to provoke. Seeing the people writhing in pain on the ground, Nebula couldn't help but ask, "Father, why didn't you stop that elephant? We could have prevented all of this so easily." 3 negative reviews in a row this morning. What a terrible, disheartening start. Sob, sob, sob. Thanos gazed at the suffering people below and at the arrogant elephant's owner, only shaking his head in resignation. "This country is simply overpopulated," he said. "There's too little land, not enough resources, and so, conflict is inevitable." His mind wandered back to the place of his birth, Titan, a planet of breathtaking beauty. Once, it was a utopia. Back then, everyone had ample resources. Life was harmonious and stable. With their advanced technology, disease became a thing of the past, and robots took over all labor, leaving no one troubled by work. People's daily concerns revolved only around what pleasures tomorrow might bring, what to eat, drink, and enjoy. As the saying goes, adversity breeds strength, comfort breeds decline. On Titan, a life of happiness dulled ambition. No one strove to advance technology, and the future faded from their minds. Only he noticed that beneath this idyllic existence, destruction was quietly brewing. He understood deeply that energy in the universe is conserved. It neither appears from nowhere nor vanishes into thin air. As Titan's population grew, the available resources shrank. And with the dwindling of resources, every beautiful scene disappeared. People showed their ugliest sides, fighting over food, water, clothes, houses, cars, anything. Some, left without even a crust of bread, resorted to slaughtering entire families. At the peak of this scarcity, he proposed halving the population. A purge conducted at random, utterly fair and impartial. With half the people gone, Titan's resource crisis would ease, and those who remained could continue to live in happiness. But the outcome was all too predictable. His proposal was flatly rejected. For making such a mad suggestion, he was charged with murder and crimes against humanity, then exiled. In the end, Titan, starved of resources, was destroyed by war. The current state of Blue Star closely mirrors the early days of Titan. In some places, the pressure of overpopulation is so great that people are valued less than animals. That's why an elephant can trample people and no one dares complain. Because human life is as fragile as paper. If birth rates and resource distribution aren't managed wisely, as the population explodes, societal tensions will only worsen. In the end, it can only lead to war and self-destruction. In the next instant, the blue light of the Infinity Gauntlet flashed once again, and Thanos brought Nebula and Wanda into the vastness of space. Gazing down at the blue planet below, he voiced his concerns. Look at this planet. How beautiful it is. Every moment, it stands resilient against cosmic radiation, the blazing heat and magnetic fields of the sun, and countless meteorites. With its own body, it nurtures life and offers protection to all living things. But this planet is only so big. Its resources are extremely limited, and the protection it can provide is finite as well. If one day, the population exceeds the planet's capacity, then destruction will inevitably follow. In truth, he knew that it wouldn't even take reaching that breaking point. If the population of Blue Star were to grow just a little more, the celestial Tiamat would be born, and this world would cease to exist. Yet, aside from himself, only a handful of Eternals guarding Blue Star were aware of Tiamat's secret, so he had no intention of revealing it now. After all, at the level of the Celestials, ordinary beings simply cannot comprehend such matters. Speaking of them would only bring needless anxiety. Nebula listened to her father, utterly captivated by the sight of Blue Star. But don't we have the technology and resources? She said. We could give them unlimited resources, and then there would be no more conflict. Wanda, a daughter of Blue Star herself, frowned at Nebula's words. Why should we provide them with technology and resources? Did our own technology and resources appear out of thin air? They want to enjoy everything without making any effort. At this moment, Wanda had completely immersed herself in the role of Thanos' daughter, feeling compelled to defend her father. Her thoughts drifted to her own parents. They had died in a war, perishing more wretchedly than a stray dog, with not even a resting place to mark their passing, their bodies simply discarded in the wilderness. She and her brother had been locked in a laboratory for over a decade, subjected to endless torment. Those years had stripped away any fondness she might have had for America, or even for humanity as a whole. So Nebula's words filled her with even deeper resentment. Why should they enjoy everything for free, while she had to endure so much suffering? It was precisely Wanda's tragic childhood that eventually led her to become the Scarlet Witch, leaving her with an insatiable longing for family and affection. Seeing Nebula's expression, Thanos instantly understood. Those Celestials had already influenced her far too deeply. He realized his intervention had come too late. It would likely be impossible to change her worldview now. He also understood the Celestials' true aim. They simply wanted him to accelerate Blue Star's population growth, to bring Tiamat's incubation to completion. In this cosmic chess match, the Celestials would thus regain the upper hand. But now that he knew about Tiamat, how could he possibly fall into their trap? At this thought, his eyes grew resolute, and he spoke coldly. This universe, much like a dying planet, is slowly edging toward its end. My mission is to maintain its balance and prevent the destruction from arriving. For this cause, I am willing to give everything, even my all. Nebula, from this moment on, you're to return to Tyro Star and remain in confinement. When you've come to understand, you may leave. With those words, he extended his left hand, and a flash of blue light burst forth. In the next instant, the space stone activated, opening a wormhole behind Nebula that whisked her away to Titan. Immediately after, Thanos ordered Deep Blue to imprison Nebula within the sanctuary. She was not to go outside, nor to contact anyone. He could not allow her to follow Gamera's tragic path. Only by locking her away, either she would slowly come to her senses, or, when Thanos ruled the universe and even the Celestials were powerless to intervene, he could release her then. Having arranged everything, Thanos looked at Wanda with a gaze full of approval. Compared to Gamora and Nebula, sensible Wanda seemed even more like a true daughter to him. This thought prompted him to reach out and gently brush her long red hair before saying, "Come, let's go back." Wanda nodded obediently. Soon, Thanos brought Wanda back aboard the ship where they had been earlier. General Ebony Maw, Mr. Fantastic, and the others were all still there, none daring to leave. After all, the fate of Blue Star had not yet been decided. They wouldn't risk being absent. The moment Thanos reappeared, everyone in attendance immediately knelt once more. Meanwhile, upon noticing Nebula had not returned, Mr. Fantastic and the Blue Star officials felt a wave of anxious unease. Thanos gave a curt nod and took a seat at the head of the chamber. Gazing down at the assembly of figures, each with their own troubled expression, he finally spoke. "You have 24 hours. If, after 24 hours, anyone still resists my rule, they will be executed without mercy." He still needed to seek the Reality Stone, and had no time to indulge in the slow game of conquest. Were it not for the risk of pushing the Celestials into desperate measures, such as setting a dimensional demon upon him, he might have already initiated a mass population relocation. His words sent a jolt through every Blue Star official. But no one dared protest. The consequences suffered by the last person who resisted were still painfully clear in their minds. Besides, they had come to understand their situation. For the Master of the Universe to have spared them was already the greatest mercy they could hope for. How could they dare ask for more? After a while, seeing no objections, Thanos nodded and said, "Wanda, you'll be in charge of overseeing the assimilation of Blue Star's people. If anyone dares resist, eliminate them." As a native of Blue Star, Wanda surely understood its circumstances best. She was the perfect choice for this task, allowing her, along the way, to repay kindness or settle old scores as she saw fit. When Wanda heard her father's words, she immediately turned to look at the American officials, her eyes shining with excitement. "Yes, father," she replied. The Fantastic Four and the Blue Planet's officials felt a surge of joy at Thanos' words. In their minds, no matter what, Wanda was still one of their own and native of the Blue Planet. Since Thanos had entrusted her with the arrangements, surely, out of kinship for their shared origins, Wanda would show them some favor. Some of the American officials present noticed the excitement in Wanda's gaze as she looked their way. Though they found it a bit odd, they didn't dwell on it. In fact, a few of them even assumed Wanda was American herself and would naturally be even more favorable toward them. Wanda, of course, had no idea what was on the minds of the Blue Planet's officials. Instead, as if suddenly remembering something, she asked, "Father, all the rebels have been executed, but what about those who surrendered? How should we deal with them?" At Wanda's question, Thanos replied with calm indifference, "That's not your concern. Deep Blue will handle it." As the ruler of hundreds of thousands of planets, Thanos naturally had an extremely sophisticated and scientific system of governance. Deep Blue was responsible for implementing all these processes. There was absolutely no need to worry about mistakes. After all, Deep Blue was the most advanced artificial intelligence. Errors were almost impossible. Having finished his statement and seeing that no one had further questions, Thanos clenched his left fist. In the very next instant, his figure vanished without a trace. When he opened his eyes again, he was standing before a blazing star. Without hesitation, he plunged headfirst into the star, resuming his training. He had absorbed an excess of energy from the Phoenix Force's air earlier and needed to digest it quickly. Maintaining the balance of the universe was his destiny, but pursuing greater power was his true passion. The moment Loki saw Thanos depart, he broke into a sly smile and slipped away as well, eager to finally enjoy some freedom after so many years of restraint. Wanda paid Loki no mind. Instead, she turned her gaze on the Blue Planet's officials and asked in a sweet, delicate voice, "Regarding my father's words, do any of you have questions?" As she spoke, her eyes drifted especially toward the American officials, as if she was hoping someone would speak up. The American officials, catching her gaze, were delighted. Convinced that Wanda was on their side, they believed she would show them special consideration. One of them, a young man in a black suit who fancied himself quite dashing, stood up, flashed what he thought was a charming smile, and asked, "Miss Wanda, are you American?" At this, Wanda simply gave a bashful little smile and replied, "At this point, does it matter who's American and who isn't? Now we all belong to my father." The young official, seeing Wanda smile, was instantly filled with self-satisfaction. Looking at her expression, it seemed as though she had never experienced the stirrings of love. If he could win her heart, wouldn't ruling blue star be just within reach? With that thought, he suddenly found himself feeling grateful for the alien invasion. If not for it, he wouldn't have had this opportunity. Yes, we all serve Lord Thanos now. Forgive my boldness, Miss Wanda, but may I ask, do you have a boyfriend? As soon as Wanda heard the question, her cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head shyly. Oh, you're so improper. What kind of question is that? Let's focus on serious matters. Do you have any questions about what my father just said? Nearby, General Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight furrowed their brows tightly at the sight of Wanda's reaction. They knew all too well their lord's temperament. Even though Wanda was his daughter, once he made a decision, no one could overturn it. From the way Wanda spoke, it seemed as though she still wanted Blue Star's approval, which put them in a difficult position. Though their lord had entrusted Wanda with full authority as her aides, they still bore some responsibility. At that moment, the young official was already convinced he had charmed Wanda. He spoke up. Forgive my rudeness, Miss Wanda, but may we request a few days extension? After all, 24 hours is just too short. Wanda nodded immediately. You're right, 24 hours is a bit too rushed. Does anyone else feel the same? With that, she looked around at the other officials. It seemed as if she agreed with the young official's suggestion. The other officials were delighted by this turn and quickly began voicing their complaints. Yes, Miss Wanda, with only 24 hours, we don't even have enough time to issue a global announcement. How could we possibly persuade everyone to surrender in time? If you could grant us a little more time, we would be endlessly grateful. Please, Miss Wanda, show us some leniency. We'll do our best to complete everything as quickly as possible. As the officials around her continued to plead their case, Wanda simply smiled, nodding in agreement from time to time, as if she truly understood their predicament. This made the other officials think Wanda was easy to deal with, and so even more began to chime in. Even the Human Torch from the Fantastic Four couldn't help wanting to step forward and speak up, but was stopped by Mr. Fantastic. Don't go. I have a bad feeling about this. Although he hadn't met Wanda many times before, he only knew her as a shy, insecure young girl. But now, she seemed completely different, and that left him uneasy. Seeing his brother-in-law's warning, the Human Torch hesitated for a moment, then decided to stay where he was. At this moment, Wanda resembled a well-behaved young girl, nodding repeatedly and smiling sweetly as she said, Everyone's opinions make a lot of sense. Does anyone else have anything to add? After speaking, she glanced expectantly at the other Blue Star officials, her eyes bright with anticipation. In that instant, she looked just like a little niece, eager for praise from the adults around her, a sight that naturally stirred affection in those who saw her. By now, more than 20 officials had gathered around her, though all of them were relatively young. The older officials, their hair streaked with gray, remained where they were, unmoving. After all, these were people who had lived long lives and tended to be more cautious. They were not so easily swayed by Wanda's innocent and charming demeanor to carelessly voice their opinions. After a moment, seeing that truly no one else dared to speak up, Wanda's expression suddenly shifted. Her face grew cold and grave as she said, Since you oppose my father's decision, there's no reason for you to remain. With those words, crimson chaotic energy flickered across her hands, her clothes billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind, and her body slowly began to rise into the air. By the time the officials sensed something was wrong and tried to escape, it was already too late. A surge of dark red chaotic energy erupted, sweeping over the crowd like a tidal wave. Cries of terror pierced the air. Help! Somebody help! No, please. I'm begging you, spare me. In that moment, the young officials were filled with bitter regret. How could they have allowed themselves to be deceived by this demon in human disguise? One of them tried to flee, but after only a few steps, he was immediately sucked in by the chaos magic. As he watched his own body dissolving, regret consumed him. If he had another life, he swore he would remember this lesson. Never provoke an innocent-looking woman, because she might just be a demon. In no time at all, those gathered around Wanda had turned to dust, vanishing from the world. After it was over, Wanda regained her composure, once again taking on her delicate, charming demeanor. With a sweet smile, she looked at the remaining officials. So, does anyone else have an objection? The Zeus star system, named after the chief deity of the Alliance of Gods, Zeus himself, was a stellar system of considerable renown. Though its diameter was not especially large, home to only about 4 billion stars, it had a unique feature. The planets within it were all unusually massive. With such large planets came higher gravity and atmospheric pressure across the board. As a result, the creatures that inhabited the Zeus planets were either enormous in size or possessed extraordinary strength. This, in fact, was the origin of the god race. According to official statistics from the Alliance of Gods, the average height of a member of the god race exceeded 3 meters, making them even taller than the Titans. Of course, this figure referred only to the god race itself. The ordinary mortals living under their rule were not included in these statistics. Although the Olympian gods are individually powerful and enjoy long lifespans, their ability to reproduce is weak, with a few exceptions among certain divine races, and it takes them a long time to mature from childhood to adulthood. According to statistics, the combined population of all the divine races is only about 230 billion. This number may seem immense, but when spread across the whole galaxy, each inhabited planet is allotted only tens of thousands of gods at most. That's barely enough to claim dominion over a planet. It is precisely for this reason that a culture of wanton indulgence has pervaded Olympus. The aim is simply to produce more offspring, and thus strengthen their hold over the cosmos. At this point, several days passed in the blink of an eye. Zeus, having lost 10 Typhon skulls, returned to his star system in utter disgrace. On the outer edge of the Zeus system, he encountered his son, the mighty Hercules, who had come to lend his support. "Father, how goes the battle with Thor?" Hercules was a towering man, over 2 meters tall, his face fierce and his entire body rippling with muscle. Though he lacked the lofty stature typical of the gods, he possessed the greatest strength among them all. This was because he was of mixed blood. Long ago, frustrated by the gods' low fertility, Zeus began seeking unions with mortals. And thus, Hercules was born. Sadly, the interbreeding led to too many deformed offspring. Most didn't even survive a day, so the experiment was abandoned in the end. Zeus sighed. Alas, Thor has been slain. Thanos turned out to be even more despicable and wicked than we imagined. He shook his head in resignation as he finished speaking. Upon hearing this, Hercules immediately bellowed, "What? Thor is dead? I'll go right now and lop off Thanos' head to avenge my brother." Zeus quickly shook his head and stopped him, saying, "Not so fast. We must return and consider our options carefully." After that brief clash in the Milky Way, Zeus had witnessed Thanos' might, and he was in no hurry to resume the fight. At the very least, they would need the other main gods to join forces before launching another assault. Hercules was about to protest when, suddenly, a voice interrupted. "My lord, several planets have suddenly gone silent." At this, Zeus looked admiringly at his subordinate and said, "Let's see what's happened." On a nameless life-bearing planet within Zeus' star system, darkness had fallen, as though black clouds had smothered the entire sky. From space, the planet appeared to be swallowed by shadow. Such a scene had never been witnessed before. Upon entering the planet's atmosphere, the devastation became clear. All signs of life had vanished. Corpses littered the land, trees stood withered, oceans had dried to cracked basins, volcanoes erupted, and electromagnetic storms raged without order. It was nothing short of an apocalyptic scene. The only living soul left was Dr. Strange, hovering in midair, his face marked by dark, smoky streaks. He wore a crimson cloak, the dark hold in his left hand and the book of the Vishanti in his right, torrents of immense dark energy surging relentlessly from within him. Moments later, the battle-scarred earth split open once more, revealing a colossal rune spanning 10 kilometers in diameter. This rune radiated a dazzling, blood-red glow, an ominous sign as if hell itself was about to break loose. One look was enough to fill anyone's heart with dread. Soon, the scarlet rune soared into the sky, and a tremendous roar rang out, shaking the world. As the rune vanished, a monstrous dragon, 3 kilometers tall, with 9 massive heads, rose from the ground. Such a gigantic creature, every step it took sent thunderous rumbles rolling across the earth. It was the 9-headed demon dragon, a legendary beast chronicled within the Darkhold. Almost instantly, the 9-headed demon dragon fixed its gaze on its summoner in the sky, Dr. Strange. But before the dragon could even ask why it had been summoned, Dr. Strange spread his arms wide and opened his mouth impossibly large. Sensing mortal peril, the dragon let out a piercing, terrified cry. Yet it had no time to react, its entire being dissolved into swirling black mist, which Dr. Strange began to absorb. From his mouth, his nose, his eyes, his ears, every opening became a vortex, hungrily drawing in the dragon's energy. Second by second, the mighty 9-headed demon dragon was utterly consumed by Dr. Strange, not a single trace left behind, as if it had never existed at all. All that remained was a gaping crater in the ground where the beast had stood. Clearly, not even black magic could violate the universe's most fundamental law, the conservation of energy. To summon such a monstrous entity required a sacrifice of equal measure. With a gentle exhale, Dr. Strange could feel the immense power coursing through him, and a faint smile played across his lips. But that smile faded quickly as the image of Thanos flashed through his mind. He shook his head at once. It's not enough. I'm still worlds apart from Thanos. I need to keep absorbing. With that, he flipped open the dark hold, preparing to search for new monsters to devour. The dark hold recorded the fastest path to power, absorbing the essence of magical beasts. But there was a price. One's own mind risked being corrupted by the monster's will. If the absorber couldn't resist this influence, they would be consumed, transformed into a being driven only by bloodlust. Yet Dr. Strange found that his willpower was formidable. The monster's influence barely touched him, allowing his power to grow at a staggering pace. By now, he'd lost count of how many creatures he had absorbed. Surely, there must have been at least 1,000. This only made him feel even more certain that he was the one destined to save the universe. After a while, he found an even more powerful monster. But just as he was about to summon another creature, he suddenly realized that this planet had already been drained dry by him. There was no way to summon anything else. It looks like I'll have to move on to a new planet. Thanos, all these devastated worlds are your doing. This is your sin. With a look of genuine sorrow, he gazed at the shattered planet, then opened a portal and set off to the next place, continuing his summoning and absorption. An 8.9 rating. Brothers, you're amazing. I'm truly touched sniff. But it's clear now, those 3 negative reviews yesterday were definitely deliberate. They must not have read for long enough, so their ratings didn't even count. Within the galaxy, around an unnamed star. This was a colossal star, roughly 30 million kilometers in diameter, with a surface temperature soaring to about 38,000 degrees. Though not the largest in the universe, once you rule out those old, bloated giants, it definitely ranks among the elite. At this moment, about 30 kilometers beneath the star's surface, Thanos was relentlessly pushing against the crushing pressure and searing heat, working hard to digest the energy within his body. At such depths, although technically still part of the surface, both the temperature and the pressure had reached truly terrifying levels. Even if the sanctuary to itself were here, it wouldn't last a single second. Yet the training results were remarkable. In just 14 days, he had nearly exhausted all the energy he'd absorbed from the Phoenix Force's successor. With his energy mostly consumed, he soared out of the star. After expelling the nuclear residue from his body, he opened his status panel for inspection.
Physique, 101,293.2.
Strength, 83,518.9. Agility, 73,541.8. Mental power, 69,247.6. Active skills, Annihilation Force. Passive skills, Titan Bloodline, Super Regeneration, Super Physique, Super Strength, Super Agility, Powerful Mind, Hardened Skin. Active skills, Dominator, Devouring Star Technique, Power of 10 million stars on cooldown. Equipment, Tyrant's Cleaver, Tyrant's Armor, Infinity Gauntlet, Power Stone, Mind Stone, Soul Stone, Space Stone. Seeing his stats break through the 100,000 mark, he nodded in satisfaction. By his calculations, he should now count as a single universe level being. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. After all, someone at single universe level should be able to obliterate a galaxy with a single punch. His power clearly hadn't reached that tier. Perhaps his power scale was flawed, missing some crucial data. Shaking his head, he quickly activated the Space Stone. In the next instant, he returned to Blue Star. With a sweep of his mental powers, he quickly located where Wanda was and once again raised his left hand. Although there was a human society and cities here, most areas still retained a very primitive appearance. There were no towering skyscrapers, no highways stretching across the land, nor were there any factories belching black smoke or bustling, prosperous cities. Most of the land was still covered by green primeval forests and grasslands, where wild animals ran free through the wilderness. Yet there was one exception. That was Wakanda. Relying on vibranium that had fallen from the heavens thousands of years ago, the people of Wakanda set out on a path of high technology. Their scientific advancements surpassed even the most developed nations on Blue Star by a full century. It was precisely with the help of Wakanda's vibranium technology that Dr. Strange was able to withstand Thanos' army and their barrages of anti-particle beam cannons and warp-speed laser artillery. However, despite such advanced technology, the country was plagued by internal strife for over 1,000 years. In order to keep the existence of vibranium a secret, Wakanda had long adopted a policy of total isolation from the outside world. To prevent outsiders from discovering their vibranium, they even constructed massive camouflage fields. From the outside, Wakanda appeared no different from an untouched jungle. But sadly, all the wonders of this advanced nation now belonged to the past. Where Wakanda once stood, the camouflage field had vanished, and what remained was a vast ruin. Smoking buildings dotted the landscape, mangled bodies lay scattered, and destroyed aircraft were strewn everywhere. The cause of this devastation hovered above. Enormous spaceships filled the sky. These cosmic warships were colossal and innumerable, so many that they blotted out the heavens. Lights flashed along their hulls, and waves of energy blasts erupted endlessly, unleashing a relentless barrage that razed the land below. Thunder rumbled and echoed across the battlefield. Meanwhile, Wanda, clad in her crimson combat suit, hovered in midair. Her hands glowed with red chaos magic as she gazed coldly down at the last stronghold still holding out below. This was Wakanda's final bastion, the heart of the nation. When she saw that the warship's relentless attacks still could not breach this place, she decided to act herself. Moments later, she floated before the city's core, chaos magic surging around her. She plunged her hands into the translucent shield and began to pry it open. With wave after wave of magical force, the shield was soon torn apart by sheer strength, leaving a gaping breach. Inside Wakanda's main city, everyone stared in utter disbelief. This shield was powered by the entire vibranium network, a defense of unimaginable energy, once thought unbreakable. Some time ago, the fact that they could withstand the assault of an interstellar fortress was proof enough of their strength. But no matter what the people of Wakanda thought, nothing mattered anymore. As the protective shield was torn apart, Wanda's hands moved in a constant dance, unleashing waves of chaos magic. The starships hovering above instantly followed suit, unleashing a merciless slaughter. Moments later, Wakanda was completely erased from the face of the blue planet. Wanda gazed down at the ruins below, a satisfied smile blossoming on her lips. After Kamartaj, the last opposing force on Earth had finally been swept away. Though it had cost her considerable time, at last her father's task was complete. Just then, the towering figure of Thanos suddenly appeared at Wanda's side. "How have you been enjoying yourself lately?" Hearing his voice, Wanda's face immediately lit up with an innocent, childlike grin. Like a little girl, she threw herself into her father's embrace. "Father, you're finally back. I've already finished the task you gave me." Seeing her eager, proud expression, Thanos allowed himself a faint smile, reaching out to gently stroke her cheek. "My daughter, you've done wonderfully. You deserve a reward. Tell me, what would you like?" His mind had already swept across the planet moments ago, so he knew she'd completed her mission. That's why he asked her how she'd enjoyed herself, rather than about the mission itself. He hadn't expected Wanda to care so much about the assignment. Clearly, his idea to adopt her as a daughter was the right one. Wanda blushed at his words, lowering her head. "Father, I was wondering, could my brother also become your son?" She lifted her eyes, filled with hope. Her brother was her only sibling, and she cared for him deeply. She wanted him to be part of her father's family too. Thanos was immediately reminded of Quicksilver, the brother who'd once been struck down by bullets. If he trained him properly, could Quicksilver perhaps achieve speeds beyond light, maybe even bend time itself, like that Flash from another world? Of course. Where is he now? Wanda's face lit up instantly. "He's on the flagship." "Let's go see him," Thanos said. With those words, Thanos tightened his left hand into a fist. In low orbit above the blue planet floated a ship 10 kilometers long and 5 kilometers wide and tall, its silhouette reminiscent of a massive coffin. This flagship was a gift Thanos had prepared for Wanda. Half an hour later, inside the flagship's command center, Wanda soon brought her brother, Quicksilver, to stand before Thanos. Thanos regarded him with a calm, steady gaze. Quicksilver looked to be in his early 20s, about 5'7", with a head of silvery white hair and a blue, skin-tight suit. Though Thanos' expression remained impassive, Quicksilver felt an overwhelming force pressing down upon him. This was a pressure born from the difference in the very levels of life itself. Even if Thanos didn't deliberately exert it, any mortal who laid eyes on him would feel this suffocating weight. Seeing her brother frozen in place, Wanda quickly gave him a sharp nudge. "Hurry up and greet father." Quicksilver snapped to attention, but he was so nervous that all he could manage was a stiff nod. Father, greetings." Compared to the younger Wanda, Quicksilver was clearly struggling to adapt. But then again, how many could truly keep their composure in the presence of the overlord of the universe? To this, Thanos only offered a faint smile and said, "From now on, you are my son. Remember, maintaining the balance of the universe is our mission." After speaking, a surge of curiosity flashed through his mind. If Quicksilver's speed really surpassed that of light, could he actually reverse the flow of time? Would the agents of the Time Variance Authority show up then? But perhaps they wouldn't dare intervene, not with him around. After all, recall in Avengers Endgame, when several Avengers journeyed across universes in search of the Infinity Stones, recklessly unraveling timelines, yet the Time Variance Authority never appeared. Clearly, they too were being suppressed by some unknown power. Moreover, Marvel's own lore once dictated that Infinity Stones from other universes couldn't be used in this one, yet Endgame blatantly overturned that rule. No doubt, some mysterious force was manipulating events from the shadows. Perhaps the Celestials themselves had intervened. In the end, the Time Variance Authority was just an organization that bullied the weak and feared the strong. Hearing this, Quicksilver grew even more anxious, fidgeting with uncertainty, but after another kick from Wanda, he quickly nodded, almost bursting with excitement.
Yes.
I'll never let Father down. Noticing Quicksilver's discomfort, Thanos merely waved his hand, signaling for the siblings to take their leave. Then, turning to the void, he spoke. Deep Blue, show me the current state of Blue Star's governance. At his command, a massive three-dimensional projection materialized in midair. Within the display, a digital model of Blue Star appeared. Each region's status was marked in meticulous detail. Areas rife with fierce resistance, incidents of armed opposition, or regions so tranquil that people accepted their new rule with cheers. From the data, it was clear that most regions were calm, even joyful, under Thanos' rule. Though his management was strict, daily life for the people was almost pressure-free. Children were supported from birth until their coming of age, all expenses covered by the authorities. When grown, they could seek work on their own, and if they struggled, jobs would be assigned. Housing was arranged nearby, and even marriage could be self-chosen, or, if needed, facilitated by the government. Everything was arranged with perfect clarity, right up until death itself. For most people on Blue Star, who struggled just to make ends meet, this was nothing short of a blessing. Some even went so far as to report anyone who showed the slightest inclination to rebel. With the entire nation cowed into submission by the threat of cosmic warships, no one dared make a move. As for resistance among the general populace, it was so feeble it might as well not exist. Ironically, the fiercest opposition came from a handful of the most developed regions. After all, their social benefits were already abundant, and they could even indulge in real-life battle royale games for entertainment. How could they ever accept a regime that deprived them of such pleasures? But should chaos truly break out, Wanda would simply dispatch a cosmic warship to the scene. With a single blast, an entire city could be wiped from existence, let alone any thought of rebellion. After observing for a while and seeing nothing amiss, he turned his attention to search for any unusual spatial fluctuations. Deep Blue, bring up the spatial anomaly scan data from this period. He had already instructed Deep Blue to scan all of Blue Star's anomalous spaces before he left. Now, after more than 10 days, the data should be complete. According to the Marvel storyline, the Reality Stone was currently in the form of the ether, hidden somewhere within a pocket dimension on Blue Star. This particular anomaly only surfaced once every 1,000 years, opening a gateway to this other space. For ordinary people, this was the only chance to acquire the Reality Stone. But he was no ordinary person. With the Space Stone in his possession, he didn't need to wait for any so-called gateway. As long as he could pinpoint the location of the pocket dimension, he could teleport straight there. As his command echoed, Deep Blue initiated a new projection. The moment the projections appeared, his brows knit in concern. On the display, he saw that Blue Star was riddled with over 30 anomalous spaces. It was almost unbelievable. Most anomalous spaces originated when powerful beings, for various reasons, split off a portion of reality. Some did it to escape enemies, some to carve out their own domains, others to seal away dangerous artifacts. The reasons were as varied as the individuals behind them. Though these pocket dimensions were nothing compared to higher planes, the more of them that splintered off from the real world, the greater the impact on reality itself. On any life-bearing planet, there were usually only 2 or 3 such anomalies, at most 4 or 5. Blue Star truly lived up to its reputation as the protagonist's world. Over 30 anomalous spaces, just how many remarkable beings had been born here. Just as Thanos was preparing to investigate these anomalies, Deep Blue's voice suddenly broke in. Master, Miss Wanda has encountered trouble. Hearing this, his expression grew even more serious. Wasn't Wanda just on the ship a moment ago? Where could she have gone now? Moreover, most of the superheroes on Blue Star had already been eliminated by him. How could she still run into trouble? Deep Blue, activate the projection. Soon enough, Deep Blue began projecting Wanda's current situation. It turned out that while he had been communicating with Deep Blue just moments ago, several superheroes had appeared on Blue Star and destroyed a cosmic warship. Wanda, pulling Quicksilver along, had gone to investigate the situation. But now Wanda and Quicksilver were in dire straits, completely overwhelmed by their enemies. Seeing this group of newly emerged superheroes, Thanos merely let out a cold, dismissive laugh. So, It turned out those lackeys of the Celestials had shown up. In fact, if one were to trace the connections carefully, he shared a significant history with the Eternals. After all, his race's full name, if properly recounted, was the Eternal Titans. Long ago, the Celestials had selected the Titans for experimentation and transformation, granting them the responsibility to guard their planet, all in order to ensure their precious seeds could thrive. Back then, they were called the Eternal Titans. But after learning the Celestials' true intentions, the Eternal Titans had chosen to rebel. To sever ties with their past, they returned to their original name, the Titans. At this moment it was daytime. North America, one of the world's most defiant regions, had all but become a wasteland. Flames and ash covered the land in every direction, with the ruins of shattered buildings looming here and there. Wreckage of airplanes and tanks lay scattered about, silent testaments to the fierce resistance that had taken place. Yet the outcome was clear. One only had to look up at the cosmic warships still hovering in the sky. The technology of Blue Star, when facing these interstellar invaders, was as feeble as ants before elephants. There was simply no hope of resistance. But today, battle had returned to this land. A man dressed in a blue, skin-tight suit and draped in a red cape stretched his arms forward and dashed toward a cosmic warship. Though the warship's shields sprang to life, he broke through them with ease, crashing headlong into the ship.
Moment laté, atteindre explosion érupted.
A flash of crimson light burst forth. The cosmic warship went up in flames. It was clear for all to see. The man's eyes glowed red as he charged at the next warship. Wanda desperately wanted to intervene, but she was powerless to do so. She herself was surrounded and fighting for her life. If only she had warned her father in advance. A little over 10 minutes ago, she had received word that someone had destroyed a cosmic warship. Not wanting to disturb her father, she had come to investigate with her brother instead. She never expected to encounter 10 formidable foes. The strongest of them all was surely the one in the sky, tearing the cosmic warships apart. You could tell how powerful the enemy was just from the speed at which they were destroying the cosmic warships, almost one ship per minute. The other 9 members of the group were no slouches either, each possessing their own unique abilities. One woman, clad in a red and blue fitted battlesuit and blessed with super speed, was racing alongside Quicksilver, matching him. Stride for stride. Though their contest had yet to yield a victor, she could sense that Quicksilver was starting to fall behind. A man in a bronze-hued suit, impressively muscular, wielded overwhelming strength. One punch from him could send over a dozen Dark Order soldiers flying.
He was clearly the tank of the team.
Then there was a man in a blue and purple suit whose hands could emit searing lasers. He relentlessly bombarded the Dark Order warriors from afar. And every so often, combined the beams from both hands for a devastating attack aimed at Wanda. He filled the role of the team's ranged mage. A woman with flowing golden hair, dressed in a silver and white suit, wielded the ability to morph energy into any weapon for attack or shield for defense. She cut down Dark Order soldiers in a single stroke, all while hurling weapons at Wanda without pause. She was the team's agile warrior. Another member, a black man in a teal and purple suit, could use telekinesis to assemble anything from nearby objects, wielding a hammer that fired off blasts of energy. He was a hybrid of ranged shooter and close combat fighter, able to strike from any distance. Wanda was being directly held back by him. A young man in a black suit, a master of illusions, served as the team support. He continually disrupted Wanda's vision, making it impossible for her to concentrate on the battle. There was also a boy in a teal suit, gifted with formidable psychic control. He manipulated the Dark Order soldiers, turning them against one another, a support role with dangerous influence. At the same time, he occasionally interfered with Wanda's spellcasting. Another member, a brown-haired woman in a gold and blue suit, possessed powerful healing abilities, able to instantly mend her teammates' wounds. Whenever an ally was injured, she was there in a flash to heal them, another essential support. A black-haired woman in a green suit could alter the properties of matter itself. While her combat skills weren't as strong, she could conjure all kinds of weapons and gear to aid her teammates, playing a crucial support role. All 10 of them wore coordinated battle suits. If Wanda hadn't already suspected they belonged to the same organization, she'd never believe otherwise. Just as Wanda's anxiety was peaking, the enemy, who'd been attacking the cosmic warships high in the sky, suddenly plummeted to the ground. With a tremendous crash, the impact carved a deep crater into the earth. Seeing this, the other 9 instantly tensed, eager to rush over and check on their comrade. But there were simply too many Dark Order soldiers swarming all around, making it impossible to break through. Densely packed, they surrounded them in circle after circle, making any escape utterly impossible. The woman with speed-based superpowers considered for a moment, then abandoned Quicksilver and dashed toward the deep pit. She wanted to check on her companion's condition. If the injuries were severe, she planned to bring them back for the captain to heal. However, just as she reached the edge of the pit, a massive purple figure suddenly appeared before her. In the next instant, her consciousness faded away. Thanos gazed down at the woman he had just split in two, his eyes utterly devoid of emotion. He simply flicked the blood from his tyrant's blade, then turned and cast a cold, steely glance toward the pit. He could sense that, while his previous strike had left his enemy gravely wounded, it had not been instantly fatal. Sure enough, as the dust settled, he saw that the foe in the pit bore a deep gash across the chest, but it was not immediately life-threatening. A couple of ragged coughs escaped the man's lips. Clutching his chest, the man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression grave as he stared at Thanos. Seeing this, Thanos made no move to attack. Instead, he said coolly, "You dare meddle in my affairs?" A memory surfaced in his mind. There were indeed 10 Eternals dispatched to Blue Star by the Celestials, but they were sent to counter the deviants. He hadn't expected them to interfere with his plans as well. His opponent ignored Thanos' words, his attention fixed on the corpse lying on the ground. "Makkari, you will pay for this." As he spoke, twin beams of red energy shot from his eyes, aimed straight at Thanos. He and Makkari had come to this world together, spending more than 1,000 years on this planet. A deep bond had naturally formed between them. Now, seeing his friend killed while trying to save him, rage boiled within his heart. Yet Thanos stood unmoved by the heat vision assault, not even bothering to dodge, letting the beams strike his body. This level of heat was nothing compared to the temperatures he'd endured while training on stars. Such attacks could not possibly harm him. After a while, when the attacker saw the heat vision was useless, his resolve faltered. He stopped, clenched his fists, and launched himself at Thanos. In response, Thanos simply hefted his tyrant's blade and swung it in a single, ruthless arc. A sickening sound followed. Another wound split across the man's chest, sending him hurtling back to where he started. With a heavy crash, the ground split open and a new pit appeared. Struggling to his feet, pale and coughing, the man asked, "Who are you?" Never in his life had he faced an enemy of such overwhelming power. A power so great, it inspired despair. Hearing the question, Thanos' expression shifted to one of confusion. "Did the Celestials tell you nothing?" But when he thought of the temperament of the Celestials, he shook his head and continued, "Forget it. Whether you know it or not, since you've chosen to intervene, you'd better be prepared to meet your end." Just as Thanos was about to raise his blade to finish off his opponent, a sudden blast of energy shot toward him, catching his attention. Yet when the energy struck his body, all he felt was a faint warmth. Its force was even weaker than the heat vision he'd faced earlier. That Superman-like fellow probably possessed the power of a subcelestial, but this new attacker was likely only planetary level. Still, Thanos turned to look. He quickly noticed Wanda, who had flown off to one side, cradling Quicksilver in her arms. It turned out that Quicksilver, upon realizing his opponent had vanished, had tried to rush to his sister's aid. But he was caught off guard by the enemy's illusions and struck down. With Wanda now distracted, the 8 others, no longer held back by her powers, launched themselves at Thanos, hoping to buy their teammate some time. But Thanos was not like those villains on TV, who always hesitate when they have the chance to end their enemies. Once he was sure there was no hidden threat on the field, he leapt forward and vanished from sight. The next moment, he reappeared behind the Superman-like foe, plunging his blade straight through him. A sickening sound followed. Scarlet blood gushed instantly from the enemy's chest and mouth. Even with the strength of a subcelestial, the foe could do nothing but watch the blade protrude from his chest. His life faded quickly. The remaining 8 Eternals saw their strongest ally fall, and despair filled their eyes. Especially Ajak, their leader, the woman gifted with healing powers. Her lips trembled before she finally spoke. "I'm sorry, this is all my fault." Tears welled up and streamed down her face. As the leader of the Eternal Squad, she had long ago received word from the Celestials about Thanos' impending invasion and their warning of his power. But it was merely a warning, with no intention for them to intervene. After all, the Eternals' mission was to stop the deviants from slaughtering humanity. They were not tasked with fending off alien invaders. Yet after living on Earth for over 1,000 years, Ajak had grown deeply attached to the planet. So when she witnessed the cosmic fleet bombing America, she couldn't help but call her fellow Eternals to action, determined to drive the invaders away. In other words, everything they did now was her own choice, not the will of the Celestials. The other Eternals gathered around their captain. "Ajak, what do we do now?" "Captain, the enemy is too strong. Can we ask the Celestials for help? Or maybe we could pretend to surrender, then look for a chance to steal a spaceship and escape." 1,000 years ago, they arrived on a spaceship. Even though more than a millennium has passed, the spaceship is still operational. And even if it weren't, they would have fixed it. Listening to everyone's words, Jack looked at them with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, it's all because of me. The others, hearing this, were just about to offer some words of comfort, but Thanos had already lost his patience. He appeared abruptly among them and swung the mighty tyrant's blade in his hand. In no time at all, the 7 remaining companions fell one after another. Only Jack, as the team's leader, survived. It wasn't that Thanos had shown her mercy. Rather, he still had a few questions he wanted her to answer. Which celestial sent you to the blue planet? He wanted to know which celestial was playing this cosmic chess game with the god of death. Of course, it wasn't that he thought he could take on a celestial. He wasn't arrogant enough to believe that, just because he was powerful in this universe, he could challenge a celestial. He simply wanted to know who was pulling strings behind the scenes against him. And when the time was right, he would settle the score. But Jack ignored him, her face etched with profound grief as she gazed at her dismembered teammates.
Sobi, I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry. The blow was too much for her to bear. She was overwhelmed, unable to accept what had happened. Thanos shook his head and clenched his left fist. Suddenly, a yellow glow began to flicker. The Mind Stone's power surged forth. In the next instant, Jack's devastation faded, replaced by a vacant, bewildered look. Her eyes became dull and unseeing. Thanos repeated his question from before. Jack replied in a daze. Arishem. Arishem. Hearing that name, a red figure immediately took shape in Thanos' mind. The being was unimaginably tall, taller even than the blue planet itself, with a metallic body and 3 pairs of glowing yellow eyes, staring at him with chilling indifference. The overwhelming pressure from this entity made Thanos feel as insignificant as an ant facing an elephant. One finger could crush him without effort. A moment later, it felt as though some force yanked him out of the vision. He took a few shallow breaths, clutching his chest with his left hand, and realized his heart was pounding faster than ever before. It thundered in his chest like an engine running at full throttle, beating dozens of times each second. Had he stayed in that illusion any longer, his heart might well have burst from sheer terror. The horror was beyond imagination. Could it be that beings of such a level can sense you the moment their name is spoken? Wait, what was that name again? Arishi something? Just as the thought surfaced, he realized a gap had appeared in his memory. Something was tampering with his mind. In the next instant, he hurriedly clenched his left hand, and an orange light began to flicker. With the aid of the Soul Stone, he managed not to forget all the Celestials' names, but no matter how hard he tried, the last character simply wouldn't come to him. So he looked up at the eternal woman in front of him, ready to ask her name once more. But soon, he shook his head in disappointment. For although the woman before him still had breath and her cells were active, her soul was gone. A body without a soul is nothing but a corpse. This arise something fellow truly struck fast. Shaking his head, he instantly lost any interest in further investigation. Clearly, someone had just saved his life. Had he not been pulled out of that illusion, he might already be dead. And whoever was behind him, it was either the system or the god of death. He'd have to ask the system when he had the chance. With the matter of the Eternals resolved, there was no longer any obstacle to ruling Blue Star. After tending to her gravely injured brother, Wanda resumed governing Blue Star on her father's behalf. Thanos also handed power over to Wanda, turning his attention to researching the 37 alternate dimensions. In the first one, he discovered the mutants. No wonder, in the movies, the mutants seemed endless, yet their base was never found. So this was where they'd been hiding, all along, in another dimension. After slaughtering a large number of mutants, Thanos locked the survivors in the dungeons, intending for his scientists to study their genes and see if they could develop even stronger Dark Order bio-warriors. Next, in the second alternate dimension, he found the place where the vampire progenitor was sealed. When he arrived, the vampire progenitor looked completely bewildered. Clearly, he hadn't expected anyone to enter without first breaking the seal. The progenitor immediately opened his arms wide, welcoming Thanos with great enthusiasm. Thanos greeted him back with a tyrant's blade. Through his research, Thanos found that this vampire progenitor wasn't truly immortal. He just had extraordinarily powerful regenerative abilities. As long as there was a drop of blood left, he could come back to life. He also discovered that the old bat's meat was rather tough, probably from living so long that the flesh had grown coarse. But soon another idea struck him. If this could be turned into a proper livestock industry, wouldn't there be an endless supply of meat? After tossing the old bat to his scientists for further study, Thanos continued on to the third alternate dimension. As he visited one after another, He realized that Blue Star's depths were far beyond ordinary comprehension. Atlantis, Kunlun, the pyramids, and so on. Some places had even become closed-off pocket worlds. Within these small worlds, people lived in self-contained cycles, generation after generation. But the arrival of Thanos marked their doomsday. As one interdimensional realm after another was shattered, Blue Star became a place of dazzling diversity. Mermaids, cultivators, werewolves, vampires, all sorts of beings emerged into the world. Yet all of this was ruthlessly suppressed by Thanos. You either submitted and lived, or you became a corpse. 13 days passed. Not until Thanos destroyed the very last interdimensional realm did he realize he still hadn't found the location of the Reality Stone. This made him understand that the stone's hiding place was likely far more complicated than a simple alternate dimension. He racked his brain, trying to recall details from those old movies he'd once watched, but it was all too distant. He simply couldn't remember. In the end, he could only return to the main flagship, in orbit. Deep Blue scanned Blue Star again for any interdimensional realms or spatial anomalies. No sooner had he spoken than Deep Blue's voice responded promptly. Master, the capabilities of this warship are limited. Why not have Sanctuary to come and conduct the scan? Because they needed to guard against the allied gods, Sanctuary 2 and the remaining 7 star fortresses were stationed outside the solar system. Only 100 warships had come to Blue Star. But hearing Deep Blue's suggestion, Thanos felt a flicker of unease. Was it just him, or did Deep Blue seem somehow different from before? It seemed more human, more intelligent. Could some change have occurred without his knowledge? With that suspicion, he immediately ordered Deep Blue to pull up recent data logs. After browsing for a while, he found nothing out of the ordinary. Was it all his imagination? No, that couldn't be. With power like his, how could he fall prey to mere illusions? The change must have happened earlier, with the relevant data already erased. He kept searching for a time, but when he found no malicious code in Deep Blue's records, he finally let it go. Very well. Have Sanctuary to come here. Glancing around at the busy Black Order enforcers, Thanos promptly ordered them to bring Jean before him. Jean, the inheritor of the Phoenix Force. He wondered how she'd recovered after this period of rest. Was she ready to be drained again? As he was waiting, Wanda and Mr. Fantastic suddenly opened the doors and entered. Father, I have something I need your judgment on. With that, Wanda dashed to Thanos' side, wrapped his arm in hers, and gazed up at him with wide, expectant eyes. Sir, I do as well. At that, Mr. Fantastic could only look at Wanda with helpless resignation. Facing the two who seemed poised for a standoff, Thanos asked with curiosity, "What is it?" Wanda smiled gently and was the first to speak. Father, here's what I'm thinking. That old bet you captured a while ago, rather than keeping it at the breeding facility, why not put it to work at the crematorium? You know, every time we burn a body, it pollutes the environment. But if we use a vampire, it's a whole different story. Just let it take a bite out of the corpse, then drag the body out under the sun. In no time, it'll turn to ash, zero pollution, zero energy consumption. It's both eco-friendly and energy-saving. Hearing this, Thanos reached out and gently patted his daughter's head, saying approvingly, "Very good. That's an excellent idea." Even though environmental protection and energy concerns were minor matters, the fact that his daughter had thought of them showed she was truly stepping into her role, considering things from a broader perspective. After praising his daughter, he turned to Mr. Fantastic and asked, "And you? Do you have anything you'd like to say?" Mr. Fantastic nodded and replied respectfully, "My lord, what Miss Wanda said is excellent, but it only addresses the problem of the dead. If we used vampire organs to save the living, that would truly benefit society. We could harness the vampire's regenerative abilities to provide humans with replacement organs for those that are failing or damaged. If we can overcome rejection issues, we could save countless lives." Wanda, however, was not pleased. Why save so many people? Wouldn't it be better for us to create a healthier environment for the new generation? She had inherited her father's vision and understood that the universe's resources were limited. In her view, rather than trying everything to prolong people's lives, it was better to ensure newborns had a healthier environment to grow up in. But Mr. Fantastic thought differently. "My lord, of course newborns are important, but they, too, will grow old one day. Should we just ignore people once they age? And organ failure doesn't only happen to the elderly. Young people can suffer from it as well." Seeing that neither could persuade the other, Thanos spoke up. "Since you both need the old vampire, just clone 2 of him. Or even more if needed." At this, Wanda and Mr. Fantastic's eyes immediately lit up. "Father, you're the smartest." "My lord, you're absolutely right." With that, the two of them hurried out of the control room, clearly eager to start their experiments. Thanos shook his head and instructed Deep Blue to pull up the surveillance feed on the old bat, wanting to check on its condition. Soon, a three-dimensional projection appeared in midair. The old bat, looking humanoid, was strapped to a metal frame. Nearby, scientists were periodically cutting pieces of tissue from its body for research. Yet each time a piece was removed, the wound regenerated almost instantly. At the same time, a tube as thick as a thumb hung down from above, running directly into the old bat's stomach. Within the pipes, he could see black blood flowing. It was probably being used to restore the old bat's strength. Yet, no matter how he looked at it, this black blood seemed rather odd. It didn't appear very fresh. All the while, the old bat remained expressionless, his eyes dull and lifeless, as if he had already lost all hope in this world. After watching for a moment, Thanos shook his head and turned his attention away. At that moment, four members of the Black Order brought Jean forward. Although Jean now looked as if she had fully recovered, her internal energy, having been drained by Thanos, had yet to return to normal. If she had regained her power, she would have made a desperate attempt to escape by now. When Jean caught sight of Thanos, terror instantly flickered across her face, and she instinctively tried to back away. Catching this reaction, Thanos smiled faintly, seized her in an instant, and vanished from the spot. Time slipped by. Over a month passed in the blink of an eye. After returning from his cultivation within the heart of a star, Thanos received the latest report from Sanctuary 2. A thorough series of scans had finally pinpointed a location suspected to be the resting place of the Reality Stone. Surprisingly, it wasn't hidden away in another dimension, but rather deep within the planet's core. At the same time, Sanctuary 2 scans had also detected a massive presence at the Earth center. It appeared to be an embryonic celestial. Some 100,000 kilometers from the blue planet, a colossal spaceship hovered in space. From the surface, one could clearly see this eye-shaped vessel. In fact, due to its proximity, it looked even larger than the moon. This was Thanos' flagship, Sanctuary 2. Inside Sanctuary 2, Thanos stared at the virtual projection before him, lost in thought. As for the supposed celestial embryo, he found himself rather indifferent. After all, he had only just survived a close call. There was no need to tempt fate with the wrath of celestials. Yet, within the voids surrounding the embryo, immense energy, suspected to be from the Reality Stone, was surging and swirling, stirring a restless excitement in him. Just as he was preparing to journey to the planet's core, the world suddenly went dark. He found himself engulfed in shadow. With experience from previous encounters, he immediately understood. The goddess of death had arrived. Calmly, he waited for her to appear. Sure enough, after a moment, the flawless visage of death materialized before him once more. From the curve of her lips, it was clear that she was in high spirits. Well done. You never fail to impress me. At her words, Thanos bowed his head, careful not to meet her gaze. After his last encounter with a celestial, he had learned that such beings were so formidable, even a glimpse of their face, or the mere mention of their name could invoke their power and influence. Though he possessed an iron will, he still chose to avoid any unnecessary risk. I want power. This time, the god of death didn't waste any more words. She immediately transferred a surge of exceptionally pure death energy into Thanos. After a while, she spoke. I have a task for you, and you'll need to come with me. Thanos shook his head and replied coolly, I'm not going. He still needed to go to Blue Star to search for the Reality Stone. There was no time to waste. The god of death shook her head as well, her tone just as calm. This isn't a request. It's an order. At her words, Thanos felt a surge of anger, but after a moment's thought, he managed to ask, what's the task? Sometimes, when you're under someone else's roof, you have no choice but to bow your head. Now wasn't the time to turn against her. Once he got his hands on all 6 Infinity Stones, he could reveal his cards then. The god of death smiled slightly, lazily swinging her black scythe, and said, go to Universe S25317 and assist someone. Don't worry, the reward will more than satisfy you. With that, she licked her lips, a hint of seduction in her expression. But unfortunately for her, this act was destined to be in vain. Thanos kept his head bowed, his voice as calm as ever. Who am I supposed to help? Seeing Thanos remain utterly unmoved, the god of death felt a wave of boredom wash over her. One of my other pawns. You haven't met him, his name is Ultron. At this, her tone turned a touch irritable. Those people couldn't outplay me, so now they're recruiting allies from across the multiverse, planning to gang up on Ultron, as if I don't exist. The mention of Ultron instantly triggered a memory for Thanos, a scene from his previous life. It was that story where Ultron, after he'd painstakingly gathered 5 Infinity Stones, ended up acting as a delivery man for someone else. Could it be that this Ultron had appeared in another universe as well? So, this time, his opponents would be the superheroes from other universes, gathered together by the Watcher? No, that wasn't quite right. The god of death had said those people, not that person, so it wasn't a single individual, it was several. Could it be the Celestials? After thinking it through, he finally nodded and asked, "When do we leave?" The god of death suddenly put away her scythe, folded her arms behind her back to accentuate her figure, and smiled. "I'll give you 5 minutes to prepare. I'll also find a few more helpers for you." Thanos, however, remained unmoved, his head still bowed. "Understood," he said coolly. Seeing that she still couldn't tempt him, the god of death shook her head in resignation, then straightened up and spoke coldly. "That embryo on blue. Star and the reality stone. It's not time yet. You can't move against them. I might be able to save you once, but I won't be able to do it again." As her words faded, her figure gradually melted into the darkness. In the next instant, Thanos' vision returned. He had long grown accustomed to the capricious temperament of the god of death, appearing and vanishing at will, so he didn't feel unsettled by it anymore. What truly surprised him was realizing that, during his previous encounter with that so-called Alyssa, it had actually been her who saved his life. And now, even the celestial embryo and the reality gem were off-limits? What could that possibly mean? Wait for the right moment? What moment was that supposed to be? Could it be connected to the Night Elf storyline? But, at the level of the god of death, did he really still have to follow the script? Or perhaps, the Night Elf storyline was a chessboard set up by some unknown power, which was why he wasn't allowed to act. He shook his head, realizing that, though he had obtained some information, there was still far too much he didn't know, making it impossible to draw any real conclusions. Even so, he had started to form a rough idea in his mind. Before long, he ordered his followers to bring him his tyrant's blade and tyrant's armor. Then in his heart he spoke, "System, how many points do I have?" After a brief pause, the system's mechanical voice responded. "A total of 236,297 points. What would the host like to exchange for?" Since his last intervention, it seemed the system had noticed that no unknown entity was paying attention to him, or, if they were, they simply didn't care. As a result, the system had become far less restrictive. Hearing that he had over 200,000 points, Thanos felt a wave of satisfaction. He hadn't expected the god of death to be so generous. This time, the energy given was more than double what he'd received before. It seemed Blue Star truly was the protagonist's star, given how valuable it was. "Can I speed up the cooldown time for the power of 10 million stars?" The system paused for a moment before replying. "You can, but it will cost 10,000 points to reduce the cooldown by 1 year." Faced with such a steep price, he abandoned the idea and began browsing the skill exchange list instead. But after a while, he found that the skills were either too expensive or conflicted with his world-ending power. After some thought, he decided to spend 150,000 points on a passive skill. This skill had no cooldown, so long as a single living cell remained, he could revive. It would, however, consume an enormous amount of energy. Even so, it was the ideal life-saving ability. Soon enough, the system displayed the deduction of points, and he felt a wave of heat surge through his body, then returned to normal. Once again, the system's mysterious nature left him in awe. As for the remaining 80,000 points, he had no plans to spend them yet, preferring to keep them in reserve for emergencies. If he ever needed to unleash the power of 10 million stars again, he could always use the points then to eliminate the cooldown. After finishing his skill exchange, 5 minutes had passed. Suddenly, a pentagram-shaped portal materialized before his eyes. Beyond the portal lay utter darkness. After a moment's consideration, he gripped the tyrant's blade tightly and stepped inside. In an instant, he felt the very fabric of space and time around him descend into chaos. Here, it seemed, time and space had lost all meaning and disorder reigned over everything. He had no idea how much time had passed. Was it a single second or an entire year? He opened his eyes. He found himself standing on a barren, wild planet. Behind him stood a portal shaped like a 5-pointed star. All around stretched endless ruins and desert as far as the eye could see. There were no plants, no animals. The sky loomed dim and heavy with thick, oppressive clouds, yet not a single drop of rain fell, nor did the faintest breeze stir the air. It felt as if this planet had already died. Or perhaps it was the universe itself that had perished. Even the sun above seemed like an old man on his last legs, struggling to emit the faintest glimmer of light. Thanos felt as if this world were weeping, racked with pain and despair. Was this what a universe on the brink of destruction looked like? He swore to himself that such a fate would never befall his own universe, even if he had to sacrifice everything to prevent it. At this moment, his resolve was unshakable. For his universe, for everything he cared about, and more than anything, for the countless ordinary beings who believed in him and called him their master. Soon, he turned to look at the other two figures nearby. One was a man dressed in a green cloak, clad head to toe in metallic armor and a mask. He stood about 6 feet tall, with a belt at his waist, adorned with 6 dull, lifeless infinity stones. The other was a monstrous figure, entirely crimson, with razor-sharp fangs and white, pupilless eyes. He stood nearly 7 feet tall, with 3 dim infinity stones embedded in each of his forearms. Both of them regarded the others with an equally curious gaze. Sensing something different about the infinity stones, Thanos glanced down at his own left hand. Sure enough, the infinity stones on his gauntlet had lost their luster as well, as if all their power had faded away. Just then, a cold, mechanical-sounding voice echoed from above. "Are you the helper sent by death?" Thanos looked up and saw a figure clad in gleaming silver armor, draped in a crimson cloak. Through the open visor, he could see the figure's red skin, and in one hand, he held a spear nearly 2 meters long. He stood about 6 feet tall. On his forehead shone a yellow mind stone, while 5 more infinity stones adorned his chest. Most striking of all, these infinity stones blazed with dazzling light and radiated an overwhelming energy. Thanos could sense the unfathomable power contained within these stones, far greater than anything he had ever witnessed in his own universe. Could it be that infinity stones themselves varied in strength? Yes, there must be differences in their power. Just like in the Loki movies, the Time Variance Authority keeps a whole drawer full of infinity stones. And it's made very clear. Infinity stones can't be used in other universes. But in the What If animated series, Ultron wielded the 6 stones to destroy countless universes. He even managed to sense the Watcher's presence with the power of the gems, and went on to beat him down. So, why aren't the collectors of Infinity Stones from other universes as powerful? There's only one answer. The Infinity Stones are not all the same. Legend has it that the Infinity Stones were formed from the death of the goddess of vengeance, manifesting as 6 stones in each universe. Since they come from a corpse, naturally, some receive more energy, others less. Suppose he could find Infinity Stones from other universes. Could he fuse them with his own? If that fusion really happened, wouldn't it make his Infinity Stones even more powerful? At this thought, his eyes immediately lit up as he looked at the other two. At that moment, the creature covered in red was the first to speak. "So, you're Ultron? Kid, just stand there and don't move. Let me take charge from here." Ultron heard this, his expression unchanged, and asked coolly, "Who are you?" The red creature immediately puffed up with pride, a hint of madness in his voice. "Name's Carnage. I've already wiped out more than half of my universe, ha ha ha." Clearly, Carnage took great pride in his record. Thanos picked up on this too. The goddess of death must have gathered villains from other worlds, those who actually managed to defeat their heroes. But could a bunch of villains really get anything done by working together? Sure enough, as if on cue, just as Carnage was still laughing triumphantly, a yellow beam of energy shot from Ultron's forehead, slicing Carnage clean in half in an instant. You talk too much. But as a universe-level villain, Carnage was not so easily killed. The next second, his body reformed, and he glared at Ultron, eyes full of malice. "You're asking for it." No sooner had he spoken than he flew straight at Ultron, who was hovering in the sky. Ultron, unruffled, simply raised his spear coldly and drove it down with vicious force. Carnage seemed to freeze in place, locked by space itself, unable to escape the attack. In a flash, he was pinned to the ground, letting out a tortured scream. With a thunderous crash, the earth split open. A massive crater dozens of kilometers wide and 7 or 8 kilometers deep appeared where he fell. Thanos narrowed his eyes at the sight. This Ultron was far stronger than he'd expected. And to think the power of the Space Stone could be used like that. Clearly, the people making movies and comics just don't have enough imagination. None of them ever thought to use the Space Stone to lock down an enemy. When it comes to the use of the Infinity Stones, there are no limits, only the boundaries of one's imagination. And aside from space locking, isn't it possible to do things like space slicing, space sealing, and a whole array of other spatial powers? While he was pondering other ways to wield the Infinity Stones, his hands never stopped moving. A small chunk of purple flesh slipped from his heel and burrowed silently into the earth below. Clearly, he was already preparing an escape route. After all, with Ultron's tremendous strength, even the god of death had to search other universes for allies to stand against him. Obviously, any enemy sent from the other side would be no pushover either. Just then, a man clad in gleaming silver armor and a crimson cape soared towards him. "Thanos, interested in joining forces? We split the Infinity Stones, half for each of us." As he spoke, he lifted his head and fixed his gaze on Ultron, who hovered threateningly above. Even though the mask hid his expression, Thanos could sense the excitement radiating from him. And from those words alone, it was clear they shared the same suspicion. The Infinity Stones could be fused together, growing even more powerful. But Thanos didn't answer right away. Instead, he looked the man up and down, curiosity piqued. "Who are you?" There was something vaguely familiar about the man's appearance, but try as he might, Thanos couldn't place him. The stranger paused at the question, as if caught off guard, then suddenly seemed to realize something. "I'm Dr. Doom. Don't you have me in your universe?" The moment Thanos heard the name, everything clicked. Wasn't this the infamous villain from the Fantastic Four?